Yang Wu unexpectedly traverses into the world of swallowing the starry sky, becoming a senior student at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At the moment he breaks through to become a martial artist, his golden finger, a time simulator, is activated. Let us observe how this butterfly, endowed with a golden finger, gradually alters the original storyline, stirring a tempest in this world. Chapter 001, Yang Wu. On June 9th, around 3 p.m. at the first high school. At this moment, a throng of parents is gathered outside the school gates, each face bearing expressions of anticipation and concern, for their children are undertaking the most pivotal examination of their lives within the school. Although humanity has endured a harrowing period of great tribulation, with countless lives lost, after a slight recovery of vitality, the nation of Huaxia swiftly reinstated this crucial examination. Meanwhile, in a corner outside the campus, a few individuals are engaged in conversation. Among them is a lean yet muscular man exceeding 6 feet in height, his face marred by a ghastly scar. Due to the imposing presence of a muscular man, the space around them feels less congested than elsewhere. Dad, Mom, Yang, once my brother finishes his exam, we must celebrate in style. A frail youth sitting in a wheelchair, his pale skin bearing an unhealthy hue, said with a smile. Absolutely. Once Xiao Feng comes out, we will all dine out together. The boy's mother, a middle-aged woman, replied with equal cheerfulness. The middle-aged man beside her nodded in agreement. Their family seldom dined out throughout the year, but today, being the day of their son's exam conclusion, and with his friends present, it was only fitting to celebrate. No problem. What would you like to eat later? Your Yang will treat you. Yang Wu, standing beside the trio, also smiled as he spoke. Although he promised to treat them, he was well aware that today's meal would not come to fruition. For the youth named Luo Feng within the examination hall was about to embark on his path to greatness. While chatting with the three, Yang Wu sighed softly within. In truth, he is a time traveler. 3 years ago, after sacrificing his life in an act of valor, Yang Wu found himself in this world, which is none other than the novel Swallowing the Starry Sky that he had perused over a dozen times. This world is grand and tumultuous, teeming with formidable beings and boundless excitement. Yet, these matters seem to hold no relevance for Yang Wu now. 3 years ago, upon realizing he had become a mere minor character in the Swallowing the Starry Sky world, he felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He had once believed he would emerge as a protagonist, exploring the vast universe and experiencing the endless wonders of this realm. Alas, the harsh realities of 3 years have rendered him fully cognizant that in this world, those lacking talent find it exceedingly difficult to progress. In fact, Yang Wu's talent is not entirely lacking. He is presently one of the senior students at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and has nearly reached the baseline of a martial artist. Such talent, in the eyes of ordinary individuals in this world, naturally garners envy. After all, the vast majority of ordinary people expend their entire lives without ever becoming martial artists, and Yang Wu is merely 24 years old. However, within the boundless cosmos, such talent is truly insignificant. If Yang Wu's memory serves him correctly, the bloodline of the Blue Star people ranks as the 9th tier in the universe, nearly at the bottom. Having yet to receive his golden finger, Yang Wu chose an alternate path akin to that of Wei Wan, Luo Feng's friend in the original narrative. Over the course of these 3 years, Yang Wu diligently practiced while also mentoring Luo Feng upon their acquaintance. Through these 3 years, the bond between Yang Wu and Luo Feng, while not surpassing that with Wei Wan, is nearly equivalent. Regrettably, after today, Luo Feng's power will surpass his own. However, starting from today, Yang Wu can finally take a step back. With the connection he shares with Luo Feng, as long as he carefully navigates the impending disasters on Blue Star, becoming an immortal being with eternal life is practically a certainty. At that moment, the school gate unexpectedly swung open. Yet, there remained an hour and a half before the examination concluded. Could it be that a candidate had succumbed to despair and submitted their paper prematurely? Under the watchful eyes of all the parents, a teacher appeared at the entrance of the school. Is there a guardian of Luo Feng from Class 5, Senior Year, First High School? Is there a guardian of Luo Feng from Class 5, Senior Year, First High School? As soon as the teacher appeared at the doorway, they shouted loudly into a small megaphone. Honghua, it seems this teacher is calling out Xiao Feng's name. Gong Xinlan said with a hint of concern. Only an hour has passed since the examination began. Could something have happened to Xiao Feng? Indeed, it is Xiao Feng's name. Luo Honghua's face also mirrored his unease. Dad, Mom, let us hasten over, lest we keep the teacher waiting. At that moment, Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair, exhibited an unusual calmness. Indeed, Although Yang Wu was well aware of the situation, he still addressed the trio, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, let us proceed first and discuss matters further." "Yes, let's go," Gong Xinlan promptly exclaimed. "Hongwa, you push Ahua." "Allow me," Yang Wu replied, striding forward. The four of them quickly made their way to the entrance. "Please make way. We're the family of Luo Feng," Yang Wu shouted loudly while pushing Luo Hua. Upon hearing Yang Wu's call, the throng of parents outside the school parted, though they murmured amongst themselves. What has happened to this student? The teacher has come out. Could it be that he has been caught for misbehavior? Just as life had begun to stabilize, students are already straying from their studies. Alas! Wait a moment. I heard this Luo Feng is reputed to be an exemplary student, excelling in both studies and conduct, and he is even a senior trainee at the martial arts school. Amidst the murmurings of the crowd, Yang Wu and the others swiftly approached the teacher. Noticing Yang Wu nearing the school gate, the martial artist responsible for overseeing safety discreetly moved closer to the entrance. "Teacher, we are Luo Feng's family. What has happened to him?" As they reached the school gate, Gong Xinlan immediately inquired anxiously. "Please, dear family member, do not be alarmed," the invigilating teacher reassured. "Luo Feng suddenly fainted in the examination room. We have already contacted an ambulance. It is en route, and you family members should prepare yourselves." "How could this happen? Xiao Feng was perfectly fine. How could he suddenly faint? Could it be that his previous headaches have returned?" Gong Xinlan was filled with deep concern. Her son, Luo Feng, had suffered from headaches since childhood, experiencing occasional bouts of pain and even fainting several times. However, after hospital examinations, no ailment could ever be identified. Upon hearing the news of her son's fainting, Gong Xinlan immediately thought of his history of headaches. "Uncle and Aunt, please do not worry too much," Yang Wu said from behind Luo Hua. "We are still unclear about what has transpired. Let us wait for the ambulance to arrive before discussing further." Although the teacher appeared somewhat intimidated by Yang Wu's demeanor, they still offered reassurance. "What this family member says holds true. You should prepare yourselves and wait for the ambulance to arrive before proceeding." Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Accompanied by the sound of the siren, an ambulance approached from the distance. Yang Wu intended to usher the three of them into the vehicle, but was halted by a fully armed officer at the school gate. "Parents, this is a restricted area. Entry is prohibited. Please wait for the ambulance to exit before proceeding." After speaking, the officer waved a hand, instructing those about to board for inspection. "Saving lives is paramount. You may inspect the vehicle. Let them through." After the two inspecting personnel boarded the ambulance, the officer signaled for clearance. Chapter 002, Alliances. Within a hospital in the Ian district, Yang Wu was engaged in conversation with Luo Feng, who had just regained consciousness. "Brother Yang, I truly appreciate your help today." Luo Feng expressed his gratitude after comforting his parents. "We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities," Yang Wu replied, maintaining a calm exterior while secretly pondering. "In the future, even if I wish to assist you again, I fear the opportunity may never arise." "Indeed." Luo Feng flashed a grin. A feng. A voice called from a distance. Yang Wu turned to see a figure sprinting towards them. It was Wei Wan, Luo Feng's closest friend and a future immortal. Noticing Wei when drenched in sweat, Yang Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Luo Feng was quite popular at school, often sought after by classmates for advice on martial arts. Yet, since his hospitalization, aside from family, only Wei Wan had shown genuine concern for him, which perhaps explained why Wei Wan was destined for eternal life. As for Yang Wu, his friendship with Luo Feng was not without ulterior motives. However, in pursuit of longevity, such intentions were hardly shameful. "Wei Wan has arrived. You two carry on. I must return to work." Yang Wu acknowledged that Luo Feng was still preoccupied with thoughts of military academy. Thus he chose not to press the matter further and prepared to take his leave. After all, he had his own responsibilities to attend to. "Brother Yang, I cannot thank you enough. In a few days, I shall treat you to dinner." Luo Feng understood Yang Wu's need to leave and did not insist otherwise. "I shall await your invitation," Yang Wu replied, bidding farewell to Wei Wan and Luo Feng's family before departing. "From this day forth, once I pass the martial artist assessment, I can commence my leisurely life." As he walked, Yang Wu meticulously mapped out his future. In truth, he was already nearing the basic physical standards required of a martial artist. He had merely fallen short in speed during the recent assessment. Passing next month seemed almost assured. Once he became a martial artist, he would be able to secure a better job in the base city. As for the wilderness, let those who wish to go venture there. Without a golden finger, my training progress could hardly compare to Luo Feng's extraordinary abilities. Yang Wu had forged a close friendship with Luo Feng, akin to purchasing a safety net for his future. All that remained was to wait for that safety net to take effect. Should he encounter danger in the wilderness and meet an untimely demise, he would have nowhere to lament. It is crucial to note that even if one were to reverse time and resurrect, one must have sufficient lifespan to sustain such an occurrence. Though lost in thought, Yang Wu's pace was unhurried within mere minutes. He arrived at a renowned bar in the Ian district. "Brother Yang, good day." The bouncers greeted him at the entrance. "Good day." Yang Wu nodded sleekly, stepping into the bar's grand hall. As he entered, one of the towering bouncers exhibited a hint of envy. "Brother Yang truly lives the high life. A simple stroll here each night nets him several thousand a month. Huh, if you could defeat 6 bouncers with the strength of advanced martial artists single-handedly, you too could enjoy such perks." Another bouncer chuckled. "If I possessed such strength, I'd no longer work in a bar. I'd simply seek refuge within a prominent family. Surely that would be safer." The tall bouncer self-deprecatingly replied, "Ah, but how many among 1,000 can truly be advanced martial artists? Let alone someone like Brother Yang, who is so close to becoming one." Despite the drastic changes in the world and the enhancement of human physical capabilities, most individuals would toil their entire lives and only achieve the level of a novice martial artist. The number of those who could ascend to advanced martial artist status was exceedingly rare. Indeed, I have heard that Brother Yang's physical prowess has already reached the martial artist standard. Do you think he will continue to work here once he becomes a martial artist? The tall bouncer appeared particularly intrigued by matters concerning martial artists. "I cannot say." The other bouncer shook his head. "However, if I were to become a martial artist, I would certainly venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts. A single kill could yield millions, far more lucrative than working in this bar." "Exactly. Once one becomes a martial artist, life is surely indulgent." The tall bouncer nodded in agreement, his fists clenched. "One day, I too shall become a martial artist." Although Yang Wu had already entered the bar's hall, his near martial artist physique allowed him to overhear the bouncer's discussions. Indulgent life? A casual hunt for a beast could yield millions. Yang Wu chuckled wryly to himself. This was the common perception of martial artists. Yet the reality of being a martial artist was far from such ease. A beast worth millions was likely a beast general-level creature. As for the ordinary warrior-level beast that martial artists could dispatch, the materials harvested from such creatures might only fetch a few thousand. A novice warrior-level martial artist, without joining a formidable team, would struggle for an entire year in the wilderness to earn a mere 100 to 200,000. Moreover, the mortality rate among martial artists was alarmingly high. Even in the initial assessments for aspiring martial artists, the casualty rate surpassed 30%, and in the wilderness, it was even higher. Even god-level martial artists could fall, let alone their ordinary counterparts. Thus, those who ventured into the wilderness lived on the precipice of death, with each return to the base city marking a rebirth. As for Luo Feng's experiences in the original narrative, such occurrences were unique. There existed only one like him in the entire universe. Yang Wu had once thought he might be the second, but now he realized he was merely one among countless ordinary individuals. "Ah Wu, you have arrived." A middle-aged man in an elegant suit approached. He was Wang Zijin, the bar's owner. Within the establishment, he was the only one permitted to address Yang Wu by name. "Brother Wang." Yang Wu inclined his head slightly. Although Wang Zijin's strength was somewhat lacking, he hailed from the Wang family. Though only a collateral branch, being backed by such a powerful lineage rendered Wang Zijin a notable figure in Yangzhou, overseeing numerous enterprises and boasting assets exceeding 1 million. Yang Wu was merely an employee under Wang Zijin's employ. "Ah Wu, I heard you participated in the aspiring martial artist assessment a few days ago, and came close to passing?" Wang Zijin inquired with a smile, demonstrating genuine interest in his capable subordinate. "Indeed," Yang Wu replied. "My strength and reflexes met the requirements. I only fell short in speed, achieving merely 248 meters per second during the test. The requirement for aspiring martial artists is 25 meters per second, just a hair's breadth away. You should pass next month with ease," Wang Zijin remarked, then added, "Ah Wu, you need not come to work for the next month. I will continue to pay you. Focus on enhancing your physical abilities at home." "That cannot be." Yang Wu quickly waved his hands in refusal. While he maintained a good relationship with Wang Zijin, he was clear about separating personal and professional matters. "There's no issue. It's a trivial expense." Wang Zijin smiled. "If you feel guilty, how about joining our Wang family once you become a full-fledged martial artist?" Wang Zijin was already attempting to recruit Yang Wu. In truth, an ordinary warrior-level martial artist was hardly significant to the Wang family. Yet for Wang Zijin, it would be a considerable asset. Moreover, Yang Wu possessed a broad network. including several martial artist acquaintances. If Yang Wu joined the Wang family post-ascension, Wang's genes standing within the family would undoubtedly be bolstered. Brother Wang, I shall need to contemplate this. Yang Wu responded earnestly. In truth, if one does not intend to venture into the wilderness, aligning oneself with the royal family could indeed be a commendable choice. Prince Jin is a person of integrity, and one can be assured that he would not lead one astray. Excellent. Oh, should you make your decision, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Prince Jin concluded with a smile before departing the bar. His enterprises are numerous, and his presence in the bar today was specifically to await Yang Wu. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, it was only natural for him to take his leave. Chapter 003, Family. After Prince Jin's departure, Yang Wu sought out an unoccupied private room to settle into. As the head of security at this bar and a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy, he was assured of solitude, undisturbed by any interruptions. Within the confines of the room, Yang Wu pondered quietly. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a clear understanding of Prince Jin's intentions. Yet, he felt no animosity towards him. Prince Jin had proven to be quite a decent individual. 3 years prior, upon his arrival in this world, Yang Wu found himself in a hospital. He had sustained grave injuries during a skirmish with bouncers from rival establishments while on duty at the bar. The scar upon his face was a remnant of that conflict. Prince Jin had visited him multiple times and subsequently covered all medical and nutritional expenses. Furthermore, he rewarded all the injured parties with a sum of money, with Yang Wu receiving the largest portion. It was due to this kindness that Yang Wu, upon his recovery, chose not to abandon his position at the bar, but continued his work. However, joining the royal family would undoubtedly come with significantly greater benefits, yet also far more constraints than the current straightforward employer-employee relationship. Moreover, it would likely entangle him in various conflicts, which was in stark contrast to Yang Wu's desire for a leisurely existence. Ultimately, it boiled down to Yang Wu's lack of innate talent. Were he to possess godlike prowess, many of these dilemmas would cease to exist. After contemplating for an extended period, Yang Wu found himself unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion, resigning himself to a step-by-step approach. After all, Luo Feng's rise to prominence has been remarkably swift. Regardless of the circumstances, should he encounter insurmountable troubles, he could only muster the courage to seek Luo Feng's assistance. After lingering in the bar for a while longer, Yang Wu rose to return home at 9 o'clock in the evening. Initially residing in a low-rent housing complex, Yang Wu, having traversed into this world 3 years prior, utilized the rewards and reimbursements bestowed upon him by Prince Jin, along with some family savings, to secure a residence in a moderately priced neighborhood. Lanta Community is the name of the neighborhood where Yang Wu currently resides. As a mid-range residential area, it boasts better land utilization compared to his former low-rent complex, adorned with greenery and small gardens. Taking the elevator, Yang Wu swiftly arrived at his home on the 26th floor. Click! As he turned the key and entered, he found a young boy diligently completing his homework in the living room. Upon seeing Yang Wu, the boy's face lit up with joy. The boy was Yang Wu's younger brother, Yang Fan, who is currently in his 3rd year of junior high school. Yang Wu also had an elder sister, Yang Yun, who was already married and had her own family. Hearing the boy's cheerful exclamation, a middle-aged couple emerged from a room. "Aw's back. Have you eaten? There's food in the kitchen. Let me warm it up for you," the middle-aged woman said with a smile. "Dad, Mom, I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving," Yang Wu replied, looking at his parents, Yang Yuinda and Lu Yuhua. "Just wait a moment," Lu Yuhua said with a smile. "I'll go heat up the food right away." The family's ability to reside in such a mid-range community was entirely due to the efforts of their eldest son, though she could not assist in other ways. Ensuring her son returned home to a warm meal was something she could accomplish. Yang Wu couldn't help but smile. Having traversed 3 years in this world, he had completely integrated into this family. His father, mother, sister, and brother all cared for him deeply, and this feeling was delightful. As he reflected on this, Yang Wu was inevitably reminded of his parents from his previous life. He wondered how they were faring now that he had traversed into another realm. Fortunately, he still had an elder brother, ensuring that his parents would not be left entirely alone in their old age. "Oh, didn't you go to watch Xiao Feng take his college entrance exam today? How'd he fare?" Yang Yuinda inquired as Lu Yuhua busied herself in the kitchen. He was somewhat familiar with Yang Wu's friend, Luo Feng, who had visited their home on several occasions. Yang Fan perked up, eager to listen. Aside from his elder brother Yang Wu, Luo Feng was the person Yang Fan admired most. Coming from an ordinary family, yet achieving the status of a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy in high school was an accomplishment that even Yang Wu had not attained. Luo Feng was Yang Fan's ultimate aspiration. Of course, Yang Wu was unaware of this. Had he known, he would have been astonished by his brother's lofty ambitions. Xiao Feng encountered a bit of trouble during his exam. He fainted in the examination hall while taking the math test. Yang Wu shook his head and responded calmly. Ah. Yang Fan gasped in shock, quickly asking, "Second brother, is Feng all right?" "Nothing serious. He was awake and preparing to be discharged when I left the hospital." Yang Wu assured him with a nod. "That's a relief." Yang Fan exhaled softly, adding, "But since he fainted during the exam, he probably didn't finish the test paper. What will happen to his scores? Why do you concern yourself with others?" Yang Yuanda gently chided, playfully tapping Yang Fan on the shoulder. "Even if Xiao Feng misses one exam, his scores will still surpass yours by a wide margin. Look at you. You only ever practice martial arts. When it comes to studying, you lose focus. At this rate, you might not even qualify for a vocational school in 3 years. Second brother didn't go to university, and he is doing just fine." Yang Fan retorted defiantly. "I don't want to go to university. I want to be a martial artist. I'll make sure you don't go to university. I'll see to it." Yang Yuanda suddenly struck again, lightly slapping Yang Fan a few times. "Now, hurry and finish your homework. If you don't complete it today, I'll have her hide." With no choice, Yang Fan retreated to continue his homework, yet his ears remained attuned to the conversation between Yang Wu and their father. Having scolded Yang Fan, Yang Yuanda turned to Yang Wu with a hint of concern. "Oh, Xiao Feng's exam should be fine, right? Isn't he aiming for the military academy? I wonder if he'll make it. A military academy? A university?" Yang Wu silently chuckled to himself, thinking, "You have no idea that in 4 years, Luo Feng will be capable of seizing the golden horn beast." However, Yang Wu certainly could not express this aloud. "Dad, don't worry, it should be fine. Besides, Luo Feng is still young. Worst case scenario, he can always repeat a year." At that moment, Lu Yuhua called from the kitchen, "Yuanda, the food is ready. Could you bring it out?" Yang Yuanda promptly stood up to head to the kitchen, while Yang Wu hastily followed. Entering the dining room, Yang Wu was greeted by a table laden with an abundance of dishes. Although his parents and brother had already dined, each platter still contained more than half of its contents. Furthermore, there was a substantial amount of rice remaining in the pot. Yang Yuanda and his wife understood that Yang Wu required a significant amount of energy for his training, hence they always left ample food. Except for Yang Fan, who was growing and needed to eat a bit more, Yang Yuanda and Lu Yuhua consumed very little, even during hunger, preferring to save more for their son. Should Yang Wu have already eaten, the leftovers would serve as breakfast for the family for the following day. Despite their improved living conditions, Yang Wu's parents remained averse to wasting any food. Together with his father, they brought the dishes to the table. After his parents declined to eat more, Yang Wu began to enjoy his dinner. Observing him eat, Yang Fan quietly continued with his homework, while Yang Yuanda and Lu Yuhua exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with smiles of contentment. Chapter 004, The Time Simulator. In the subsequent period, Yang Wu refrained from attending performances at the bar. Naturally, he also declined the generous offer from Wang Zijin to continue receiving his salary. For over 3 years, Yang Wu had managed to accumulate a modest savings. Apart from solitary meals shared with Luo Feng, Yang Wu adhered to a routine of traveling between the Extreme Martial Arts School for training during the day and returning home to rest at night. Thus, time swiftly ushered in July 1st. Early that day, Yang Wu had already met up with Luo Feng, and together they made their way to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City, known as the Extreme Pavilion. "Yang Wu, you rascal, you're back. So, do you think you can pass the preliminary martial artist assessment this time?" An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the lounge near the entrance, holding a handheld computer, and smiled at Yang Wu. "Old Wang." Upon seeing the elder, Yang Wu promptly presented his identification card and advanced student certificate, greeting him warmly. "And who might this young man be?" the elder inquired, looking at Luo Feng with a look of surprise. "Old Wang, this brother of mine is also here for the preliminary martial artist assessment. He just graduated from high school. Quite the prodigy, wouldn't you agree?" After speaking, Yang Wu turned to Luo Feng, saying, "Ah Feng, present your ID and advanced student certificate. They need to be inspected before we can enter." Luo Feng quickly produced his credentials and handed them to Yang Wu. The elder took the documents from Yang Wu once more and swiped them on the handheld device. "Yang Wu, you must put in your best effort. If you fail this time, you won't be able to participate in the practical assessment until February of next year." The elder kindly reminded him. "Thank you for the reminder, Old Wang. I've made considerable progress this time, so I should be able to pass." Yang Wu replied with a smile. "All right, you may enter." The elder waved his hand, and the electric gate to the community automatically opened. Having visited the assessment venue several times before, Yang Wu swiftly led Luo Feng into the main hall of the pavilion. Yang Wu, you've come. A burly man with a bushy beard stood up from the sofa, grinning as he recognized Yang Wu. You're here too? Yang Wu approached the man, extending his right hand for a hearty handshake. Then he gestured towards Luo Feng, introducing him. This is Luo Feng, my good brother, whose strength has surpassed mine. Having previously sparred, Yang Wu was aware that Luo Feng, after recovering from a fainting spell during the college entrance examination, had indeed surpassed him in strength. Brother Tong. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. In the original narrative, there had been a minor altercation between Yang Wu and Tong Guan during the preliminary martial artist assessment. However, since Yang Wu's arrival in this world had altered his disposition considerably, he and Tong Guan had now become friends. As time progressed, more and more people gathered in the Pavilion S main hall. By the time the preliminary martial artist assessment was set to commence at 10 o'clock, 8 advanced students had congregated for the evaluation. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man dressed in loose training attire, the group took the elevator to the 6th floor. The 6th floor housed a vast training hall, currently occupied by several martial artists engaged in conversation, among whom was Jiang Yin, the instructor from Yain District. Jiang Yin and his peers clustered around a middle-aged man with flowing hair, whom Yang Wu recognized as Wu Tong, the head of the Extreme Pavilion and chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City. All right, everyone is here. Let us prepare to begin the tests. Wu Tong commanded. The middle-aged man in the loose training attire unified the collection of identification documents from Yang Wu and the others before handing them to Wu Tong. Today, we have 8 participants. Wu Tong remarked with a smile, then retrieved an ID card and casually swiped it across the nearby device. Beep. The machine immediately displayed a wealth of personal information. We will now proceed with the first test, the punch strength assessment. Wu Tong stated calmly. I believe you are all familiar with the procedure, so I won't elaborate further. First up, Tong Guan. Go. The burly man, Tong Guan, stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch against the strength testing machine. The screen instantly registered a score of 986 kilograms. Pass. Next, Luo Feng. Wu Tong continued. Pass. Next. Baiyang, he called out. Last but not least, Yang Wu. After calling out Yang Wu's name, Wu Tong added with a smile. You should have a good chance of passing this test, right? He held a favorable impression of the young man who had previously treated him to tea. Indeed, I do feel more confident this time. Chief Instructor, Yang Wu modestly replied. In the original narrative, Yang Wu had successfully passed the assessment, so he felt assured he would do the same now. All right, let us begin the test, Wu Tong said, refraining from further comments. Yang Wu positioned himself in front of the punch strength testing machine, exerted force from his waist, and delivered a powerful strike, hitting the target squarely. The display screen promptly showcased Yang Wu's score, 1,094 kilograms. Pass. Wu Tong exclaimed. Next, we will conduct the speed test. Yang Wu, you must strive to excel. Knowing Yang Wu had previously struggled with speed, Wu Tong was keenly aware of the young man's need for improvement. Since one participant had failed the punch strength assessment, only 7 remained for the speed test. Yang Wu happened to be first in line. With a thunderous crash, Yang Wu propelled himself off the ground, unleashing his full speed as he raced through the speed testing area. Haha, Yang Wu, it seems you've made significant progress lately. Jiang Yin, the instructor from Yain District, laughed heartily upon witnessing Yang Wu's performance. With 12 districts in Yangzhou City, there were likewise 12 instructors like Jiang Yin in the Extreme Martial Arts School. With Yang Wu passing the speed test, it was nearly certain he would become a martial artist. Every new martial artist from his district would earn him contribution points at the school, and with Luo Feng also having just passed the punch strength test, Yain District could potentially have 2 new martial artists emerge this time, which naturally delighted him. Yang Wu glanced back at the display screen. 262 milliseconds. Finally, he had surpassed his previous self in the original narrative. With a sigh of relief, he recalled that the original Yang Wu had barely scraped by during the speed assessment. After 3 years of persistent training, Yang Wu found his progress curiously akin to that of the original Yang Wu. As a time traveler, how could he reconcile this? At last, he had managed to exceed his prior limits. Next, as the speed tests eliminated 2 more participants, only 5 remained for the final neural reaction speed assessment. The first to test was Tong Guan, the burly man, but unfortunately, he did not pass. Seeing Tong Guan's disappointment, Yang Wu approached to offer words of encouragement. Old Tong, you've made considerable strides. Next time, you'll surely pass. You rascal, always offering empty platitudes. You passed the speed test. This neural reaction speed test should be a breeze for you, Tong Guan teased with a smile. I was simply fortunate to have a head start over you. With your strength, there's no way you'll fail the preliminary martial artist assessment. You'll just need to come back for another round. Yang Wu continued to reassure him. Last but not least, Yang Wu. At that moment, Chief Instructor Wu Tong's voice rang out. I'm heading in for the assessment now, Yang Wu declared, swiftly moving toward the neural reaction testing machine. Good luck, Tong Guan shouted encouragingly. Go for it, Yang Ge. Luo Feng, who had already passed all tests, called out as well. With a gesture of acknowledgement towards the two, Yang Wu stepped into the designated testing area. 1 minute later, in a mere 60 seconds, he was struck 26 times, yet did not touch the red light. He passed the test. Chief Instructor Wu Tong spoke up, reporting the results. A smile graced Wu Tong's face as he said, Well done, Yang Wu. Congratulations. You have finally become a provisional martial artist. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Yang Wu exclaimed, excitement dancing across his features, though his words came out somewhat perfunctory. Wu Tong assumed this was merely due to Yang Wu's recent success and paid it no mind. Little did they know, Yang Wu's exhilaration stemmed from an entirely different reason. He believed the elusive golden finger he had long anticipated had finally manifested. Detected that the host possesses first-tier apprentice physical attributes. Would you like to activate the time simulator? A mechanized voice echoed in Yang Wu's mind. Chapter 005, Simulation. System? The mechanical voice left Yang Wu momentarily dazed. He had traversed into this world for 3 years and was on the verge of giving up when the system finally emerged. Yang Ge. Luo Feng's voice pulled him back to reality. Yang Wu, have you gone silly with joy? Tong Guan bellowed from the side. His shout drew the attention of everyone in the hall towards Yang Wu. Thus, he could not immediately delve into the system that had appeared in his mind. My apologies. I just passed the provisional martial artist assessment and am somewhat overwhelmed with joy. Yang Wu quickly replied. Instructor Jiang Yin from the Yayan District Martial Arts School approached, smiling. Yang Wu, don't get too ahead of yourself. The martial artist practical assessment is on August 1st. You will need to venture outside the human base city to hunt monsters. Only after the practical assessment can you truly become a martial artist. Though Jiang Yin spoke casually, he was already confident that Yang Wu would undoubtedly pass the provisional martial artist assessment. After all, 2 advanced students from their Yayan district had successfully passed, their names being Yang Wu and Luo Feng. When the practical assessment arrived, the two could easily form a small team. If they could not pass even then, it would reflect poorly on their capabilities. I understand. Yang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. All right. A total of 3 individuals passed the provisional martial artist assessment. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Bai Yang. Chief Instructor Wu Tong interjected with a smile. Next, we will sign the practical assessment contract. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Yin, Yin Xian, please assist. Yes, Chief Instructor. Jiang Yin and another stout elder responded respectfully. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong and a silver-haired man in a black robe departed, Yang Wu and his companions followed Jiang Yin to sign the contract. The contract was straightforward, primarily stating that the Extreme Martial Arts School bore no responsibility for any accidental death or injury during the martial artist practical assessment. Once they completed the contract, Jiang Yin said with a smile, Gentlemen, there is 1 month left until the practical assessment. Time is of the essence, so prepare diligently. If you find it difficult, you may also seek familiar martial artists to join you for safety. His words were primarily directed at Yang Wu and Luo Feng, as their success as formal martial artists directly impacted his contribution points. In this, Jiang Yin moved to a nearby computer keyboard, swiftly tapping keys until a large screen displayed an article titled Gene Origin Cultivation Method. This unique method was the only way on Earth to cultivate gene origin energy. In the coming month, you may attempt to practice it. Success could lead to significant improvement in your strength. Understood. The trio of Yang Wu responded eagerly, carefully reading and memorizing the article. After a while, Jiang Yin finally declared, that concludes today's provisional martial artist assessment. You 3 may return home. Just remember, the practical assessment is on August 1st. If you forget, you'll have to wait until February next year to retake it. Yes, instructor. Yang Wu and his companions turned and left the martial arts school together. My name is Bai Yang, from the Jiangnan Military Academy. At the entrance of Mingyue Community, Bai Yang shook hands with Yang Wu and Luo Feng, expressing his pleasure in meeting them. Luo Feng smiled back. I'm Luo Feng, and this is Yang Wu. We both train at the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yayan District. Brother Luo Feng, having just turned 18 and already becoming a martial artist, your future is undoubtedly bright. Bai Yang beamed, adding, it's fate that the 3 of us passed the assessment together today. How about we celebrate at a restaurant? Yang Wu, eager to explore the implications of his golden finger, had little desire for a meal. Thus, he politely declined, I'm sorry. I have a few matters to attend to and really can't spare the time today. Perhaps we can gather another day? All right then. What about you, Brother Luo Feng? Bai Yang turned his hopeful gaze towards Luo Feng. In truth, Bai Yang did not place much importance on Yang Wu. His true interest lay in forging a connection with the talented Luo Feng, who had become a martial artist at the tender age of 18. Brother Bai, I promised my family I would return home immediately after the assessment. Luo Feng declined as well. Very well, we can meet again another time. Bai Yang felt little disappointment at not securing a meeting. The path of a martial artist ultimately depended more on oneself. Everything else was merely auxiliary. Thus, Yang Wu and Luo Feng bid farewell to Bai Yang and returned to Yian District, parting ways to head home. Upon returning home, Yang Wu informed his family of his successful assessment. After a brief celebration, he retreated to his room. System? Yang Wu called out in his mind. Detected that the host has officially become a martial artist. Would you like to activate the time simulator? The mechanical voice rang out once more. Activate. Yang Wu sat on his bed, taking a deep breath as he chose to activate the simulator. Upon activation, a virtual panel materialized before him. The time simulator has been activated. Current simulation attempts. 1. Would you like to begin simulating your life immediately? Simulating my life? Yang Wu pondered the purpose of his golden finger. After some contemplation, he exited his room, informing his family of his intent to focus on his training before returning to his room. With everything in place, Yang Wu eagerly selected yes. Yes. Instantly, text appeared on the panel before him. The characters in a simulated life are created by the simulator itself, and their memories differ from the host's. Please exercise caution in your operations. Please choose the personality of the simulated character. 1. Cautious. 2. Brave. 3. Passionate. Differing memories? Caution in operations? Yang Wu contemplated the text before him for a moment before ultimately selecting the cautious personality. Subsequently, lines of text began to materialize on the panel. 24 years old. You have passed the provisional martial artist practical assessment and become a true martial artist. Upon becoming a martial artist, you, being cautious, opted not to venture into the wilderness, instead choosing to ally with the Wang family, led by boss Wang Zijing. 25 years old, leveraging the Wang family's influence, you successfully advanced to second-tier apprentice. Simultaneously, due to your friend Luo Feng's sudden appointment as the inspector of the Jiangnan Bay City for the Extreme Martial Arts School, your standing within the Wang family significantly improved. 26 years old, you diligently trained and broke through to third-tier apprentice. However, your friend Luo Feng seemingly perished, causing your status within the Wang family to plummet. Yet, due to your cautious nature, you avoided offending others and remained safe, albeit with a drastic reduction in your training resources and the requirement to complete various tasks assigned by the Wang family. 27 years old, your friend Luo Feng unexpectedly returned, becoming the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts School. With his assistance, you successfully extricated yourself from the Wang family and became an instructor at the Extreme Martial Arts School. 28 years old, a terrifying monster emerged on Earth, leaving human champions powerless. While you were on the streets, aiding the military in maintaining order, you were ultimately torn apart by a beam of golden light unleashed by the monstrous creature. Is this the conclusion? After finishing the reading, Yang Wu felt somewhat speechless. Where was the promised eternal path? Everything had seemed fine until suddenly death struck. In other words, without a fortuitous encounter, he would be slain by the golden horned beast 4 years hence. He was acutely aware of the terrifying monster that had appeared in the simulator. However, Yang Wu never anticipated that he would meet his demise at its hands. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Martial prowess at the age of 28. 2. Martial comprehension at the age of 28. 3. Life experiences from the simulation. Chapter 006, The Appointment. Upon seeing these 3 rewards, Yang Wu finally comprehended the true power of the fortuitous encounter. By selecting any one of the rewards, he would immediately possess strengths that far exceeded his current abilities. Without hesitation, Yang Wu chose the first option. For him, at this moment, enhancing his physical attributes was paramount. With an elevated realm, he could achieve superior results in the forthcoming practical assessments, thus securing better treatment when joining other factions. In the next instant, Yang Wu felt a surge of formidable and mysterious power manifest within him, instantly permeating every inch of his body. With the aid of this enigmatic force, every cell within Yang Wu was rapidly undergoing transformation, and his physical capabilities were swiftly improving. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the rank of an advanced warrior. Had he truly succeeded? Yang Wu vigorously swung his fist, feeling the astonishing power coursing through him, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. An advanced warrior, he had achieved it. In that moment, Yang Wu entirely relinquished all his previous thoughts. Seeking support? He himself had become the pillar of strength. With the fortuitous encounter now in his grasp, Yang Wu yearned to explore the wonders of this boundless universe. Yet, the key was to decipher the conditions for activating this simulator. This was the first question that sprang to Yang Wu's mind as he regained his composure. Only through relentless simulations could he continuously break through and grow stronger. With this thought, Yang Wu began to meticulously examine the system panel before him, hoping to uncover the conditions for simulation. However, apart from the simulation count being reset to 0, the panel exhibited no further changes. What could the activation conditions for the simulator be? Yang Wu pondered silently. Time simulation. Could it be that the conditions for activating the simulator revolve around time? A sudden realization struck him. But how long must one wait between activations? A month. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he received an answer from the ether. A month's time. Neither too long nor too short. The only course of action now was to wait patiently. Yang Wu mused. At that moment, Yang Wu's communication watch suddenly chimed. Grasping the communicator and glancing at the caller's information, a complex expression crossed his face. After a moment's hesitation, he still decided to answer the call. Brother Wang. The caller was none other than Wang Zijin, the owner of the bar where Yang Wu worked. Wu. Wang Zijin's voice was cheerful on the other end. I heard you passed the preliminary martial assessment. Congratulations. I've reserved a sumptuous feast for you at the HR Alliance Mall to celebrate. Do grant me this courtesy. At this moment, Wang Zijin's enthusiasm was palpable. For becoming a martial artist meant entering a completely different echelon of society. Yang Wu couldn't help but think to himself how extensive the Wang family's influence truly was. It was noteworthy that he had only just passed the preliminary martial assessment and had yet to receive the martial practitioner certificate, nor had his information been recorded in the citizen identity database. Yet, Wang Zijin, a mere distant relative of the Wang family, had swiftly learned of Yang Wu's success. Wu? Not receiving an immediate response, Wang Zijin called out in confusion. Yang Wu finally snapped back to reality, the HR Alliance Mall. Right? No problem. Brother Wang. Please hold on a moment. I will be there shortly. After a brief contemplation, Yang Wu decided to attend the banquet. Firstly, although he no longer harbored intentions of joining the Wang family, Wang Zijin had treated him well. Secondly, Yang Wu was curious about the conditions Wang Zijin might propose. All right. I'll be waiting for you, Wu. Wang Zijin said courteously over the phone. After hanging up, Yang Wu informed his family and promptly made his way to the HR Alliance Mall. Within the main urban district of Jiangnan City stood a towering skyscraper, soaring 88 stories high, emblazoned with the eye-catching letters HR. Surrounding the ground floor of the skyscraper was a beautiful plaza featuring the largest fountain in all of Jiangnan City, where over 1,000 armed soldiers patrolled, forbidding any outsiders from stepping foot inside. Passers-by gazed at the majestic skyscraper with a blend of curiosity and envy. For the vast majority of ordinary citizens in Jiangnan City had never set foot inside their entire lives. Ding! An electronic voice echoed. Instantly, the station soldiers parted to allow a military off-road vehicle, adorned with the HR insignia, to approach and stop at the entrance of the skyscraper. With a whoosh, the driver's side door swung open, and a middle-aged man with short hair swiftly exited. He approached the rear door, opening it to escort a young man with a ghastly scar across his face from inside the vehicle. Mr. Yang Wu, we have arrived at the HR Alliance Mall. The boss is waiting for you inside. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Thank you, Yang Wu replied as he exited the vehicle. Had it not been for Wang Zijin sending someone to fetch him, it would have been no easy feat for Yang Wu, who had yet to obtain his martial practitioner certificate, to gain entry into the HR Alliance Mall. Sir, please enter. The doorman at the skyscraper's entrance bowed respectfully. Wu, over here. Upon stepping into the building, Yang Wu immediately heard Wang Zijin's voice. Turning to look, he saw Wang Zijin approaching with a burly man and an elderly man missing an arm. Brother Wang, Yang Wu greeted with a smile. Wu, you finally made it. How was the journey? Wang Zijin spoke with utmost courtesy. Come, let's have a meal. The group soon arrived at a private room and settled onto the sofa. Wu, allow me to introduce you. These two are warriors from my Wang family. This is Su Feiyue, my bodyguard, whom you have met before. And this is... Wang Zijin stood up from the sofa, gesturing towards the one-armed elder with solemnity. This is the renowned one-armed gun demon, Uncle Lu Dehei. He is a close friend of my father's and a formidable warrior of the battle general level. The esteemed reputation of the one-armed gun demon Lu Laozu was well known to Yang Wu, even when he was merely an intermediate student. He never imagined that Lu Laozu would be such a close friend of Wang Zijin's father. Yang Wu respectfully clasped his fists toward the one-armed elder and said, It is an honor to meet you, Elder Lu. Chapter 007, The Formal Invitation. Yang Wu finally understood why he had joined the Wang family during his simulation. It was precisely because of this one-armed gun demon. When Lu Dahui was still a warrior of the soldier level, he had suffered a grievous injury in the wilderness zone, resulting in the loss of his left arm. Lacking significant backing, he could not obtain the life water, a treasure of such value, with mere soldier-level strength. Typically, a martial artist who became disabled would serve as logistical personnel within their faction, perhaps as an instructor or coach at a martial arts school. However, this esteemed elder Lu continued to accompany martial artist teams into the wilderness zone to hunt monsters, joining lower-tier teams when unable to secure entry into higher-level squads. As Lu Dahui continued to navigate life-and-death situations, his marksmanship reached an unparalleled level of expertise, and his physical prowess ascended to that of a seasoned warrior. Consequently, he earned the moniker of the one-armed gun demon. Yang Wu, adept with the spear, often viewed videos of Lu Dahui's techniques during his training sessions. It is no wonder that upon joining the Wang family, he would receive guidance from such a master, which explains the choices he made in the simulator. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, Wang Zijin smiled and remarked, "Ah Wu, I've heard that your weapon of choice is indeed the spear. Now that you've joined the Wang family, I will certainly request Uncle Lu to take you on as a disciple and impart his spear techniques to you." Lu Dahui, sitting quietly beside them, remained silent. Prior to this meeting, Wang Zijin had already discussed this matter with him. Over the years, Wang Zijin's father had assisted Lu Dahui significantly, leaving him with little choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, at merely 24 years of age, Yang Wu had already become a recognized warrior. Thus accepting such a disciple was not an insurmountable challenge for Lu Dahui. "Brother Wang, I have only just passed the preliminary warrior assessment and have yet to participate in the combat examination," Yang Wu said calmly. Wang Zijin shrugged and smiled gently. "Given your strength, Ah Wu, passing the combat examination should be a mere formality. Uncle Lu is right here before you. Such an opportunity is rare." Yang Wu had previously defeated 5 opponents of advanced student rank, even while he himself was merely at the advanced student level, which gave Wang Zijin great confidence in Yang Wu's ability to succeed in the combat examination. Realizing the conversation could not be diverted, Yang Wu straightforwardly stated, "Brother Wang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have other plans and may not be able to join the Wang family." Had the simulator not appeared, becoming Lu Dahui's disciple would indeed have been a favorable choice. However, having recently undergone a simulation, Yang Wu's physical capabilities had already reached the advanced warrior level. He anticipated that within a few months, he would surpass the prowess of the one-armed gun demon before him. Thus, seeking him as a mentor at this juncture did not seem prudent. Witnessing Yang Wu's refusal, Su Feiyue, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected loudly, "Yang Wu, Brother Wang is extending you a favor. Do not be ungrateful." Su Feiyue, Wang Zijin's personal bodyguard with intermediate warrior strength, harbored some discontent regarding Wang Zijin's preferential treatment of Yang Wu. Seeing Wang Zijin enlist the one-armed gun demon to win over Yang Wu only stoked his jealousy. Such preferential treatment was something he had never received since joining the Wang family, and yet Yang Wu had the audacity to reject it. Therefore, Su Feiyue's anger erupted uncontrollably. As Su Feiyue's words hung in the air, Wang Zijin's expression darkened instantly. Before Yang Wu could respond, Wang Zijin, suppressing his fury, spoke, "Feiyue, you've had too much to drink. Step outside and sober up." "Brother Wang." Su Feiyue had entered the private room and had not had the chance to indulge in any drinks. "Leave now." Wang Zijin's tone grew more severe. At this moment, his anger reached a boiling point. Yang Wu was his esteemed guest, a burgeoning warrior with vast connections and exceptional talent. His efforts to ally with Yang Wu were intended to secure his loyalty. While he could afford to try again if this attempt failed, Su Feiyue's outburst had irreparably offended Yang Wu. Yet, Su Feiyue was the strongest warrior among Wang Zijin's subordinates, making it difficult to unleash his wrath directly upon him. He could only request that Su Feiyue withdraw temporarily. Su Feiyue glared at Yang Wu with palpable resentment before exiting the room, humiliated by Wang Zijin's reprimand. However, he did not blame Wang Zijin. Instead, he directed his animosity towards Yang Wu. "Brother Wang, you see, Yang Wu appears somewhat distressed," said Lu Dahui, who had remained composed throughout. "Ah Wu, I apologize for my subordinate's lack of decorum. Please do not take offense." After Su Feiyue left the private room, Wang Zijin smiled and offered his apologies, adding, "Let us disregard him and enjoy our meal while we converse." Lu Dahui nodded slightly, unconcerned by the incident. His presence here was solely to honor Wang Zijin's father, and as a renowned warrior, he would not dwell on trivial matters like Su Feiyue's outburst. Yang Wu, too, paid little mind to Su Feiyue. In terms of strength, he had already surpassed him significantly. However, Wang Zijin's treatment of Su Feiyue only strengthened Yang Wu's resolve not to join the Wang family. After all, regardless of any missteps, Su Feiyue was one of Wang Zijin's closest confidants, and the manner in which Wang Zijin had handled the situation left no room for doubt about how Yang Wu might be treated in the future should he join the family. As the meal progressed, Wang Zijin solemnly asked, "Ah Wu, the treatment we offer warriors in the Wang family is among the best of the 12 great families in Huaxia. In addition to a standalone villa, there's also a starting fund of 2 million Huaxia coins. Other martial arts schools usually offer a starting fund of around 100,000. It is rare for other families to offer a starting fund of 200 million. If you join our Wang family, I can ensure that your starting fund is increased to 500 million. Moreover, the Wang family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, the only one belonging to Huaxia. Should you join us, you would be able to leverage the resources of the HR Alliance across the globe. The maximum starting fund offered to warriors by the Wang family is typically 2 million. The additional 3 million would come from Wang Zijin's own pocket. For him, investing 3 million to attract a moderately talented warrior was a worthy endeavor. 500 million Huaxia coins is indeed a substantial sum for a newly minted warrior. Given the Wang family's standing in Huaxia, Wang Zijin was uncertain how Yang Wu could refuse such an offer. "Brother, the terms you present are indeed generous. However, I have already resolved to join the Extreme Martial Arts School to hone my skills in the wilderness, so I fear I must decline your goodwill," Yang Wu replied. He was well aware of the Wang family's immense power. In the original narrative, 2 direct descendants of the Wang family had attempted to pursue the female lead Su Xin, one even going so far as to assault Luo Feng's family in the Kyoto Bay City. Yet, despite such actions, the Wang family had not suffered significant repercussions. Nonetheless, Yang Wu remained resolute in his refusal. With the advantages bestowed upon him by the simulator, joining the Wang family felt like an unwelcome constraint, and he had no intention of ensnaring himself. Upon hearing Yang Wu's refusal once more, Wang Zijin's face briefly reflected disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Very well, each person has their own aspirations. If you choose not to join the Wang family, I will not press you. However, should you change your mind, the doors of the Wang family will always be open to you." "Absolutely," Yang Wu replied with a smile, raising his glass. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. Yang Wu had inadvertently crushed the wine glass in his hand. The glass shattered into several pieces, spilling wine across the table. Lu Dahui, who had maintained a serene demeanor, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Outside the private room, Su Feiyue was startled and rushed back in. "Brother Wang, are you all right?" "Iem me fine. Please step outside and have someone clean this up," Wang Zijin instructed Su Feiyue, pointing at the debris on the floor. "Yes." Su Feiyue shot Yang Wu a final glare before exiting the room. Moments later, the shards of glass were cleared away by the staff. "Brother Wang, I truly apologize," Yang Wu said contritely. "I just passed my preliminary warrior assessment, and I'm still mastering control over my strength. It's merely a glass. There is no need to dwell on it." Wang Zijin waved dismissively. Chapter 008, Testing Strength. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Yang Wu prepared to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, he was unexpectedly called back by Lu Dahui, young man from the Yang family. Lu Dahui, who had been silent until now, suddenly addressed Yang Wu. "If you're not inclined to join the Wang family, would you consider becoming my disciple? Although I am merely an intermediate battle general, I possess a fair understanding of marksmanship, and I pledge to impart all my skills to you." Upon hearing Lu Dahui's proposition, Yang Wu remained noncommittal. Yet Wang Zijin was left utterly astonished. Lu Dahui's marksmanship was renowned within the martial circles of the Jiangnan Bay City. After all, he had earned the moniker of the one-armed gun demon. The fact that such a distinguished martial artist would voluntarily offer to take on a disciple, without any strings attached, was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, Lu Dahui felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Just moments earlier, Yang Wu had crushed his wine cup, and though Wang Zijin, who was not yet a martial artist, had not perceived anything amiss, the seasoned Lu Dahui immediately recognized the truth. Yang Wu's punching power must exceed 2,000 kilograms. For someone who had just passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, achieving such strength could only be attributed to a successful cultivation of genetic potential. There was no other explanation. Within less than a day of passing the assessment, he had successfully sensed cosmic energy, and his strength had surged by over 1,000 kilograms. Such talent surely promised a future at the battle general level, and perhaps even the realm of the battle god was not beyond reach. Lu Dahui mused silently. "Senior Lu, Yang Wu replied with a slight bow. I must apologize. I cannot accept your generous offer. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father. Yang Wu was not one to take such a decision lightly. Wang Zijing, upon hearing Yang Wu decline the opportunity to become Lu Dehui's disciple, was even more astounded. An intermediate battle general as a mentor would undoubtedly elevate his status within the Wang family, whereas Lu Dehui was, at present, merely a connection through his father. After the initial shock, the astute Wang Zijing realized that Yang Wu must possess qualities he did not fully understand. Otherwise, a battle general of Lu Dehui's caliber would not have approached him so readily. Wu, Wang Zijing hastily interjected. Uncle Lu is exceedingly well known in the martial circles of Jiangnan Bay City. Rest assured, even if you become his disciple, I, Wang Zijing, will not compel you to join the Wang family. Though he was uncertain of the events unfolding, Wang Zijing was determined to win Yang Wu over. Brother Wang, how could I possibly be unaware of Senior Lu's esteemed reputation? Yang Wu responded. However, the matter of becoming a disciple is of great significance, and I must contemplate it thoroughly. Once those words left his mouth, both Lu Dehui and Wang Zijing understood that the opportunity for mentorship had slipped away. After Yang Wu departed, only Wang Zijing and Lu Dehui remained in the private room. Uncle Lu, Wang Zijing rose respectfully and inquired. Was there an underlying reason for your eagerness to take Yang Wu as your disciple? Lu Dehui downed his drink and replied slowly. This individual possesses considerable talent. He should be able to reach the battle general level in the future. Battle general level? Wang Zijing exclaimed in surprise. Is that truly the case, Uncle Lu? Indeed. Lu Dehui nodded slightly. The fact that he could crush that wine cup indicates his strength exceeds 2,000 kilograms. After all these years of surviving in the wilderness, I have developed a keen eye for such matters. 2,000 kilograms? Does that not mean Yang Wu already possesses the strength of an intermediate warrior? Wang Zijing queried, pouring Lu Dehui another drink, his mind racing. While he himself lacked the talent, he was well acquainted with many martial artists, and he understood the classifications of warrior strength clearly. Precisely, Lu Dehui affirmed. He must have successfully cultivated his genetic potential, which accounts for his remarkable increase in strength. In less than a day's time, he has successfully sensed cosmic energy. His aptitude is truly impressive. Lu Dehui lamented. It is a pity that I was refused the opportunity to take him as my disciple. In truth, Lu Dehui had not initially intended to take on a disciple. His presence here was solely due to his respect for Wang Zijing's father. Thus, if Yang Wu expressed no desire to join the Wang family, Lu Dehui would not have actively sought to take him under his wing. However, upon witnessing Yang Wu's extraordinary talent, Lu Dehui's resolve began to waver. Individuals with Yang Wu's genius were typically recruited by major factions immediately following their preliminary assessments. It was a stroke of luck for Lu Dehui to encounter such a talent. He was growing older, and if he could take Yang Wu as his disciple and guide him, once Yang Wu reached the battle general level, he would surely be of great assistance. After all, the bond between a master and disciple is steadfast. Sadly, his prowess had failed to impress the young man. Wang Zijing, upon hearing Lu Dehui's lament, felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had demonstrated greater sincerity earlier. He had initially offered a startup fund of 5 million, believing that Yang Wu could attain advanced warrior status in the future and that his connections with various martial artists would provide ample support. However, for a potential battle general, 5 million seemed rather insignificant. While a battle general might not hold much weight for the Wang family as a whole, for Wang Zijing, it represented a substantial advantage. After all, the strongest individual in his circle, Su Feiyue, was merely at the intermediate warrior level. It seemed clear that he must find a way to win Yang Wu over. Wang Zijing resolved silently. Lu Dehui, perceiving Wang Zijing's expression, understood his thoughts and cautioned. Zijing, this individual harbors considerable ambition. He is not someone you can easily sway. Ambition? Wang Zijing smiled slightly, exuding confidence. If I cannot persuade him, surely my father can. Is there not ample room within the vast Wang family for his ambitions? Even if he were to break through to the battle general level, or even the battle god level, our Wang family would still be able to accommodate him. Though he spoke with bravado, Wang Zijing privately doubted Yang Wu's chances of ever reaching the battle god level. With billions of people in the world, there were barely over 3,000 battle god level warriors. Should Yang Wu achieve such a breakthrough, based on their relationship, even without joining the Wang family, Wang Zijing would still benefit immensely. In the city of Yangzhou, in the Yayan district, after leaving the HR Alliance Mall, Yang Wu soon arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Brother Yang, greetings. Along the way, A multitude of martial arts students greeted him respectfully as he ascended to the third floor of the teaching building. "Brother Yang, you're here." As Yang Wu entered the hall, a dozen senior students enthusiastically welcomed him. In the past, some had referred to him as Little Yang, but today, that title was nowhere to be heard. "Brother Yang, I heard you and the madman both passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Is that true?" One senior student inquired curiously. "It was merely luck." Yang Wu replied modestly. "You are far too humble, Brother Yang." Another chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Yang. When will you have time to give me some guidance?" A swarm of students gathered around Yang Wu with enthusiasm. "Of course." Yang Wu smiled. "In truth, I merely took a step ahead. If everyone puts in the effort, you can all pass the assessment too. I have some matters to attend to, so I must head upstairs." With that, Yang Wu hastily made his way toward the staircase leading to the fourth floor. The exuberance of the students was overwhelming, and he feared that lingering on the third floor for strength testing would incite a commotion. The fourth floor of the teaching building was a space frequented by instructors and coaches, and students were not permitted entry. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, the senior students quickly parted to make way for him, watching with envious eyes as he ascended. Beside the staircase on the fourth floor, a small room housed an elderly man on duty. Upon seeing Yang Wu approach, the elder stood and smiled. "Yang Wu, you have longed to ascend to the fourth floor. Today, your wish is finally fulfilled." "Uncle," Yang Wu greeted the elder with a slight bow. "I'm going to the fourth floor to test my strength." "Go ahead," the elder replied with a smile. As time has progressed, it is now quite late. Instructor Jiang Yin and several other teachers have completed their lessons and departed from the martial arts hall. Thus, within the spacious training area on the fourth floor, only Yang Wu remains. Observing the array of advanced training equipment around him, Yang Wu feels a surge of joy. It is time to test his own strength. With a determined thought, Yang Wu swiftly approaches the punch power testing machine situated in the corner of the training hall. He takes a deep breath. Then with a resounding thud, his right fist strikes the target of the machine with tremendous force. The target shakes violently, and almost instantaneously, the screen of the testing machine displays a figure, 6,231 kilograms. Generally speaking, a baseline of 4,000 kilograms signifies an advanced warrior, while 8,000 kilograms marks the threshold for a junior battle general. However, these figures merely serve as rough standards. Strength is not solely determined by physical attributes, but rather assessed by one's achievements in slaying monsters. After all, physical prowess is but one facet of strength. Although Yang Wu now possesses the physical capabilities of an advanced warrior, his lack of practical combat experience leaves him ill-equipped to face high-level B soldiers. "It seems that my physical prowess exceeds the mere threshold of an advanced warrior." Looking at the numbers on the screen, Yang Wu feels a thrill of excitement. Next, he decides to test his speed. He moves to the speed testing machine, activates it, and steps onto the track. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propels himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly reaching the opposite end of the track. After coming to a stop, he glances at the speed testing machine, which reveals a reading of 794 ms. Excellent. Seeing the results fills Yang Wu with delight. Typically, a speed of 60 meters per second signifies the baseline of an advanced warrior, while 90 meters per second confirms the threshold for a junior battle general. Finally, he prepares to test his neural reaction speed. Yang Wu activates the neural reaction testing machine, setting it to the advanced warrior mode, and steps into the testing room. 1 minute later, he exits, glancing at the screen, which indicates 60 seconds, 17 hits, no contact with the red light, with an excellent rating. Strength, 6,231 kilograms. Speed, 794 meters per second. Neural reaction speed, advanced warrior level, excellent. Such physical attributes place him among the upper echelons of advanced warriors. However, despite his physical strength reaching the advanced warrior level, his proficiency in techniques such as body mechanics, marksmanship, and agility still lingers at his previous level, which explains the earlier incident of shattering a wine glass. From this point forward, I must fully convert my physical strength into actual combat ability. Otherwise, I will remain merely a paper tiger with no real power, Yang Wu muses. After assessing his capabilities, he casually selects a suitable spear from the weapon room and begins to practice in the expansive hall on the fourth floor. He performs sweeping motions, thrusts, advances, diagonal strikes, and heavy blows. Standing firm, Yang Wu executes various fundamental spear techniques with impeccable precision, akin to a textbook example. It is precisely due to such a solid foundation that he has been able to guide Luo Feng in his training previously. Thus, he continues to practice until 10 o'clock in the evening before finally returning home. Chapter 009. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven Cultivation Method. The following morning, after having breakfast, Yang Wu decides against heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for training. His physical capabilities have now reached the advanced warrior level, marking a significant progression. Even Luo Feng from the original narrative, endowed with the enhancement of mental power, only increased his strength by 2,000 kilograms upon his first successful cultivation of gene origin energy. Yet here stands Yang Wu, who is yet to cultivate gene origin energy, already boasting a strength exceeding 6,000 kilograms. Typically, humans undergo a span of over a decade from birth to their first successful cultivation of gene origin energy, during which their bodies have never absorbed such energy. Consequently, the initial success in cultivation leads to the most considerable enhancement. An increase of several hundred kilograms is considered ordinary. A rise of 2,000 kilograms marks one as a genius. Such prodigies are rare, appearing perhaps once or twice a year in a base city. However, an anomaly like Yang Wu, who has enhanced his strength by over 5,000 kilograms, is a rarity that may not be seen for ages. Should Jiang Yin discover such talent, he would undoubtedly recruit him preemptively, much like Luo Feng. Yet, this is still insufficient. Yang Wu is acutely aware that numerous treasures exist in this world capable of enhancing physical attributes. And mere physical prowess is unlikely to capture the attention of the higher-ups at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, Yang Wu is already 24 years old. Typically, the ages between 16 and 30 mark the period of fastest advancement for martial artists. As one grows older, progress becomes increasingly challenging. He recalls a character from the original narrative, Su Xian suitor Guahai, who, at the age of 22, was on the cusp of attaining high-level battle general status. Yet, even this genius did not garner significant attention from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. How much notice could Yang Wu attract by merely reaching the advanced warrior level? Perhaps after my next simulation, when I choose the path of martial enlightenment, I shall achieve remarkable results. Yang Wu silently contemplates, noting that the next simulation, as indicated by the simulator, is scheduled for a month later, perfectly timed before the practical assessment. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven Cultivation Method. Opting to avoid the crowd at the martial arts hall, Yang Wu decides to initiate his cultivation of gene origin energy. He returns to his room, sits on his bed, crosses his legs with the soles of his feet facing upward, places his hands on his thighs with palms facing upwards, and keeps his back straight. The first attempt to sense cosmic energy is the most challenging. Even a genius like Luo Feng managed to perceive it within a day. How long will it take me? Yang Wu muses with anticipation, gradually adjusting his breath while maintaining the 5 Hearts Towards Heaven posture, slowly attuning himself to the cosmic energy. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashes through Yang Wu's mind, as if he has undergone countless iterations of cultivating gene origin energy. Could this be the effect of the time simulator? Though surprised, Yang Wu's body moves with purpose, instinctively adjusting his actions according to the familiar memories in his mind. He then closes his eyes, calms his thoughts, and silently begins to sense the cosmic energy. As seconds tick by, 5 minutes later, Yang Wu finds himself deep in meditation. Suddenly, streams of peculiar energy begin to flow through the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Baihui point atop his head, gradually entering his body. Is this the cosmic energy? Yang Wu diligently attunes himself to the extraordinary energy coursing into him. Upon entering his body, this formless, intangible cosmic energy is voraciously consumed by every cell within him. In turn, countless cells grow stronger, and under their influence, Yang Wu's physique undergoes a remarkable transformation. Both the skin on his surface and the internal structures of his bones and muscles rapidly fortify. Although this transformation occurs at a slower pace compared to the rewards from the simulator, its profundity is unmistakable. Yang Wu's bone density steadily increases. His cells continue to divide and strengthen, and his body weight also begins to rise. Ding, ding, ding. As the clock strikes noon, Yang Wu remains engrossed in his practice within his room. Fortunately, he had previously informed his parents of his training, so neither Yang Yuanda nor Lu Yuhua interrupts him for a meal. Thus, the hours pass, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Wu finally opens his eyes. How long have I been cultivating? Glancing at the clock on the wall, he is momentarily astonished to see the time indicating 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the midst of his cultivation, Yang Wugen was utterly oblivious to the passage of time, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was already afternoon upon completing his practice. With noon having come and gone, he decided to have a meal first. A thought flickered in Yang Wu's mind, prompting him to rise from his bed. However, with a sudden crack, all his movements came to an abrupt halt. The bed's armrest had been crushed in his grip. What on earth was happening? Throughout the previous night, Yang Wu had been familiarizing himself with his newfound strength, although he had yet to master it completely. He certainly did not expect to lose control to this extent. Wu, what is wrong? Hearing the commotion from Yang Wu's room, Lu Yuhua, who was watching television in the living room, hurriedly stood up and called out as she rushed toward his room. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just cultivating. Please don't come in yet. Yang Wu quickly replied. He dared not let Lu Yuhua enter, for he was still unable to control his strength. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently harm his mother. Wu, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Our family's life is already quite good. Lu Yuhua paused her steps, but continued to express her concern. Mom, I understand. It was just an accident. I'll be fine in a bit. All right then. Wu, if anything happens, just call for me. Though she halted her advance, Lu Yuhua found it impossible to settle back down to her television program. I know. Yang Wu responded to his mother and began to attentively sense the surge of power within him. To his astonishment, he realized that merely half a day had passed. Yet his strength had increased significantly. Could it be that my physical prowess has reached the level of a junior general? Yang Wu found this hard to believe. He had never harbored high hopes regarding his own talents. Unlike Luo Feng, who possessed remarkable mentalist abilities, achieving a mere enhancement of a few hundred kilograms upon his first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy would have been commendable. However, if his strength had only increased by a few hundred kilograms, it would not account for the current situation. Left with no alternative, Yang Wu cautiously adapted to the surge of power within his room. As night fell, he capitalized on the absence of instructor Jiang Yin and other teachers, who had returned home to rest, and ventured alone to the fourth-floor training hall of the martial arts center. Moments later, as he gazed at the numbers displayed on the punching power testing machine, an uncontrollable excitement spread across his face. The display clearly read 9,271 kilograms. 9,000 kilograms. A junior general. Yang Wu clenched his fists in exhilaration. Even when he had previously simulated a scenario and achieved the strength of a senior warrior, he had never felt such elation. This surge in power was entirely the result of his own efforts, not a gift bestowed by any external means. After a while, having completed further tests of his speed and neural response, Yang Wu finally calmed himself. There was something peculiar about this sudden increase in power. What could be the reason behind it? While Yang Wu firmly believed he would become a formidable fighter, he had not yet attained the confidence that he could increase his strength by over 3,000 kilograms on his very first attempt at cultivating genetic primal energy. Thus, there must be a reason for this phenomenon that he was unaware of. Could it be that my foundation is superior to that of other aspiring warriors? Yang Wu finally grasped the crux of the issue. Other warriors, when cultivating genetic primal energy, typically achieved only around 1,000 kilograms of punching power, whereas he had 6 times that amount. Hence, the increase in strength following the cultivation of genetic primal energy should naturally be greater for him. With this revelation, Yang Wu quickly calculated in his mind, realizing that based on a starting point of 1,000 kilograms of punching power, his increase was approximately 500 kilograms. This figure seemed more in line with his inherent talents. If only I had known that such a significant increase in strength awaited me, I would have refrained from cultivating prematurely. Yang Wu mused aloud. Fortunately, the 4th floor was devoid of others. Otherwise, he would surely have been scorned for taking advantage of his newfound powers while appearing self-deprecating. Nonetheless, Yang Wu spoke from the heart. It turned out that he had yet to fully master the strength of a senior warrior, and now, with his physical prowess reaching the level of a junior general, he was at a loss on how to proceed. For the time being, he realized he could not continue cultivating genetic primal energy until he had fully assimilated his newfound strength. Yang Wu thought to himself. Chapter 010. Simulation once more. In the following days, Luo Feng was still recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Just as before, and when he moved, Yang Wu accompanied him to take a look. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the standalone villas in Mingyue community, there was a fleeting moment when Yang Wu contemplated showcasing his strength. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself, for it was merely a matter of a month. Thus, Yang Wu began to continuously refine his physical strength, and after a month, he finally grasped the initial mastery of his general-level power. The date had now arrived at July 31st. On this night, with the moon high in the sky and the stars twinkling, the Lanta community was enveloped in tranquility as everyone had already retired for the night. Yet in a room on the 26th floor of one building, Yang Wu, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sat upright. The simulator's time had finally arrived. Yang Wu inhaled deeply with excitement. Whether he would make a remarkable impression the following day hinged on the gains from this simulation. At precisely midnight, the simulation count on the simulator refreshed. Current simulation count, 1 time. Would you like to begin the simulation of life immediately? Yes, Yang Wu commanded in his heart. Instantly, a line of text reappeared on the simulator panel before Yang Wu. The characters in the simulated life are created by the simulator itself, and the memories differ from those of the host. Please operate with caution. Please choose the personality of the simulated character. 1. Steady. 2. Greedy. 3. Brave. Why are the options different from last time? And what is this greed all about? Yang Wu felt somewhat bewildered as he regarded the 3 choices before him. The options had changed, but was there truly a need for the greed option? Surely no one would choose that. Having dismissed the greedy option, Yang Wu began to waver between steady and brave. Logically, Yang Wu wished to select the steady option, as it should align closely with the cautious persona from his previous simulation. However, during the last simulation, the cautious Yang Wu had not chosen to venture into the wilderness area, and now, in pursuit of maximizing his combat experience, he could not afford to make such a choice. After much contemplation, Yang Wu ultimately opted for the brave personality. Subsequently, a plethora of text began to materialize on the simulator panel. At 24 years old, you have passed the practical assessment for aspiring warriors, becoming a true martial artist. During the assessment, you showcased your initial general-level physical prowess. Upon confirming that you did not utilize any items to enhance your physical attributes, you were approached by 2 major martial arts academies, the HR Alliance and the Chinese military. After careful consideration, you chose to join the most powerful military force within your homeland, becoming a member of a special military team, holding the rank of major. After joining the military, you accompanied your special team on numerous missions into the wilderness area, rapidly enhancing your combat experience. At 25 years old, having become a mid-level general, you encountered a life-and-death crisis in the wilderness area, during which your marksmanship reached the expert level, allowing you to narrowly escape calamity. Simultaneously, due to your friend Luo Feng suddenly becoming an inspector at the Jiangnan base city of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, upon learning of your connection with Luo Feng, your superiors assigned you to the Southeast Military District, where you became the captain of Luo Feng's personal guard. With Luo Feng's assistance, your strength soared. At 26 years old, your physical attributes reached the level of a senior general, and your agility improved significantly. However, your friend Luo Feng, after entering an ancient civilization relic, was suspected to have fallen. Subsequently, your superiors reassigned you, and you became the captain of a special warrior team. After the announcement of Luo Feng's demise by the Extreme Martial Arts School, his family fell victim to the vengeance of a high-ranking war god, the vulture-like Liao. Luo Feng's brother, Luo Hua, sought your assistance, prompting you to enlist the help of a friend within your military circle for their protection. Suddenly, you received an urgent summons to carry out a special mission in the wilderness zone. While leading your elite warrior team en route to fulfill this task, you encountered a mysterious war god clad in pitch-black battle attire who ambushed you. In a valiant effort to shield your comrades' escape, you were struck down in a single blow. Another demise? After reading this, Yang Wu began to question the wisdom of aligning himself with Luo Feng. His intentions were merely to gain favor with a powerful ally. Yet not only did he fail to secure that alliance, but he also suffered a fatal consequence. It was evident without a doubt that the formidable figure in the simulator, draped in dark combat garb, was undoubtedly Liao, the vulture. Yang Wu was genuinely taken aback by how swiftly this simulation ended compared to his previous experience. Nevertheless, he did reap some rewards. His physical prowess had ascended to the level of a high-ranking warrior, and both his marksmanship and agility had seen significant advancements. Particularly, his shooting skills had reached an exceptional level of proficiency. Indeed, it was in the crucible of life and death that breakthroughs were most readily achieved. Observing his simulated self attain a mastery of marksmanship amidst the direst of circumstances, Yang Wu couldn't help but reflect. Simulation concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. 1. Martial arts proficiency at the age of 26. 2. Martial arts insights at the age of 26. 3. Life experiences from the simulation. I choose option 2. Although the allure of a high-ranking warrior's physical capabilities was tempting, Yang Wu resolutely dismissed it. He felt akin to a child wielding a weapon. Even with the physicality of a high-ranking warrior, it merely rendered his weapon sharper. Without the mastery of this newfound strength, his potential remained largely untapped. At the very moment Yang Wu made his selection, a plethora of combat experiences and techniques flooded his mind. The myriad forms of marksmanship and agility he had previously practiced coalesced into a remarkable understanding. Regrettably, his agility still fell short of the refined level, and he had not acquired the techniques for harnessing power within the simulator. As he absorbed the various martial arts insights, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. Among the countless combat memories, he recalled having purchased an A-grade manual within the simulator to practice the power techniques, but alas, he had not succeeded. However, even if he had mastered those techniques, he could not showcase them at present. The ownership of manuals is treated with utmost gravity among martial artists. Should Yang Wu display techniques from a manual he had not purchased in reality, he would risk being apprehended by several powerful factions for engaging in clandestine plagiarism and infringing upon the original author's rights. Once I secure a contract with a martial arts school, I must acquire a formidable manual to facilitate my training during simulations, Yang Wu mused inwardly. Chapter 011. Departure. In the early hours before dawn on August 1st, Yang Wu eagerly arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts School. At this hour, only a handful of students were training, and as Yang Wu ascended to the 4th floor, he found it entirely deserted. Entering the weapons room, he beheld an array of weapons displayed on the racks. Swords, guns, staffs, clubs, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. The collection was extensive. The Breakthrough Spear. Yang Wu had consistently wielded the Breakthrough series of long spears. Thus he opted for this particular model once more. Opening one of the cabinets revealed several spears of the same make. Whoosh! Yang Wu retrieved the long spear he had chosen after his last breakthrough. Weighing it in his hands, only to find it somewhat light. Selecting another, after several attempts, Yang Wu still could not find a spear that suited him. His physical prowess had already reached the level of an elementary warrior, yet within the entirety of Yangzhou City, only 3 war-level martial artists resided at the Extreme Martial Arts School, all stationed at the main hall in Minghui Community. This branch, situated in the Yain district, only boasted an instructor of high warrior caliber, Jiang Yan, and thus lacked suitable training weapons for war-level practitioners. In exasperation, Yang Wu settled on the heaviest spear within the Breakthrough series, which weighed a staggering 159 kilograms. Having selected his weapon, he commenced practicing his marksmanship in the training hall. Thrust. Yang Wu grasped the spear with his left hand, while his right clutched the tail, suddenly exerting force. With a swift twist of his right wrist, the spear sprang to life, whirling and lunging forward. This maneuver was an exquisite technique, capable of bewildering foes while enhancing the spear's penetrative power. In the past, Yang Wu would have struggled to execute such a technique, and any attempts might have resulted in self-injury. However, with his current skill level, he performed the move with remarkable ease. Thrust, 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 sweep, sweep, sweep. Yang Wu continued to exert himself, repeatedly demonstrating the marksmanship and agility he had mastered in the simulation. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his communication watch chimed. A Feng. Halting his movements, Yang Wu answered the call. Bratodiang. Luo Feng's voice resonated from a watch. When will you arrive? I'm waiting for you in the hall. I'll be there shortly. Yang Wu replied, returning the Breakthrough spear to its place. The martial artist practical assessment was to take place outside the base city, so the aspirants from Yangzhou City preparing for the evaluation were to convene at the Extreme Hall beforehand. Ending the call, Yang Wu hurried towards the Minghui Community. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Hall's first-floor lobby, where over 20 aspiring martial artists had already gathered. Brother Yang, over here, Luo Feng called out loudly. The news of Luo Feng's prior recruitment by the martial arts school had already spread among the aspirants, and thus, his call drew the attention of all in the lobby towards Yang Wu and him. Yang Wu quickly approached Luo Feng, smiling. Ah Feng, you're quite the sensation. Luo Feng chuckled, teasing, What's this, Brother Yang? Are you feeling a bit envious? Envious of you? Yang Wu lightly shook his head, responding with a grin. Just wait until the practical assessment. You'll see how I carve my path. Having mastered marksmanship at an expert level, Yang Wu was determined to make a striking impression during the assessment. Luo Feng smiled, not taking Yang Wu's words to heart. Although his current strength surpassed Yang Wu's by a considerable margin, and he had even awakened his mental power, he would never forget the assistance Yang Wu had once provided him. Before long, the 30 or so aspirants from Yangzhou City gathered for the practical assessment had assembled, and under the guidance of a martial artist from the Extreme Hall, they made their way to the train station. Chug, chug. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks grew louder as a lengthy iron train came to a gradual stop. Having awaited their arrival, Yang Wu and the others boarded the train under the leadership of the official martial artist. At this time, numerous aspirants were already on board, mingling in small groups, engaged in lively conversation, creating a bustling atmosphere. Yang Wu and Luo Feng chose a quiet spot to sit, yet they were frequently interrupted by others eager to chat with Luo Feng. Finding it rather tiresome, they were relieved when, after the last batch of aspirants boarded, the large screen in the center of the carriage suddenly illuminated. Representatives from various factions began to address the soon-to-be warriors, attempting to win their favor. the regional supervisor of the HR Alliance, the director of the Jiangnan Bay City's Security Bureau, and the heads of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School and the Extreme Martial Arts School, all powerful figures, made their appearances. The four representatives' promotional speeches sparked animated discussions among the aspiring martial artists. Brother, once you become a warrior, which faction do you plan to join? I think the military is a solid choice. Within Huaxia, the military's might is unparalleled. Certainly, joining the HR Alliance is the way to go. Not only does it offer lucrative financial rewards, but also provides ample opportunities to thrive across the globe. The aspiring warriors engaged in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. Brother Yang, Luo Feng inquired while conferring with Yang Wu, which faction do you plan to join? Why not consider joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy alongside me? Having already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Luo Feng naturally wished for Yang Wu to join as well. As for me, Yang Wu replied with a smile, I'll need to observe a bit longer. Whichever faction offers the better benefits, that's where I shall enlist. A moment later, an announcement resonated through the train's speaker system. Attention, esteemed warriors. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please gather your personal belongings and prepare to disembark. The train gradually decelerated until it came to a complete halt. With a loud clatter, all the compartment doors swung open, and a throng of aspiring warriors streamed forth from the train, entering the expansive military compound. Look outside the barracks, one warrior exclaimed excitedly. The group turned to see several monsters prowling just beyond the perimeter, yet they dared not breach the boundary, for within lay the remains of numerous fallen beasts. Welcome, everyone, boomed a resonant voice amplified through the loudspeakers, reaching the ears of every aspiring warrior. We are pleased to have you at the Jiangnan Bay City Northern Military District. This time, your practical combat assessment, comprising 680 participants, will take place here in our district. We hope that the majority of you will pass the assessment, and we wish for all of you to emerge from this trial alive. With those words, the previously lively atmosphere among the aspiring warriors turned somber. The practical combat assessment, as the name suggests, would wholly simulate the harrowing encounters between warriors and monsters in the wilderness. In past assessments, there had been significant casualties among the participants. I have toiled for so many years, and I am just one step away from becoming a true warrior. I cannot afford to give up now. Lugo proposed. This assessment is quite perilous. Why don't we form a small team? Many of the over 1,000 aspiring warriors, feeling their own inadequacies, began to seek companions. Chapter 12. Monster Town. By now, it was nearing noon, and the military district had prepared a sumptuous lunch for the aspiring warriors. To avoid drawing attention, Luo Feng and Yang Wu seated themselves in a corner of the dining hall. There are truly a great many participants, Luo Feng remarked, surveying the bustling crowd. This practical combat assessment occurs only twice a year in each base city. Given the accumulated numbers over half a year, along with those who were injured or missed previous assessments, it's no surprise there are so many here. Yang Wu replied fully. Wait, is this actually meat for monsters? Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment after taking a bite of his dish. The prices of monster meat in the base city were astonishingly high. Even the lowest grade would cost over 100 yuan per pound, making it a rarity for ordinary citizens to indulge. Before becoming a warrior, Yang Wu could only afford to eat it about once every 2 weeks, while Luo Feng had the opportunity even less frequently. That's no mystery. Yang Wu elucidated that. The high prices in the Bay City are primarily due to exorbitant transportation costs. Here, in the military camp, however, this low-grade monster meat is abundant and likely easier to obtain than vegetables. You possess such extensive knowledge. Luo Feng marveled. Yang Wu chuckled. Having lived 2 lives, he indeed held more common knowledge than Luo Feng, who had only recently graduated high school. Nonetheless, in this world, one's personal strength remained paramount. As they continued their meal, conversing amicably, they soon finished lunch. In the afternoon, all the aspiring warriors gathered in a spacious plaza. At the forefront stood the commanding officers from the Northern Military District and various influential factions. The practical combat assessment was about to commence, and those whose names were called were to step forward to receive their combat uniforms and weapons. An officer on the elevated platform shouted, his voice echoing clearly despite the absence of a microphone. Shortly thereafter, several officers began calling out names, and those summoned stepped forward to collect their gear. Ba Yang. Yang Wu. Upon hearing his name, Yang Wu promptly advanced, accepting his weapons and combat attire from the officer's scrutinizing gaze before stepping aside to don his equipment. Before long, Luo Feng, burdened with his own combat uniform and weaponry, hurried over. Brother Yang. Observing Yang Wu in the process of donning his gear, Luo Feng proposed. How about we form a team for this Monster Town expedition? Although Luo Feng preferred to hone his skills in isolation, he prioritized Yang Wu's safety above all. The practical assessment was indeed treacherous, with casualties occurring every time. Although rescue personnel were on hand, Luo Feng still felt a twinge of concern. Yang Wu smiled upon hearing Luo Feng's words. The assurance in Luo Feng's sentiment rendered his years of effort worthwhile. However, Yang Wu had no intention of joining forces. "Ah Feng, I appreciate your concern, yet I intend to traverse this monster town alone." Upon noticing Luo Feng's inclination to protest, he swiftly added with a smile, "Ah Feng, please hand me my weapon." Brother Yang. Though puzzled, Luo Feng complied and retrieved Yang Wu's spear, only to be met with sudden astonishment. "Brother Yang, what is this?" Luo Feng exclaimed, realizing Yang Wu's spear was even heavier than his own 98 kilograms blood shadow battle blade. "Why?" Yang Wu smiled. "If you, a madman, can greatly enhance your strength, why can't I?" Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback before joyfully inquiring, "Brother Yang, have you successfully cultivated the genetic primal energy?" "Indeed." "Then how much strength have you gained?" Luo Feng asked with a grin. The prospect of Yang Wu's successful cultivation thrilled him. "Approximately 8,000 kilograms. Yang Wu feigned calmness while internally reveling in delight. "I wonder how this future lord of Luo City will react to my statement." As anticipated, Luo Feng's expression morphed into one of disbelief upon hearing Yang Wu's claim. 8,000 kilograms? Brother Yang, are you serious? You aren't exaggerating, are you? Luo Feng's incredulity was evident. He had only managed an increase of just over 2,000 kilograms when he first successfully cultivated the genetic primal energy, aided by his mental prowess. So how could anyone possibly gain 8,000 kilograms in one go? Of course it's true. What reason would I have to deceive you? Yang Wu Chuklet. Just then, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou, Wu Tong, approached them. "Uncle Wu, chief instructor." Yang Wu and Luo Feng greeted him eagerly. "Ah, Yang Wu, I see you here as well. During the assessment, put forth your best effort and strive for a seamless pass." After encouraging Yang Wu, Wu Tong turned to Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, come with me." With that, he led the way. Uncle Wu, following closely behind, Luo Feng suddenly asked, "Is there really a warrior who can increase their strength by 800 kilograms upon first cultivating the genetic primal energy? How could that be?" Wu Tong chuckled. "Luo Feng, that must be a jest from someone else. Is it really impossible?" Although Luo Feng had his doubts, he felt compelled to trust Yang Wu. "Let me put it this way," Wu Tong replied, his tone light yet firm. "You successfully cultivated the genetic primal energy this time, achieving an increase of over 2,000 kilograms. In Jiangnan Bay City, you are one of the few prodigies to do so within a year. As for those who are even more talented, while I haven't personally encountered them, I have heard of a few. However, the most exceptional among them only managed an increase of around 4,000 kilograms, thus qualifying as a high-tier warrior upon becoming a martial artist. 8,000 kilograms, a figure I have never heard of before, is simply inconceivable." As the two conversed, they ascended to the second floor of a tranquil little building. Here, Luo Feng encountered the challenge posed by Wan Dong, a prodigious martial artist from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. However, Luo Feng, preoccupied with contemplating Yang Wu's strength, paid little heed to the provocation. As evening descended, Yang Wu and over 1,000 prospective martial artists, under military escort, traversed for more than half an hour until they finally reached the outskirts of a small town. Roars of various terrifying beasts echoed from within the town, sending shivers down their spines. "Hurry! The number of beasts inside is insufficient. Bring in another 1,200 iron-haired wild boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 tiger mastiffs." The official in charge of the assessments within the town issued his orders. Before long, heavy trucks rolled into the town, each transporting frenzied beasts confined in massive iron cages. 2,000 of the weakest H-grade monsters were delivered to the town, resulting in a staggering increase in the local beast population. "Attention!" An officer called out from a 3-story building within the town. Addressing the crowd, "The practical assessment for prospective martial artists will commence tonight at 6:30 and conclude tomorrow at 6:30. Your task is to hunt as many beasts as possible. The more monsters you slay, the greater your score. For each beast you kill, you must sever its left ear as proof. Killing among prospective martial artists is strictly prohibited. Violators will face immediate execution. Ultimately, only the top 60 scores among you will obtain the qualifications of a prospective martial artist. The rest must wait for the next assessment. Should anyone sustain serious injuries, promptly press the emergency button on your communication wristwatch, and assistance will be dispatched immediately." After delivering these instructions, the officer checked his communication watch and bellowed, "Time's up." All participants in the assessment enter Monster Town. With a grand gesture, the gates of the town swung open, and countless prospective martial artists surged inside. Chapter 013. The assessment begins. Yang, shall we team up? Upon entering Monster Town, Yang, who had just passed the prospective martial artist assessment, approached Yang Wu. While the town forbade infighting among prospective martial artists, collaboration was encouraged, as even in true wilderness areas, most martial artists operated in squads. Yang initially intended to team up with Luo Feng, but having learned of Luo Feng's early recruitment by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he understood that opportunity was slim. Hence, he sought Yang Wu, believing that working together would enhance their chances of success. Brother Bai, I plan to go solo for this assessment. Yang Wu declined by Yang's suggestion, adding, if you find yourself without a partner, I can introduce you to a few. Several acquaintances of Yang Wu participating in the prospective martial artist assessment were indeed present. While not particularly close, forming a team would benefit both parties, and none would refuse such an opportunity. No need, Yang, Yang replied, shaking his head. I can find some of myself. Yang was not limited to knowing just Luo Feng and Yang Wu. He simply felt a sense of camaraderie from their previous joint success in passing the assessment. Seeing Yang Wu's reluctance to team up, he chose not to press further. Good, let's survive this assessment. Yang Wu extended a fist to Yang, who grinned in agreement. Likewise, let's make it through alive. Yang then made his way to other familiar prospective martial artists. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, after declining several invitations, wandered alone through the alleys of the town. As night fell, large searchlights illuminated the perimeter of the town, yet many areas remained shrouded in darkness. The beasts within this town were all of the lowest rank, the beast soldier class, posing no threat whatsoever to Yang Wu. Armed with his broken army gun, he ambled through the alleyways. Despite his confidence in his abilities, the plethora of combat experience gleaned from the simulator kept him vigilant. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkened area beside him. The figure was remarkably swift, revealing itself to be a shadow cat, measuring nearly half a meter in length. Its gray fur bristled, and the spikes on its claws glimmered ominously. With a swift motion, the famished shadow cat, recently released from its cage, charged toward Yang Wu at an astonishing speed. Seeking death, Yang Wu sneered, sharply shaking his broken army gun. In an instant, a flash of cold light illuminated the night sky, and the charging shadow cat was swiftly dispatched. Although this marked Yang Wu's first real hunt, he felt no discomfort. Having already slain countless beasts within the simulator, the combat experience felt as if it had been lived through personally. Thud! The substantial corpse of the shadow cat, propelled by its momentum, skidded over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. The body was largely intact, save for a gaping blood hole where its left eye had once been. Yang Wu stepped forward to extract materials from the beast, only then realizing he was amidst the practical assessment for prospective martial artists. With a self-deprecating smile, he swiftly severed the shadow cat's left ear. Placing the beast's ear into his backpack, he quietly awaited the arrival of other monsters. The bloodthirsty nature of the beasts made them highly sensitive to the scent of blood. Given the density of monsters in Monster Town, it would only take moments before numerous creatures converged on his location, sparing Yang Wu the need to search tirelessly. What followed was a relentless slaughter. With his initial combat general-level strength, Yang Wu decimated the lowest-ranked beast soldier class monsters with ease. The scent of blood attracted a horde of creatures, simultaneously causing countless prospective martial artists to steer clear of his vicinity. The broken army gun in Yang Wu's hands became akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of countless beasts. As the pungent smell of blood deterred the remaining monsters from approaching, Yang Wu decided to venture to another location. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless monsters fell before him. And by around 9 p.m., just over 2 hours since the assessment commenced, Yang Wu's backpack was already brimming with severed left ears of the beasts. Meanwhile, not far from the enclosed town, within a large building, a burly officer was seated in a small room, drinking with a muscular man. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the room. Report, Kumin. As Huajian's command echoed, an officer entered the room. What is it? Under normal circumstances, the assessment process would not be interrupted unless there was a pressing matter, prompting Huajian to inquire hastily. Sir, it appears that the number of monsters in Monster Town may be insufficient. Should we immediately transport another batch of beasts? The officer reported promptly. How can that be? Huajian questioned, puzzled. Weren't 2,000 beasts just delivered? Despite his confusion, Huajian decisively ordered, relay my command to transport another 1,000 monsters into the town. We must ensure the practical assessment proceeds smoothly. Additionally, dispatch an elite team to investigate the cause behind the sudden disappearance of the beasts. ensuring the safety of the prospective martial artist participating in the assessment. Though he had never encountered such a situation before, Hua Jun methodically issued various orders. Iron Monkey. The previously silent, burly man suddenly spoke up. I believe I have identified the reason for the mass disappearance of the monsters. What? Hua Jun turned his attention to the muscular man, saying, Old Wong, this is no matter for jest. I have no time for jokes. Look at the screen. The burly man, Wang Heng, pointed at a surveillance screen and shouted. Hua Jun quickly followed Wang Heng's gaze. The screen displayed a scene where more than 10 various monsters were besieging a young warrior in his 20s. In the blink of an eye, the young warrior had slain nearly all of the monsters, leaving a multitude of their corpses strewn across the ground beside him. Is that a master-level marksmanship? Hua Jun mused, momentarily stunned before promptly regaining his composure. He turned to the officer who had not yet departed and commanded, Shao Li, immediately dispatch 1,000 monsters to the town, and bring this individual from the surveillance footage to me at once. Damn it, I've worked hard to capture so many monsters, and he has wiped them out all by himself. Hua Jun chuckled. I must ensure he compensates me. The officer hastily complied with the order. Meanwhile, Wang Heng, upon hearing Hua Jun's laughter, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, Tai Hozi, I discovered this person first. Initially reluctant to disclose this information, Wang Heng realized he could not conceal it any longer. He was unfamiliar with Yang Wu, and given that Hua Jun wielded significant influence over the military district, it was only a matter of time before he unearthed Yang Wu's identity. Their long-standing friendship spanning several decades ultimately compelled Wang Heng to reveal the truth, though he had not anticipated that Hua Jun would also have an interest in Yang Wu. Old Wang, Hua Jun sighed, speaking slowly. You are well aware that our military has always been at the forefront of the battle against monsters, and we are severely lacking in high-ranking combatants. If this individual were merely a marksmanship prodigy, I would certainly not contend with you. However, his physical prowess appears to have reached the level of a junior war general. Such strength cannot be overlooked. Our military cannot afford to let him slip away. Both Hua Jun and Wang Heng were distinguished figures among the senior war generals and could discern Yang Wu's strength through video analysis. After hearing Hua Jun's words, Wang Heng paused momentarily, fully understanding the difficulties faced by the military. Over the years, Hua Jun had also provided him with significant assistance. Tai Hozi, Wang Heng sighed. Given your insistence, how could I possibly contest with you? However, he suddenly shifted his tone. If this individual has not consumed any enhancing substances, then my Thunderbolt Martial Arts School will certainly contend for him. Upon hearing Wang Heng's concession, Hua Jun felt a sense of relief. If the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School had been adamant about competing, he would have had little confidence in successfully recruiting Yang Wu. After all, the conditions were nearly equal for both parties, yet the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School enjoyed greater freedom in their pursuits. Regarding Wang Heng's assertion that he would only compete if Yang Wu had not ingested any enhancing substances, Hua Jun harbored no concerns. Achieving the qualification standard for a quasi-warrior would not naturally elevate one's physical abilities to those of a junior war general. An increase in strength exceeding 8,000 kilograms was, in Hua Jun's extensive experience, an unprecedented anomaly. Chapter 014, Unexpected Events. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Bay City Extreme Martial Arts Hall, one of the four titans, Zhuge Tao, was conversing with Liu, the director of the Jiangnan Bay City Security Bureau, outside the monster town. Zhuge, do you think the little genius your Extreme Martial Arts School recruited can outshine the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School in this assessment? Lu Dong inquired with a smile. The Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School were founded by the strongest fighters in the world, Hong and the Thunder God, respectively. Since their inception, competition between the two schools had been fierce, with both striving to outdo the other in various endeavors, including the recruitment of talented warriors each year. That little fellow, Luo Feng, tends to be quite level-headed. I wonder if he can surprise me this time, Zhuge Tao replied calmly. Recalling Luo Feng's demeanor during a previous provocation by a talented individual from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, which brought a smile to his face. Nevertheless, both Wan Dong and Luo Feng were merely promising young talents, and their contests were merely diversions for Zhuge Tao and others, not to be taken seriously. Just then, a series of monstrous roars suddenly echoed from outside the town. What is happening? Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong were alarmed, quickly glancing behind them. They spotted several heavy trucks approaching the monster town. These are vehicles transporting monsters, Lu Dong remarked, puzzled. What is Hua Jun doing, transporting monsters at this hour? Wait. Zhuge Tao's expression turned serious. Before the assessment began, Hua Jun had already dispatched a batch of monsters. The fact that he is sending more now indicates that something unusual is occurring. We should investigate together. Agreed. With that, Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong proceeded towards the large building where Ho Jun and Wang Heng were located. Having just finished dispatching a wave of approaching monsters, Yang Wu was preparing to move to another location to continue his hunt when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Yang Wu looked up to see several military warriors in combat uniforms rushing towards him. What's going on? Yang Wu wondered, feeling a twinge of wariness. In Yang Wu's understanding, if a quasi-warrior had not activated the distress signal, these individuals would not have arrived at all. Candidate Yang Wu, please remain calm. We are military personnel responsible for the assessment. We simply require your cooperation, the leading officer said, noticing Yang Wu's vigilant demeanor. He slowed his pace, explaining their purpose while producing his identification. Yang Wu's expression softened as he nodded to the group and asked, "What do you need from me?" The officer, astonished by the numerous monster corpses surrounding Yang Wu, approached him and stated, "Candidate Yang Wu, the commander of our northern military district wishes to see you. Please follow us." Upon hearing this, Yang Wu understood that his combat performance had been observed. Understood, Yang Wu replied and followed the group out of the monster town. Inside a small room within the large building, Wang Heng and Ho Jun had lost interest in their drinks. Tai Hozi, have you not yet discovered this person's information? We must not let Zhuge Tao from the Extreme Martial Arts School snatch him away, Wang Heng expressed. It's one thing if he goes to the military of Huaxia, but if such a genius is taken by someone from the Extreme Martial Arts School, I'd be utterly disheartened. I've already dispatched someone to investigate. But it won't be quick. Why are you so impatient? This person could very well have been a student of your Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Ho Jun replied calmly. He had already gained the upper hand and felt no rush. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. They've arrived. Ho Jun's face lit up, and he called out, "Come in." "Ha ha." Laughter echoed from outside the door as Lu Dong entered. "Old Ho, it seems you're quite comfortable hiding in here with a drink. What brings you here?" Both Wang Heng and Ho Jun frowned upon hearing Lu Dong's voice. Though both belonged to the same nation, they were part of different factions and faced considerable competition. Their discomfort only grew when they saw Zhuge Tao enter as well. "Zhuge, old Lu, what brings you both here?" Ho Jun's expression transformed from one of bitterness to one of cheerfulness, as if performing a magic trick. "Old Ho." Lu Dong wasted no time, his tone turning serious. "Zhuge, and I just saw that soldiers are transporting monsters into the town again. Is something amiss?" "Not at all." A hint of unease crossed Ho Jun's face as he quickly replied, "It's merely a minor miscalculation regarding the monster count earlier. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves right now. Come, I'll take you there." With that, he exchanged a glance with Wang Heng, preparing to lead Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong away. "Old Ho." Zhuge Tao, who had been keenly observing Ho Jun's expression, suddenly interjected. "You and old Wang aren't hiding anything from Lu and me, are you? What could I possibly be hiding from you?" Ho Jun retorted defensively, a flicker of guilt evident in his demeanor. "Report." Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, but this time, Ho Jun's smile vanished. Under the scrutiny of Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong, he reluctantly allowed the person to enter and asked, "What is it?" "Reporting, sir." The officer who entered seemed oblivious to Ho Jun's subtle hints and stated directly, "I have located the information on the individual you requested. His name is Yang Wu, a senior student at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou, who just passed the preliminary martial artist assessment last month." "Old Ho." Upon hearing the mention of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhuge Tao's heart began to swell with caution, prompting him to inquire, "Did he just refer to our Yang Wu from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Although Zhuge Tao had no prior knowledge of who Yang Wu was, it did not hinder him from associating Yang Wu with their institution. Ho Jun hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the full reality. Just then, Wang Heng from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy chuckled. "Zhuge, Yang Wu is merely a student at your Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He hasn't signed any contract with you. So how can he be considered one of yours?" Old Wang. Although Zhuge Tao was unaware of the unfolding events, he firmly believed that Wang Heng's opposition was a sign he should resist. "Yang Wu is indeed training at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. There is no debate about that." At this moment, Lu Dong looked perplexed and directly questioned Ho Jun. "Old Ho, what exactly is the situation with Yang Wu? Is it related to the strange beast we just brought in?" Understanding that once Yang Wu arrived, the truth would inevitably come to light before Zhuge Tao and the others, Ho Jun decided to reveal the entire story. "What did you say? Battle, general level strength? How can that be?" Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong were both taken aback. As titans of their respective factions in the Jiangnan Bay City, they were no strangers to prodigious talents. In fact, they had encountered many. However, the notion that someone who had just participated in the preliminary martial artist assessment could possess battle general level strength was simply beyond their comprehension. Is that not why I was reluctant to share this information earlier? Old Wang and I witnessed it firsthand. Do you think I would deceive you? Hojun chuckled helplessly. If you two truly doubt my words, do not argue with me later. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Tao and Lu Dong burst into laughter, after knowing each other for so many years. Do you think we would distrust you? What a jest. Such a prodigy. How can we not vie for him? Once the laughter subsided, Zhuge Tao solemnly remarked, if this individual truly has not consumed any artifacts that enhance physical prowess, he may very well qualify for the War God Training Camp. The mention of the War God Training Camp surprised the group. Indeed, Wang Heng from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy concurred. If he has genuinely increased his strength by nearly 8,000 kilograms through the cultivation of genetic primordial energy, his talent must be exceptionally formidable. Coupled with his specialized shooting skills, entering the War God Training Camp should not pose a challenge. After hearing this, the group fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, Yang Wu, accompanied by the leading officer, arrived outside the room. Reporting, the officer at the door announced, I have brought Yang Wu, who is currently undergoing assessment. The door remained ajar, and Yang Wu peered inside, finding himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces. You must be Yang Wu, Zhuge Tao exclaimed, stepping forward with a welcoming smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuge Tao, the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The angel investor Zhuge Tao, Yang Wu, familiar with the original narrative, recognized Zhuge Tao instantly. It was he who had invested in Luo Feng when he first became a martial artist. Thus, the individuals in the room must be the leaders of other prominent factions, Yang Wu surmised silently. Supervisor, Yang Wu slightly bowed in greeting. There's no need for excessive formality. A gentle smile graced Zhuge Tao's face as he inquired, Yang Wu, has your physical prowess reached the initial battle general level? Yes. Yang Wu replied calmly, intending to make a resounding impression and thus refraining from concealing his strength. Have you consumed any artifacts such as dragon blood or jade essence to enhance your physical capabilities? Or any genetic agents? Zhuge Tao asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Lu Dong and the other two within the room also watched Yang Wu expectantly. None. Yang Wu responded decisively. Their inquiries pertained to artifacts, certainly not accounting for the assistance of the time simulator. Yang Wu, come with me. Upon receiving Yang Wu's affirmative response, Zhuge Tao promptly took his arm and led him outside. Zhuge Tao. The three behind them called out in unison, hastily following suit. Realizing they could not escape the situation, Zhuge Tao turned back with a chuckle. Gentlemen, I was merely jesting. That jest was hardly amusing. Wang Heng scoffed, then approached Yang Wu with a smile. Yang Wu, you are a genius. How about joining my Thunder Martial Arts Academy? The benefits we offer martial artists surpass those of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing Wang Heng's proposition, Zhuge Tao also let out a cold snort, but refrained from countering, as it was true that the benefits extended by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy were indeed superior to those of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, Zhuge Tao did not remain idle. He promptly retrieved his communication watch to contact others. Yang Wu, I am Lu Dong, the director of the Jiang and Bay City Safety Bureau. You should be aware that our bureau oversees all matters regarding martial artists within the base city. Wait, Lu Dong's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhuge Tao, who shot him an irritated glare. Ignoring Lu Dong, Zhuge Tao quickly turned back to Yang Wu and asked, Yang Wu, you are already 24 years old this year? Yes. Yang Wu affirmed. What? 24 years old? Such a pity. Wang Heng and the others expressed their regret, their eagerness to recruit Yang Wu diminishing significantly. It is well known that the most rapid advancement phase for martial artists occurs between the ages of 16 and 30. Surpassing this age range results in a notably slower progression. At 24, Yang Wu was no longer in the prime of his martial development. Had Yang Wu been 5 or 6 years younger, or even just 4, Zhuge Tao and the others could have successfully applied for a spot in the elite training camp for him. Initially, the four had believed Yang Wu would be under 20, allowing for such an opportunity. However, they never anticipated that someone who could achieve nearly 8,000 kilograms of strength through their first cultivation of genetic primordial energy would only meet the preliminary martial artist assessment standard at the age of 24, a notion that defied all logic. A 24-year-old initial battle general is still a common occurrence worldwide. Even with specialized shooting skills, he would at best qualify for the basic training camp, falling short of the elite training camp standards. Furthermore, at 24, most candidates in the basic training camp would soon be graduating, rendering Yang Wu's participation less impactful. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Zhuge Tao and the others no longer desired to recruit Yang Wu. Even a 24-year-old initial battle general was still regarded as a remarkable talent in their eyes, especially considering his mastery of specialized shooting skills. After a brief silence, Wang Hung from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy was the first to present his offer. Yang Wu, although you are a tad older, I still hold you in high regard. I hereby formally invite you to join our Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Our terms for talented martial artists surpass those of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy by a considerable margin. Firstly, you may select any standalone villa within the main city and the surrounding areas of Jiangnan Bay City for your residence. Of course, you will only possess the right to reside, not to buy or sell. Secondly, you will receive 25 million in startup funds, along with various manuals valued at no more than 50 million. Thirdly, if you're interested, I can arrange for you to participate in our Thunder Martial Arts Academy's elite training program. Even though you are slightly older, it will still provide you with some benefits. In contrast, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy offered only 20 million in startup funds for recruiting talented martial artists, whereas the Thunder Martial Arts Academy's offer was indeed more generous. Upon hearing Wang Heng's terms, Ho Jun and Lu Dong felt a sense of relief. These criteria represent the recruitment standards set forth by the two major martial arts academies for talented martial artists. Although they are commendable, they hold little allure for a warrior of battle general caliber. Only the elite training contract at the end possesses some degree of appeal. Young Wu, Ho Jun began to entice. Our military offers a startup fund of merely 10 million, with a cap of 50 million on the price of manuals. However, upon joining the military, your family can reside in our specialized martial artist community, within the borders of our great nation. The protection afforded to families in these military communities is unparalleled. Even beings surpassing the battle god level would find it impossible to threaten your kin. Of course, should you wish to attend the basic training camp, I can assist in submitting your application. Upon hearing Ho Jun's conditions, Yang Wu felt a flicker of temptation. In the original narrative, after the suspected demise of Luo Feng, the couple Li Yao resorted to worldly means against Luo Feng's family. Had Luo Feng resided in a military community, such a calamity might have been averted. Nevertheless, joining the military might compel Yang Wu to undertake various tasks assigned by superiors, stripping him of the freedom he currently enjoys, as seen in the second simulation. Yang Wu, our security bureau's conditions are quite akin to those of the military, and moreover, our influence in the Bay City is the most formidable. Lu Dong chimed in, by joining us, you shall have more time to spend with your family. After Lu Dong laid out his terms, Wang Hung and the others turned their gaze towards Zhuge Tao, as Yang Wu had a closer association with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 016, The Choice. The conditions are indeed quite generous. Zhuge Tao chuckled, then addressed Yang Wu. Yang Wu, I must confess, our assessment overlooked your potential. However, please trust that the sincerity of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is unparalleled. The villa and elite training contract we offer are comparable to those of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. As for the startup fund, casting a glance at Wang Hung, he continued, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy can provide you with 50 million in startup funds, along with manuals priced under 100 million. Upon hearing Zhuge Tao's offer, the expressions of Ho Jun and the others shifted dramatically. Zhuge, are you not concerned that the Academy's higher-ups will disapprove of such terms? Wang Hung queried, visibly displeased. He was acutely aware of the treatment meted out to talented martial artists by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, 20 million in startup funds and the option of any manual under 50 million. Yet, Zhuge Tao's proposal exceeded that by more than double. The rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy are stringent, and even Zhuge Tao, as the supervisor, lacks the authority to modify them. Zhuge Tao smiled. For the excess, I shall cover the difference. He has always held a high regard for the gifted. He had invested in numerous prodigies. While some ventures failed, several have ascended to battle god status, becoming his supporters. Overall, the returns have outweighed the expenditures. You'll cover the difference? Wang Hung frowned slightly. Enough of this. Zhuge Tao disregarded Wang Hung and turned to Yang Wu with a smile. Yang Wu, we have all laid out our conditions. What have you decided? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Wu finally made his choice. I am grateful for the generosity of the esteemed seniors. However, most of my instructors and senior brothers have joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Therefore, I intend to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy as well. Yang Wu expressed with a hint of apology. Although he envied the security offered by the military's martial artist community, he ultimately prioritized his freedom by choosing the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, when it comes to various treasures, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy offers a greater abundance. As long as Yang Wu's standing within the academy continues to rise, acquiring such treasures would not be overly difficult. Splendid. Zhuge Tao exclaimed, "I shall summon someone to escort you for the contract signing." Although Wang Heng and the others felt a twinge of regret upon seeing Yang Wu opt for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, they refrained from voicing their discontent. For Zhuge Tao's terms were indeed beyond their capacity or willingness to offer. Before long, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Wu Tong, entered the room. "Supervisor," he greeted respectfully. "Wu Tong, you have finally arrived." Zhuge Tao smiled. "Please draft a contract for the recruitment of talented martial artists for Yang Wu. As per the usual protocol, revise the startup fund to 50 million and the price cap for manuals to 100 million. Any excess shall be covered by me." The conditions Zhuge Tao presented left Wu Tong utterly astounded. It is worth noting that even for Luo Feng, Zhuge Tao had merely adjusted the price cap for manuals. Yet for Yang Wu, the startup fund had increased by 30 million. Furthermore, while Luo Feng was merely 18, Yang Wu was already 24. This compelled Wu Tong to question whether he had misheard. "Why the days?" Zhuge Tao chuckled. "Wu Tong, do be mindful. Yang Wu's current prowess is no less than your own." "What?" Wu Tong exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at Yang Wu, yet he dared not speak further. After all, he was a battle general-level martial artist. At that moment, Wu Tong recalled the question Luo Feng had posed prior to the assessment. Could it be that Yang Wu genuinely increased his strength by 8,000 kilograms upon first cultivating the genetic original energy? No, that is simply implausible, Wu Tong thought to himself. Zhuge Tao then addressed Yang Wu. "Yang Wu, please proceed with Wu Tong to sign the contract. As for the basic training camp, take your time to consider. If you decide to attend, inform me, and I shall arrange it immediately." "Yes, supervisor," Yang Wu replied respectfully. Then followed Wu Tong out of the room. "Zhuge, 80 million yuan, what audacity!" Wang Heng remarked after Yang Wu and Wu Tong departed. "What? As if that amount is beyond your means?" Zhuge Tao laughed. While 80 million yuan is no trifling sum, among the 4 individuals present, each is a formidable figure with considerable power, all possessing high-level battle general capabilities. For them, 80 million yuan is indeed but a small sum. Though 80 million yuan is not insignificant, if Yang Wu fails to reach battle god level, it would be a waste. Wang Heng remarked with a hint of envy. Having known Zhuge Tao for many years, Wang Heng was well aware of his penchant for investing in prodigies. While he too endeavors to cultivate talented martial artists, he would never be willing to expend such vast resources as Zhuge Tao. Even in the original narrative, the 300 million in breach of contract fees was borne by the Martial Arts Academy. Investing in talented martial artists carries inherent risks. If the individual fails to attain battle god level, even if they become a high-level battle general, the assistance rendered is of little consequence to figures of their stature. Furthermore, such investments are essentially gifts, and the recipients are not obligated to repay, even if they achieve battle god level, should they choose not to assist. The benefactor reaps no rewards. Thus, investing in prodigies resembles a gamble. While there exists the potential for a battle god level supporter, the likelihood of failure is considerably higher. Upon hearing Wang Heng's words, Lu Dong and Hojin nodded in agreement. While 80 million yuan is a considerable sum, they too would be reluctant to expend such resources to recruit a talented martial artist. Haha, merely a small endeavor, Zhuge Tao remarked casually. Prior to this, he had thoroughly investigated Yang Wu's background, including his employment at a tavern owned by a distant branch of the Wang family. It was only after confirming that Yang Wu was not ungrateful that he decided to significantly elevate the recruitment conditions of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. As for whether Yang Wu could reach battle god level, Zhuge Tao believed the possibility was quite substantial. "By the way, old Wang, do you think that the prodigious talent, Wan Dong, from your Thunderbolt Martial Arts School can surpass the number of monsters killed by Luo Feng from my Extreme Martial Arts School in this assessment? Shall we compare?" Zhuge Tao casually inquired. Having just recruited Yang Wu into the Extreme Martial Arts School, Zhuge Tao was in relatively high spirits. "Go away. Who has the time to compete with you?" Wang Heng retorted, his mood decidedly less cheerful. "Hurry up, I still need a drink." Chapter 017. The assessment concludes Yang Wu. "Did the supervisor just say that your strength is not inferior to mine?" As they walked, Wu Tong curiously and incredulously posed the question to Yang Wu. "Instructor, I merely have physical attributes that have reached the level of a preliminary warrior. My strength certainly cannot compare to yours." Yang Wu humbly responded. Good heavens! Although Wu Tong had mentally prepared himself, he was still utterly astonished by Yang Wu's affirmative reply. This was a preliminary warrior. He, Wu Tong, had fought tooth and nail in the wilderness for over a decade to attain his current prowess. Yet, Yang Wu had just become a quasi-warrior and had already achieved this level. Chief instructor, noticing Wu Tong lost in thought, Yang Wu called out to him. Young Wu. You can just call me Old Wu from now on, or like Luo Feng, call me Uncle Wu. Wu Tong remarked as they walked, reflecting on how Yang Wu's strength was now comparable to his own. Furthermore, as Wu Tong was not technically Yang Wu's teacher, it was no longer appropriate for Yang Wu to address him as instructor. I once thought that with Luo Feng currently possessing the strength of a mid-level warrior, he would be considered a genius. Little did I expect you, Yang Wu. Uncle Wu, I merely consider myself fortunate. Moments latte. All right, we have arrived, Wu Tong announced. Yang Wu looked ahead and saw that they had entered a spacious hall. This is where my extreme martial arts school recruits warriors during this practical assessment. After saying this, Wu Tong led Yang Wu further inside. Upon entering the hall, a young woman in a white suit, who had been waiting there, approached with a printed contract in hand. Instructor Wu, here is the contract that the supervisor instructed to be printed. The young woman handed the contract and a pen to Wu Tong. Wu Tong took the contract and pen, casually passing them to Yang Wu while pointing to two places. Yang Wu, sign here, and you will be set. Yang Wu took the contract and examined it meticulously. The conditions outlined were exceptionally clear, with no ambiguities whatsoever. After finishing, he promptly inscribed his name, Emer Yang Wu. After Yang Wu signed, the young woman in the white suit smiled and said, from today onward, you may directly relocate your household to the Warrior Villa community. The startup funds and special funds for purchasing manuals will soon be credited to your warrior account. Please keep an eye out for them. Yang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. After reminding Yang Wu, the young woman departed, needing to obtain Zhuge Tao's signature on the contract. Yang Wu, where are you planning to move your family? How about relocating to the Mingyue community? After the young woman left, Wu Tong inquired. Currently, there were only 3 warrior-level fighters in the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City, and Wu Tong was keen to ensure that Yang Wu did not slip away. Sure, Yang Wu agreed, as he had already intended to move to the Mingyue community. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the early hours of the following day. At this moment, the entrance of Monster Town was gradually seeing the emergence of quasi-warriors who had participated in the assessment. After battling monsters throughout the night, each individual bore a semblance of fatigue upon their faces, their combat attire stained with blood. Next to the town's exit, military personnel were already tallying the number of monsters slain by the quasi-warriors. Wang Hao, 3 monsters, left ear, minor injuries. Zhou Tao, 4 monsters, left ear, unharmed. Zhao Tianyun, 2 monsters, left ear, left leg injured. Each quasi-warrior stood in line, some exuding joy, while others displayed dejection. Silently listening to the military officer in charge of the assessment announce the results. Since Yang Wu had now joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, he refrained from drawing attention to himself and casually withdrew 5 monster left ears to register. Subsequently, he waited at the entrance with Wu Tong for Luo Feng to emerge. Look, Luo Feng has come out ahead of the Extreme Martial Arts School recruits. I wonder how many monsters he has slain? High physical attributes do not necessarily equate to prowess in monster hunting. As several gasps of astonishment echoed, Yang Wu turned to see Luo Feng in combat attire walking out of Monster Town. Luo Feng, 36 monster left ears. Excellent. Up to now, you are the one who has slain the most monsters among this group of approved warriors, and you are unscathed. Moments later, the military officer announced Luo Feng's impressive results. That's a lot. Truly remarkable. No wonder he was specially recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts School. The crowd erupted into waves of admiration. Luo Feng's prowess is commendable. His physical condition is excellent, and his combat capabilities are impressive. Wu Tong remarked, also impressed. If he were to employ his psychic abilities, he would probably surpass even me in kills. Yang Wu mused silently to himself. Currently, Luo Feng possessed the physical attributes of a mid-level warrior. Calculating that psychic abilities ranked 2 levels above warrior status, his psychic mastery also reached the preliminary warrior level. The speed at which a psychic master could slay monsters far exceeded that of a warrior, especially against the lowest tier of beast soldier level monsters. At that moment, Luo Feng, having completed the assessment, noticed Yang Wu and Wu Tong. Unzhe Wu, Yang Gu, Luo Feng called out as he swiftly approached through the crowd. Luo Feng's shout drew the attention of other quasi-warriors towards Yang Wu and Wu Tong. Who are those two? They seem quite formidable. I recognize the older one. He is Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City, possessing the strength of a warrior. Warrior level. I wonder when I will reach that level. And the other one? That seems to be Yang Wu, who is also a quasi-warrior participating in this assessment. Luo Feng. Upon seeing Luo Feng approach, Yang Wu laughed heartily. You made quite a name for yourself this time. Luo Feng smiled bashfully. However, Wu Tong, standing nearby, rolled his eyes, inwardly thinking, if this is what you call making a name for oneself, then you, Yang Wu, must have far surpassed Luo Feng. When Zhuge Tao had called for Wu Tong earlier, he was well aware of the prominent figures present in the room. It was evident that their gathering was undoubtedly to discuss Yang Wu. Yang Gu, how many monsters did you slay? You should have passed the assessment, right? Luo Feng inquired with a smile, recalling Yang Wu's earlier claim of having gained 8,000 kilograms of strength at the start of the assessment. Not many, I only killed 5. I should barely pass the assessment. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, Wu Tong was rendered speechless. He had clearly witnessed Yang Wu discard monster left ears meant for the assessment. 5? It was likely more than 500. Unable to endure the conversation any longer, Wu Tong quickly interjected, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, you two go change your clothes first. I will check on the others from our school. All right. Yang Wu and Luo Feng promptly replied. Chapter 018. The move after Wu Tong departed. Luo Feng suddenly retrieved his phone from his pocket. I passed the practical assessment. I need to notify my family right away. Yang Gu, have you informed uncle and aunt yet? Not yet. Let's do it together. Yang Wu chuckled, also taking out his phone. He had exited quite early when it was still dark, and he certainly did not wish to disturb his family. Now that it was bright out, it was indeed time to share this good news with his parents and younger brother. Yang Wu and Luo Feng simultaneously dialed their respective home numbers. In Yang Wu's home on the 26th floor of Atlanta Community in Yangzhou City, part of the Jiangnan Bay City, a voice inquired, Yuanda, do you think Ah Wu will pass the practical assessment? According to the information we gathered online, the practical assessment for prospective martial artists typically carries a mortality rate of around 35, with an even higher rate of injuries. Had I known this, I would never have allowed him to participate. At the dining table, Lu Yuhua was completely devoid of appetite, her face etched with concern as she inquired. In her heart, her son's safety was of utmost importance. Mother, please do not worry. Yang Fan, however, remained unfazed by the somber atmosphere at the table, continuing to eat and drink as usual. My elder brother is taking part in the practical assessment alongside Brother Feng, who is a prodigy scouted early by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Now, Brother Feng's family has already moved to the Mingyue community within the school. As Yang Fan spoke of Brother Luo Feng's family's relocation, a look of envy crossed his face. A talent like Brother Feng is a rarity in the entire Yangzhou city, emerging only once a year. With Brother Feng watching over him, surely my elder brother would pass the assessment, right? Just wait for the move. Contemplating how, upon Yang Wu's successful assessment, his own family could also relocate to a detached villa, Yang Fan's anticipation grew, and his appetite surged. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Yuhua and Yang Yuanda exchanged glances, their hearts finally settling a bit. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed through the air. Lu Yuhua pulled out her phone from her pocket and a hint of joy illuminated her face. It was a call from Ah Wu. Mother, hurry and answer. My elder brother must be calling to share good news about passing the assessment. Thanks to Luo Feng, Yang Fan was firmly convinced that Yang Wu would succeed. Ah Wu, is that you? Lu Yuhua asked, her voice trembling with excitement as she answered the call. Yes, it's me. Yang Wu replied with concern. Have you all had breakfast? Yes. Yes. Lu Yuhua quickly responded. How did your assessment go? Are you hurt? Mother, you need not worry. I am perfectly fine. Yang Wu said with a smile. I passed the practical assessment for prospective martial artists and will be home later. With the phone on speaker, both Yang Yuanda and Yang Fan could hear Yang Wu's voice. Yang Fan, abandoning his meal, hurried to Lu Yuhua's side and exclaimed loudly near the phone. Elder brother, you passed the assessment. Can you also join the Extreme Martial Arts School? I want to move to the Mingyue community too. Yang Fan had once visited the Mingyue community to see Luo Feng, and after that single visit, he had fallen deeply in love with the surroundings. Xiao Fan, stop causing trouble. Yang Yuande interjected, motioning for Lu Yuhua to hand him the phone. Taking the phone, Yang Yuanda quickly said, Ah Wu, do not listen to Xiao Fan. Go wherever you wish. It matters not where we move. Dad, many of my former instructors and friends, along with Luo Feng, have joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, so of course, I will be joining as well, Yang Wu said with a smile. Rest assured, I have already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School. After I return, our family can move to the Mingyue community. Wonderful, wonderful, Yang Yuanda exclaimed, clearly excited. I will have your sister and brother-in-law come over shortly, so we can all celebrate your return. Sounds good. Yang Wu smiled at the thought of his elder sister, Yang Yun, whom he had not seen in a long time. I will be home this afternoon. After hanging up, Yang Wu and Luo Feng made their way to the martial artist lounge to rest. Once all prospective martial artists completed their assessments that very afternoon, Yang Wu returned to the Bay City with the others. Upon disembarking, Yang Wu quickly arrived home, where his parents, sister, brother-in-law, and younger brother Yang Fan had already prepared a lavish feast in anticipation of his return. Following a joyous celebration, filled with food and drink, the family decided, at Yang Fan's suggestion, to promptly relocate to the Minghui community. Thus, Yang Wu contacted a moving company near the Landa community and ordered a large truck. Before long, a sizable truck arrived beneath Yang Wu's building, but to his surprise, an unexpected figure emerged from the passenger seat. Wang Zijin. Brother Wang, what brings you here? Yang Wu asked in confusion as he descended the stairs. Ah Wu, I learned you passed your practical assessment and that you were planning to move soon, so I thought I might lend a hand. Wang Zijin replied with a broad smile. Coincidentally, the moving company you engaged is one of my enterprises, so I came along to assist. Yang Wu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him upon hearing Wang Zijin's words. Having worked under Wang Zijin for 3 years, he was not fully aware of the extent of Wang's business holdings, but he was certain that this moving company was not among them. In truth, Yang Wu could guess Wang Zijin's intentions. Brother Wang, while I have not joined the Wang family, given our relationship, you can always speak to me directly about any matters. There is no need for such gestures, Yang Wu said, feeling somewhat awkward in the face of Wang Zijin's kindness. Seeing Yang Wu's expression, Wang Zijin felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the leverage he sought to establish a debt of gratitude. Yang Wu had now become a martial artist, likely feeling he no longer needed Wang Zijin. However, Yang Wu's family remained ordinary people, providing ample opportunity for Wang Zijin to capitalize on. Thus, he acquired the moving company near the Lanta community specifically for this moment. Was it not perfectly timed? Let's not dwell on trivial matters. The hour grows late, and we should commence the move. Are we heading to the Minghui community of the Extreme Martial Arts School or the Chuntian community of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School? Wang Zijin asked, directing his workers while glancing at Yang Wu. Although his sources were well informed, the time frame was too short for him to ascertain whether Yang Wu had joined the HR Alliance or the Huaxiao Nation. If Yang Wu had indeed joined the Huaxiao Nation, the moving company would no longer be necessary. Minghui community. Realizing he could no longer deter Wang Zijin, Yang Wu conceded to the situation. Very well. Wang Zijin pointed to an opulent car behind the large truck, grinning as he said, Ah Wu, why don't you take your uncle and aunt in that car? We will finish moving shortly. In this endeavor to assist Yang Wu's relocation, Wang Zijin had brought along all the movers from the company. Soon, the scant furniture in Yang Wu's home was loaded onto the truck by the diligent workers. Chapter 019. The Home of Extremes Before Long. Under the watchful eyes of their neighbors in the Lanta community, Yang Wu's family departed in a luxury sedan with a large truck in tow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Minghui community without incident. Faced with the stern guards at the entrance, the convoy could proceed no further. Yang Wu stepped out of the sedan and approached, prepared to present the necessary identification. From the duty room at the entrance emerged an elderly man with gray hair, who chuckled, I was wondering who would be moving in so late. It turns out to be you, Yang Wu. You are quite fortunate. The notification just reached me. Otherwise, you might have had to turn back. Yang Wu smiled, Uncle Wang, I only decided to move after receiving the notification. All right, it is getting late. We shall chat another time. The elderly man took Yang Wu's documents, verified them, and said with a warm smile, the movers cannot enter. We have designated personnel to handle the moving. Afterward, the elder began calling for assistance through a walkie-talkie. I understand. Yang Wu nodded, smiling at Wang Zijin, who had approached him, saying, Brother Wang, look at this. Not to worry. Wang Zijin chuckled. If they cannot enter, it is of no consequence. You all settle in first, and I shall visit you later when I have the opportunity. As the stronghold of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou, the Minghui community housed not only martial artists but also their families, comprising the elite of Yangzhou City. Wang Zijin was certainly eager to explore the community, hoping to establish connections that could be beneficial to him. Prince Jin also understood the principle of moderation. The day was already waning, and the Yang family still had to settle into their new home, making it an inappropriate time for his visit. Very well. Yang Wu smiled as he addressed Wang Zijin. Brother Wang, whenever you find the time, feel free to come over. Just give me a call beforehand, and I will notify the security at the community entrance. No problem. Just don't find me bothersome when the time comes, Wang Zijin replied. During their conversation, several soldiers had swiftly emerged from within the community, promptly moving the belongings of the Yang family from the large truck. Once everything was relocated, Yang Wu bid farewell to Wang Zijin and, under the envious gaze of the moving company staff, led his family into Minghui community. Mr. Yang Wu, A young woman holding a clipboard approached the group, pointing toward the villa not far ahead. The villa number 201 right there is your new residence, Mr. Yongwu. This three-story villa features a basement, and the third floor boasts an expansive terrace. The total area is 512 square meters, and including the basement, courtyard, and terrace, it totals nearly 800 square meters. However, please note that you only possess the right to use this villa, not to buy or sell it. I understand, Yongwu nodet. Brother Yang. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Yongwu turned to see Luo Feng emerging from a neighboring villa. Luo Feng approached quickly, greeted Yongwu's family, and then, with a hint of dissatisfaction, asked, Brother Yang, why didn't you inform me about your move? Yongwu chuckled. It was a sudden decision. I intended to reach out to you once we settled in. Then how about this? Luo Feng smiled. Once you're settled, bring your parents over to my house for dinner. It'll be a welcome feast for you. Absolutely. Yongwu pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although he no longer intended to rely on Luo Feng, their relationship had evolved over 3 years beyond mere self-interest. With the assistance of Luo Feng and the staff from the martial arts school, the Yang family swiftly organized their new villa and then headed to Luo Feng's home for dinner. That evening, both families enjoyed a delightful time together, celebrating the successful completion of the practical assessment for aspiring warriors by both Yongwu and Luo Feng. As the clock approached 10, the Yang family, exhausted from the day's activities, retired for the night. However, Yongwu, whose physical prowess had reached that of a primary combatant, felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he found himself alone in a quiet room within a villa. After passing a fingerprint verification, he successfully accessed the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School, known as the Extreme Home. Upon entering, Yongwu was greeted not only by a staggering balance of 50 million, but also by 2 flashing emails. With a gentle tap of his finger, he opened one of the emails. Hello, Mr. Yongwu. A middle-aged man in a black suit appeared on the screen with a smile. I am the assistant to Supervisor Zhuge. You must have seen the promised 50 million funds. As for the funds for purchasing various manuals, you can deduct up to 100 million directly when buying through the internal network. For any amount exceeding that, you will need to cover it yourself. Additionally, I must inform you that September marks the enrollment period for the Global Martial Artist Training Camp. If you wish to attend, please contact the supervisor promptly. The video ended thereafter. A training camp? Yongwu smiled faintly, casually opening the second email. He had no intention of attending the basic training camp. With the presence of a simulator, he was confident his abilities would soar rapidly. If he were to go anywhere, it would be to the elite training camp. Since entry to the elite training camp was currently unattainable, he preferred to join a martial artist team in the wilderness to hunt monsters. The second email was also a video, but this time the speaker was a sweet-looking young girl. Dear newly initiated warrior Yongwu, greetings. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts School, I welcome you to our family. The girl smiled. This is your first time in the Extreme Home, and I will introduce you to its functions. Here, you can purchase various levels of weapons, equipment, manuals, and more. Any item you need can be found here, as long as you have sufficient funds. Once your payment is successful, the goods will be delivered to your specified location within 24 hours. Through the Extreme Home, you can even hire combat-level warriors or even god-level warriors to guide your training, provided you have the necessary funds. Furthermore, if you possess enough contribution points, the prices of the aforementioned items will be halved. I wish you, Mr. Yongwu, a glorious journey to the pinnacle of martial arts within our Extreme Martial Arts School. With a slight bow, the girl concluded the video. Chapter 20. Purchasing Manuals. After watching the video, Yongwu began to explore the various functions of the Extreme Home. It offered a myriad of features, including task acceptance and issuance, a social chat section, and training-related functionalities. However, Yongwu was most focused on the online marketplace section. The online marketplace was vast, encompassing an array of guiding techniques, body movement manuals, gunplay manuals, firearms, cold weapons, genetic potions, etc., leaving nothing to the imagination. What I need most right now is a manual that enhances physical power. Despite the dazzling array of products, Yongwu never lost sight of his goal. Flame Gun Technique. Yongwu typed this title into the manual search bar. The Flame Gun Technique was a manual he had previously purchased in the simulator, which contained power techniques and gunplay. However, while he had mastered the gunplay, he had not yet learned the power techniques. After conducting the search, detailed information about the Flame Gun Technique appeared on screen. Flame Gun Technique. Category: Gunplay. Rating: A. Price: 500 million Huaxia coins, full price. 250 million Huaxia coins, half price. Requires 2-star contribution points. Upon reviewing the detailed introduction of the manual, Yongwu promptly lost interest. Firstly, the manual's rank was too low, with limited potential. Secondly, The flame gun technique only included gunplay and power techniques, lacking accompanying body movement and guiding techniques, which would necessitate additional purchases. If I'm to learn, I shall learn the best, Yang Wu resolved inwardly. Though he was aware that his talent was not exceptional, he had faith in the simulator. Once he purchased the manual, he believed he would eventually succeed in his training. Resolute in his decision, Yang Wu entered attack manuals into the search bar. Instantly, physical photographs of various manuals appeared on the screen, alongside their titles, prices, and descriptions. At the forefront was a set of gunplay created by the world's strongest individual, Hong, titled The Ultimate Gunplay World Annihilation. World Annihilation, category, gunplay. Rating, ultimate. Price, 10 billion Huaxia coins, full price, 5 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Ninefold Thunderblade, category, blade technique. Rating, ultimate. Price, 10 billion Huaxia coins, full price, 5 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Fantôme Blade technique. Category, blade technique. The sheer variety of manuals, each with staggering prices, especially the top-tier manuals, could easily bankrupt even the wealthiest individual. Luo Feng was learning the ninefold Thunderblade of the Thunder God. As for me, I shall certainly learn Hong's World Annihilation gunplay. Familiar with the original text, Yang Wu was well aware that the secret manual could be purchased separately, so he had no concerns about affordability. With a gentle swipe of his finger, Yang Wu opened the detailed introduction of the gun technique manual, Annihilation. This technique, crafted by the world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, is heralded as the preeminent offensive method globally, encompassing complementary movement techniques and guidance arts. Annihilation consists of 6 tiers, priced at 100 billion Huaxia coins, with a half-price option of 50 billion Huaxia coins, requiring 4-star contribution points. The first 5 tiers are priced at 40 billion Huaxia coins, with a half-price option of 20 billion Huaxia coins, also requiring 4-star contribution points. The first tier alone is priced at 2 billion Huaxia coins, with a half-price option of 1 billion Huaxia coins, requiring 1-star contribution points. At the bottom of the webpage, a conspicuous red notice warned, Annihilation is an ultimate gun technique with an exceptionally high level of difficulty. Entry is exceedingly challenging. Most martial artists who have purchased this technique worldwide have not even managed to grasp the first tier. Thus, please proceed with caution in selecting this method. Upon reviewing the prices, Yang Wu realized that, with his current funds, he could only afford the first tier of the manual. However, the first tier would suffice for the time being. With the first tier, even if the version of himself in the simulator completed his training, he would likely pursue the second tier and refrain from studying other manuals. With another gentle swipe, Yang Wu opted to purchase the first tier of Annihilation. After successfully passing the fingerprint verification, the special funds allocated for purchasing manuals awarded to him by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were entirely depleted, and the first tier of the manual was successfully acquired. Ding! Payment successful. The first tier of the Annihilation manual will be delivered to Mr. Yang Wu's residence within 24 hours. The screen displayed a series of notifications. Next, Yang Wu browsed through essential equipment for venturing into the wilderness zone, such as weapons and combat uniforms. However, he had already exhausted his contribution point privileges on the manual purchase, so he was unable to enjoy the same discount for weapons and equipment. He silently resolved to ask someone else to assist with the purchases tomorrow. Aside from manuals, various weapons, equipment, and special gene elixirs could certainly be entrusted to individuals with higher contribution points for procurement. The following morning, shortly after breakfast, Yang Wu's sister and brother-in-law prepared to depart. Sister, Yang Wu called out to them, "Why don't you and brother-in-law move here to live?" His sister, Yang Yun, and her husband, Lu Hongfei, had met during their college years. Although Lu Hongfei currently held a decent job, it was still improbable for them to reside in a standalone villa, especially one specifically constructed for martial artists. Yang Yun shared a particularly close bond with Yang Wu, often bringing him expensive monster meat or other gifts whenever she returned home. Upon hearing Yang Wu's suggestion, Yang Yun felt somewhat tempted. Fully aware that her brother was not merely being polite, she turned to look at Lu Hongfei beside her. Naturally, Lu Hongfei was less than enthusiastic. While living in a standalone villa was indeed comfortable, it was not his home. Staying for a few days was acceptable, but the idea of long-term residence was something he strongly opposed. Yang Yun and Lu Hongfei shared a tacit understanding. Upon seeing his expression, she instantly grasped his sentiments. "Second brother, we are quite content living at home. Why would we move here? Furthermore, our jobs are not located nearby, which would indeed be inconvenient. Can't you just quit your jobs?" Yang Wu confidently proposed, "Sister, I can easily find you both a good job near Mingyue community." With his current battle, general-level prowess, securing employment for Yang Yin and her husband would be a simple task. No need to trouble yourself. Yang Yin shook her head in refusal. We both enjoy our current jobs. Seeing Yang Yin's determination to leave, Yang Wu refrained from pressing further, merely smiling as he said, "All right then. However, sister, you and brother-in-law must visit our parents frequently." In the ensuing days, Yang Wu would be frequenting the wilderness zone, while his younger brother, Yang Fan, still needed to attend school, leaving Yang Wu concerned that their parents might feel somewhat lonely. Of course, Yang Yin replied with a smile. Chapter 021, Phantom Squad. At 9 in the morning, just after bidding farewell to his eldest sister's family, Yang Wu received a call from an unfamiliar number. It turned out that the manual he had purchased from Extreme House had arrived. "Mr. Yang Wu, this is the manual you purchased from Extreme House. It can be opened using your fingerprint." In a beautifully manicured garden within Mingyue community, a delivery man handed Yang Wu a sealed alloy box. With a swipe of his finger across the sensor on the box, it opened with a beep, revealing a book approximately half a centimeter thick, accompanied by several discs. "Mr. Yang Wu, once you confirm everything is in order, please sign here," the delivery man said with a broad smile as he presented a professional delivery slip. After verifying that the information was accurate, Yang Wu signed his name on the slip. "Emer Yang Wu, I trust you're already aware of the prohibitions that accompany your purchase of the manual," the delivery man continued with a smile. "However, as per regulations, I must reiterate that the copyright of the manual belongs to its creator. Annihilation was devised by the world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, and, as the purchaser, you possess only the right to study it, not to transmit it. Any unauthorized copying or teaching of the manual will result in joint pursuit by the 2 major martial arts academies, the HR Alliance, and the 5 major nations." "I understand." Yang Wu nodded with a smile. Were it not for this restriction, he could have easily practiced the blazing gun technique he obtained in the simulator. Once everything was settled, Yang Wu returned home with the manual, eager to open it and attempt some training. However, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a phone call from Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou City Academy. Wu Tong, who is also currently at Mingyue Community, called to discuss a matter with Yang Wu. Naturally, Yang Wu was delighted to comply. A few minutes later, Yang Wu entered the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon stepping into the lobby, he spotted Wu Tong, who had been waiting there. "Uncle Wu." Yang Wu greeted him with a smile. "Yang Wu." Wu Tong replied with a smile, leading Yang Wu to a reception room on the 2nd floor of the academy. After they settled, Wu Tong inquired with a grin, "Yang Wu, I heard that Supervisor Zhuge intended to arrange for you to attend the Global Martial Artist Basic Training Camp, but you declined?" "Yes, Uncle Wu, is there something wrong?" Yang Wu smiled in response. Previously, Supervisor Zhuge's assistant had indeed contacted Yang Wu to inquire if he was interested in attending the Global Martial Artist Basic Training Camp. But Yang Wu had turned down the offer. The basic training camp would not provide significant assistance to Yang Wu, who possessed a simulator. "Yang Wu, according to Supervisor Zhuge's instructions, I am to assign you to a formidable martial artist team. I wonder if there is a particular team you would like to join?" Wu Tong asked with a smile. For an ordinary genius, Wu Tong could easily connect them with a battle general-level martial artist team, as newcomers, no matter how talented, often lag behind initially. However, Yang Wu was a different case. Wu Tong had learned from Zhuge Tao about Yang Wu's complete capabilities. With his battle general-level physical prowess and specialized gun techniques, his strength even exceeded that of Wu Tong. Therefore, the team he sought for Yang Wu needed to possess a higher caliber as well. Given Yang Wu's current strength, Wu Tong was keen to discuss this matter with him beforehand to avoid any potential complications later on. "Not yet." Yang Wu shook his head and said, "Uncle Wu, most of my friends, even those who are martial artists, are primarily warriors who have only recently passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Their abilities are somewhat lacking for me. In our Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou City, the only battle general-level martial artists are you, Uncle Wu, Uncle Kong, and Brother Chun. I was actually planning to seek your assistance." In truth, Yang Wu had initially considered attempting to join the Fire Hammer Squad alongside Luo Feng, but he had subsequently abandoned that thought. Firstly, the strength of the Fire Hammer Squad has become somewhat inadequate for Yang Wu. Even the captain, Gao Feng, possesses capabilities that are merely on par with his own. Secondly, not long after Luo Feng joined the Fire Hammer Squad, he departed for the elite training camp, thereby placing the squad at risk of disbandment. Consequently, Yang Wu altered his intentions, resolved to seek a more formidable warrior squad to join. "What type of warrior squad do you intend to join?" Uncle Wu inquired with a smile. "Of course, the stronger, the better." Yang Wu replied, grinning. "Uncle Wu, you're aware of my abilities. If you have any connections with powerful warrior squads, please do introduce me." After hearing Yang Wu's words, Wu Tong pondered for a moment before responding. Yang Wu, I was initially planning to connect you with the Flying Eagle Squad, led by Kong Quan, which boasts 3 battle general-level warriors and is quite renowned throughout the Jiangnan Bay City. However, since you wish to join a more powerful squad, I have an even better recommendation, though I'm uncertain whether you'll be able to gain entry. Uncle Wu, what are you referring to? Yang Wu asked, his expression brimming with anticipation. The Phantom Squad, Wu Tong said, his demeanor complex. The Phantom Squad? Yang Wu asked, puzzled. Having recently become a warrior, he was not well acquainted with the various squads in Jiangnan Bay City. His familiarity with the Firehammer Squad stemmed solely from the original text. Young Wu, Wu Tong said with a hint of regret on his face. The strength of the Phantom Squad is such that it ranks among the top 3 in the entirety of Jiangnan Bay City. I can attempt to contact them to provide you with an opportunity to join. It's up to you to seize it. Being among the top 3 in the entire Jiangnan Bay City, Yang Wu felt his heart stir. Joining such a warrior squad would undoubtedly contribute significantly to his strength enhancement. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Yang Wu expressed his gratitude while logging into Extreme Home to search for information regarding the Phantom Squad. To his astonishment, the more he searched, the more he discovered. The Phantom Squad was one of the premier battle general-level elite squads in Jiangnan Bay City, comprising 5 members, all of whom were battle general-level warriors, including 2 high-ranking battle generals and 3 mid-ranking battle generals. High-ranking battle generals. It's worth noting that even Zhuge Tao, the overseer of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, is merely a high-ranking battle general. The presence of 2 master-level experts within a single warrior squad is indeed a terrifying prospect. How does it look? Wu Tong asked with a smile. I didn't deceive you, did I? Uncle Wu. Yang Wu, now somewhat perplexed, queried. How did you? Logically speaking, given Wu Tong's prowess, it would be improbable for him to have any connection with the Phantom Squad, let alone provide Yang Wu with an opportunity to join. Huh, I know what you're about to say. Wu Tong laughed heartily, his expression a mingling of pride and melancholy. Your Uncle Wu was once a member of the Phantom Squad. Upon hearing this declaration, Yang Wu was utterly taken aback. Wu Tong, fully aware of Yang Wu's thoughts, clarified, back then, the Phantom Squad was not as formidable as it is now, and the captain was merely a mid-ranking battle general. However, the squad later welcomed a new member, the current captain, Chu Tian, who is an exceedingly rare psychic warrior. Due to his psychic abilities, Chu Tian's strength escalated rapidly, quickly establishing him as the strongest within the squad. Regrettably, the captain's psychic talent was not exceptionally strong. Once he reached the initial battle general level, he exhausted his potential. Nonetheless, even so, the captain's growth was swift, and gradually, the Phantom Squad became increasingly powerful. I found myself unable to keep pace with the squad's progress, ultimately opting for retirement and returning to Yangzhou City to become an instructor. When discussing his retirement, Wu Tong's expression turned somber. For a warrior, retirement may mitigate danger, but it also signifies the loss of passion. Uncle Wu, your experiences are truly remarkable, Yang Wu exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration after hearing about Wu Tong's past. Initially, Yang Wu sought Wu Tong's assistance merely because he lacked acquaintances among strong warriors, but he hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. As for whether he could join the Phantom Squad, Yang Wu felt quite confident in his abilities. Yang Wu, you should have met the captain of the Phantom Squad. Wu Tong, regaining his composure, smiled as he continued. Remember last month when you participated in the preliminary warrior assessment? The captain came looking for me. I wonder if you recall. It turned out he was the captain of the Phantom Squad, Chu Tian. Yang Wu immediately recalled the silver-haired figure in a black robe who had appeared in the examination hall. When he heard the chief instructor Wu Tong refer to him as captain, Yang Wu had been puzzled, but now the mystery was finally unraveled. Yang Wu, if you're interested in joining the Phantom Squad, I can assist you in securing an opportunity for an assessment, Wu Tong said with a smile. In truth, if Yang Wu were merely a 24-year-old initial battle general-level warrior, Wu Tong would never have considered introducing him to the Phantom Squad. However, given that Yang Wu had not only mastered specialized level marksmanship, but had also experienced a remarkable increase in strength during his initial cultivation of genetic primal energy, Wu Tong decided to recommend him to the Phantom Squad. He could no longer continue venturing into the wilderness with his teammates. So introducing a prodigy to the squad felt like a fitting gesture on his part. I would be honored. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Yang Wu replied eagerly. Who would he wish to join such a powerful warrior squad? I'll contact the captain right away, Wu Tong concluded, stepping out of the reception room alone. In a quiet chamber, Wu Tong dialed the Phantom Squad's captain, Chu Tian. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Tian's hearty laughter resonated from the phone. Hello, Vu Ye. What is the occasion for your call today? Captain, Wu Tong replied with a smile. Aren't you in the wilderness district at the moment? No. We just returned a few days ago, and the squad is currently resting in the base city. What can I do for you, Wu Ge? Chu Tian inquired. I do have a small favor to ask the captain, Wu Tong said, somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing that Wu Tong had a matter to discuss, Chu Tian immediately became attentive, exclaiming, Wu Ge, whatever it is, just say it. I'll make sure to assist you. In the past, when Chu Tian was not yet formidable, Wu Tong had taken great care of him within the squad. Now that he had the chance to help Wu Tong, he was certainly eager to oblige. It's like this, Wu Tong quickly explained. I have a little brother named Yang Wu, who just passed the preliminary warrior practical assessment and has reached initial battle general level. However, he is yet to find a suitable warrior squad, and I was wondering if I could arrange for him to join our Phantom squad. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's brow furrowed, and the confidence he had previously displayed faded. Each member of the Phantom squad had been meticulously selected and hastily incorporating a newly minted warrior, even one with initial battle general level physical prowess, could potentially impact the squad's combat effectiveness. Had someone else approached Chu Tian regarding this matter, he would have refused without hesitation. However, Wu Tong was different. He was not only a former member of the Phantom squad, but also Chu Tian's brother-in-arms. For a moment, Chu Tian was at a loss for how to respond. Sensing the silence on the other end of the line, Wu Tong, quick-witted as ever, understood Chu Tian's concerns. He promptly elaborated, Captain, the individual I mentioned not only possesses initial battle general-level physical prowess, but has also mastered specialized level marksmanship, and his agility is commendable. Although it hasn't reached the meticulous level, his foundation is quite solid. What's more, during his initial cultivation of genetic primal energy, his strength surged by nearly 8,000 kilograms. That's impossible. On the other end of the phone, Chu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. If what you say is true, then why are the higher-ups at the martial arts school not making a concerted effort to nurture him? Yang Wu is already 24 years old. After Wu Tong finished speaking, there was a profound silence on Chu Tian's end. As a former genius of mental mastery, Chu Tian was acutely aware of the awkwardness surrounding this age for prodigious martial artists. Generally speaking, upon awakening their mental prowess, mentalists have the opportunity to join the God of War preparatory camp. However, Chu Tian had awakened his mental energy at the age of 25, and thus, with his relatively modest talent in mentalism, he had no chance to enter the elite training camp. If only I'd been able to join the elite training camp back then, I might have already become a God of War level powerhouse. Chu Tian mused to himself. Now at the age of 31, after a moment's contemplation, he stated over the phone, Wu Ge, if you have the time, bring him over. However, whether he can join the Phantom squad will depend on the results of his assessment. While he felt a sense of kinship with Yang Wu, Chu Tian hesitated to immediately agree to his inclusion in the Phantom squad, as he had to consider the safety of all team members. All right, we will head over right away, Wu Tong promptly replied. At that moment, Yang Wu was in the reception hall, perusing the introduction of the Phantom squad on the Extreme House's website. The more he read, the more he felt he should become part of the Phantom squad. Just then, Wu Tong suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Wu, Wu Tong exclaimed with delight. The Phantom squad is currently stationed in the main district of Jiangnan Bay City. We shouldn't delay. Let us head over immediately. Yes, let's go. Yang Wu responded eagerly, understanding the urgency of the situation. He called his parents and promptly boarded the train to the main district with Wu Tong. Chapter Kong Hai Ba, Chu Tian. On the train to the main district, Yang Wu curiously asked, Uncle Wu, has the Phantom squad really hunted Lord-level monsters? His inquiry was not born from ignorance, but rather from the rarity of such achievements. Although Yang Wu was well-versed in the original text, he was not at all dismissive of the existence of God of War and those beyond that status, merely regarding them as low-level apprentices and planetary warriors. Nonetheless, the vitality of Lord-level monsters far surpassed that of God of War beings. Without humanity's combat suits and weaponry, it would be nearly impossible for warriors of the same level to contend with such beasts. Moreover, the disparity in strength between battle general-level warriors and Lord-level monsters was immense. If the Phantom squad had indeed slain Lord-level monsters, it implied that its members were all elite among battle general-level warriors, allowing him to grow more rapidly if he were to join them. I'm not entirely sure, but this news should be accurate. Wu Tong chuckled. He had left the squad long ago when they hunted Lord-level monsters. Although he maintained good relationships with several key members of the Phantom squad, his keen insight prevented him from inquiring too deeply into such matters. Nevertheless, he had gathered some information through other channels, which let him speak uncertainly to Yang Wu. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the main district of Jiangnan Bay City. As they disembarked and walked along the martial artist exclusive passageway, Yang Wu was struck by the bustling crowd and the vibrancy of the area. The prosperity of the main district far surpassed that of Yangzhou City, leaving Yang Wu with a profound sense of spaciousness. Even the most bustling streets in Yangzhou City could not compare to the width of the roads at the current station. After walking a short distance, they spotted a tall, burly man standing ahead. "Haha, Lao Wu, long time no see. How have you been?" The burly man greeted Wu Tong enthusiastically, embracing him with evident joy. "Oh, the same as before, teaching at the martial arts school. I can't compete with you, Zhou Zheng, who slays foes in the wilderness, returning with millions of huaxia coins every trip." Wu Tong replied with a broad smile. Hearing Wu Tong's words, Zhou Zheng was momentarily reminded of Wu Tong's retirement, and his nose tinged with emotion. However, he quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "I envy you. We risk our lives daily in the wilderness, and you enjoy such comfort in the base city? If I ever retire, I'll come to seek refuge with you. Old Wu, so don't cast me aside. Hee hee, you think you can come to me? If you retire, you'll probably be competing for a supervisory position." Wu Tong laughed, adding, "By then, you'll have to look out for me. Supervisor? I'm nowhere near that." Zhou Zheng shook his head. The position of supervisor at the Extreme Martial Arts School required at least high-level battle general strength, along with substantial support from God of War-level warriors. Although Zhou Zheng's strength was sufficient, his connections were still far from enough to contend for such a position. "All right, enough about that." Zhou Zheng waved his hand, turning his gaze to Yang Wu, smiling as he asked, "This young brother must be the Yang Wu you're recommending to the squad?" "Yes." Wu Tong nodded, saying, "This is the Yang Wu I came to recommend to the captain today. Don't let his youth fool you. His strength might even surpass mine." "What?" Zhou Zheng exclaimed in surprise. "Lao Wu, is that true?" When he came, the captain had only informed him that the Phantom Squad was assessing a newcomer with the strength of a junior battle general, asking him to pick them up. Zhou Zheng had thought it would be just a newcomer with slightly above-average physical abilities, never expecting Wu Tong to claim he was not even a match for this individual. After all, while Wu Tong might only be a junior battle general in physical prowess, he boasted decades of combat experience, making it unlikely for an average junior battle general to withstand him, let alone be superior. "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you?" Wu Tong retorted playfully before turning to Yang Wu, saying, "Yang Wu, this is Zhou Zheng, my brother-in-arms from my time in the Phantom Squad." "Hello, Uncle Zhou." Yang Wu greeted with a smile. Zhou Zheng nodded slightly, saying, "Since you're all here, let us go meet the captain." The three then boarded a heavy-duty off-road vehicle, heading toward the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School at Jiangnan Bay City, the Extreme Building. The off-road vehicle moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the headquarters. After presenting their credentials, they entered a spacious training hall on the second floor of the Extreme Building. Following Wu Tong and Zhou Zheng into the training hall, Yang Wu noticed two individuals engaged in a sparring match. One was a young man in his 20s wielding a combat knife and a shield, his blade incredibly sharp. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s, brandishing two gold hammers, one large and one small, with an impressive presence. "Hey, Lao Zheng, Xiao Wang, stop practicing. The people have arrived," Zhou Zheng shouted, prompting the two in the center of the hall to immediately halt. "Vuye." The middle-aged man set his hammers aside and swiftly approached Yang Wu and the others. The young man, seemingly unfamiliar with Wu Tong, glanced at Yang Wu and the others before quietly retreating to a nearby sofa. "Haha, Zheng Tao, long time no see." Wu Tong laughed as he walked over, firmly shaking hands with him. "Wu Ge, is this the newcomer you mentioned?" Zheng Tao asked with a smile as he approached Yang Wu. "Hello, em Zheng Tao." He then pointed to the young man seated on the sofa, stating, "That's Wang Ji. Don't mind him. Xiao Wang is just a bit aloof." Upon hearing Zheng Tao's introduction, Yang Wu immediately recalled the information he had reviewed. Blood Knife Wang Ji and Crushing Heart Hammer Zheng Tao were both highly renowned intermediate battle general-level warriors in Jiangnan Bay City, with Wang Ji having been a genius specially recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts School. "Where's the captain? Why isn't he here?" Wu Tong scanned the room, noticing the absence of Captain Chu Tian, and asked with some confusion. "The captain just went out with Xiao Qing. Xiao Wang has already notified him, so he should be here shortly." Zheng Tao replied, "Let's not linger on our feet any longer. Let's take a seat and rest." Upon uttering these words, Zhou Zheng led Yang Wu and a few others to the sofa to sit down. The training hall was well equipped, and Zhou Zheng retrieved several bottles of beverages from a nearby machine, tossing them to Yang Wu and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, have a drink." At that moment, two individuals entered the training hall. One was clad in a black robe with silver hair, his eyes seemingly filled with countless swirling stars. The other was a striking female warrior dressed in a black bodysuit, her bright eyes and radiant smile exuding an aura of confidence. As they appeared, Yang Wu immediately recalled the information he had previously seen about these two: Phantom Sword Chu Tian and Shadowless Arrow Lu Qing. Chu Tian was the captain of the Phantom Squad, possessing a high-ranking warrior's prowess and considerable fame. Should he choose to retire, he would undoubtedly assume a position of great authority. Lu Qing was the only warrior in the squad to employ firearms, though she was equally adept with cold weapons. Her archery skills renowned for their precision. Chapter 024. The Joining Brother Wu. Chu Tian approached with Lu Qing, greeting them warmly. Yang Wu and the others quickly stood up. "Captain," they all exclaimed in unison. Yang Wu, however, remained silent, uncertain of how to address them. "Captain." Wu Tong glanced at Lu Qing behind Chu Tian and playfully inquired, "When can we celebrate your wedding?" "Ha!" Chu Tian laughed heartily. Soon. When the time comes, Wu Gu, you must prepare a grand gift for me." "Certainly." Wu Tong chuckled in reply. Chu Tian, instead of immediately addressing Yang Wu, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wu Tong and the others about past events. Yang Wu quietly stole by, listening intently, observing Yang Wu's demeanor. Chu Tian inwardly nodded. Most talented warriors today often exhibited a sense of arrogance. Yet Yang Wu remained quietly attentive, which endeared him to Chu Tian. However, such goodwill, even when coupled with Wu Tong's influence, was insufficient for him to hastily include Yang Wu in the squad, as he had to prioritize the safety of all squad members. "Little brother, your name is Yang Wu, I presume?" Chu Tian suddenly addressed Yang Wu amidst his conversation with Wu Tong and the others. The group momentarily froze, seemingly forgetting Yang Wu's presence. Yang Wu, however, was not taken aback and promptly responded, "Yes, I am Yang Wu." At this moment, Wu Tong also regained his composure and quickly added, Yes, this is Yang Wu." Chu Tian gestured for silence, then turned to Yang Wu and asked, "Brother Yang, I apologize for leaving you aside while conversing with the others. Do you harbor any resentment?" As he spoke, a glimmer of starlight seemed to flicker in his eyes, fixating intently on Yang Wu. The others, realizing that Chu Tian's scrutiny had commenced since his entrance into the training hall, understood that Yang Wu was already being assessed. No, in that instant, Yang Wu felt as if he had been drawn into an infinite starry sky by Chu Tian's gaze, and he inadvertently voiced his true feelings. A moment of clarity. Yang Wu suddenly snapped back to reality, his senses heightened as he regarded Chu Tian with vigilance. Your will is commendable." Chu Tian noted Yang Wu's quick recovery with mild surprise, satisfied with the answer he had received. Yet, despite his admiration, he was wary of hastily bringing Yang Wu into the Phantom Squad. The warrior squad frequently traversed perilous wilderness, and introducing a liability could jeopardize the entire team. "Yang Wu." Chu Tian glanced at Wu Tong and said, "Since you were introduced by Wu Ge, I can offer you an opportunity. You may spar with either Wang Ji or Zheng Ge. If you earn the approval of the group, you may remain. Rest assured, they will not use more power or speed than you can handle." Chu Tian's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yang Wu exchanged glances with Wu Tong and the other members of the Phantom Squad before slowly nodding in agreement. "Whom do you wish to choose?" Chu Tian asked with keen interest, observing Yang Wu's decision. Wang Ji and Zheng Tao possessed similar strength, yet their combat styles were distinctly different. Moreover, Zheng Tao and Wu Tong shared a brotherly bond, which might afford Yang Wu some subtle support. The others had considered this aspect, and Yang Wu had as well. Thus, without hesitation, he replied, "If possible, I would like to seek guidance from Brother Wang." With that, Yang Wu silently observed Wang Ji and Chu Tian. Wang Ji, having approached, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the captain before proceeding to the side of the training hall, where he retrieved his sword and shield from where they had been placed. Yang Wu likewise approached the weapon cabinet. "Yang Wu, give it your all," Wu Tong called out, as he had brought Yang Wu here with the intention of having him join the Phantom Squad. Yang Wu nodded, reaching the weapon cabinet and scanning the selection before selecting a spear from the Breaking Army series. The spear, gleaming silver and chilling to the touch, bore a tip that shimmered ominously. An excellent weapon. Yang Wu had yet to procure his own gear, and having previously found nothing suitable at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yayan District, this was his first encounter with such a fine weapon. However, this was the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Jiangnan Bay City, where even formidable warriors had ample equipment at their disposal. Gripping the Breaking Army spear, Yang Wu felt a shift in his own presence. "Brother Wang, please instruct me." Yang Wu stepped into the arena, bowing slightly to Wang Ji. Wang Ji remained silent, simply nodding to indicate Yang Wu should begin. Boom! The moment Wang Ji nodded, Yang Wu launched into action, thrusting the spear directly at Wang Ji's heart with the speed of a galloping horse, as swift as lightning. Wang Ji stood his ground, his left hand tilting the shield to an improbable angle, effortlessly deflecting Yang Wu's lethal strike from his side. Swish! In that fleeting moment of their encounter, Wang Ji retaliated, drawing his sword with a cunning maneuver, using his shield to obscure his movement as he aimed a deadly slash at Yang Wu's neck. Remarkable swordsmanship, the onlookers exclaimed. As for the safety of the duelists, with the captain present, there was no cause for concern. Yang Wu, observing the strike, remained unfazed, raising his left hand to block Wang Ji's fatal blow with the spear shaft. Clang! The sword and spear clashed violently, both combatants stepping back momentarily before advancing again, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. This lad possesses formidable skills. His spear technique is far beyond what one might expect from someone newly reached the specialized level. The onlookers, all elite warriors of the battle general rank, could easily discern the finesse in Yang Wu's spear play. Impressive talent. At just 24 years old, he has achieved such mastery with the spear. Captain, let us keep this young man. With further training, he could become a commanding general. Zheng Tao exclaimed excitedly. Zhu Diang, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dueling pair, until the dynamics of the match suddenly shifted. Yang Wu spun the spear with remarkable agility and thrust it forward in astonishing speed. Wang Ji, having exhausted his initial momentum, could only rely on his shield for defense. As the shield met Yang Wu's spear, it was forcefully repelled by the spinning force. In a moment of desperation, Wang Ji unleashed his true strength, his medium battle general prowess erupting as he accelerated his sword and delivered a powerful strike toward Yang Wu's spear. Not good. The unexpected surge of power from Wang Ji left the spectators in shock. At this critical juncture, two flying daggers suddenly shot forth from Chu Feng's body, colliding with the weapons of Yang Wu and Wang Ji respectively. Accompanied by the sounds of clashing metal, both weapons were forcefully deflected. "Ah Ji, you've lost," Chu Feng proclaimed as he approached slowly, the daggers returning to the pockets on his leg guards. "Apologize-tu, Yang Wu." At this moment, Wang Ji had already come to his senses and quickly replied, "Brother Yang Wu, this time it was my fault. I'll treat you to dinner later." He had just faced danger, and, although he was aware that the captain was watching, he couldn't help but unleash all his strength. Had the captain not been present, he might have genuinely harmed Yang Wu. Brother Wang's swordsmanship is quite formidable. I shall seek your guidance in the future, Yang Wu remarked with a slight smile. Just moments before, Wang Ji had aimed for his broken army spear, clearly showing restraint. Even with their weapons clashing, Yang Wu had only sustained minor injuries. "Yang Wu, welcome to the Phantom Squad." Chu Feng extended his right hand towards Yang Wu, sensing that his addition would undoubtedly bring surprises to the team. "Is this your agreement?" Wu Tong, standing nearby, also wore a smile. "Haha, Brother Yang, from now on we are brothers in the same squad." Zhou Zheng and the others congratulated him as well. Chapter 025, Annihilation of Worlds. After Yang Wu joined the squad, the members of the Phantom Squad celebrated by indulging in a lavish feast at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Once the meal concluded, Chu Tian led Lu Yuan and the others to a lounge to chat. "Yang Wu," Chu Tian asked with a smile, "our squad is scheduled to head to the wilderness zone to hunt monsters in 10 days. Have you equipped yourself adequately?" "Not yet," Yang Wu replied helplessly. "Captain, I wish to purchase a better set of weapons and equipment, but as a newly minted martial artist, I lack contribution points. If I were to buy everything outright, it would be far too expensive. I was planning to ask Uncle Wu for assistance, but I didn't expect him to bring me here. This is simple." Zhou Zheng patted Yang Wu on the shoulder and smiled. "I have already reached a 3-star contribution level. Just provide me with your equipment list, and I can help you purchase it at half price. Later, you can reimburse me for the cost. However, you'll have to buy the manuals yourself. We can't assist with that." "I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhou," Yang Wu nodded, as they would be part of the same squad. It felt somewhat inappropriate to address each other as uncle or brother, so Yang Wu adjusted his form of address for Zhou Zheng, and no one minded. Yang Wu had already identified the equipment he desired, and he promptly sent the list to Zhou Zheng via his phone. The Unified 6 Series equipment. A complete combat suit priced at 80 million, reduced to 40 million at half price. The Broken Army Series long spear, a 6-level priced at 20 million, reduced to 10 million at half price. Just for these 2 items, he had depleted all the startup funds allocated to him by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Fortunately, Yang Wu had some savings, and items such as backpacks and communication watches were reasonably priced, allowing for their purchase as well. Upon reviewing Yang Wu's purchase order, The others were slightly astonished. They were evidently unaware that Zhuge Tao had increased Yang Wu's startup funds. I didn't expect you to be a little tycoon, Yang Wu, Zheng Tao exclaimed with a smile. In truth, 50 million Huaxia coins was a trivial sum for the members of the Phantom Squad. However, for a newcomer like Yang Wu, who had just become a martial artist, it was a substantial amount. Even though Yang Wu possessed the strength of a battle general, he had yet to hunt any monsters and thus lacked monster materials to sell. All right, Chu Tian, satisfied with the arrangements, smiled at Yang Wu. Once your equipment arrives, make sure to familiarize yourself with it quickly so you can adapt before entering the wilderness zone. Captain, I understand. Yang Wu nodded sleepily. Martial artists typically used equipment they were most comfortable with. After switching to new gear, it would take some time to adjust due to differences in weight and material. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Yang Wu and Wu Tong returned to Yangzhou City around 2 p.m. In the training hall on the second floor of Villa 201 in Mingyue Community, Yang Wu sat cross-legged on the floor. A thick manual laid before him. The first volume of the ultimate gun technique, Annihilation of Worlds. As he opened the first page, he was immediately met with an overwhelming aura of gunfire, chilling and awe-inspiring, capable of silencing all things. So powerful, Yang Wu said inwardly. Just from a printed page, even a battle general, like himself, felt a chill of trepidation. Indeed, Hong was the world's strongest, having comprehended the realm. After this moment of astonishment, Yang Wu continued reading. The fundamental essence of the Annihilation of Worlds gun technique lies in the duality of stillness and motion. As the ancients say, still as a virgin, swift as a hare, stillness allows for better bursts of power, remaining motionless until the moment of full commitment. When a shot is fired, the world trembles, leaving nothing untouched. After finishing the first page, he turned to the second. By cultivating stillness, you can observe your enemy's vulnerabilities and discern their weaknesses. When you spring into action, that is your moment of full impact, allowing your opponent no chance to defend against your assault. The Annihilation of Worlds technique integrates a unique realm. Once understood, it renders one invincible against others of the same tier. The Annihilation of Worlds manual encompasses a complete set of shadow techniques, an elite guiding technique known as illuminating the 7 stars, and the entire gun technique itself. The guiding technique enhances your physique, while the gun and movement techniques refine your skills. Only through relentless practice and exceptional insight can one grasp the true essence of the Annihilation of Worlds technique. Although the manual contained extensive information, Yang Wu had already achieved some proficiency in both gun and movement techniques, and much of the guiding techniques were aligned with the training of genetic original energy. Thus, he placed greater emphasis on the power techniques within Annihilation of Worlds. Yang Wu soon came to the section detailing the power techniques. After absorbing the techniques described in the first volume, he finally understood the distinction between top-tier manuals and ordinary ones. Perhaps this Annihilation of Worlds manual was insignificant in a vast cosmos, but in comparison to the flame gun technique he learned in the simulator, Annihilation of Worlds was undeniably exquisite. Simply mastering the first volume of Annihilation of Worlds would grant him double the power techniques. The second volume would yield triple power, while the fifth volume would bestow 6-fold power. As for the sixth volume, its enhancement would not pertain to power techniques at all. It was said that only Hong had achieved the 6th level of Annihilation of Worlds. Perhaps the secrets of the realm were contained within the 6th level. Yang Wu contemplated silently. Hong had clearly stated in Annihilation of Worlds that it fused with his own realm, and the difficulty of mastering the 6th level was likely due to this very realm. Never mind, the realm is still far from my grasp. I should first master the power techniques of the first volume. In the training hall, Yang Wu practiced diligently, using his arms as a gun, continuously thrusting and honing the techniques of the first volume of Annihilation of Worlds. This first volume consisted of 13 distinct gun techniques, which, according to the manual, would aid in comprehending the power techniques within it. Yang Wu became so absorbed in practice that he lost track of time, only coming back to reality when his mother, Liu Yuhua, called him for dinner. After returning the manual to his bedroom, he descended the stairs, only to find his parents seated at the table. But his younger brother Yang Fan was nowhere to be seen. Mom, Dad, where's Xiao Fan? Yang Wu inquired. Let. It's already mealtime. Why hasn't he returned? It was still summer vacation, and students were not required to attend school. Yang Fan typically stayed home to do homework or train. Xiao Fan went to a classmate's house. He just called and said he would be back later. His father, Yang Yuenda, replied. Let's not worry about him. Let us dine first. Liu Yuhua rose from her seat and served Yang Wu a bowl of rice. Chapter 026, Departure. Time flew by. Although Yang Wu had joined the Phantom team, The team was currently resting in the base city, making it inappropriate for him to venture alone into the wilderness zone. Thus, Yang Wu seized this opportunity to practice his power techniques, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with Wu Tong at the martial arts hall. Wu Tong was eager to befriend Yang Wu, having gone to great lengths to bring him into the Phantom team, and thus, during their sparring, he offered his utmost effort, resulting in significant gains for Yang Wu. However, the annihilation technique was indeed an ultimate secret, and, after 10 days of practice, despite Yang Wu mastering all 13 auxiliary shooting techniques, he still had yet to grasp the fundamentals of power techniques. In the blink of an eye, the date had arrived at August 13th, the day the Phantom team would set off for the wilderness zone. Early in the morning, Yang Wu received a call from Wu Tong. Yang Wu, today is the day you head to the wilderness zone. Make sure you don't be late. Wu Tong urged with concern. Uncle Wu, don't worry. I'm about to set off. At this moment, Yang Wu was already fully equipped. He adorned a metal combat helmet, donned a black tactical vest over a silver-gray combat suit, wore metal combat boots, carried a warrior's combat backpack, and secured a tactical watch on his wrist. Grasping his A6 grade breakthrough gun, Yang Wu stepped out of his room. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted his father, Yang Yuanda, his mother, Liu Yuhua, and his younger brother, Yang Fan, who were already waiting in the living room. The three gazed at Yang Wu in silence, fully aware that today marked his journey into the wilderness zone. Ah Wu, be careful, Liu Yuhua said, her voice laced with concern. Mom, don't worry. Yang Wu quickly reassured her. The warrior team I joined is the top-tier Phantom team in Jiangnan Bay City. Dangers are rare in the wilderness zone. After speaking, he turned to his father and brother. Second brother, once I become a warrior, I'll go to the wilderness zone with you. Yang Fan declared earnestly from his side. With commendable talent for a warrior, he had just graduated from junior high and was already a mid-level student at the martial arts hall. Good. Yang Wu nodded with a smile. Xiao Fan, you're already a grown-up now. While I'm away, take good care of mom and dad. Rest assured, second brother. Yang Fan promptly promised. All right, Dad, Mom, I'm off. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. With that, Yang Wu headed straight for the door. Watching him depart in his combat attire, Yang Yuanda and the others stood silently at the door for a long while before returning inside, prompted by the nanny's call. Yang Wu arrived at the entrance of the community and boarded the dedicated vehicle of the Extreme Martial Hall, swiftly heading towards the assembly point of the Phantom team. In the bustling main district of Jiangnan Bay City, the HR Alliance Mall stood as the most prosperous location, frequented by warriors heading to or returning from the wilderness zone seeking relaxation. The designated assembly point for the Phantom team was none other than the HR Alliance Mall building. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yang Wu walked directly into the lobby on the first floor. Yang Wu, over here. As he entered the lobby, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Zhou Zheng and Zheng Tao seated at a bar in a corner of the hall. Brother Zhou, Brother Zheng. You're here, quite early. Yang Wu exclaimed in surprise. He had arrived an hour and a half ahead of schedule to make a good impression on the other members of the Phantom team. Yet he found he was not the earliest. We both reside in Jiangnan Bay City and had fewer matters to attend to, so we came early. Zhou Zheng replied with a smile. But you, my friend, are up so early. Nervous about entering the wilderness zone for the first time last night? Yang Wu chuckled and shook his head. Nervous? Not all. Although this is my first time venturing into the wilderness zone in reality. I have already roamed there for several years in the simulator. While I may lack the experience of veterans like you, my insights are not merely those of a novice warrior. Just as the three were chatting, Wang Ji, clad in combat attire and carrying a sword and shield, arrived. Brother Zhou, Brother Zheng, Yang Wu. Wang Ji greeted expressionlessly. Brother Wang. Yang Wu responded with a smile. Zhou Zheng and Zheng Tao were both in their 40s, making Wang Ji, at 27, the youngest member of the Phantom team, aside from Yang Wu. Although he often appeared cold, Yang Wu discovered through their interactions that he was quite approachable. The four ordered a few cups of tea and sat together, engaging in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of their captain, Lu Qing. Brother Zhou, which city will our team be hunting monsters in this time? Yang Wu inquired with a smile. Most monsters in the wilderness zone near Jiangnan Bay City congregated in abandoned cities, where the remnants of skyscrapers provided ample cover, making the hunt considerably easier. Zhou Zheng took a gentle sip of tea and replied with a smile. Our Phantom team has primarily operated in City 003, the former demon city of Huaxia. However, since this is your first time entering the wilderness zone, the captain and I were concerned you might struggle to adapt to City 003, so we decided to head to City 023, which was formerly Sioux City. Thank you all for your consideration. Yang Wu expressed his gratitude hastily. Although City 023 was somewhat safer than City 003, it also hosted significantly fewer high-level monsters. The powerful Phantom team's choice to venture to the less perilous City 023 touched Yang Wu deeply. What are you all chatting about? Chu Tian and Lu Qing approached from a distance. Captain, Captain. The four of them turned eagerly to see Chu Tian and Lu Qing, both clad in combat attire. Gone was their previous appearance of silver hair and black robes. Now, Chu Tian bore a long sword and shield on his back, along with a metal box in hand, while Lu Qing carried a silver-gray bow and a slightly smaller metal box. Fully equipped, they resembled other warriors, nearly unrecognizable to Yang Wu, who had only seen them once before. It was only when Zhou Zheng greeted them that Yang Wu snapped back to reality. Has everyone rested well? Zhu Tian Yin Gui rested well. Zheng Tao and Zhou Zheng responded promptly. Wang Ji, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded in agreement. And you, Yang Wu? Don't be too anxious on your first trip to the wilderness zone. Zhu Tian smiled. Captain, I'm ready to go at any time. Yang Wu replied confidently. Very well. Let us now set forth for the wilderness zone. Zhu Feng Gongman. The six of them exited the HR Alliance Mall and boarded an off-road vehicle that awaited them outside, making their way to the train station, from where they departed the Bay City directly towards the military district stationed in the wilderness zone. Chapter 027, Supply Base. Hundreds of miles west of Jiangnan Bay City lay a military district base. With a thunderous rumble, the train gradually came to a stop at the military station. Dozens of fully equipped warriors and soldiers disembarked, numbering in the hundreds. Naturally, the carriage occupied by the warriors was far less crowded, as the Phantom team, being an elite squad, had commandeered a smaller compartment for themselves. As Yang Wu and his 5 companions alighted from the train, they witnessed a throng of soldiers in military uniforms unloading various supplies from the train, while others retrieved an abundance of packages from the military base to load onto the train. Yang Wu, typically when we martial artists venture out to hunt monsters, we invariably take a respite within the military district. In the Phantom team, the captain, Chu Tian, bears the paramount responsibility as the squad's most formidable combatant, while the vice-captain, Zhou Zheng, manages the mundane affairs of the team. At this moment, Zhou Zheng solemnly addressed Yang Wu. Here lies the very frontier of humanity's battle against the monsters. This is the very assurance for ordinary citizens to live safely within the base city. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, and indeed the world, every base city is safeguarded by military districts, which is precisely why these cities remain secure. Each military district designates a special area for martial artists to rest when entering the wilderness, and in times of peril, martial artists must also lend their aid in defense. Furthermore, any conflict among martial artists within the military district is strictly prohibited. Any violators discovered may face immediate execution. I understand, Brother Zhou. Yang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. The martial artist supply base is situated in the core of the military district, boasting an exquisite geographical environment, with serene little buildings standing quietly. Old Zhou, your Phantom team will reside in Building B3 for rest, remarked an officer in charge of room assignments, gesturing towards a particularly refined small building. Subsequently, the officer handed Zhou Zheng a key, patted his shoulder, and with a jovial smile inquired, Old Zhou, it has been a while since you last visited this place. How long do you intend to stay? Should you encounter any valuable materials, be sure to sell them to me, and I shall offer you the best price. Within the supply base of the military district, there are representatives from various factions for procurement, and this officer is evidently one of them. The Phantom team, being one of the premier martial artist squads in Jiangnan Bay City, finds hunting high-level monsters to be a mere trifling task. Only those of true divine warrior caliber would dare claim they could surpass them. Hence, the officer treated Yang Wu and his companions with utmost courtesy. Zhou Zheng smiled and replied, No problem. If we come across any valuable materials, I will definitely seek you out. Old Qian, the designated area within the military district for martial artists to rest is not particularly large, as martial artists are still quite rare. After parting ways with the officer, Captain Chu Tian led the group towards the 3-story building designated as B3. As the 6 of them traversed the path, they captured the attention of several resting martial artist squads. It's the Phantom team. Weren't they always seen in City 003? Why'd they come here this time? Hee. I heard the Phantom team has just recruited a new member. Look, there are already 6 of them now. They must be here to bond as a team. Who is that? What luck to have joined the Phantom team. I heard he's a genius who has just become a martial artist, named Yang Wu. Whoever he is, let us go greet the Phantom team. Perhaps they could save our lives if we encounter danger in the wilderness. As soon as this sentiment was expressed, numerous martial artist squads were stirred. While hunting monsters in the wilderness, even divine warriors cannot guarantee their own safety. Should danger arise, Martial artist squads can send out an emergency distress signal while fleeing. If other squads in the vicinity receive the signal, they might rush to assist. In this military district base, there are likely only a few divine warriors capable of surpassing the Phantom team. Moreover, the squad leader, Chu Tian, is a psychic master, using mental energy to assist with flight, rendering his rescue capabilities superior to those of ordinary divine warriors. Thus, some martial artists leaned over their balconies to enthusiastically greet the Phantom team, with a few even stepping out of their buildings. Brother Zhou, what brings you to the West Military District this time? Let us have a meal together later. Captain Chu, when will we be able to toast to your wedding with Sister Lu Qing? Old Zheng, once we return to the base city, I will come find you for a drink. Many martial artists warmly greeted Chu Tian and his companions, with some even enthusiastically addressing Yang Wu. However, the members of the Phantom team were already accustomed to such fervor. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and announced loudly, "Brothers, our team has just arrived at the supply base and is feeling a bit fatigued. We need some rest. Once we safely return to the base city, I will surely treat everyone to drinks. This is what you, old Zhou, have promised. Don't forget." The crowd echoed in agreement. Yang Wu and the others successfully arrived at the entrance of the designated small building for the Phantom team. As Zhou Zheng swiped the key across the door sensor, it opened immediately, and they all stepped inside. "Captain, I'm going to rest for a bit," Zheng Tao said before heading into a bedroom with all his gear. "Anyone who wishes to rest may do so. We will be departing this evening, so don't be caught lacking energy." Chu Tian instructed, "Brother Zhou, remember to explain the rules to Yang Wu." "Understood," Zhou Zheng promptly replied. He then set down his gear and sat on a nearby sofa, gesturing for Yang Wu to join him. Once Yang Wu was settled, Zhou Zheng began, "Yang Wu, given the sweltering weather, we typically travel at night. If you feel fatigued, don't hesitate to rest for a while. You wouldn't want to be exhausted later." "I'm all right, Brother Zhou," Yang Wu replied calmly. Seeing that Yang Wu was not fatigued, Zhou Zheng proceeded to share various critical points to consider while on the journey. Although Yang Wu had gleaned considerable information from posts in the Extreme Limit House, he found Zhou Zheng's insights to be far more comprehensive. For instance, how to minimize the attention of monsters while traveling, and how to locate water sources in the wilderness, among other essential knowledge. As dusk settled, the fully armed Phantom team of 6 departed the supply base, embarking on the dilapidated highway towards City 023. However, this time, the alloy box that Lu Qing held was passed to Zhou Zheng. Yang Wu, being the newcomer, walked in the middle of the formation. To his surprise, Lu Qing, the firepower specialist of the team, was positioned at the forefront alongside Captain Chu Tian. Let us set off. Chapter 028, The Wilderness Zone. Onward. At Chu Tian's command, the Phantom team of 6 set forth on the highway leading to City 023. The highway in the wilderness was already in a state of disrepair, with the pavement completely cracked. Abandoned cars, trucks, and vans littered both sides of the road, and dark stains of blood and various monster remains could occasionally be seen on the ground. It was summer, and even during the evening, the air retained a hint of oppressive heat. The Phantom team continued to advance along the broken highway. Roar, roar. A chorus of monstrous howls echoed from the nearby fields and the long-dilapidated villages. Numerous beast, soldier-level monsters roamed the wilderness. Yet these creatures were hardly worthy of the Phantom team's attention. Their sights were set on at least the low-level beast general monsters. As long as these lower-tier monsters did not provoke them, they would simply be ignored. However, inevitably, some foolish creatures would stumble forth to meet their demise. Roar, roar. With a low growl, several beast, soldier-level monsters appeared in front of the Phantom team. "It's a tiger hound," Yang Wu observed gravely, aside from the initial practical assessment. This was his first encounter with a monster in reality. Before Yang Wu could fully process the situation, Lu Qing, positioned at the forefront of the team, had already drawn her bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several sharp arrows soared through the air, piercing hundreds of meters to strike the vital points of the charging beast soldier-level monsters, targeting either their eyes or throats. In that fleeting moment, the monstrous beings standing before the Phantom squad met their demise. Subsequently, the arrows that had been loosed from their bows astonishingly detached themselves from the corpses of the beasts, tracing elegant arcs as they soared back into the quiver slung across Lu Qing's back. Such a phenomenon. Yang Wu stood beside, utterly astounded. It was evident that every arrow shot by Lu Qing had been retrieved by Chu Tian with his mental prowess. "Haha, Captain. Your synergy with Lu Qing is becoming increasingly seamless," chuckled Zheng Tao quietly from his side. "Yang Wu." Chu Tian turned to him and inquired, "Are you familiar with how to collect materials from various monsters?" "Indeed," Yang Wu replied promptly. "Since joining the Extreme House, He had perused numerous posts on the collection of monster materials. Very well. Chu Tian commanded directly, Zheng, take Yang Wu and gather materials from the few beast soldier-level monsters ahead, so he can acclimatize quickly. Understood. Zheng Tao responded, promptly leading Yang Wu forward. Under normal circumstances, the Phantom Squad would never squander time collecting materials from beast soldier-level monsters upon their departure. It was only on their return to the base city, provided there was extra space in their packs, that they would hunt some beast soldiers on their way back. However, with Yang Wu, a newcomer, along, Chu Tian intended to familiarize him with the techniques of material collection. After all, no amount of theoretical knowledge could compare to hands-on experience. Both Zheng Tao and Yang Wu had attained the physique of battle generals, making the collection of materials from beast soldier-level monsters a task of utmost ease. Before long, the pair had successfully gathered materials from several monsters and swiftly rejoined the squad. Captain, Sister Qing, Yang Wu exclaimed as he caught up with the group. Here are the monster materials. He had learned from the Extreme House Forum that generally, the materials belonged to whoever had slain the creature. What you collect is yours. Chu Tian stated, then turned to Zheng Tao. How did it go? Was the material collection smooth? Captain, Yang Wu's talent is impressive. He collected quite thoroughly. Zheng Tao replied with a smile. If I didn't know this was his first venture into the wilderness zone, I might have thought him a seasoned warrior. Captain, shall we find an F-rank monster for Yang Wu to hone his skills? Zhou Zheng chimed in. After all, this is his first time in the wilderness zone. Norus. Chu Tian chuckled. Yang Wu's physical capabilities are commendable, and his marksmanship and agility are also quite proficient. For his first battle, we should seek out a more formidable beast. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng paused momentarily before exclaiming, Captain, an F-rank monster is already the most formidable of the beast soldier-level creatures. Are you suggesting we have Yang Wu face a beast general-level monster right off the bat? Both Zheng Tao and Wang Ji exchanged concerned glances. While Yang Wu was indeed impressive, it was still his first time in the wilderness zone. Achieving even 50% of his potential during his inaugural hunt would be commendable. Yang Wu can certainly hold his own against a primary beast general. Chu Tian replied calmly, what do you think, Yang Wu? If you cannot contend with a primary beast general, you would undoubtedly be a liability to the Phantom Squad. I trust your judgment, Captain. Yang Wu affirmed, fully aware that this was a test from the Phantom Squad, yet he felt no trepidation. He had previously hunted numerous beast general-level monsters in simulations and was not lacking in experience. Tian Yi. Suddenly, Lu Qing, who had been vigilantly surveying their surroundings, whispered, to the left front, there is a group of pig-like monsters. Judging by their numbers, there should be a beast general among them. Upon hearing Lu Qing's call, the members of the squad halted, retrieving binoculars to gaze toward the left front. There, over 1,000 meters away, a horde of pig-like monsters roamed restlessly. Iron-haired wild boars and unicorn wild boars surrounded a beast that resembled a tank, its entire body a deep crimson. Captain, it's a bloodthirsty tank. Zhou Zheng exclaimed with a grin. Based on its scales, it should be a primary beast general. We are quite fortunate to encounter a beast general so soon after setting out. Zheng Tao added, equally elated. Typically, in such wilderness areas, encountering a beast general was a rare occurrence. Even if one did appear, it would be swiftly hunted down by passing warrior squads. To encounter a beast general so soon into their expedition was indeed fortuitous. At this moment, the monster horde had yet to notice Yang Wu and the others. Captain, Chu Tian remarked with a smile, this bloodthirsty tank is formidable. It will serve as excellent practice for Yang Wu. Captain, the defensive and charging capabilities of the bloodthirsty tank rank among the highest for its level. Zhou Zheng interjected, unable to restrain himself. Perhaps we should seek a primary beast general-level tiger cat or lion mastiff instead. Yang Wu, what do you think? Chu Tian asked, despite his calm demeanor. Yang Wu understood that if he declined, his time in the Phantom Squad would be short-lived. Captain, I have no objections. Yang Wu readily agreed. True battle generals are capable of hunting monsters of equivalent strength. Although Yang Wu's physical prowess might slightly lag behind that of the bloodthirsty tank, his skills were far superior, and he felt no fear. Chapter 029, Battle. Very well, this bloodthirsty tank will be left for Yang Wu to practice. Chu Tian commanded, everyone, follow me as we engage the beast horde. Ensure we leave the bloodthirsty tank intact. Understood, Captain. The 6 members of the Phantom Squad stood ready. Although their target was merely a horde led by a primary beast general, once the battle commenced, they would give their all. Attack! With a decisive command, Chu Tian charged ahead toward the beast horde. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the 6 members of the Phantom Squad transformed into 6 fleeting shadows, dashing toward the monstrous throng. At the forefront were Chu Tian and Zhou Zheng, both high-ranking battle generals, followed closely by Wang Ji, Zheng Tao, and Lu Qing, with Yang Wu, a mere primary battle general, lagging behind. Simultaneously, as Lu Qing sprinted forward, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, sending forth several silver streaks that shot toward the beast horde like lightning. The daggers affixed to Chu Tian's combat attire also sprang to life, hovering around him. In the blink of an eye, the distance of over 1,000 meters was closed. The first to arrive were Lu Qing's arrows. Before the beast could react, several arrows had already pierced the heart of the horde, claiming the lives of a few beast soldier-level monsters. With a thunderous boom, the micro-explosives attached to the arrows detonated. The overwhelming force of the explosion instantly snuffing out the lives of the nearby beasts and throwing the horde into disarray. The blast's power was limited. It could only harm a few creatures at the epicenter, and the bloodthirsty tank remained entirely unscathed. Of course, this was also due to Lu Qing's deliberate aim to avoid harming the bloodthirsty tank. Otherwise, with his intermediate battle general strength, a single arrow could have severely injured it. Roar! The leader of the horde, the bloodthirsty tank, finally detected the presence of the Phantom Squad. Its fur bristled like steel needles standing on end. The surrounding beasts emitted furious, frenzied roars that echoed across the wilderness, embodying rage and madness. Under the bloodthirsty tank's leadership, the wild boars charged wildly toward the humans. Whoosh! 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 The flying daggers encircling Chu Tian sprang into action, transforming into 8 ethereal shadows. Thud! The daggers pierced the throat of a unicorn wild boar before. Under Chu Tian's control, they swiftly struck through the skull of another beast with astonishing speed. With a flurry of 8 flying daggers, the foremost ranks of monstrous beasts fell. With the exception of the bloodthirsty tank, all meeting their demise in an instant. The distance of over 1,000 meters did little to hinder Chu Tian and the other members of the Phantom team from closing the gap. "Captain, leave a few for me," Yang Wu called out, only to hear Zheng Tao's hearty laughter, followed by a streak of black light soaring from his hand, moving with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a massive black hammer. Bang! The hammer swiftly crushed the foremost beast of soldier rank. Yet it continued its relentless trajectory towards another, dispatching it as well. In the next moment, a shadow darted into the horde of beasts, revealing Zheng Tao, now fully unleashed. He quickly reclaimed his thrown hammer and commenced a brutal onslaught amidst the throng of beasts. The sounds of crushing impacts echoed as the heads of the monsters surrounding Zheng Tao exploded under his relentless assault. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, wielding a battle knife and shield, surged into the fray, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes that severed the heads of nearby monsters with flashes of cold light. On one side stood a small pack of lower-tier beast generals led by a modest number of monstrous beasts, while on the opposite side was the Phantom team, comprising elite warriors of the same rank. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. Within a minute, the beast horde was utterly decimated, leaving only a solitary bloodthirsty tank, which let out low growls of defiance. Though inherently savage, the porcine beast had acquired a modicum of intelligence as a beast general. Faced with humans capable of taking its life at any moment, the bloodthirsty tank trembled in fear, too intimidated to make a move. "Yang Wu, this bloodthirsty tank is yours," Chu Tian calmly declared, wiping the blood from his daggers. "Yang Wu, this is your first encounter with a beast general. Be cautious. You can do it," Zhou Zheng admonished from the side. "Go for it, Yang Wu." Zheng Tao echoed his encouragement. The other two members, Lu Qing and Wang Ji, also turned their gazes towards Yang Wu. As for the initial beast general, the bloodthirsty tank, it garnered little attention, had it not been for Yang Wu's training. Its valuable materials would have already been stowed away in the Phantom team's packs. Yang Wu grinned and declared, "Captain Zhou Ge, just watch me collect the materials from this bloodthirsty tank." With that, he swiftly approached the beast. "Captain, please take this seriously. Don't let the bloodthirsty tank harm Yang Wu." It would be difficult to explain to Supervisor Zhuge. Zhou Zheng could not help but urge. After learning of Yang Wu's inclusion in the Phantom team, Zhuge Tao had personally treated Chu Tian and Zhou Zheng to a meal, requesting them to look after Yang Wu. "Rest assured," Chu Tian replied with a slow nod. Though his hands remained still, his mental energy was ever vigilant around Yang Wu, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. At that moment, Yang Wu had halted a little over 100 meters in front of the bloodthirsty tank. The beast, intimidated by the presence of the other members of the Phantom team, dared not act recklessly, while Yang Wu fixated intently on the creature, combining movement with stillness. He aimed to observe the bloodthirsty tank closely, seeking out its weaknesses. "This is my first battle, and a test from the captain and the others. I must perform splendidly." Yang Wu thought to himself. Roar! The bloodthirsty tank unleashed a series of ferocious growls, unable to contain itself any longer, even in death. It would make the humans pay dearly. Boom! The beast charged forward with tremendous speed, resembling a tank in full throttle, barreling directly towards Yang Wu. I cannot withstand this head-on. Yang Wu's instincts kicked in, and he executed a nearly flawless maneuver, evading like a nimble monkey. Simultaneously, the break army spear in his hand thrust out at an incredible angle, akin to a bolt of lightning, piercing into the beast's abdomen just as they passed one another. A howl erupted from the bloodthirsty tank as the spear carved a massive wound in its side. Yet, just as Yang Wu was about to evade, a shadow shot towards his heart. So fast. Yang Wu's heart raced as he swiftly twisted away from the shadow, only to discover it was the tank's long, whip-like tail. Seeking revenge, Yang Wu, enraged by the surprise attack, unleashed a counterstrike with the spear. With his right hand on the rear of the spear and his left hand rotating at midsection, he thrust the spinning break army spear directly into the beast's rear entrance. The bloodthirsty tank roared in agony, pivoting violently to charge at Yang Wu. Now, gravely wounded, it had become even more ferocious. Chapter 30. Solo Kid. What? Such a wealth of experience. Both Zhou Zheng and Zheng Tao wore expressions of astonishment, while even the usually composed Chu Tian and Lu Qing were momentarily taken aback. Only Wang Ji, with his customary stoicism, maintained a blank expression, though his tightly clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. To land 2 critical strikes on the bloodthirsty tank in such a brief span of time was no mere coincidence. Zhou Zheng marveled aside. Captain, it seems our team has struck gold this time. Typically, when hunting beasts, the most effective strategy involves targeting their weaknesses. For most quadrupedal beasts, vulnerabilities lie in their eyes, rear, throat, and mouths, while a secondary weakness is found in their soft underbellies. Many warriors only grasp these truths after spending considerable time training in the wilderness. Yet, for Yang Wu, a newcomer to the martial world, to possess such insight is truly remarkable. This young man maintains a steady mindset and wields his spear with impressive skill. It seems he has not been affected by his initial venture into the wilderness. Chu Tian remarked, although this bloodthirsty tank possesses remarkable vitality, having been struck twice in its vital points by Yang Wu, it will not last long even if he ceases his assault. However, the ferocity of a beast in its death throes can be astonishing. Let us keep observing. While the group had previously witnessed Yang Wu's prowess in the base city, the reality of combat and beast hunting is an entirely different matter. Sparring typically involves restraint, yet every beast hunt is a struggle for survival. Confronted with immense pressure, most individuals would be fortunate to perform at their average level during their first encounter. Yet, Yang Wu now displayed an ability to unleash his full potential, a state entirely unbecoming of a novice in the wilderness. The 5 members of the Phantom team continued to watch the frenzied clash between the bloodthirsty tank and Yang Wu from a distance. Drip, drip. The foul-smelling blood oozed from the tank's abdomen. Despite its desperate attempts to tighten its muscles, the wound was simply too large to staunch the flow of blood entirely. Drops of crimson stained the wilderness, promising a more vibrant growth of wild grass come spring. The bloodthirsty tank, gritting its teeth against the pain in its abdomen and rear, glared with madness in its eyes, emitting chilling roars as it charged at Yang Wu with lightning speed. With its abdomen injured, the beast's explosive power had significantly diminished. Yang Wu, seeing the tank's speed wane, felt a surge of confidence. As the bloodthirsty tank launched its frenzied assault, Yang Wu pressed forward, thrusting the break army spear with ferocity. In a swirling motion, it met the charging beast head-on. With the advantage now firmly in his grasp, Yang Wu sought to end the encounter swiftly, angling the spear to pierce directly into the beast's mouth just as they collided. With a bloodthirsty roar, the bloodthirsty tank surged forward, attempting to evade Yang Wu's lethal strike. However, under the full force of Yang Wu's explosive power, the speed of the breaking army spear was simply too swift. The bloodthirsty tank had no time to execute a defensive maneuver. Slicing through the air, the spear pierced through the creature's mouth, instantly penetrating its throat. A flicker of madness flashed in the bloodthirsty tank's eyes as it resigned itself to its fate. Even in death, it vowed not to let this detestable human have the upper hand. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty tank unleashed all its strength, focusing it into its 4 hooves, disregarding the spear embedded within its body, and charged fiercely at Yang Wu. Of course, Yang Wu would not allow the final, desperate attack of the bloodthirsty tank to harm him. As he thrust the spear forward, he swiftly dodged to the side, effortlessly avoiding the creature's last frenzied assault. With a resounding crash, the bloodthirsty tank's convulsing body collided with a nearby massive tree, snapping the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, in two. The creature's breath gradually faded, and ultimately, it ceased to respond. This marked my first kill of a beast general-level monster. Standing beside the fallen tree, Yang Wu gazed at the nearly impaled, bloodthirsty tank, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Collect materials. Yang Wu leaped forward, swiftly arriving at the creature's carcass, drawing forth a dagger to begin dissecting the monster and gathering materials. As Yang Wu collected the monster's remains, the members of the Phantom Squad, who had been observing the battle, could not help but exhale deeply. Impressive, Zheng Tao exclaimed, while Zhou Zheng added, so how about it? The person recommended by Wu is quite remarkable, isn't he? Among the Phantom Squad, Zhou Zheng shared the closest bond with Wu Tong. Witnessing Yang Wu's commendable performance, Zhou Zheng felt compelled to offer praise. Captain Chu Tian scrutinized Yang Wu as he gathered the monster's materials, remarking, Yang Wu's performance this time was commendable. What is even more praiseworthy is that he chose to confront the bloodthirsty tank head-on instead of gradually wearing it down. Fighting in the wilderness differs from other locales. One can never predict what might transpire in the next moment. Choosing to engage the monster in a drawn-out battle for safety could potentially draw the attention of numerous other beasts. Thus, battles in the wilderness generally require swift resolution and a rapid exit from the scene. While the group chatted, Yang Wu had already completed the collection of materials from the bloodthirsty tank. Well done. The collection of monster materials is remarkably thorough. Zheng Tao approached with a smile, adding, I thought I might lend you a hand, but it appears your skills are quite proficient. The materials from a beast general-level monster are significantly more precious than those from beast soldier-level creatures, and the collection process is more complex. Any mishap could adversely affect the selling price. Zheng Gu, Yang Wu replied with a smile, I've merely learned a thing or two for videos in the extreme home. I managed to replicate the techniques. Yang Wu. At this moment, Zhou Zheng approached, his smile replaced by a serious expression as he addressed Yang Wu. Your recent performance can only be deemed barely satisfactory. Yang Wu nodded and began to humbly seek advice. Your initial performance was fairly good, but after the final strike, you should not have released your weapon. Zhou Zheng stated sternly, in the wilderness, danger lurks at every corner. Once your weapon is out of hand, you may find yourself in grave trouble. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Zhou Gu. Yang Wu expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Zhou Zheng's guidance. All right, Yang Wu has performed well this time. Our Phantom Squad has officially made a successful debut, Captain Chu Tian declared, gesturing for them to proceed. Understood. The group responded in unison. Chapter 031, City 023. After Yang Wu's encounter with the bloodthirsty tank, the members of the Phantom Squad had fully embraced him. Along the way, Zhou Zheng, Zheng Tao, and Wang Ji took turns confronting monsters, continuously guiding Yang Wu. Having gained considerable combat experience from the previous simulation, and with the ongoing instruction, Yang Wu found himself adept at hunting monsters. Although he was not yet as clean and efficient as the others, it was primarily due to differences in physical fitness. If one were to compare experience and technique alone, perhaps only Captain Chu Tian, a high-ranking warrior, and Vice Captain Zhou Zheng could maintain a clear upper hand over Yang Wu. On the morning of the following day, the 6 members of the Phantom Squad finally arrived at the outskirts of City 023. The sun had yet to rise. Although it was midsummer, the heat from the previous night had dissipated significantly. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Roars of beasts echoed in the distance. Even in the early morning, without human hunters, monsters would still engage in fierce battles for food. However, these wild roars had no effect on the battle-hardened members of the Phantom Squad. Captain, Zheng Tao inquired in a hushed tone, it has been a long time since we visited City 023. Where shall we head this time? The others turned their gazes toward Chu Tian, awaiting his command. At this moment, apart from Yang Wu, the members of the Phantom Squad appeared quite relaxed, having grown accustomed to the high-intensity skirmishes in City 003. Arriving at City 023 felt akin to a high-level player entering a novice village. As long as they avoided the city center, they could navigate this ordinary suburban area with ease. Our target this time is a dilapidated complex, the Siyuan community, located 2 kilometers to the south, Chu Tian replied quietly. Before the Great Nirvana, this community was quite renowned, sprawling enough to accommodate over 10,000 residents. Now, it has become a haven for numerous monsters, and in this suburb, there is no better place suited for our needs. Understood. The members of the Phantom Squad nodded in agreement. Now that we have entered the urban area, we must exercise extreme caution until we locate a safe house. We cannot hunt monsters as we did on the road. Chu Tian glanced at Yang Wu, stating solemnly, The density of monsters here is exceedingly high. Both airborne and terrestrial creatures abound. Should we be compelled to engage in combat, we must strive for a swift resolution. Understand. Yang Wu promptly nodded in affirmation. On their journey, Vice Captain Zhou Zheng had already briefed him on the precautions necessary for hunting monsters in abandoned cities. The most crucial point being to avoid provoking a massive beast stampede, as various monsters tend to congregate in abandoned cities. The density of monsters in urban areas far surpasses that encountered on the roads. In smaller locales, a beast pack typically consists of a single beast general leading hundreds of ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. Conversely, in larger cities, packs often feature several beast generals commanding thousands of beast soldiers. Even the Phantom Squad, with their strength, would not dare to recklessly confront such formidable hordes. Let us move, Chu Tian commanded with a wave of his hand. Treading cautiously along the path, the Phantom Squad remained in a heightened state of alert. Lu Qing had stowed her bow and was now cradling a menacing heavy machine gun, its extensive belt of ammunition coiled around it, ready to unleash a barrage at any moment. While the machine gun's lethality may not rival that of Lu Qing's bow, its firing rate was incomparable. Should they encounter a horde of lower-tier monsters, the machine gun's capacity for widespread devastation would still be astonishing. Covering a mere 2 kilometers at the speed of a beast general-level warrior, they could reach their destination in less than 30 seconds. Yet, the Phantom Squad took nearly 10 minutes to arrive at their target, the Siyuan community. In a span of merely 10 minutes, Captain Chu Feng's flying daggers had claimed the lives of dozens of beast soldier-level monsters, along with 2 beast general-level beasts. Fortunately, the abilities of the psychic masters were unfathomable, as some monsters perished without even realizing the presence of Yang Wu and his companions. Let us ascend, Chu Tian whispered after sweeping his psychic energy across a relatively intact residential building, confirming the situation within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 members of the Phantom Squad swiftly darted into the building, progressing steadily up the stairs. Wang Ji, wielding a battle knife and shield, led the way, clearly the least affected by the confined space. After dispatching several monsters within the building, they arrived at a rather exquisite room on the 16th floor. Quickly securing the doors and windows, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief and settled onto the dilapidated sofa to rest. During our time in City 023, the Phantom Squad, will take refuge here, Chu Tian stated, retrieving a piece of jerky from his backpack and handing it to Lu Qing. He then added, Zhou, please inform everyone about our surroundings to avoid provoking any Lord-level monsters. Understood, Captain, Zhou Zheng replied, producing a map from his backpack and gesturing for everyone to gather around. Prior to their arrival, Zhou Zheng had already amassed a wealth of intelligence regarding City 023. Yang Wu and the others hastily encircled him, attentively listening to his briefing. Here is our current position. Zhou Zheng pointed at a marked location on the map labeled Siyuan Community, explaining within a 20-kilometer radius. There are 2 Lord-level monsters. The elementary Lord-level fire scale, Trihorn Pig, located 15 kilometers to the south in Times Square, and the intermediate Lord-level Strength Demon, Ape, situated 19 kilometers to the northwest. These 2 Lord-level beasts dominate the eastern outskirts of City 023, commanding numerous beast general-level monsters and a multitude of beast soldier-level monsters. Everyone, take heed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not approach these 2 locations. Understood. Yang Wu and the others replied in unison. All right, Chu Tian continued. As long as we refrain from provoking these 2 Lord-level monsters, the Phantom Squad should remain largely unthreatened in this area. Wang Ji will be on guard today. Everyone else, take a half day to recuperate. In the wilderness, even during rest, vigilance must be maintained. No martial arts team dares to let their guard down, for even in the safest of places, monsters may appear. Yes, Captain, Yang Wu and the others affirmed. With that, the fully armed Wang Ji moved to the balcony to keep watch, while the others replenished their energy and hydration before settling down to rest. Chapter 032, The Iron-Armored Bull Herd. Half a day passed, and, around 4 in the afternoon, the members of the Phantom Squad had completed their rest. Even Wang Ji, who had been on guard, had managed to rest for a few hours after being relieved by Zheng Tao. At this moment, Zheng Tao stood on the balcony of the 16th floor, peering through binoculars in search of beast general-level monsters. Zheng Tao, any luck finding the big catch? Zhou Zheng inquired as he approached. With a resigned smile, Zheng Tao replied, Brother Zhou, the monster density in City 023 is significantly lower than in City 003. After searching for a while, I have yet to spot a single high-level beast general. The strongest I've seen is a mid-level beast general leading a group of lower-level beasts. As evening approaches, Many monsters will emerge to forage. We'll find something eventually. Zhou Zheng patted Zheng Tao on the shoulder reassuringly, then took out his own binoculars to observe the surroundings. Given the strength of the Phantom Squad, specifically targeting mid-level beast generals would be a waste of resources. Thus, their usual objective consisted of herds led by high-level beast generals, while mid-level and low-level beasts were typically dealt with en route. Let us not rush. Chu Tian chimed in, although high-level monsters are fewer in this City 023. The safety it offers is noteworthy. As long as we avoid provoking those two Lord-level monsters, we should generally be safe. After speaking, Chu Tian retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack and moved to another window to search for traces of high-level beast generals. Hey, look over here. Lu Qing suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. The members of the squad hurried over, each taking a look through their binoculars toward the direction Lu Qing indicated. Following her gaze, Yang Wu spotted a large warehouse approximately 1,800 to 1,900 meters away, teeming with nearly 1,000 bovine monsters. Captain, it's a herd of iron-armored bulls. There's one high-level beast general, one mid-level beast general, and 3 low-level beast generals among them. Zhou Zheng observed closely, puzzled. This shouldn't be. I didn't hear about such a herd being here when I arrived. This sizable congregation of iron-armored bulls had evidently claimed the large warehouse as their stronghold. Typically, if a martial arts team discovered such a herd, they would share the intelligence with other teams, as high-level beast generals pose a significant threat to most martial arts squads. It seemed that this herd of iron-armored bulls must have recently migrated, eluding the notice of any martial arts teams. I'll share this information with several nearby martial arts teams to prevent them from provoking this herd of iron-armored bulls, Zhou Zheng declared. In the wilderness, when a martial arts team encountered a substantial herd, they often relayed the information to familiar teams. Few martial arts teams could contend with such a formidable herd, and naturally, the Phantom Squad was among those capable. No need, Chu Tian interjected suddenly. As long as we eliminate 5 of the beast general-level iron-armored bulls, the herd will disperse in no time. Captain, there are nearly 1,000 iron-armored bulls. Zhou Zheng expressed concern. We're not afraid. But this is Yang Wu's first venture into the wilderness. It might be too perilous. Shouldn't we wait until we're closer to the base city before confronting them? The impact force of bovine monsters is extraordinarily formidable, and the iron-armored bulls possess exceptionally high defenses. If all of them charged at once, even a low-level battle god could find themselves in jeopardy. Hence, Zhou Zheng preferred to let Yang Wu first gain experience against other beasts. It's all right. Chu Tian remained resolute. There's no day like today. Although this herd of nearly 1,000 iron-armored bulls is challenging, they are not overly dangerous. Yang Wu may have slightly lower physical attributes, but his combat experience and skills are not far behind ours. He should manage well against these iron-armored bulls. What say you, Yang Wu? Captain, I'm ready. Yang Wu replied eagerly. With Yang Wu's agreement, Zhou Zheng felt it unnecessary to press the issue further, though he silently resolved to keep a closer eye on Yang Wu. Very well, let us move out. Zhu Tian, Gongman. The 6 members of the Phantom Squad promptly gathered their gear and descended the stairs, heading towards the large warehouse where the iron-armored bulls resided. Captain Chu Tian's psychic energy constantly enveloped their surroundings, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. Chu Tian led the way, with Yang Wu and Lu Qing in the center, Zheng Tao and Wang Ji flanking them, and Zhou Zheng bringing up the rear. As they reached the ground floor, Yang Wu and the others spotted a lone low-level beast, general-level silver electric python, wandering nearby. Zheng, Wang Ji, this silver electric python is yours. Zhu Tian, Gongman. At this moment, the silver electric python was merely 200 meters away from the Phantom Squad. If Chu Tian unleashed his flying daggers, he could likely slay the creature in an instant. However, doing so would result in him claiming an overwhelming share of the spoils. However, a mere elementary beast general, such as the silver electric python, could be effortlessly slain by any one of the 6 members of the Phantom Squad, including Yang Wu. While such occurrences may seem trivial once or twice, if they persist, even the closest of relationships may begin to fracture. Therefore, under the premise of ensuring safety, when encountering a solitary beast general, Chu Tian typically allows several team members to take turns engaging it. This not only distributes the spoils more equitably, but also mitigates risk. Naturally, when averaged out, the lion's share of the gains still falls to Chu Tian, the adept warrior and spirit master leading the squad. Whoosh, whoosh, at the command, Wang Ji and Zheng Tao swiftly pursued the fleeing silver electric python. As elite middle-tier warriors, their collaboration against an elementary beast general posed no risk of mishap. Half a minute later, The materials from the silver electric python were safely stowed in Wang Ji's portable backpack. Well done. Harvest complete. Let us proceed, Chu Tian declared with a wave of his hand. Half an hour later, the Phantom Squad arrived near the large warehouse housing the iron-armored Savage Bull. Along the way, Yang Wu and the others encountered several other beast generals, some solitary like the silver electropython, while others had amassed a considerable number of beast soldiers. Yet, faced with the elite Phantom Squad, none of these beast generals posed any significant threat, ultimately becoming materials for the squad's backpacks. Now let us assign tasks. Chu Tian murmured in a discreet corner near the large warehouse. Xiaoqing, you and I will coordinate to take down that middle-tier iron-armored Savage Bull. We must ensure a swift and decisive strike, he ordered. To bolster their chances, Chu Tian refrained from making the most formidable high-tier beast general their primary target. He then turned to Yang Wu, instructing, Yang Wu, stay close to Xiaoqing and protect her. Do not allow any monsters to approach. Rest assured, Captain, I will not let any beast near Sister Qing. Yang Wu assured earnestly. Leave the high-tier iron-armored Savage Bull to me. Zhou Zheng, Zheng Tao, and Wang Ji. You three handle the remaining 3 elementary beast generals. After we defeat the monsters, Zhou Zheng will be responsible for gathering their materials while the rest of you fend off the beast soldiers. Understood. Understood. Zhou Zheng and the others responded in unison. All right. Prepare for action. With that command from Chu Tian, Zhou Zheng and the others were already poised for their assault, while Lu Qing set aside her firearm, opting instead for the bow slung across her back. Chapter 033, Coordination. In that moment, all members of the Phantom Squad awaited the strike of the shadowless arrow from Lu Qing. She drew her bow into a perfect arc, knocking a silver arrow that was significantly longer than a standard arrow. Generally, warriors who employ firearms see rapid improvements in their strength early on and with minimal training. They can inflict effective damage on elementary beast generals. However, the power of firearms ultimately has its limits, outside of a few restricted weapons like laser cannons. Standard firearms inflict considerably less damage on middle-tier beast generals, and it becomes exceedingly difficult to harm high-tier ones. Thus, an ordinary warrior's prowess peaks at the elementary general level when utilizing firearms. Yet, Lu Qing was evidently no ordinary firearm user. Her physical attributes had already reached the middle-tier general level, and her proficiency with the bow far surpassed her capabilities with firearms. Whoosh! The instant Lu Qing discerned an opening in her target, she unleashed her arrow. A flash of lightning, a spiraling silver bolt, the arrow she released soared forth, exceeding the speed of sound, akin to a meteor racing across the night sky towards the solitary middle-tier iron-armored Savage Bull within the warehouse. Seeing Lu Qing in action, Chu Tian also sprung into motion. His spirit power, now at the high-tier general level, intertwined with Lu Qing's arrow like fine threads, imparting a potent thrust. In typical circumstances, such precise coordination between a spirit master and a warrior is rare, save for those who have mastered both disciplines themselves. Yet, Chu Tian and Lu Qing executed this flawlessly. With no hint of error, the direction of Lu Qing's arrow remained unchanged, even as Chu Tian's spirit power enhanced its velocity. This remarkable synergy between Lu Qing's strength, the bow's tension, and Chu Tian's spirit power propelled the silver arrow to an astonishing speed, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. This velocity was one typically reserved for those of the war god level. At this moment, the Phantom Squad was merely 100 meters from the warehouse, harboring the iron-armored Savage Bull, and Lu Qing's arrow reached its target in the blink of an eye. Thud! With the ease of a steel needle piercing through tofu, the arrow found its mark, penetrating the left eye of the middle-tier iron-armored Savage Bull and exiting through the rear of its skull. Boom! The arrow erupted within the beast's cranium, splattering brain matter as the middle-tier, iron-armored Savage Bull fell lifelessly. Charge! Chu Tian commanded. Whoosh! 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 The 4 members of the Phantom Squad surged forth like bolts of lightning into the throng of iron-armored savages within the warehouse, their speed so swift that they closed the distance to the beasts in mere moments. At that instant, the previously startled horde of beasts finally noticed the Phantom Squad, erupting into a frenzied stampede. The concrete floor of the warehouse cracked under the weight of their charge, and even nearby dilapidated buildings trembled slightly. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chu Tian roared as he plunged into the horde, unleashing the 8 throwing knives he carried. Whoosh! 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 The 8 knives transformed into mere phantoms, ruthlessly slicing through all beasts in their vicinity. In that fleeting moment, a small vacuum appeared around Chu Tian. The high-tier iron-armored Savage Bull, witnessing Chu Tian's relentless slaughter of its minions, was consumed by rage. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the beast leader charged at Chu Tian. Come at me. A flash of sword light gleamed as Chu Tian drew his blade for the first time since entering the wilderness zone. Simultaneously, Zhou Zheng and the others engaged their respective targets. Even with the protection of the beast horde, the three elementary iron-armored savage bulls posed no challenge to Zhou Zheng and his comrades. However, the monsters were not foolish. Upon spotting Chu Tian and his team, the horde also noticed Yang Wu and Lu Qing nearby. Howl! Several beast leaders emitted a series of roars, prompting dozens of iron-armored bulls to charge furiously towards Yang Wu and Lu Qing. The sight of these massive creatures barreling forward was akin to a battalion of heavy tanks racing at high speed. Yang Wu, protect Xiao Qing. Chu Tian, Gongman. His throwing knives swirling around him, sword light glimmering. At that moment, Lu Qing had already stowed her bow, wielding instead a fearsome machine gun. Get out of my way. Facing the oncoming horde, Yang Wu felt no trepidation. He forcefully kicked a massive rock towards the beasts. Crack! The boulder struck the joint of the left foreleg of the foremost high-tier beast soldier, iron-armored bull. Snap! The bull's leg shattered instantly, unable to halt its momentum, and it crashed to the ground, providing a temporary barrier against the charging beasts behind it. Of course, with the sheer number of iron-armored bulls, this single beast carcass could only slightly delay the advance of its companions. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. In that fleeting moment, Yang Wu propelled himself into the horde, wielding his broken army spear. Had the horde's speed remained unimpeded, he would have never dared to leap in, but with their momentum disrupted, the danger was significantly mitigated. Roar! Roar! As the horde of beasts beheld Yang Wu charging towards them, their frenzy intensified, causing them to pivot and charge headlong at him. However, the colossal size of the armored bull rendered any effective assault impossible for the pack. At that moment, Yang Wu found himself only contending with 3 or 4 beast soldier-level armored bulls, navigating adeptly within the throng of creatures. He swiftly attracted even more armored bulls to his vicinity, while a substantial number surged towards Lu Qing, who was armed with a machine gun. This is not good. Yang Wu silently lamented, exerting force beneath his feet to propel himself skyward from the mass of beasts, intent on rescuing Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing possessed slightly superior physical attributes compared to Yang Wu, she currently lacked a suitable weapon. Wielding merely a machine gun without the ability to fire, it would surely limit her survival. Just then, a voice echoed from a nearby warehouse, finally calling out from Chu Tian. Xiao Qing, fire! A smile broke across Lu Qing's stern visage as she clutched the fearsome machine gun. The rapid gunfire erupted, unleashing a torrent of golden projectiles from the muzzle. Each bullet was a specially crafted armor-piercing round, exhibiting astonishing lethality, accompanied by the anguished cries of the monsters. The dozens of beasts that had been assailing Yang Wu collapsed to the ground. The thunderous gunfire incited a complete frenzy among the armored bulls within the warehouse, sending them careening towards the positions of Yang Wu and Lu Qing. Yet, at the forefront of the beast horde stood Chu Tian and his 3 companions, who had just finished gathering materials from the slain monsters. Retreat, commanded Chu Tian, prompting Yang Wu and Lu Qing to swiftly turn and flee. At this juncture, the fastest among the armored bulls were merely the higher-tier beast soldiers. How could they possibly catch up to the elite Phantom Squad, all of whom were battle generals? Moreover, with Chu Tian, a psychic master, providing rearguard, the Phantom Squad soon distanced themselves completely from the horde. Chapter 034, Frenzied Slaughter. An hour later, Yang Wu and his companions returned to their stronghold in the Siyuan community. Ha! Captain Chu Tian remarked with a chuckle. This time we efficiently dealt with the armored bull horde without expending much effort. Everyone coordinated splendidly. If we maintain this pace of hunting monsters, our harvest in City 023 will be substantial. Zhou Zheng, Zheng Tao, and the others all wore smiles, having initially braced themselves for a significant reduction in spoils, only to be pleasantly surprised by their early success. Indeed, Zhou Zheng echoed with a grin. The materials from the higher-tier beast general armored bulls are relatively rare, as bovine monsters typically travel in packs, seldom appearing solitary. The combined materials from these few armored bulls should fetch over 400 million. The prospect of increased earnings was undeniably appealing. After all, while martial artists earned handsomely, their expenditures were equally substantial on weapons, equipment, manuals, and various treasures, each commanding exorbitant prices. This time, we shall adhere to our customary practices, Chu Tian declared, directing his gaze towards Yang Wu. The spoils will be distributed according to each individual's contribution during the battle. Once we conclude this hunt and return to the supply base, we will finalize the distribution. Understood. Yang Wu and the others responded in unison. Most martial artist teams followed a similar procedure for distributing spoils. As dusk approached, Chu Feng interjected, "Let's take a half-hour break, and after that, we shall resume hunting monsters," having just endured an intense skirmish. Yang Wu and his companions indeed required a moment to recuperate. Thus began the Phantom Squad's journey of slaughter within City 023, where countless monsters met their demise at their hands. By day's end, the Phantom Squad consistently harvested materials from a dozen Beast General-level monsters, though encounters with higher-tier Beast Generals were rare, making it uncertain whether they would encounter even one in a single day. After a relentless effort spanning more than 10 days, Yang Wu and his companions had hunted 157 Beast General-level monsters, comprising 5 higher-tier generals, 21 middle-tier generals, with the remainder being lower-tier generals. Materials from a lower-tier Beast General typically commanded a price between 5 to 15 million Huaxia coins. Middle-tier general materials could fetch between 10 to 100 million Huaxia coins, while materials from higher-tier Beast Generals could reach an impressive 50 to 670 million Huaxia coins. The total value of the monster materials amassed by the Phantom Squad hovered around 3 to 4 billion. However, after such frenzied hunting by the Phantom Squad, the number of Beast Generals near the Siyuan community had diminished significantly, with higher-tier Beast Generals becoming virtually non-existent. On the 13th day of their arrival in City 023, at a rest point 5 kilometers south of the Siyuan community, Zheng Tao exclaimed, "Captain, having Yang Wu join our martial artist team has been a tremendous boon." His excitement was palpable, for in the past, the Phantom Squad in City 003 would achieve similar earnings over a span of 10 days. It was essential to note that City 003 boasted a monster density far surpassing that of City 023. In their quest for monsters within City 023, they had already expanded their search radius to 10 miles. This implied that upon their return to City 003, their earnings could potentially be significantly higher. Although the number of individuals sharing the spoils had increased, on average, they would still be able to earn more. Chu Tian also smiled. Previously, he had been unaware of how much the efficiency of monster hunting would improve with the addition of a new member to the Phantom Squad. In a year or two, once Yang Wu and Wang Ji attain higher battle general status, our rate of earning will surely escalate. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. He believed that Yang Wu and Wang Ji were currently in a phase of rapid growth, with ample opportunities to break through to higher battle general status. Once both of them achieve higher battle general status, old Zheng, I might as well retire. Zheng Tao chuckled, though a hint of melancholy glimmered in his eyes. He had long surpassed the phase of rapid growth in strength, and keeping pace with the Phantom Squad's advancement would undoubtedly be a challenge. Old Zheng, you think too much. Zhou Zheng quickly interjected. Even if Yang Wu and Wang Ji reach higher battle general status, that won't occur overnight. Furthermore, I doubt you're far from achieving that status yourself. Not quite there yet. Zheng Tao replied with a rueful expression. I'm nearing 40. I certainly can't keep up with those two. What's there to fear? I'm over 40. Zhou Zheng reassured. If it comes to it, just buy a dose of Blue Demon S-Tear, and you'll surely reach higher battle general status. Blue Demon S-Tear. Zheng Tao's voice suddenly escalated. It costs 20 billion Huaxia coins. Even if bought at half price from the Extreme Limit House's marketplace, it would still amount to 10 billion Huaxia coins. Blue Demon S-Tear is a rare treasure that enhances physical attributes, devoid of side effects like gene medications. Generally, a battle general level martial artist using Blue Demon S-Tear can experience significant power enhancement. Many elites among higher battle generals utilize Blue Demon S-Tear in attempts to break through to the battle god level. Old Zheng, having roamed the wilderness for so many years, Haven Tu amassed a fortune of 10 billion Huaxia coins? Zhou Zheng countered. Brother Zhou, Zheng Tao hesitated. After years of hard work, I've only saved just over 10 billion, and with my son entering high school this year, I was planning to buy him some treasures to lay a solid foundation. If I were to suddenly spend 10 billion, it would be you. Zhou Zheng jested. I'm not saying you should buy it right now. Yang Wu and Wang Ji are still some distance from reaching higher battle general status, and besides, our squad's earning potential is only going to increase. 10 billion isn't an impossible sum to acquire. Brother Zheng, beside him, Lu Qing rarely spoke up, saying, if you truly intend to acquire the blue tier of demons, I might have a way to help you spend a little less. Around 7 billion would suffice. Though I will need to inquire further when I return home. This suddenly piqued Zheng Tao's interest. In recent years, Zheng Tao's progress and strength had been notably sluggish. 5 years prior, he had attained the status of a mid-tier battle general, and it was at that time that he joined the Phantom Squad. However, to this day, he remained a mid-tier battle general. If he could indeed procure the blue tier of demons for 7 billion, it would undoubtedly be a commendable choice. Captain, we have a situation. Just as Zheng Tao and the others were engaging in conversation, Wang Ji, who had been scanning for traces of beast general-level monsters on the balcony, suddenly whispered urgently. The group hastily grabbed their binoculars to look. They observed several kilometers to the south, 2 packs of beasts engaged in a fierce battle. More precisely, it appeared to be a small-scale beast horde clashing with several pig-like monsters. Hundreds of tiger mastiffs surrounded 3 pig-like creatures, while at the very center, 1 pig-like monster was locked in combat with the leader of the tiger mastiffs, with the other 2 remaining passive. Chapter 035, Encountering Danger. Captain, it's the fire-scale trident pig and the bloodthirsty tank. Zhou Zheng, the most seasoned member of the Phantom Squad, instantly recognized the strength of the beast general-level monsters involved in the skirmish. The tiger mastiffs and the fire-scale trident pig were both of the initial tier, while the 2 bloodthirsty tanks were classified as advanced tier. Captain, this is a rare opportunity. Shall we take a chance? Zheng Tao eagerly inquired. If one were to gauge who in the Phantom Squad was most desperate to make money, it would undoubtedly be Zheng Tao. The group had been in City 023 for half a month and had only managed to hunt 5 advanced tier beast generals. Encountering 2 at once was indeed fortuitous. Moreover, these 2 beast generals had very few subordinate beast soldier-level monsters, and even the hundreds of tiger mastiffs might still be in opposition to the bloodthirsty tanks. To take this chance or not, all eyes turned to Captain Chu Tian. Such an opportunity is rare. Let us go for it. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and declared, after the battle, we will return the same way. Although he felt that the location of the conflict was somewhat close to the lair of a lord-level monster, he ultimately chose to proceed, as such chances were exceedingly rare. Having made this decision, Chu Tian wasted no time. Let us move. At his command, the 6 of them swiftly descended the stairs and hurried towards the site of the monster skirmish, located 2 to 3 kilometers away. Along the way, Yang Wu and the others encountered monsters. When possible, they evaded them, but when evasion was not an option, they immediately engaged and eliminated them with great efficiency. 5 minutes later, the group arrived near the lair of the tiger mastiff horde. At this point, the battle between the initial tier tiger mastiffs and the fire-scale trident pig was nearing its conclusion. The fire-scale trident pig, known for being the top-ranked among pig-like monsters, demonstrated combat prowess far superior to that of the tiger mastiffs. The leader of the tiger mastiffs was already severely wounded and on the brink of collapse. However, the numerous beast soldier-level tiger mastiffs, intimidated by the 2 advanced-tier bloodthirsty tanks, dared not assist. Now, with the initial tier tiger mastiff on the verge of death, Chu Tian quickly commanded. Although this tiger mastiff was merely of the initial tier, it could still fetch nearly 10 million Huaxia coins, and they could not afford to let it slip away. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Qing's arrows and Chu Tian's flying knives were simultaneously unleashed. Their initial target was clearly the already injured initial tier fire-scale trident pig. Roar, roar. The first to notice the Phantom Squad were the 2 advanced tier bloodthirsty tanks. Upon witnessing the flying knives and arrows hurtling towards the fire-scale trident pig, both bloodthirsty tanks let out furious roars. The deafening sound reverberated across the area for over 10 miles. Yet, no matter how piercing the sound, it could not avert the demise of the fire-scale trident pig. Even at its peak, the fire-scale trident pig would have been unable to withstand the combined assault of Chu Tian and Lu Qing, especially after having just endured a grueling battle. Without any unexpected developments, the flying knives and arrows found their mark in the vital areas of the fire-scale trident pig. It fell lifelessly to the ground, its body convulsing in its final moments. Witnessing the death of the fire-scale trident pig drove the 2 bloodthirsty tanks into a frenzy, and they charged towards Chu Tian and the others, who had launched the lethal projectiles. Meanwhile, several kilometers to the south, in an abandoned Walmart supermarket, a colossal beast, reminiscent of flames, loomed ominously. Its body was entirely covered in fiery red scales, devoid of any blemish. Particularly striking was its massive head, adorned with 3 towering curved horns pointing forward. This was an initial tier, lord-level fire-scale trident pig. Roar! As the roars of the bloodthirsty tanks echoed from the north, the previously drowsy fire-scale trident pig's eyes ignited with blood-red fury. A piercing howl erupted from its mouth, tearing through the air and producing shockwaves visible to the naked eye, instantly obliterating several nearby beast soldier-level monsters. The fire-scale trident pig had gone mad. Its voice echoed its unbridled wrath. Boom! The fire-scale trident pig surged forward with explosive speed, crashing through the northern wall of the Walmart supermarket. hurtling towards the north. Simultaneously, the beast general-level monsters under its command followed suit, racing after the fire scale, trident pig, towards the northern horizon. At this moment, Yang Wu and the others were engaged in a fierce assault against the two advanced-tier bloodthirsty tanks. Zhou Zheng faced one alone, while Chu Tian and the others swiftly dispatched the other. In less than a minute since the battle commenced, both bloodthirsty tanks lay dead. Quickly gather the monster materials and leave, Chu Tian urgently instructed, sensing an impending danger. However, just as Yang Wu and the others were collecting the monster materials, Lu Qing, who was on lookout duty, suddenly shouted, "Everyone be cautious!" Before Lu Qing could finish his warning, the group sensed a menacing presence and looked up to see a fiery red streak hurtling towards them. "Not good, it's a Lord-level monster," Zhou Zheng shouted in alarm. Roar! The fire scale trident pig, like a bolt of lightning, dashed through the air, lunging directly at Yang Wu and the others, its small eyes glinting with murderous intent. "We're in trouble." The group recognized the crazed Lord-level fire scale, Trident Pig, and recalled the recently slain initial-tier fire scale, Trident Pig, instantly grasping the situation at hand. At this moment, the beast general-level monsters following the Lord-level fire scale, Trident Pig, began to appear in Yang Wu and the others' line of sight, numbering over 20. Though still at a distance, they were closing in rapidly. To flee or to fight, it was a daunting choice. In that fleeting moment, all eyes turned to Captain Chu Tian. "Fight! Chu Tian Sudenli Baolao." If they attempted to flee, the fire scale, Trident Pig, would be unable to intercept someone with Chu Tian's mental prowess. However, with the speed of a Lord-level monster, the survival chances for the rest of the Phantom Squad were virtually zero. Thus, Chu Tian chose to confront the threat head-on. "Leave the Lord-level monster to me. You all protect Shaoqing," Chu Tian commanded, and in an instant, 8 flying knives shot forth, shredding the already deceased fire scale, Trident Pig, into pieces, aiming to draw the ire of the Lord-level beast. Indeed, upon witnessing its offspring being torn asunder, the Lord-level fire scale, Trident Pig, was consumed by rage. The intellect of Lord-level monsters has already reached a level comparable to that of ordinary humans. The anguish of losing its progeny has driven it into a state of utter madness. It will not spare this detestable human before it. Whoosh! After drawing the ire of the Fire-Lin Trident Boar, Chu Tian soared into the air, and 8 flying daggers immediately darted towards the beast's vital points. The Fire-Lin Trident Boar staggered and used its scaled armor to withstand all of Chu Tian's assaults, then charged ferociously towards his airborne position. Chapter 036, Breakthrough. Just as Chu Tian engaged in combat with the Lord-level Fire-Lin Trident Boar, other Beast General-level monsters were swiftly approaching. Among them, the fastest was a high-ranking bloodthirsty tank, followed closely by 5 mid-level Beast Generals and 13 low-level ones. "Brothers, let's fight," Zhou Zheng bellowed, leading the charge towards the foremost high-ranking bloodthirsty tank. In fact, had Zhou Zheng chosen to flee, with his superior physical capabilities as a high-ranking warrior, he would have had the greatest chance of escaping while the Lord-level monster was preoccupied with Chu Tian. Yet he opted not to retreat. Instead, he rushed headlong into the oncoming horde of beasts. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Wu unleashed his full strength, gripping the breaking army spear, and rapidly followed in Zhou Zheng's wake. Faced with the assault of nearly 20 Beast General-level monsters, the members of the Phantom Squad could only gather together to form an effective synergy, relying on one another. Their speed was astonishing. In no time, they were within 100 meters of the fastest high-ranking bloodthirsty tank. At the forefront was Vice Captain Zhou Zheng, closely followed by mid-level warriors Zheng Tao and Wang Ji, while Yang Wu trailed behind, with Lu Qing already sprinting towards a nearby vantage point. Boom! Zhou Zheng's cudgel struck the bloodthirsty tank's head with tremendous force, coinciding with the simultaneous attack from Zheng Tao and Wang Ji, whose heavy hammer and battle blade targeted the beast's vital areas. Of course, Yang Wu was not idle, being the last to arrive. He plunged the tip of his breaking army spear into the bloodthirsty tank's left eye. The lead bloodthirsty tank, besieged by 4 warrior-level fighters, fell within a heartbeat. However, the situation remained grim for Yang Wu and his companions, as the sheer number of Beast General-level monsters was overwhelming. Typically, when Yang Wu and his comrades faced Beast Soldier-level monsters, even in great numbers, they felt little fear. The confined space allowed each warrior to contend with only 4 or 5 beasts at most. Even if they were occasionally struck by a beast soldier, their warrior-level physiques would withstand the impact with only minor injuries. However, Beast General-level monsters differed significantly. They were swifter and stronger. If Yang Wu and his comrades were to be struck by them, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Meanwhile, a few approaching mid-level beast generals, upon witnessing the instant demise of the bloodthirsty tank, recognized their own intelligence and refrained from charging recklessly as it had. Instead, they slowed their pace, awaiting the arrival of the low-level beast generals. Once a considerable number of low-level beast generals arrived, they charged towards Yang Wu and his team with a deafening roar, resembling a high-speed train, sending shivers down their spines. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qing, having reached the high ground, began to provide support with his bow and arrows. Yet, even with his mid-level warrior physique, hitting the vital points of the swiftly moving beast generals proved to be a daunting task. Get out of the way. Zhou Zheng's cudgel swept through the air, sending two approaching low-level beast generals crashing aside. Kill! Wang Zhi's blade glimmered as it sliced through the throat of a low-level unicorn wild boar. Huff! Huff! Yang Wu was fervently wielding his breaking army spear, dispatching a low-level iron-haired wild boar while simultaneously fending off three beast generals. Yet the monsters were astute. After sacrificing several of their comrades, they discerned that Yang Wu was the weakest among these detestable humans. Thus, they opted to target him, just as Yang Wu's strength began to wane. For enraged monsters roared and lunged at him simultaneously. Yang Wu wielded a long spear without a shield, his only protection being the combat attire he wore. This is bad. Yang Wu's expression shifted as he sensed the imminent danger. Be careful, Zhou Zheng and the others shouted in unison. In that instant, Zheng Tao hurled his black hammer towards one of the beasts charging at Yang Wu, diverting its path. Wang Zhi, closest to Yang Wu and armed with a shield and blade, swiftly sidestepped to block another beast. Lu Qing, responsible for fire support, loosed an arrow toward a beast's trajectory, forcing it to change direction. Yang Wu's teammates managed to intercept three beasts in a split second, yet one still hurtled towards him, a mid-level beast general. Should Yang Wu be struck by this creature, the outcome would likely be either death or severe injury. Dodge! I must evade. This singular thought coursed through Yang Wu's mind. Faced with the imminent collision from the mid-level iron-haired wild boar, an unexpected calmness enveloped him. Suddenly, he exerted his left foot, propelling himself 20 centimeters to the right, narrowly evading the beast's charge. Roar! With a furious shout, the iron-haired wild boar swung its long tail. Whoosh! The tail, over a meter long, transformed into a dark blur, sweeping towards Yang Wu. Its speed far surpassed that of the beast itself. Yet, Yang Wu's expression remained unperturbed. He swiftly pointed the tip of his breaking army spear towards the ground, propelling himself in a peculiar direction, allowing him to evade the iron-haired wild boar's assault once more. The subtle movement technique. Several teammates marveled as they witnessed Yang Wu evade the beast's attack through such minute adjustments. It was not due to their lack of experience. Rather, the subtle movement technique was exceedingly rare, more so than specialized weapon techniques. This technique allowed a warrior to evade attacks with minimal movement, maximizing the effectiveness of their evasions. Most warrior-level fighters had yet to grasp such a skill. Even among the elite Phantom Squad, until now, only Captain Chu Tian and Vice Captain Zhou Zheng had mastered the subtle movement technique, while the others were merely on the cusp of it. To their astonishment, Yang Wu had apparently broken through in the heat of battle. Truly, he was a prodigious talent specially recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With Yang Wu's crisis averted, the team naturally turned their focus back to the encircling beast general-level monsters. In the brief span of time, Zhou Zheng's full-force onslaught had already claimed the lives of 4 or 5 beast generals, coupled with the kills from Yang Wu and his comrades. Only a dozen or so beast generals remained on the battlefield, the majority being low-level ones. Such a horde, devoid of ordinary beast soldier-level monsters for support, was no longer a match for Yang Wu and his team. Chapter 037. The Heart of the Strong. A minute later, through the seamless cooperation of Yang Wu and his comrades, the last low-level unicorn wild boar attempting to flee was slain. Although Yang Wu and his companions had avoided fatal injuries, they were utterly exhausted. Yet, they had no choice but to muster their spirits. For the captain of the Phantom Squad was still locked in combat with the Lord-level Fire Lin Trident boar. At this moment, not far off, both Chu Tian and the Fire Lin Sanji Zhu were enduring considerable hardship in their battle. Chu Tian's mental energy was depleting rapidly, and he was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Fire Lin Sanji Zhu was covered in wounds. Although none were fatal, they significantly hampered its speed and strength. Observing the fierce engagement between the human and the beast, Zhou Zheng hastily commanded, Old Zheng, Wang Zhi, Yang Wu, you three, swiftly deal with the corpses of the monsters. I shall assist the captain in confronting that Fire Lin Sanji Zhu. The speed and strength of a Lord-level monster were indeed formidable. Within the Phantom Squad, aside from Chu Tian, who was a mentalist, only the high-ranking Marshal General Zhou Zheng could contend with such a beast. As for Yang Wu and the others, should they fall victim to the attacks of a Lord-level monster, it would likely result in either death or severe injury, and their attacks would hardly inflict any significant damage on such a formidable foe. Understood. Yang Wu and the others acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Zhou Zheng transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the ongoing clash between Chu Tian and the Lord-level Fire Lin Sanjizhu. In truth, both Chu Tian and the Fire Lin Sanjizhu were acutely aware of Yang Wu and the others' movements during their confrontation. Upon witnessing Yang Wu in peril, Chu Tian felt a pang of anxiety. However, once Yang Wu was out of danger, the real headache became the Lord-level Fire Lin Sanjizhu. With Zhou Zheng now charging toward them, Chu Tian's heart soared with joy. The two of them collaborating held a significant chance of subduing this initial Lord-level Fire Lin Sanjizhu. Yet at this moment, the Fire Lin Sanjizhu began to exhibit signs of trepidation. One mentalist had already caused it considerable distress, and it was unaware that Chu Tian's mental energy was nearly exhausted. The prospect of facing an additional high-ranking martial general alongside was indeed perilous. With a thunderous roar that echoed with boundless fury, immense resentment, and a hint of fear, the Fire Lin Sanjizhu unleashed its might. In an instant, its speed surpassed the sound barrier, resembling a streak of light as it fled northwest. Its subordinate beast generals had been decimated by the detestable humans, and most crucially, its sole offspring had also fallen victim to their malice. It yearned for vengeance. The intelligence of Lord-level monsters rivaled that of ordinary humans. The Fire Lin Sanjizhu understood that avenging itself against this detestable human squad would be exceedingly difficult alone. Therefore, it resolved to seek the aid of the mightier intermediate Lord-level Great Strength Demon Ape, hoping to leverage its strength for retribution. Is it truly fleeing? Aren't Lord-level monsters supposed to be merciless? Yang Wu, who had been observing the battle, was momentarily taken aback by the Fire Lin Sanjizhu's retreat. Perhaps noticing Yang Wu's bewilderment, Zheng Tao, who was gathering materials from the monsters, chuckled and explained, Yang Wu, you must understand that Lord-level monsters possess remarkable intelligence. When the situation turns unfavorable, they will swiftly escape. With their formidable vitality and the possibility of encountering beast packs in the wilderness, their chances of fleeing are quite high. Even many martial god-level warriors often choose to hunt high-ranking beast generals. Now I see, Yang Wu realized with clarity. Just then, Chu Tian and Zhou Zheng arrive at their side. The direction in which the Fire Lin Sanjizhu had fled seemed to lead toward the lair of the intermediate Lord-level Great Strength Demon Ape. It was likely seeking assistance from it. We must depart immediately and return to the base city, Chu Tian declared sternly. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded in unison. The six of them quickly harvested the materials from all the beast generals before the Phantom Squad hastily made their way southeast. To avoid a potential encounter with the Great Strength Demon Ape, they decided to take a detour back to the base city. Half a day later, having left the vicinity of City 023, the Phantom Squad decided to take a brief respite as evening settled on August 31st. Coincidentally, it was now Yang Wu and Zhou Zheng's turn to stand guard in an abandoned service area alongside the Wilderness Highway. Zhou Zheng and Yang Wu sat at the entrance of a relatively intact room, keeping watch. It was the height of summer, and the outdoors was rife with mosquitoes. Fortunately, Yang Wu and the others had ignited a special incense, preventing any from biting them. Seated cross-legged on a worn mat, Yang Wu was lost in contemplation over the day's events, the encounter with life and death, and the opportunity that arose from it. He pondered whether all of this was truly worth it. Today, his agility had achieved a breakthrough to the subtle level amidst life-threatening circumstances, yielding considerable gains. Yet, he had also come perilously close to death. Recalling the moment when the intermediate beast general charged at him, a wave of dread washed over Yang Wu. Had he been struck head-on, his fate would have been sealed. With the simulator at his disposal, he mused, even if he remained in the base city, his strength would continue to rise, albeit at a slower pace. Yet it would be safe. Gently polishing his now brilliantly shining broken army spear, he felt a lingering hesitation. If he sought to earn money to purchase manuals and equipment, he could simply wait until he advanced to the martial god level or even the planetary level to hunt monsters in the wilderness. At that time, he could earn money even more swiftly. The more Yang Wu thought about it, the more he felt that his impulsive decision to venture into the wilderness was misguided. He could have gradually grown stronger instead of placing himself in danger. Slowly, The idea of withdrawing from the Phantom Squad upon returning to the base city began to take root in his mind. But no, his thoughts were fundamentally flawed. Suddenly, Yang Wu began to shake his head vigorously. Memories flooded his mind. His own experiences, the text displayed by the simulator during his 2 simulations, and content from novels he had read in his past life. It dawned on him. Even in the base city, absolute safety was an illusion. In his first simulation, he had perished within the confines of the base city. Even in the second simulation, he was likely to have met his end at Li Yao's hands. If he truly offended a powerful warrior, hiding in the base city would not guarantee his safety. The Golden Horn Giant Beast, the Nual Lan Mountain family, and even various future forces coveting Earth. This world offered no absolute sanctuary. Even a powerhouse like the founder of the Great Axe could fall. In the original text, even the most gifted individuals within the Virtual Universe Company had only a scant few who could transcend mortality, and he was merely an utterly ordinary individual. Even with the presence of the simulator, it was no guarantee of becoming a strong warrior. To continuously grow stronger, relying solely on the simulator was insufficient. In that moment, Yang Wu's heart swelled with an unusual determination. The path of the strong was not one that everyone could traverse. If one cowered, even with the aid of the simulator to attain immortality, ascendancy, or cosmic lordship, one would merely be a fortunate soul. A true powerhouse, aside from various external resources, must possess a heart of strength. Chapter 038, Enlightenment. A true powerhouse, aside from various external resources, must possess a heart of strength. Yang Wu gazed calmly ahead. With a heart like a blade and will unyielding, the path of the strong must cut through all fears. Forge ahead with respect, yet undertake fearless deeds. With a heart as clear as crystal, unmarred by a speck of dust. With a heart like a blade, capable of severing all obstacles. At the moment Yang Wu resolved to no longer rely entirely on the simulator, he finally experienced a moment of clarity, achieving the first realm of cultivating the heart. Since his arrival in this world, upon learning he was in the devouring starry sky realm, Yang Wu had aspired to become a powerful figure traversing the cosmos. Yet, due to his inadequate talent, he had been compelled to relinquish this ambition. At the moment when Yang Wu found himself utterly despondent and resolved to give in to despair, the time simulator materialized in his mind. It is undeniable that this emergence of the time simulator became Yang Wu's lifeline. Following its appearance, he transformed from a mere novice warrior of the lowest echelons into a renowned prodigy, subsequently recruited ahead of time by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and even joining the illustrious Phantom team, ranked among the top 3 within the entire Jiangnan Bay City. Although these encounters did not lead Yang Wu to forget himself, they did render the time simulator a crucial support in his relentless pursuit of strength. Of course, the true misstep lay in Yang Wu's over-reliance on the time simulator. Was it truly the case that without its existence, he would have succumbed to apathy? Prior to this moment, such would have undoubtedly been his choice. However, at the instant Yang Wu's heart embraced the spirit of a true warrior, his choice underwent a profound transformation. Even if the time simulator were to vanish, he would never cease striving for his ambitions. Perhaps the pace of his efforts could not rival the extraordinary exploits of his future counterpart, Luo Feng. Perhaps his endeavors might yield no tangible results. Yet, Yang Wu would resolutely refuse to abandon his path to power. This, indeed, encapsulates the indomitable spirit of Yang Wu. At that moment, Zhou Zheng, standing nearby, suddenly perceived a change in Yang Wu. Initially suspecting that Yang Wu had sustained some internal injury during battle, he soon realized through closer observation that there were no visible alterations to Yang Wu's physique. Curious, could it be that I am imagining things? Zhou Zheng pondered, bewildered as to what might be amiss. Meanwhile, Yang Wu abruptly rose to his feet. The formidable strength derived from the first realm of mental cultivation indeed had the power to transform one's very essence. After all, this was a realm that most Realm Lord level warriors had yet to comprehend. All of Yang Wu's previous hesitations, along with the impacts of his life and death crises, were now swept away. Yang Wu had achieved a profound tranquility, a state of calm unprecedented in his experience. His heart was as serene as still water. At this juncture, an impulse to practice his spear technique surged within Yang Wu. A thought arose, and he acted upon it. Yang Wu Molfet. What are you doing, Yang Wu? Zhou Zheng, who was also on guard, had no time to intervene before Yang Wu, spear in hand, ventured alone into the open space at the center of the service area. In the starlit summer night, Yang Wu began executing the 13 forms of the first level of the World Destruction Spear technique. As Zhou Zheng observed Yang Wu's practice, He was about to intervene, but halted, intrigued to see what Yang Wu was up to, under the influence of an extraordinary mindset. Every thrust of Yang Wu's spear brought forth an unparalleled sense of comfort. One thrust, two thrusts. The spear tip gleamed with a chilling light, resembling twinkling stars. Having undergone a transformation in his mental state, Yang Wu was devoid of any distractions, wholly engrossed in the mastery of his spear technique. Zhou Zheng, watching Yang Wu's practice, felt that Yang Wu's spear work was becoming increasingly fluid and graceful. Suddenly, as Yang Wu's speed of thrusting broke the sound barrier, Zhou Zheng sensed an impending calamity and, fearing to awaken the captain and others, hurried to intervene. Wait! A voice emerged from within the room, belonging to Captain Chu Tian. In truth, as soon as Yang Wu had begun his spear practice, Chu Tian and the others resting inside had already sensed something amiss. After all, even the faintest sound made by Yang Wu would be detected by their vigilance. However, due to the subtlety of the noise and the watchfulness of both Yang Wu and Zhou Zheng, they had initially overlooked it. Yet, when Yang Wu's thrusting speed surpassed the sound barrier, the resultant sonic boom indeed startled Chu Tian and his companions. Upon being roused, Chu Tian swiftly extended his mental energy, immediately perceiving Yang Wu practicing the spear and Zhou Zheng's intent to halt him. Although Chu Tian was not yet privy to the specifics of the situation, he was awake and would not allow Zhou Zheng to interrupt Yang Wu. What is happening? Chu Tian inquired, approaching Zhou Zheng with several teammates. Captain, I'm not sure what is going on. Zhou Zheng replied with a rueful smile. I was just on guard with Yang Wu by the door when he suddenly stood up and ran to the central area to practice spear techniques. When I asked him, he didn't respond. Should I call Yang Wu back? Zheng Tao suggested tentatively. Let him finish this set of techniques first. Chu Tian replied, then added, Yang Wu is practicing the world destruction spear technique. As one of the top battle generals beneath the war god level, Chu Tian was certainly familiar with how other formidable warriors wielded the world destruction technique. Of course, without specific guidance from the technique scriptures, even repeated observations would not suffice for mastery. The ultimate spear technique, world destruction, the world's foremost method of attack. Zhou Zheng and the others were well aware of the terror embodied in the world destruction technique, and they all expressed their astonishment. At that moment, Yang Wu, practicing his spear technique, suddenly paused, then thrust fiercely. Instantly, a cold light flashed, and an unusual wave rippled through the air, akin to a lightning strike. As the speed of the spear accelerated, amplifying the sonic boom in the atmosphere. Bang! The spear tip struck a nearby piece of bluestone with tremendous force, shattering it into fragments. Intermediate battle general. Zhou Zheng and the others were astounded. No, it's something more profound. Chu Tian shook his head. It's enlightenment. Yang Wu has comprehended the power techniques within world destruction. Enlightenment? Zhou Zheng and the others understood well what enlightenment represented. It was the hallmark of genuine genius. Yang Wu in the arena was momentarily taken aback. I've mastered the first level of world destruction. It was surprisingly simple. The first level of the world destruction spear technique was complete. After years of practice in the simulator, he had yet to master the A-level fiery spear technique. Yet in reality, within less than 2 months, he had achieved mastery of the ultimate spear technique, world destruction. Chapter 039, Simulation Again. Before Yang Wu could ponder the reasons behind his rapid progress, Chu Tian and the others had already approached. Yang Wu, Chu Tian, rarely one to offer praise. Couldn't he help but express his admiration. You truly live up to the talent specially recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. It's hard to fathom that a novice battle general could embody specialized spear techniques, exquisite body techniques, and double power techniques all at once. An ordinary novice battle general possessing even one of these attributes would be deemed elite. The combination of all three signifies a true genius. Captain. Upon seeing Chu Tian and the others approach, Yang Wu quickly realized that he had inadvertently disturbed them and hastily apologized. I'm sorry for waking you. It's no trouble at all, Chu Tian replied with a slight smile. If my awakening could grant a brother the chance to achieve enlightenment and significantly enhance his strength, I would wish to be awakened daily. By the way, Yang Wu, you were practicing the ultimate spear technique, world destruction, just now, weren't you? As soon as these words left Chu Tian's mouth, all members of the Phantom team turned their attention to Yang Wu. Yang Wu understood that while practicing his spear technique, he had inadvertently revealed his primary cultivation method. However, there was nothing shameful about this. Firstly, he had purchased the technique himself and had no fear of others discovering it. Secondly, the world destruction scriptures encompass numerous elements, attack methods, defensive techniques, body movements, and more, leaving him unperturbed about being targeted. Captain, your insight is truly remarkable. Young Wu Marflet. I had merely practiced a few forms of the spear technique, and yet everyone has noticed. Indeed, I am practicing the world destruction spear technique. After speaking, Yang Wu suddenly expressed regret. It's a pity that I have only purchased the first level. As I prepare for my next purchase, I must once again acquire the first tier of the technique. So, have you truly grasped the power techniques from the first tier of the manual? Jutian Inquit? Yang Wu replied with a wry smile. I suppose so. I have made some modest progress. Yang Wu, Zheng Tao urgently asked. I've heard that mastering the first tier of the destruction gun technique can double one's power. Is that true? Although the Phantom Squad had observed that Yang Wu's recent attack reached the level of a mid-tier warrior, they remained unaware of his current physical capabilities, thus unable to accurately assess his power. My power has indeed reached double. Yang Wu slowly nodded. My heavens! Zhou Zheng could not help but exclaim. This rivals the effects of fully mastering an A-class manual, and yet this is merely the first tier of an ultimate technique. Ha! Jutian Lauget? Yang Wu's ability to achieve enlightenment is a wonderful thing. With this breakthrough, his strength is likely approaching that of Zheng Ge, Wang Ji, and Xiao Qing. The power of our Phantom Squad has increased significantly, and we shall earn money more swiftly in the future. At this point, Chu Tian paused, glancing at Zheng Tao and Wang Ji before continuing. Everyone must strive to improve, aiming for significant advancements in strength. Chu Tian harbored some personal ambitions. The closer he drew to the pinnacle of mid-tier warriors, the more he felt the arduous path to surpassing the God of War level. Moreover, as a mental force master, he could not content himself with merely being an ordinary junior God of War. Thus, he had already devised a plan. Upon breaking through to the God of War level, he would purchase Dragon Blood to enhance his physical capabilities and become a mid-tier God of War. At that point, with his own cultivation level complemented by his mental powers, he would no longer be considered weak among mid-tier warriors. However, the price of Dragon Blood was a staggering 160 billion Huaxia coins. Even at half price from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, it would still amount to 80 billion. Even with Xiao Qing's assistance in the purchase, it would likely require 5 to 600 billion. The wealth Chu Tian had accumulated was still a considerable distance from that figure. Hence, he hoped for an even greater increase in the strength of the Phantom Squad. Previously, he had noticed Zheng Tao's intention to purchase the Blue Demon S-Tear, prompting him to look towards Zheng Tao in an attempt to exert some pressure. As a member of the Phantom Squad, Zheng Tao had fought alongside Chu Tian in the wilderness for several years, and naturally grasped Chu Tian's implication, thus contemplating the possibility of using the Blue Demon S-Tear. Wang Ji, on the other hand, already had his own plans and was rapidly ascending in strength, requiring no concern from others. All right, since everyone is awake, Zhou Zheng, you and Yang Wu should rest for a while. Xiao Qing and I will take charge of the watch. We shall depart back to the base city in 3 hours. Yes, Captain, everyone replied in unison. Thus, apart from Chu Tian and Lu Qing, who remained outside the room on guard duty, the 4 of them returned to their quarters to rest. Yet, aside from the fatigued Zhou Zheng, who quickly fell asleep, the other 3 were far from being able to find slumber. Before long, feeling that the others had settled down, Zheng Tao quietly opened the door and stepped outside. The pressure brought upon him by Yang Wu's enlightenment was simply overwhelming, and he needed to speak with Lu Qing regarding the price of the Blue Demon S-Tear. Wang Ji, meanwhile, sat in silent contemplation, appearing calm, yet the tightly clenched fist betrayed his thoughts. I must swiftly become a high-tier warrior, or even a formidable God of War. Only then can I, Wang Xingji, reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. It was clear that Wang Ji had been spurred on by Yang Wu's sudden insight. As for Yang Wu, he was deep in thought regarding the reason behind his rapid comprehension of the first tier of destruction. While he did not consider himself lacking in understanding, he recognized that with his level of insight, it was improbable to comprehend the first tier in less than 2 months. After all, how long did it take Luo Feng, with his terrifying talent, to achieve double power? 3 months? 4 months? Was it due to a shift in mindset? A sudden clarity dawned upon Yang Wu. He recalled that in the original narrative, Hong could become the disciple of the creator of the giant axe due to his formidable mindset. Thus, it was not impossible that a trace of his own cultivation could have been infused into the manual during its creation. Consequently, achieving the first level of mental cultivation by sheer coincidence, it would not be surprising that he could swiftly master the first tier of destruction. Yang Wu provided himself with a somewhat plausible justification and ceased to dwell on the matter of enlightenment. 4. The time had already turned to the early hours of September 1st. The simulation count in his mind, as time, simulator shifted from 0 to 1 once again. He wondered how much his strength would increase after the simulation. Hoping to catch up to the captain, Yang Wu anticipated eagerly. Chapter 040, The Difficult Choice. Current simulation count, 1 time. Would you like to begin the life simulation immediately? Yes, Yang Wu commanded in his mind. Instantly, a line of text appeared on the simulation panel before Yang Wu. The characters in a life simulation are created by the simulator itself, with memories differing from the host's. Please proceed with caution. Please select the character's personality for the simulation. 1. Steadfast. 2. Selfish. 3. Tyrannical. Why are the options different from last time? Yang Wu wondered it. He remembered that the previous negative personality had been merely greed, and now it had transformed into 2 options. Would the next simulation present all 3 negative traits simultaneously? Yang Wu felt a pang of worry. Indeed, in Yang Wu's view, both selfishness and tyranny were negative traits. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Yang Wu felt uncertain about which to choose. Initially, he had intended to select a trait akin to bravery, but the options this time were lacking. Quickly dismissing the options of selfishness and tyranny, he realized he had no idea what extent his simulated self might reach. If it became excessive, he would not even forgive himself for the experiences within the simulation. Thus, only the steadfast option remained. Choosing steadfastness would result in a somewhat slower enhancement of strength. But in the absence of alternatives, it was the only choice he could make. Having made up his mind, Yang Wu ultimately selected the steadfast personality. Following this, a torrent of text began to materialize on the simulation panel. At the age of 24, you have already attained the strength of a junior warrior and joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, becoming a member of the elite squad, the Phantom Squad. During your first expedition to the wilderness, you performed admirably, your agility reaching the subtle level, and you mastered the first tier of the ultimate gun technique, destruction. Upon returning to the base from the wilderness, you were unexpectedly discovered by Wu Tong while purchasing the second tier of destruction. Upon learning that you had mastered the first tier of the gun technique, Wu Tong joyfully informed the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhuge Tao. After assessing your strength, and with your consent, he submitted your application for the Global Elite Training Camp. In early October, you passed the A-level examination of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and became a member of the Elite Training Camp, under the guidance of a god of war-level instructor. Your gun techniques, agility, and various experiential skills rapidly improved. That year, you ranked around 170th on the Black Dragon leaderboard. At age 25, after a year of diligent effort, you successfully broke through to the mid-tier warrior level with significant improvements in both agility and gun techniques. Your friend Luo Feng also entered the elite training camp, but he quickly surpassed you in ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard, becoming the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Jiangnan Bay City in September. However, with the aid of your mindset, this did not affect you in any way. You continued to grow within the elite training camp. That year, you ranked around 130th on the Black Dragon leaderboard. At the age of 26, after a year of rigorous training and with the assistance of the gravity chamber, you successfully ascended to the rank of a high battle general. Subsequently, during a wager match with a fellow student, your marksmanship reached a level of perfection. Tragically, you received the news of your dear friend Luo Feng's demise from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, plunging you into profound sorrow. This year, your name finally graced the Black Dragon leaderboard, achieving a rank in the vicinity of a 90th position. At 27, your progress and strength became excruciatingly slow. You began to grasp the formidable difficulty of breaking through to the God of War level, as your ranking was consistently eclipsed by emerging students. It dawned upon you that perhaps you no longer belonged in the training camp. Thus, with the aid of your resurrected friend, Luo Feng, now a patroller of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, you attained a supervisory position within the Academy's Jiangnan Bay City. By the age of 28, a terrifying monster suddenly emerged on Earth, rendering humanity's strongest warriors powerless. Under the monstrous leader's command, countless aquatic beasts launched an assault on human strongholds. As a high battle general, it was your duty to assist the military in repelling the tide of beasts. Amidst the siege of several high beast generals, your agility reached the pinnacle of perfection, and your annihilation marksmanship transcended to the second level, tripling your power output. Humanity ultimately withstood the beast onslaught and vanquished the terrifying monster. However, numerous formidable warriors, including your friend Luo Feng, perished in the fray. Upon reaching 29, your physical prowess improved at a sluggish pace. After more than 2 years, you had yet to reach the zenith of high battle general. At this juncture, Due to the fall of several powerful beings, the global landscape underwent drastic changes. To confront the crisis, you invested your entire fortune to procure a vial of dragon blood, thereby ascending to the rank of a junior god of war. Suddenly, your friend Luo Feng reappeared, awakening the comatose Hong and Thunder God, restoring order to Earth, and allowing you to resume your dedicated training. At 30, you continue to strive for excellence, albeit with gradual progress in your strength. Out of the blue, an alien civilization descended upon Earth, introducing a plethora of powerful warriors. You sought refuge in the survival base your friend Luo Feng had established within the cosmos. Just as the alien civilization threatened to unleash chaos upon the globe, Luo Feng unexpectedly became the legitimate Lord of Earth, compelling the alien fleet to retreat. After which you returned to your villa. Not far from your residence, the castle of Luo Feng's family suddenly faced a ferocious attack. You were struck by the shockwave of one such assault, leading to your immediate demise. Miraculously, you survived the calamity wrought by the Golden Horn Behemoth, the alien civilization, merely a family of cosmic-level powers, observing that your existence in the simulator extended to 30 years, only to be slain by the residual effects of a stellar-level warrior from the Norlon mountain family. Yang Wu felt a flicker of joy. However, joy gave way to a throbbing headache. Yang Wu truly did not anticipate the painstakingly slow rate of gene origin cultivation without the assistance of various treasures. No wonder there were so few god of war level warriors on Earth nowadays. He reflected on the statistics. Each base city welcomed over 2,000 new martial artists annually. And with 5 major nations and 23 base cities worldwide, the total number of newcomers approached nearly 100,000 each year. Yet, since the Great Nirvana began nearly 40 years ago, there had only been a little over 3,000 god of war level warriors among humanity. A mere fraction of the total martial artists. The 9th-tier bloodline talents among humans indeed proved to be exceedingly difficult to cultivate. But alas, which option should I select? Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Martial arts cultivation at the age of 30. 2. Martial arts insights at the age of 30. 3. Life experiences during the simulation. Yang Wu promptly eliminated the third reward. However, the choice between the first and second rewards left him in a quandary. Opting for the second reward would grant him immediate mastery of perfect-level marksmanship and agility, while simultaneously enhancing his power techniques to triple. He would undoubtedly emerge as a true prodigy, likely ranking among the elite in the advanced training camp. Yet, through his simulated experiences, Yang Wu understood the rarity of attaining god of war-level physical prowess. Only through 5 years of dedicated training, supplemented by a vial of dragon blood, had he achieved the status of a junior god of war, making it difficult to abandon that path. Choosing the first reward would elevate him to one of the rare god of war-level warriors, enabling him to solidify his footing among junior gods of war with relative ease. Conversely, the second reward would make him a genius, effortlessly gaining entry into the elite training camp. Such a dilemma indeed posed a significant challenge. Chapter 041, Return. I choose the second reward. Yang Wu finally made his decision. Although the god of war-level physical prowess was immensely valuable, he ultimately opted for the martial arts insights. The benefits from his enhancement were simply too great. Not only would his power triple, but his agility and marksmanship would also reach perfection. Such skills would certainly rank him among the foremost, even among the over 3,000 god of war-level warriors. Moreover, Yang Wu believed that with time or ample resources, whether in the simulator or reality, his physical attributes could continuously evolve. However, the elevation of martial arts insights required serendipity. Whether it pertained to his recent breakthroughs in reality or the various breakthroughs within the simulator, most instances were mere strokes of fortune. The prospect of replicating such experiences in the future appeared exceedingly slim. At the very moment Yang Wu made his choice, a plethora of combat experiences, insights into various marksmanship techniques, agility, and power techniques surged into his mind. Suddenly, he was inundated with numerous marksmanship and agility techniques that he had never practiced before, all of which seamlessly integrated into his understanding. Annihilation reached its second level. Yang Wu instantly recognized the origins of these marksmanship and agility techniques. In the simulator, he had previously acquired the first 3 levels of annihilation marksmanship, but regrettably, to execute any techniques beyond the first level, he would have to purchase them once more in reality. 3 hours later, before the dawn broke, the Phantom Squad quietly departed from the abandoned service area, traversing the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. In the western military district of Jiangnan Bay City, an officer at the supply base was engaging in casual conversation with a member of a returning warrior squad. Old Zhao, the The bearded officer chuckled. You all just left a few days ago. Why are you back so soon? Must have had a big haul, right? Haul my foot. The warrior known as Old Zhao grimaced. Our squad was initially headed to the outskirts of City 023 to hunt monsters. But little did we know that the beast general level monsters had already been hunted down. There were hardly any left. We barely encountered any junior beast generals. To make matters worse, we planned to stay there a few days until the beast general level monsters roamed back. But it turned out someone provoked the nearby intermediate lord level mighty ape. The beast horde went into a frenzy, and we had no choice but to retreat. Huh, you really have bad luck, the bearded officer chuckled in response. Wongo, the Zhao-named warrior offered the bearded officer a cigarette, saying, if you happen to see any formidable warrior squads returning from City 023 in the coming days, do let me know. I'm quite curious to see which squad got there first. The Black Wind Squad, led by Zhao Chong, was no weakling, boasting 6 members, 4 of whom were battle general level warriors, with the captain being a mid-level battle general. They certainly did not wish to be outdone by other warrior squads. Though this occurrence was entirely unintentional, had the martial artist team been of lesser strength, the Black Wind team would undoubtedly require some form of compensation. Suddenly, Zhao Chong's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the supply base. What's wrong? Inquired the burly officer with a smile, turning to look as well. My goodness, it's the Phantom team. As the officer observed the bulging backpacks of the Phantom team members, he could no longer afford to engage in conversation with Zhao Chong. He crushed the cigarette Zhao Chong had handed him and tossed it to the ground, promptly excusing himself before hastening towards the Phantom team. The Phantom team's rare visit to this location meant that if he delayed, the monster materials they possessed would not be available for Wang Tianqing. Zhao Chong watched helplessly as the Phantom team approached the supply base from the direction of City 023, fully aware that his own team stood no chance of gaining any benefits, given the Phantom team's prowess. Even sending out 2 of their members could easily overwhelm the Black Wind team. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Chong promptly returned to the rest area to report this news to the captain. At this juncture, the members of the Phantom team had arrived at the entrance of the supply base. Old Joe, it seems you've had quite a haul this time. The gatekeeper greeted with a smile. So, how about selling us the monster materials for the HR Alliance? I assure you, my price will be the highest. Certainly, certainly, Zhou Zheng replied with a grin. However, we VE just returned from the wilderness zone. Perhaps you could arrange a resting spot for us first? Once we VE recuperated, I will certainly come to you to sell the monster materials. Oh, come on now. At that moment, the burly officer and several other staff members hurried over. Old Qian, you're being rather unscrupulous. Captain Zhou and his team have just returned, and you wish to monopolize the materials. Indeed, Captain Zhou, Old Qian's prices are far from the best. Why not sell the monster materials to us? Our offer will surely surpass his. Away with you. Officer Qian playfully chided. The Phantom team has just returned from the wilderness. Let them rest first. Old Zhou, follow me. I'll show you to the resting area. With that, Officer Qian took the keys and led Yang Wu and the others away, while the burly officer and the others made way. Ultimately, these individuals were merely procurement staff from various factions within the supply base, some of whom were not even martial artists. While they might engage with an ordinary martial artist team, they dared not obstruct the Phantom team from resting. However, this meant that Officer Qian would be the one to collect all the monster materials. Gritting his teeth, the burly officer stepped forward and said to Zhou Zheng, Captain Zhou, may I have a word with you? Zhou Zheng, unsuspecting, followed the burly officer to a secluded area where the officer promptly explained the situation regarding the Black Wind Team's search for a martial artist team returning from City 023. Zhou Zheng's heart raced, and he immediately inquired, do you know why the Black Wind Team is seeking out martial artist teams returning from City 023? The burly officer chuckled. Zhou Zheng, being a seasoned veteran, quickly added, Old Wang, rest assured. I guarantee that at least half of the monster materials we acquire from this hunt will be sold to you. Wang Tianqing felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of only receiving half, yet he was still pleased to relay all the information Zhao Chong had shared. So that's it, Zhou Zheng exclaimed with realization. It appears we VE inadvertently affected their team. Old Wang, you can trust me. I, Zhou Zheng, keep my word. Once our team has finished dining, I will bring the monster materials to your procurement point. Excellent, excellent. Wang Tianqing replied eagerly. I shall await your esteemed presence at the procurement point. Observing the bulging backpacks of the Phantom team members, Wang Tianqing finally felt reassured. Even if it were only half, his procurement quota for the month was secure. He was well aware of the Phantom team's strict adherence to only hunting beast general level monsters. Chapter 042, Dividing the Spoils. Within the supply base, Villa A6 had temporarily become the resting place for the Phantom team. Brother Zhou, Captain Chu Tian, seated on the sofa, inquired with a smile. That Wang Tianxing was indeed looking to purchase monster materials, right? Did you agree to his terms? Captain. Zhou Uzheng nodded, subsequently sharing the details Wang Tianxing had conveyed to Yang Wu and the others. The Black Wind team? Chu Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I recall they are affiliated with the HR Alliance. Weren't they primarily active in City 031? What brings them to City 023 now? Zhou Zheng affirmed. The Black Wind team does belong to the HR Alliance, and their presence in City 023 likely indicates an increase in their strength. In that case, Brother Zhou, why don't you take some materials from an initial-level beast general over there? Chu Tian contemplated briefly and said, since they returned empty-handed, we should acknowledge the impact we had on them. Just tell them that I, Chu Tian, have invited them for drinks. As soon as Chu Tian made this suggestion, everyone except Yang Wu broke into knowing smiles. In the wilderness zone, having more friends opens more paths, while having more enemies brings greater danger. An initial-level beast general, while not significant for either the Phantom or Black Wind teams, nonetheless signified the Phantom team's stance. Furthermore, as long as the Black Wind team was not foolish, they would never resent the Phantom team over this matter. Understood, Captain. Zhou Zheng retrieved a complete set of materials from an initial-level beast general, the Tiger Mastiff, and headed to the resting area of the Black Wind team. Upon Zhou Zheng's return, the others were engaged in their lunch. Captain, Zhou Zheng remarked with a smile. The Black Wind team was quite courteous. They initially refused the monster materials, but after my insistence, they finally accepted. Clearly, the Black Wind team was no fool, and the matter was settled. After lunch, let us not discuss the Black Wind team any further. Let us eat. Chu Tian cheerfully declared. Once we finish dining, we'll sort through the monster materials we collected during our expedition to the wilderness zone. Chu Tian smiled at the group this time. We've been out for over half a month, managing to hunt a total of 8 high-level beast generals, 28 mid-level beast generals, and 146 initial-level beast generals. It's a modest profit. Typically, the Phantom team would hunt around 5 or 6 high-level beast generals in the wilderness zone. Although they encountered attacks from a Lord-level monster this time, they still managed to gather materials from 3 additional high-level beast generals. In terms of value, high-level beast generals could fetch dozens of times the price of initial-level beast generals. The total worth of these monster materials was approximately 5 billion. Everyone contributed significantly to this hunt. I suggest we distribute the spoils as follows. Zheng Tao, Wang Ji, Yang Wu, and Xiao Qing, each of you will receive 13%, amounting to 6.5 billion each. Zhou Zheng will take 18%, which is 9 billion, while I will take a bit more, 30%, totaling 15 billion. Chu Tian smiled at everyone. Does anyone have any objections? Zhou Zheng and the others all nodded in agreement. What could they possibly object to? In this distribution, Zhou Zheng and the others received only 2% less than before, while Captain Chu Tian took 5% less, indicating that the portion allocated to Yang Wu was primarily covered by Captain Chu Tian. Captain, Yang Wu called out softly. What is it, Yang Wu? Chu Tian responded with a smile upon hearing Yang Wu address him. Captain, I have the lowest strength, yet I share the same portion as Zheng Ge, Wang Ge, and Qing Jie. Doesn't this seem a bit unfair? Yang Wu questioned. Although Yang Wu had diligently hunted monsters in the wilderness zone during battles, his comrades often instinctively shielded him, allowing him to face the weakest monsters or ensuring he protected the firepower specialist, Lu Qing. Thus, in terms of team contribution, Yang Wu was undoubtedly the least impactful, a fact he was fully aware of. Initially, he believed Yang Wu was concerned because his share was less than that of Zhou Zheng, especially since it exceeded Yang Wu's by nearly twofold. Unexpectedly, Yang Wu felt that he was allocated too much. Yang Wu, Zhou said from the side, since you have joined our Phantom Squad and earned everyone's recognition, you are now our brother in life and death. We have fought together in the wilderness. Why bother with such trivialities? If you don't believe me, ask Zheng Tao and the others if they have any objections. What does it matter? Zheng Tao chimed in teasingly. Who knows, in a year or so, your strength might surpass mine. And then would it be too much if we split the earnings evenly? Lu Qing smiled gently. Ading, Yang Wu. Tianji's distribution is quite reasonable. Just accept it. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Faced with their goodwill, Yang Wu could only acquiesce. Before long, Yang Wu and the others arrived at the purchasing point of the burly officer, Wang Tianxing, laden with a plethora of monster materials. They sold over half of their haul to him, yet a substantial portion remained. Under Wang Tianxing's reluctant gaze, the Phantom Squad boarded the train back to the base city with the remaining materials. On the train, Yang Wu couldn't help but inquire, Brother Zhou, why didn't we sell all the monster materials to him just now? The price Wang Tianxing offered was absolutely above a market rate. Even if we brought the remaining materials back to the base city, they would fetch a similar price. Besides, all we have left are low-tier Beast Commander materials. There are no high or mid-tier ones. Guess what? Zhou replied, surprisingly jesting. The other members of the Phantom Squad shared a knowing smile. Captain. Yang Wu turned directly to their leader, Chu Tian. Yang Wu. Chu Tian chuckled. Didn't you only purchase the first level of the World Destruction Manual before? Now that you've successfully cultivated it, aren't you considering buying the subsequent manuals? Yang Wu felt a surge of gratitude. He hadn't even thought about purchasing further manuals. Yet the captain already had him in mind. This was also due to the fact that he already possessed the first 3 levels of the manual. Chu Tian continued. To buy manuals at half price, you need to reach the corresponding contribution level, and you cannot have others purchase them on your behalf. I've set aside these monster materials for you to sell to the martial arts hall to earn contribution points. Yet, Yang Wu hesitated. But these monster materials are far too numerous. His allocated portion was valued at approximately 650 million Huaxia coins, while the Phantom Squad's remaining materials far exceeded 1 billion. What use is that amount of monster materials? It wouldn't even reach a 2-star contribution level. Moreover, the money from selling them to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall wouldn't suffice for you to buy the manuals. Chutian Lauget? Yang Wu was taken aback. How much use could 500 or 600 million Huaxia coins offer? A high-ranking warrior, having fought valiantly in the wilderness for over a decade, might only earn that much. However, it was only natural for Chu Tian, a high-tier spiritual master capable of facing low-tier lord-level monsters head-on, to make such a statement. Yang Wu, Chu Tian said with a smile, I've set aside monster materials worth 1 billion Huaxia coins for my personal gains to lend to you. You must return it after our next expedition to the wilderness. 1 billion Huaxia coins in monster materials. Such a fortune could easily bankrupt a high-ranking warrior. Yet for Chu Tian, it was merely a trivial sum. When several major factions vied for Yang Wu's allegiance, Zhuge Tao offered 150 million Huaxia coins, and no one contested him. Now, Chu Tian directly lent Yang Wu 1 billion Huaxia coins. Though it was to be repaid, this trust was indeed rare, especially considering Yang Wu had only recently joined the Phantom Squad. Captain, Yang Wu wanted to decline. What are you hesitating for? Chu Tian waved his hand. Are you saying you might renege? Wang Ji, sitting nearby, observed the scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as he had encountered a similar situation when he first joined the Phantom Squad. Having such a captain was indeed a stroke of luck. No wonder they had solely low-tier Beast Commander materials. Yang Wu gazed at the abundant monster materials in his backpack, feeling deeply moved. After disembarking from the train, the Phantom Squad of 6 made their way directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as headquarters. The headquarters was located in Jiangnan Bay City, where Yang Wu usually resided in the Mingyue community of Yangzhou, making his visits here infrequent. Brother Zhou, Old Zheng, Captain Chu, when will we toast to your wedding with Lu Qing? Upon entering the first floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, many martial artists recognized them and greeted them enthusiastically. The Phantom Squad was the top-ranked martial artist team within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, thus their fame was substantial. Led by a woman in a blue suit, the Phantom Squad ascended to the 23rd floor of the Extreme building. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Please follow me. The woman in the blue suit smiled as she guided Yang Wu and the others into a spacious office, where a middle-aged woman was working at a computer. Upon seeing them enter, the woman quickly stood up, warmly exclaiming, Ah, it's the Phantom Squad. It's been a while since you last visited. The middle-aged woman, named Luo Yunqin, was the manager responsible for purchasing monster materials at the headquarters. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall's prices for monster materials were only 2/3 of those offered by the HR Alliance. Thus, the other members of the Phantom Squad had long since exchanged their contribution points and naturally did not come here to sell their monster materials. Manager Luo, Zhou stepped forward, gesturing towards Yang Wu. This is Yang Wu, our new brother in the Phantom Squad. Please take good care of him. Of course. Your Phantom Squad is the pride of our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I will surely calculate your contribution points at the best price. Luo Yunqin replied with a smile. Hello, Manager Luo. Here are the monster materials we brought this time. After greeting her, Yang Wu promptly opened his backpack, pouring a substantial quantity of monster materials into a large metal basin nearby. Luo Yunqin's eyes lit up at the sight of the immense pile of materials. Aside from god-level powerhouses, the Phantom Squad was known for their rapid collection of monster materials. However, god-level powerhouses typically dealt with supervisors for transactions, making it rare for her to encounter such a significant deal. She retrieved an exquisite safe from a nearby cabinet, input the password, and opened it, extracting various tools to identify the monster materials. Beep, beep, beep. As the instrument scanned, the names, levels, completeness, and prices of each monster material appeared directly on the LCD screen. Half an hour later, the screen displayed a total price. The total came to 1 billion, yielding 550,000 contribution points. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Luo Yinxin smiled. Though these materials are all from low-tier monsters, the quantity is impressive and quite good. After all, the hall's prices are significantly lower than those of the HR Alliance. If it weren't for the contribution points, no one would come here to sell monster materials. Yang Wu nodded slightly upon hearing Luo Yunqin's quotation. Generally, in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, one rarely had the opportunity to negotiate prices for monster materials. This batch, if sold directly to the HR Alliance, could fetch around 165 billion Huaxia coins, while at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, it could only be sold for 2/3 of that price. Nevertheless, Yang Wu would also acquire 550,000 contribution points, instantly bringing him to halfway through the 3-star contribution level. Are you certain about selling the monster materials to our Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Luo Yinxin asked with a smile. Absolutely. Yang Wu nodded in affirmation. While organizing the monster materials, Luo Yinxin smiled and asked, Mr. Yang, you have sold a considerable number of elementary beast general level monsters at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Would you like to elevate your own martial artist level to that of an elementary battle general? Certainly, I would appreciate your assistance. Yang Wu replied with a smile. It's no trouble at all. Luo Yinxin chuckled, aware that each time she aided a battle general level martial artist in completing their certification, she would also earn contribution points. After a few clicks on the computer, Luo Yinxin cheerfully announced, All right, Mr. Yang, your martial artist level has now been updated to elementary battle general. Let's go for a meal. Once everything was in order, Chu Tian called everyone to leave. In a refined private room on the 3rd floor of the Extreme General Association's restaurant, the 6 members of the Phantom team gathered around a table laden with delectable dishes. Reveling in their meal. Drink up. Wang Ji, stop wearing that sour face every day. When will you ever find a girlfriend like that? It's just your family matters. Once you make a decision, we brothers will accompany you. Not long after, Zheng Tao, having indulged a bit too much, entered into a loquacious mode. Little Qing, I entrust the matter of the blue demon Esther to you this time. Everyone was in high spirits, having safely returned to the base city from the wilderness area, and thus engaged in lively conversation. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, they cleared away the food and switched to light tea to sober up. Our team has made a decent harvest this time, and Zheng Tao will be using the blue demon Esther to enhance his strength, which will take some time. Therefore, I propose that our team heads back to the wilderness area in October. This way, our strength can be further bolstered. How about October 13th? What does everyone think? I'll follow the captain's lead. No problem, came the enthusiastic responses from all. After finalizing their plans, Yang Wu took a car back to his residence in Minghua Community. Around 10 o'clock that night, he found himself alone in the martial arts hall, where he accessed the Extreme Home platform after fingerprint verification. Upon entering the website, the most prominent section on the right displayed Yang Wu's personal information. Name, Yang Wu, gender, male, address, Jiangnan City, Huaxia, martial artist ID, 426-123-2056080101199. Level, Battle General, Elementary. Contribution points, 550,000, 2-star. Currency balance, 1 billion Huaxia coins. After confirming his information was accurate, Yang Wu navigated to the system mall, directly locating the martial arts manual annihilation for firearms. The price for the first 3 levels of annihilation was 2 billion Huaxia coins, with a discounted price of 1 billion Huaxia coins, requiring 2-star contribution points. With a swift motion, Yang Wu clicked to purchase. Ding! Fingerprint verification successful. Payment process successfully. The annihilation manual for the first 3 levels will be delivered to your home within 24 hours. Notifications from Extreme Home flashed on the screen in succession. After completing the purchase, Yang Wu began contemplating whether to attend the elite training camp. After a moment of deliberation, he gently clicked the mouse and entered the martial artist forum on Extreme Home. At this point, his privileges had advanced from warrior level to battle general level. Upon entering the forum, Yang Wu typed in elite training camp, and a plethora of information appeared on the screen. After casually browsing, he gleaned a substantial amount of information regarding the elite training camp, particularly noting its reward mechanism. Typically, to acquire dragon blood or jade essence for enhancing physical attributes, one would need to achieve first place in evaluations consecutively for 6 sessions within the camp. However, that was at least 6 months away. In 6 months, He might have already attained planet-level strength in the simulator. What need would he have for dragon blood then? Given the rapid simulation speed of the time simulator, it would likely take only a few months for Yang Wu to reach planet level, and thereafter, he might not remain in the elite training camp for long. Moreover, the members of the Phantom team treated Yang Wu exceptionally well and possessed considerable strength. Remaining with them for the time being was also a commendable choice. Never mind. I shan't dwell on it. A month passes swiftly. I will reassess the situation after my next simulation. Chapter 044, Trivial Matters. Just back from the wilderness area, Yang Wu felt completely relaxed. Thus, that night, he refrained from training, and after purchasing the manual, he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, he was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. It was already past 6 o'clock. It was midsummer, and the sun rose quite early. Furthermore, the lighting conditions in Mingwe community were excellent. If he had still been in Landa community, sunlight would scarcely have penetrated his room. This must be the most peaceful sleep I've had in the past half-month, Yang Wu remarked, stretching his limbs. While resting in the wilderness area, even with teammates on watch, few dared to fully relax. After all, the wilderness was fraught with peril, and danger could emerge at any moment. However, home was different. Firstly, it was in a base city, which provided substantial safety. And secondly, and most importantly, having family around made it inherently different from anywhere else. Descending after washing up, Yang Wu discovered his parents and younger brother waiting for him to have breakfast. Big brother, hurry and eat. You woke up too late today. I'm starving. Upon seeing Yang Wu, Yang Fan quickly called out from the dining table. Typically, Yang Wu would rise at dawn, but today he had slept until after 6. How wonderful it feels to have a home. Hearing Yang Fan call for him, Yang Wu merely smiled and said nothing more. However, their mother, Lu Yuhua, was not having it. She sharply tapped Yang Fan's left hand with her chopsticks and scolded, "You child, your brother just returned safely from the wilderness. What is the harm in waiting a moment for him? Will waiting make you starve to death?" "Mom, I'm your son too." Yang Fan, fearful of further reprimand, quickly withdrew his left hand, speaking in a pitiful tone. "Why does it feel like I'm not your biological child whenever Big Brother returns?" With that, Yang Fan hurriedly dodged to the side. Indeed, their mother, Lu Yuhua, ceased serving food and prepared to chase after Yang Fan with her bamboo chopsticks. "You little rascal. How dare you say you're not my biological child? You're asking for a beating." "Mom, Xiao Fan didn't he mean it? Please let him off this time." Although Yang Wu knew their mother wouldn't genuinely strike Yang Fan, he still moved quickly to stand in front of Lu Yuhua. Since moving to Mingwe community, the Yang family had shed their previous financial burdens, allowing Yang Fan to fully express himself. Aside from his studies and martial arts training, he had become significantly more lively. Naturally, Yang Wu relished this change, as it fostered a true sense of home. As for the pressures of life, he would face them alone. Lu Yuhua gazed at her tall second son, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. She was delighted that through Yang Wu's efforts, the family now resided in a standalone villa, their lives vastly improved compared to before. However, she was troubled that her son had to continually venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Although Lu Yuhua had always known there were dangers in the wilderness, she hadn't worried excessively. Yet, after witnessing a severely injured martial artist who had lost an entire leg return to Mingwe community a few days prior, she grasped the true horrors of the wilderness. She wished to persuade Yang Wu to refrain from venturing there again, but she understood he would never agree. Looking at her younger son who had scurried to the side, and then at her towering second son, she felt her heart swell with conflicting emotions. Indeed, my son must not have fared well in the wilderness, so Lu Yuhua decided to have a meal first. Today, with your second brother interceding on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. Come and eat. Lu Yuhua called out to Yang Fan before returning to the table to serve rice. If it were not for your second brother, I would not have been able to let you off today. Yang Fan thought to himself, though he dared not voice it aloud. Yang Wu, unwilling to let his mother continue her scolding, quickly seized the ladle and began serving the family. While dishing out rice, Yang Wu inquired, "Dad, Mom, has anything happened at home while I was in the wilderness? Your father and I have been well-fed and well-rested at home. What could possibly go wrong?" Lu Yuhua replied, accepting the porridge Yang Wu served her and passing it to Yang Yuenda, continuing, "It is your younger brother, Yang Fan, who has been incessantly running to the martial arts hall to practice his sword techniques, bothering others. And there's also," Lu Yuhua hesitated, "What else?" Yang Wu asked, handing his mother another bowl of rice, pressing for an answer. Yang Fan's practice was a minor issue. If he truly wished to become a martial artist, Yang Wu could easily ask Wu Tong to assist him in his training. Lu Yuhua took the rice and handed it to the eagerly watching Yang Fan, adding, "It's that mister." Wang from your previous workplace. He has been visiting our home frequently of late. Each time he comes, he brings a plethora of gifts, chats for a while, and then departs. When I asked him if he needed anything from you, he insisted there was nothing. Since you've been away for more than half a month, he has visited 4 times, each time bringing increasingly extravagant gifts. I asked Xiao Fan to check online, and the total value is nearing 5 million. Wu, could it be that he wants you to engage in something unscrupulous? 5 million. Lu Yuhua had been an ordinary supermarket saleswoman and had never encountered such a sum. Even after moving to Mingyue community and realizing their newfound wealth, she felt that 5 million was an astronomical amount. Moreover, this was merely a collection of gifts bestowed upon them. Yang Wu was at a loss for words, quickly stating, "Mom, where are you letting your imagination wander? This is simply a gesture of goodwill. How could it possibly lead to anything unscrupulous? A normal exchange of gifts? Wu, do not deceive your mother. That is still 5 million. Both Lu Yuhua and Yang Yuanda stood up, regarding Yang Wu with earnest expressions. They had always been ordinary folk, and their greatest savings had only reached several hundred thousand. Although their son had become a martial artist, 5 million remained an unfathomably large figure for them. Yang Fan stood dumbfounded nearby. Despite having a slightly broader perspective than his parents, he was still merely a middle school student with limited experience. Dad, Mom. Yang Wu gently urged his parents to sit down, saying, "I have now become a martial artist, and my strength has reached the level of a battle general. You can no longer view matters through the lens of the past," he continued, "during my recent expedition to the wilderness to hunt monsters. The materials from our small team hunts were worth an astounding 5 billion huaxia coins. I personally received over 600 million. To convince his parents of his words, Yang Wu pulled out his communication watch, displaying the remaining balance of 100 million to them. After returning last night, I bought some things, and now I have 100 million left. 600 million huaxia coins? Still left with 100 million? Lu Yuhua and Yang Yuanda quickly turned to Yang Wu's communication watch. When they truly beheld the 100 million huaxia coins in Yang Wu's account, they were once again left speechless. My heavens! Even the bosses at their previous workplaces likely hadn't possessed such wealth. And this astronomical figure was merely what their son had earned in half a month in the wilderness. I must also become a martial artist, Yang Fan exclaimed, stunned by the sight of his brother's 100 million balance, then erupted with excitement. However, this time, Yang Yuanda and Lu Yuhua did not admonish him, as they had yet to fully process the gravity of the situation. In truth, the villa in which the Yang family resided was valued at over 100 million huaxia coins. Yet, both Lu Yuhua and Yang Yuanda understood that this villa was merely under their usage rights, and they did not hold ownership. Hence, their surprise was somewhat tempered. However, seeing 100 million huaxia coins right before their eyes was an overwhelming revelation. "Dad, Mom," Yang Wu softly called out. Upon hearing their son's voice, Lu Yuhua and Yang Yuanda finally snapped back to reality. Yang Wu continued, "So, Dad, Mom, you need not worry. The gifts that Mr. Wang brings to our family are merely standard exchanges. I will also find a time to send him some gifts in return." While he spoke thus, Yang Wu was acutely aware that Mr. Wang's lavish offerings required no reciprocation. It was evident that he was aware of Yang Wu's joining the Phantom Squad and had gone to great lengths for this reason. Nonetheless, Yang Wu felt no aversion to such matters. Mr. Wang had treated him quite well in the past, and should any minor troubles arise, Yang Wu would not hesitate to assist him. "All right, I am quite hungry. Let us eat first." Yang Wu set aside other thoughts, served himself a bowl of porridge, and began his meal. Chapter 045, The Invitation. Indeed, scarcely had they finished breakfast when, around 8 in the morning, Yang Wu received a call from Wang Zijin. "Yang Wu, I heard you returned from the wilderness." Wang Zijin's voice resonated through the phone. "How about it? If you have some time, let us gather." "No problem." Yang Wu replied with a smile. "Brother Wang, where shall we meet?" Wang Zijin seemed eager to see him, perhaps with some matter requiring Yang Wu's assistance. "Let us meet at the Extreme Club. I have just arrived." Wang Zijin chuckled, pleased that Yang Wu readily agreed to meet. "All right, I will be right there." Yang Wu responded. The Extreme Club was located within Mingyue community, not far from Yang Wu's villa. 5 minutes later, in the first floor bar of the Extreme Club, it was still morning, and the bar was not particularly busy, with only a few scattered patrons. In a secluded corner, Yang Wu and Wang Zijin sat together. "Yang Wu, I heard you joined our Jiangnan Bay City's renowned Phantom Squad. Is that true?" Wang Zijin asked with an expectant expression. "Indeed," Yang Wu nodded. Seeing this, Wang Zijin's smile broadened. "I heard that all members of the Phantom Squad are battle general level martial artists, and among battle generals, they are the elite. Since you were able to join, Your strength must be at the battle general level too, right? In Wang Zijin's view, while Yang Wu was strong, he likely had not yet reached the battle general level. The Phantom Squad must have recognized Yang Wu's talent in accepting him. Of course, with the support of the Phantom Squad. Yang Wu reaching the battle general level in a short time would not be an insurmountable challenge. I merely got lucky, Yang Wu humbly replied. Just lucky? A hint of confusion flickered across Wang Zijin's face. Is that the interpretation I think it is? Could it be that your strength has truly reached the battle general level? Wang Zijin was taken aback by Yang Wu's words, unable to contain himself from asking. If Yang Wu had indeed attained the battle general level, then that would be magnificent. He had come to seek Yang Wu's assistance. And with Yang Wu's enhanced strength, their chances of success would be greatly increased. I was just fortunate. Yang Wu silently nodded, then directly inquired, Brother Wang, you didn't come merely for a casual meeting, did you? Is there something you need my help with? Sitting opposite Yang Wu. Wang Zijin seemed taken aback by Yang Wu's forthrightness. After a moment of surprise, he cautiously replied, I did indeed invite you to meet because I have a small favor to ask of you. After speaking, Prince Jin cautiously glanced at Yang Wu, and upon noticing that Yang Wu did not exhibit any signs of impatience, he felt a sense of relief in his heart and continued, in a few days. It will be the 60th birthday of our family head, and I would like to invite you to accompany me to the capital Bay City to celebrate. I wonder if you have the time, Yang Wu. The mention of the family head's birthday caused Yang Wu to furrow his brows. The Wang family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, and is, notably, the only one that belongs to Huaxia. This implies that within Huaxia, the Wang family can fully represent the HR Alliance. Considering the Wang family's formidable power, it is evident that I am not in a position to provoke them at this moment. It is prudent to first clarify the specifics of the matter. Yang Wu thought to himself. Moreover, even if Yang Wu could contend with the Wang family, he would not be inclined to stir troubles for Prince Jin. After all, while Yang Wu and Prince Jin shared a close relationship, it had not reached such a level. Brother Wang, I fear this trip to the capital Bay City is not merely to celebrate a birthday. Is it? Yang Wu directly inquired. I knew I couldn't keep it from you. In fact, even if you hadn't asked, I would have told you soon. Prince Jin chuckled. The primary reason for our trip to the capital Bay City is that I have heard our family's direct heir is transferring to our Jiangnan Bay City. The Wang family's influence predominantly lies within the capital Bay City, and the resources allocated to the Wang family in Jiangnan are limited. If this direct heir arrives here, he will undoubtedly seize a considerable portion of those resources. Therefore, my father wishes for me to scout the capital Bay City to see if we can minimize our losses. Brother Wang, I have no ties to your Wang family. Even if I accompany you, I fear it would have little impact. Yang Wu expressed his doubts. Yang Wu, you do not understand, Prince Jin replied with a wry smile. While our Wang family engages in various business endeavors, at its core, we are a great family that relies on strength. Without formidable warriors to safeguard us, we could hardly sustain our status as one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. Your prowess is significant, and if you could accompany me to the capital Bay City, it would bolster my confidence. Initially, Prince Jin had been drawn to the Phantom team behind Yang Wu. However, Yang Wu's recent ascension to the rank of Battle General was nothing short of astonishing. Prince Jin was well aware of Yang Wu's previous strength. Merely 2 months prior, Yang Wu had just become a quasi-warrior, and now he had achieved the rank of Battle General. Thus, in Prince Jin's eyes, Yang Wu's talent sufficed, eliminating the need to involve the Phantom team further. Moreover, he had heard that the leader of the Phantom team, Chu Tian, was not particularly amiable, which diminished his confidence even more. Yang Wu, at last, grasped Prince Jin's intentions but found himself uncertain about whether he should involve himself in such matters. While he was willing to lend a hand to Prince Jin in times of trouble, this situation also entailed the direct heir of the Wang family. If Yang Wu recalled correctly, the heir mentioned by Prince Jin was likely Wang Xingping, who had pursued the female protagonist Su Xin in the original text. Although Yang Wu did not fear him, he was reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble. Noticing Yang Wu's hesitation, Prince Jin quickly reassured him. Yang Wu, rest assured. This trip is merely to celebrate a birthday, and Uncle Lu will accompany us, so you need not feel burdened. At this point, it would be rather ungracious for Yang Wu to decline. Brother Wang, may I inquire about the specific date of the family head's birthday? I need to check my availability. Upon hearing Yang Wu's question, Prince Jin's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, September 12th. He then anxiously awaited Yang Wu's response, fearing he might say he was unavailable. Not a problem. Our team is currently in a period of rest, so I shall accompany you to the capital Bay City. Yang Wu replied with a smile. It occurred to him that since arriving in this world, he had not yet visited any other Bay City. with the arrangements settled. The two engaged in light conversation for a while before parting ways. Chapter 046, An Unexpected Encounter. That afternoon, Yang Wu received the first 3 volumes of the Annihilation Manual sent by the Extreme House. Although he had already acquired this manual in the simulator, it was his first encounter with it in reality. Thus, Yang Wu quickly immersed himself in his training. 10 days swiftly passed, and it was now September 11th. The day Yang Wu and Prince Jean had agreed to travel to the capital Bay City. Given the lengthy train journey to the capital, they needed to set out a day in advance. That morning, shortly after breakfast, Yang Wu received a call from Prince Jean. After declining Prince Jin's offer to pick him up, Yang Wu took a taxi to the train station. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Prince Jean, who had been waiting alongside the one-armed gunman Liu Dahui, whom he had encountered previously. Yang Wu, over here, Prince Jean called out loudly. Yang Wu hurried over. Greeting them both, Brother Wang, Senior Liu Dahui merely nodded in acknowledgement without speaking. A few days prior, Prince Jean had informed him that Yang Wu had attained the rank of Battle General. Liu Dahui found this hard to believe. If Yang Wu claimed to be a high-level soldier, that might be plausible. However, if reaching the rank of Battle General were that easy, what would that say about his decades of effort? It was merely a case of Yang Wu joining the Phantom Team to enhance his reputation. Nevertheless, despite his disbelief in Yang Wu's strength, Liu Dahui could only respond with a cold demeanor. Before long, the three presented their identification and boarded the fastest train departing Jiangnan Bay City. Nowadays, trains traversing between 2 base cities require substantial resources for security, and ordinary individuals hardly have the opportunity to board. However, warriors are granted privileges. By simply presenting their warrior cards, they need not purchase tickets to board, allowing them to travel freely. While Prince Jean was not yet a warrior, he possessed internal identification from the HR Alliance, making it quite easy for him to board such a train. The train's speed was not particularly swift, and it was around 6 o'clock in the evening when they finally arrived at the capital Bay City. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the station. Passengers disembarking at the main city station of the capital Bay City, please gather your belongings and prepare to exit through the front door. As the train's announcement echoed, it came to a gentle stop, and the 3 of them collected their luggage and exited the train. Uncle Liu, Yang Wu, it's getting late today. Let us find a place to rest and visit the birthday celebration tomorrow, Prince Jean suggested. Neither Yang Wu nor Liu Dahui objected, both nodding in agreement. Consequently, Prince Jean led them to a well-known establishment in the capital Bay City, the Royal Palace Entertainment Center. This venue was quite upscale, with considerable expenses, but none of the 3 paid any heed to such matters given their financial capabilities. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, the trio set off for the Wang family's stronghold in the capital Bay City. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they found it filled with an array of luxurious cars, and even several small flying warplanes were parked there. The influence of the Wang family is indeed formidable. Yang Wu marveled inwardly at the sight of the warplanes. The ownership of flying warplanes typically indicates at least a battle god-level strength, and even most battle god-level warriors cannot afford such luxuries. What are you thinking about, Yang Wu? Enchanted by those flying warplanes? Prince Jean remarked with a smile. I believe that one day you too will possess your own flying warplane. Yang Wu chuckled, but did not respond. Let us head inside, Prince Jean said cheerfully. Upon ascertaining the identity of Prince Jean, Yang Wu and his companions were soon escorted to the entrance of the banquet hall by a servant. The grand entrance, resplendent in golden hues and towering over 3 meters, was adorned with exquisite carvings. Flanking the door stood 2 attendants, surprisingly of a warrior elite caliber. As they noticed Yang Wu and his companions approaching, the attendants bowed slightly and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, please enter," as they pushed open the imposing doors. Witnessing this scene, Prince Jean, who represented his father for the first time, felt a flicker of trepidation. 2 elite warriors, if under his command, would constitute the pinnacle of strength. Yet here, they merely served as gatekeepers. As the doors slowly creaked open, a vast expanse unfolded within, revealing numerous round tables laden with delectable delicacies. Melodious music wafted through every corner of the hall, and an array of handsome waitstaff continuously offered an assortment of fine wines and dishes. Yang Wu and his companions were guided to a secluded corner. Mr. Wang, this shall be your designated spot. Please refrain from wandering once the banquet commences, the servant cautioned with care. Understood. Prince Jean nodded slightly. This gathering comprised the creme de la creme of the Wang family. As a mere collateral descendant, Prince Jean had only secured his place here due to his father's influence and would certainly not act indiscreetly. The banquet proved rather tedious. After the head of the Wang family delivered a lengthy expression of gratitude for everyone's attendance at his birthday celebration, the guests began to indulge in the sumptuous feast. In truth, dining was but a pretext. The real purpose was to engage in conversation. The members of the Wang family present were all individuals of notable status within their respective bases. Some were government officials, others were prominent businessmen, and some were formidable warriors. Their busy lives seldom allowed for such gatherings, and many had their own agendas. Like Prince Jean, some aspired to ascend the ranks of officialdom, while others aimed to close lucrative deals. Thus, amidst the culinary delights, they sought out acquaintances to engage in dialogue. Yang Wu, however, felt a sense of ennui as those nearby were primarily merchants akin to Prince Jean, rendering meaningful conversation improbable. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xingping, the scion of the Wang family, approached their table to propose a toast on behalf of his elders. Seizing the opportunity, Prince Jean cautiously articulated his thoughts. With both Lu Dehui and Yang Wu, two seasoned warriors, by his side, Prince Jean's charm shone through. After downing 3 glasses in quick succession, Wang Xingping acquiesced. To be frank, considering the scant resources at Prince Jin's disposal, Wang Xingping, as the direct heir of the Wang family, had never regarded him with any esteem. The matter was swiftly resolved, filling Prince Jean with elation. After expressing his gratitude to Yang Wu and Lu Dehui, he began to network with others, much like the rest. In his boredom, Yang Wu began to observe the other guests in the hall. The Wang family, indeed, deserved their reputation as one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. In this single banquet, Yang Wu had already encountered several renowned god-level experts. Just then, he unexpectedly spotted someone familiar in a more central position. Wang Ji, his comrade from the Phantom Squad. Could it be that Brother Wang is also a member of the Wang family? Yang Wu pondered, somewhat hot perplexed. If Wang Ji belonged to the Wang clan, why would he join the Extreme Martial Arts School? As Yang Wu scrutinized the table of guests surrounding Wang Ji, he was surprised to discover Wang Xingyan, who had been circulating and toasting moments ago, seated there as well. Could it be that Brother Wang is indeed a direct descendant of the Wang family? What of it? These matters were hardly relevant to Yang Wu. His curiosity about Wang Ji's background could simply wait for a future opportunity to inquire directly. What are you gazing at? Prince Jean, noticing Yang Wu's fixed stare in a particular direction, asked with curiosity. Nothing much, just idly observing. Though Yang Wu wished to approach Wang Ji for a chat, he recognized that it was not an opportune moment and reluctantly set the idea aside. Come, let's drink. With his desires fulfilled, Prince Jean was in high spirits and began to coax Yang Wu into drinking. He understood that the 2 companions accompanying him today, Yang Wu and Lu Dehui, had differing motivations for being there. Lu Dehui was merely honoring his father's influence, while Yang Wu's presence stemmed from personal reasons. Furthermore, Prince Jean perceived Yang Wu's talents and prowess to be noticeably superior to Lu Dehui's. Thus he was more inclined to foster a closer rapport with Yang Wu. Meanwhile, at Wang Ji's table, a different scene unfolded. The table was occupied by the core disciples of the Wang family's younger generation, led by Wang Xingping and Wang Xingyan. Both grandsons of the family patriarch, Wang Junyang, each possessed distinct strengths, one excelling in ability, the other in lineage, making them formidable contenders for the 3rd generation's inheritance. At this moment, however, both Wang Xingping and Wang Xingyan were engaged in cordial exchanges with Wang Ji. Brother Xingji, I heard you've been venturing into the wild zones. It must be exhilarating. Brother Xingji, it's rare for you to return. You must stay for a few more days. If Prince Jean were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for everyone at this table was qualified to vie for the position of head of the Wang family. Even the most eligible heirs. Wang Xingping and Wang Xingyan were conversing with Wang Ji. However, had Prince Jean been aware of Wang Ji's true identity, his astonishment would have been mitigated. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Junyang, had 3 brothers who were the original power holders of the clan and its direct lineage. Others, such as Prince Jin's father, were merely cousins of these 3 brothers. Among them, the eldest, Wang Junming, had already passed. The youngest, Wang Junyang, was the first head of the Wang family following the Great Nirvana. The second brother, Wang Junhong, was the true linchpin of the Wang family, the only undefeated war god in the HR Alliance. It was precisely because of this lineage that the Wang family retained its status as one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, predominantly composed of Caucasians. Wang Junhong devoted himself to cultivation and had not married or sired children. Thus, the head of the Wang family was to be chosen from the offspring of Wang Junming and Wang Junyang. Wang Ji, or rather Wang Xingji, was the eldest grandson of Wang Junming. However, Wang Ji's father, Wang Zitao, had once been deemed inadequate and was expelled from the family by Wang Junming in a fit of rage, prompting Wang Ji to adopt a new name. Nevertheless, Wang Ji's father had always harbored aspirations of returning to the family fold, and given that the Wang family was the foremost clan in the nation, Wang Ji naturally held no objections. In fact, he harbored a slight ambition regarding the position of family patriarch. Thus, the current scene unfolded. As Wang Xingping greeted Wang Ji, his heart was nearly bleeding with frustration. Damn it, why is he here? And he has even broken through to the elite warrior level. Indeed, in a short span of just over 10 days, Wang Ji had made significant progress. In truth, he had already reached the apex of the intermediate warrior level. Inspired by Yang Wu's epiphany during their time in the wild zones, he had returned to the base city and immersed himself in rigorous training, even acquiring a treasure to enhance his physical prowess, making his breakthrough to the elite warrior level hardly surprising. Moreover, Wang Ji was already an elite among warriors, and upon attaining the elite warrior status, he instantly possessed the strength to match it. Upon learning that Wang Ji had indeed become an elite warrior, Wang Xingping's heart twitched incessantly. His own eligibility as one of the most qualified heirs of the Wang family stemmed from his exceptional abilities. Within his domain, he meticulously managed the various enterprises under his command. Externally, he actively cultivated friendships, befriending prodigious martial artists and eminent merchants alike. Currently, he was orchestrating a marriage alliance with the Su family, one of the 12 illustrious clans of Huaxia. However, in this era, no matter how great one has capabilities or background, they pale in comparison to genuine personal prowess. Should Wang Ji manage to ascend to the rank of a war god within a few years, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Wang Xingping's aspirations to the position of family patriarch. Absolutely not. I must devise a plan. Even the capable Wang Xingping felt this urgency. While on the other side, Wang Xingyan simmered with jealousy. His father was one of the wielders of power within the Wang family, and his mother held a prestigious position as an officer in the military district of the capital, ranking alongside high-level war gods. With such formidable backing, Wang Xingyan regarded Wang Xingping with disdain, and he would never allow Wang Ji to rise above him. Wang Ji, the eldest grandson of the Wang family? Wang Xingyan ground his teeth in fury. How dare he appear here after staying so comfortably at the Jiangnan base city? If I am truly provoked, I shall ensure he meets his grandfather. It is imperative that I confer with my parents regarding a strategy. Although Wang Xingyan held Wang Xingping in contempt, he could not overlook Wang Ji's self-derived strength. The banquet continued until 3 in the afternoon. During the event, Yang Wu seized the opportunity to find Wang Ji, and the two arranged to meet after the festivities. Thus, following the banquet, Yang Wu directly bid farewell to Wang Zijin. Brother Wang, I have some matters to attend to in the capital base city and will not be returning with you, Yang Wu announced in the parking lot. Wang Zijin inquired with curiosity, what matters? Would you like me to accompany you? I have a few friends here as well. It's nothing significant. I'm merely going to meet a martial artist friend, Yang Wu replied. I see. How about I wait for you at the hotel for the day? Wang Zijin suggested. As matters of martial artists were beyond his purview, he felt compelled to remain with Yang Wu, who had recently assisted him. No need. Yang Wu waved his hand dismissively. I might be here for several days. I'm not certain when I can return. Very well then. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me. With that, Wang Zijin departed with Lu Dehui. Once Wang Zijin left, Yang Wu set off to rejoin Wang Ji. Chapter 048, A Conspiracy. That night, in the capital Bay City, at the Xinguang community. The Xinguang community sprawled over an extensive area, ranking among the top 3 in terms of architectural space across the entire capital Bay City. It served as the stronghold of the Wang family. Within the community stood a luxurious villa covering nearly 1,000 square meters. Numerous soldiers clad in military uniforms patrolled the vicinity, while the majority of the security personnel donned black suits, with only a few areas guarded by military personnel. Notably, the number of soldiers surrounding this villa surpassed that of any other location within the community. Inside the villa, over 20 armed soldiers maintained a vigilant watch, ensuring stringent security. This villa was owned by one of the prominent figures, Qiu Wenjun, an officer whose rank within the capital Bay City's military district placed her among the top 10. Her ascent to such a position as a woman attests to her extraordinary capabilities. Why? Damn it! Damn it! In the opulent hall of the villa, Wang Xingyan paced restlessly, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable rage. After the banquet's conclusion, he sought out his grandfather, Wang Junyang, the patriarch of the Wang family. From Wang Junyang, he received exceedingly distressing news. Wang Xingji had successfully returned to the family and was now among the candidates for the heir. All his efforts to reach his current position, bolstered by parental support, seemed trivial in comparison to the fact that a child expelled from the family could stand on equal footing with him simply by becoming a high-level war general. How could he accept such a reality? What does being a high-level war general amount to? His bodyguards, his father's bodyguards, and his mother's protective detail all included high-level war generals. Yet, Wang Xingyan understood that these bodyguards remained outsiders. In critical moments, they would not risk their lives for the Wang family. If a Wang family member reached the level of a high-level war general, they would wield considerable power. Wang Xingji, possessing the strength of a high-level war general at the mere age of 27, could easily be deemed the most gifted among the direct descendants of the Wang family. Though there was another exceptionally talented youth in the family, he was not of the direct line. "Under what troubles you?" A middle-aged couple entered the villa. The man dressed in an exquisite suit, while the woman wore military attire. Upon noticing Wang Xingyan's grim countenance, the middle-aged woman expressed her concern. "Father, mother," Wang Xingyan quickly exclaimed upon their arrival. "Oomph." The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. "What else could it be? Merely that the son of your elder brother came to wish your father a happy birthday." Such an adult, yet unable to maintain composure. "Your elder brother?" Qiu Wenjun asked in confusion. "Was he not expelled from the family by your uncle? What can be done when your elder brother has a fine son?" Wang Zihua lamented. "Wang Xingji, the son of my elder brother. Wenjun, you remember him, don't you?" Qiu Wenjun nodded, recalling Wang Xingji as the eldest grandson of the Wang family. Wang Zihua continued. "That child possesses remarkable talent. Without the family's assistance, he has still reached the level of a high-level war general." "A high-level war general?" Qiu Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. "If I recall correctly, that child is only 27 this year, right? Has he come to reclaim his lineage today?" Wang Zihua affirmed with a nod. "What about her?" Qiu Wenjun, having been married into the Wang family for decades, was well-versed in its myriad rules and directly posed a question that weighed heavily on Wang Xingyan's mind. "What else can be done? He must strive to cultivate." Wang Zihua replied with exasperation. "As long as Anur can match his strength, even if slightly inferior, with your my influence, Anur can become the primary heir of the Wang family." However, Qiu Wenjun sighed. "That is not feasible. There is not a shred of hope." She was acutely aware of Wang Xingyan's cultivation aptitude. Over the years, they had expended vast resources, yet only managed to elevate his physical condition to that of a low-level war general, and his actual combat prowess remained woefully inadequate. "Father," Wang Xingyan interjected, unwilling to resign himself to a future entrenched in endless cultivation. Wang Zihua, fully aware of his son's nature, had previously made such statements merely to provoke him. Observing that his son was not suited for cultivation, Wang Zihua slowly said, "If this approach fails, there remains but one alternative." "What alternative?" Both Qiu Wenjun and Wang Xingyan inquired simultaneously. Wang Zihua fell silent. "Ahua, what is this alternative?" Qiu Wenjun pressed. Wang Zihua remained mute. "I want him dead." After a prolonged silence, Wang Xingyan suddenly declared, "As long as Wang Xingji is dead, he can no longer compete with me." "Yes, that's it. Father, what do you think?" Being one of the leaders among the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Xingyan was far from a fool. He quickly grasped the singular solution his father had alluded to. "Sigh." Wang Zihua sighed, tacitly acquiescing to Wang Xingyan's proposition. He had once shared a good relationship with his elder brother, yet now he was contemplating the death of his brother's only son, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Nevertheless, in his pursuit to secure his son's position as the heir of the Wang family, he set aside such sentiments. "Father, mother, I shall arrange for someone to eliminate him at once," Wang Xingyan declared with a sinister expression. "You plan to hire someone to kill him?" "Fool," Wang Zihao admonished. "Regardless of whether you can kill him or not, even if you were to succeed, how would you contend for the position of heir if the deed were to come to light? Moreover, what have I always taught you? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Wang Ji has already attained the rank of a high-level warrior and joined the Phantom Squad, one of the top 3 teams in Jiangnan Bay City. "Who do you intend to enlist for this assassination? What shall we do?" Wang Xing anxiously interjected. "Indeed, how?" Anur is merely expressing his concern. Qiu Wenjun chimed in, urging, "If you have any plans, I implore you to share them. I truly cannot bear the thought of taking the life of the only son of my elder brother." Wang Zihao sighed. "Enough," Qiu Wenjun suddenly declared. "It is just the 2 of us here. What purpose does this discussion serve? If you truly have no intention of taking action, would you have sent someone to investigate him?" Wang Zihao sighed in resignation. "The only viable option to eliminate Xingji is to offer a bounty. Recruiting mercenaries?" Wang Xing gasped in disbelief. After the Great Rebirth, a plethora of mercenary organizations have emerged. They will undertake any task if the price is right. Many base cities even recruit them to defend against monster attacks. When posting a job with a mercenary, the bounty is determined by them, and their demands are typically exorbitant. "Dad, that's going to cost an astronomical sum," Wang Xing exclaimed. "Oof, what does a high price matter?" Wang Zhihao replied. "Only in this manner can we ensure absolute confidentiality. Your mother and I have some savings. It should suffice. To maintain secrecy, they could not utilize their family's visible wealth." Fortunately, both held significant positions and had accumulated a fair amount of under-the-table income over the years. Soon, Wang Zhihao procured an anonymous phone card and dialed a bounty hotline for a mercenary organization named the Flame Legion. "I wish to post a bounty," Wang Zhihao stated as soon as the call connected. "Please proceed," came the voice of a woman on the other end. "I desire to eliminate a warrior of the battle general level in Jiangnan Bay City, Bloodblade Wang Ji." Wang Zhihao's voice bore no trace of emotion, while Qiu Wenjun and Wang Xing stood beside him, too apprehensive to interrupt. "Understood. Please hold while we calculate the bounty," the woman replied. "Killing someone?" The Flame Legion would accept even the task of eliminating a battle god, provided the price was sufficient. Wang Zhihao waited in silence. After a brief moment, the woman's voice returned. "Upon investigation, Bloodblade Wang Ji has recently advanced to a high-level warrior. To anonymously eliminate him, a bounty of 3 billion is required." 3 billion? Wang Zhihao's voice quivered in astonishment. "How can it be so high? Wang Ji is merely a newly advanced high-level warrior. Why is he valued so dearly? What kind of assassin demands such a price?" "Sir, please do not be agitated," the woman gently reassured. "Our Flame Legion adheres to very strict pricing regulations. The usual bounty for a typical high-level warrior is around 1 billion. However, Bloodblade Wang Ji has just become a member of one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, the Wang family, today, which necessitates an additional 1 billion confidentiality fee. Of course, if you are willing to disclose your identity, we could waive that fee." What a jest. If he could disclose his identity, why would he seek out mercenaries at all? What about the additional 1 billion? Wang Zhihao pressed on. Wang Ji is a member of the Phantom Squad, and attempting to take him out might involve confronting the entire squad. Their captain is a high-level psychic warrior. Thus, an additional 1 billion is required. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihao gritted his teeth slightly. The prices set by the Flame Legion were non-negotiable. However, producing 3 billion would undoubtedly strain him. "Very well." Wang Zhihao finally relented for the sake of his son. "Let's proceed swiftly and resolve this matter. Please transfer the bounty to our Flame Legion's designated account." The woman's voice remained calm. Wang Zhihao promptly used another mobile device to transfer 3 billion from an anonymous account to the Flame Legion's account. The Flame Legion was a large organization, and he was not concerned about them reneging on the deal. "Sir, it has been a pleasure doing business," the woman smiled. "We will immediately arrange a suitable assassin. As soon as the target appears in the wilderness zone, the assassin will act." With that, the call was terminated. Chapter 49, The Fourth Simulation. Meanwhile, after meeting with Wang Ji, Yang Wu had learned about Wang Ji's identity. The two found a bar to chat for a while before parting ways. Wang Ji did not solicit Yang Wu's assistance, and Yang Wu, too, was disinclined to involve himself in the power struggles of prominent families. After their separation, Yang Wu wandered through the Kyoto Bay City. Before the Great Rebirth, Kyoto had been the heart of the Huaxiao nation, rich with cultural heritage. Although the Great Rebirth had transpired, much of that heritage was well preserved under military protection. On the third day, Yang Wu finally arrived at the train station and boarded the fastest train home. On the afternoon of September 14th, he returned to his home in Mingwei Community. Upon stepping into the hall, Yang Wu noticed an abundance of gifts strewn across the floor. "Mom, what is all this?" he asked curiously, while organizing the gifts. Lu Yuhua replied irritably, "Aren't these from your previous boss, Wang Zijing? Just look at all these gifts. We can hardly make use of them. What a waste." "I understand. Mom, next time I see Brother Wang, I'll mention it." Yang Wu chuckled. Seeing the pile of gifts lifted Yang Wu's spirits, affirming that Wang Zijing was a friend worth having. Once the family had assessed the gifts, they estimated their value to be around 10 million Huaxia coins. Even with the knowledge of her son's prowess, Lu Yuhua could not help but be astonished. Yang Wu, however, was unfazed. He recognized that he had merely assisted Wang Zijing in a small matter. Such gifts were only moderate for a battle general-level warrior. Moreover, Wang Zijing likely understood that 10 million worth of gifts could be acquired in many ways, but a direct transfer of that amount might not impress Yang Wu. After all, the materials from a low-level beast general alone could cost nearly 10 million, and Yang Wu found hunting such beasts rather effortless since joining the Phantom Squad. After tidying up the gifts from Wang Zijing, Yang Wu shared his experiences from his trip to Kyoto Bay City with his parents. Naturally, he refrained from discussing matters related to power struggles, instead opting to recount some of the sights he had seen in Kyoto. Even so, this piqued his parents' interest. It dawned on Yang Wu that his parents likely had never visited Kyoto before the Great Rebirth, and certainly not afterward. Realizing this, he quickly said, "Dad, Mom, we are no longer lacking in money. You should take the opportunity to travel. You can invite my elder sister and Xiao Fan to accompany you to explore other Bay cities." Yang Yuenda and his wife promptly declined. "We are too old to be traipsing around." At that moment, Yang Wu suddenly realized that his parents were nearing 60. Fortunately, after the Great Rebirth, human physical health had significantly improved and lifespans had increased somewhat. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he needed to work diligently, at the very least to procure some of the spirit herbs from Mist Island. After chatting with his parents for a while longer, Yang Wu returned to his room. In the ensuing days, he resumed his previous fervent training regimen. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was October 1st. On that morning, after having breakfast, Yang Wu sat alone in his room. After undergoing 3 simulations, Yang Wu had evidently become much more composed, and he no longer waited until the early hours to utilize the simulator. Current simulation count: 1 time. Shall we commence the simulation of life immediately? Yes. No sooner had Yang Wu spoken than a line of text appeared on the simulator's panel. The characters within the simulated life are created by the simulator itself, and their memories differ from those of the host. Please proceed with caution. Please select the personality of the simulated character. 1. Cautious. 2. Brave. 3. Adventurous. This time, the options seemed considerably more reasonable. Without any hesitation, Yang Wu chose the brave personality. Subsequently, the simulator's panel began to fill with a multitude of text. At 24 years of age, your marksmanship and agility have both reached perfection, and you have mastered the 2nd level of the ultimate marksmanship technique, Destruction of Worlds, with your physical power tripling. While testing your abilities at the martial arts school, you were unexpectedly discovered by Wu Tong, who was astounded and promptly informed the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Zhuge Tao. After assessing your prowess, Zhuge Tao was immensely excited and immediately submitted your application to the Global Elite Training Camp. By the end of October, you effortlessly passed the B-level test at the Extreme Martial Arts School, becoming a member of the Elite Training Camp. In November, marking your 1st month as a member of the Elite Training Camp, you prepared to improve your ranking on the Black Dragon list to gain more time in the Gravity Chamber. On November 3rd, you began your Trial Tower level assessment, during which your ranking on the Black Dragon list surged dramatically, ultimately resting at the 8th position. The world trembled as various factions sought to recruit you. Following the recommendation of your training camp instructor, you signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School. Simultaneously, you received a portion of Dragon Blood, the Complete Destruction of Worlds manual, a full set of combat attire from 9 categories, and an arsenal of weapons. Although your instructor advised you to wait until your physical condition reached that of a high-level warrior before utilizing the Dragon Blood to make a breakthrough to the God of War level, you chose to use it immediately. With the aid of Dragon Blood, you successfully advanced to the high-level warrior tier. At 25, aided by the ancient civilization's gravity chamber and the residual effects of the dragon blood in your body, after more than 6 months of effort, your physical condition peaked at the high-level warrior tier. In April, your friend Luo Feng also entered the elite training camp in that month. He achieved a ranking of 69. Although his strength could not compare to yours, he was younger and evidently more talented. Inspired by Luo Feng, you progressed Destruction of Worlds to the 3rd level, increasing your power to 4 times your original strength. Simultaneously, your amplitude reached 16. According to the contract, you received another portion of Dragon Blood, an SS-level combat suit, an arsenal of weapons, 3 sets of top-tier manuals, and the Black God set from the ancient civilization's ruins. You used the Dragon Blood once more, elevating your physical condition to the initial God of War level. To prevent you from monopolizing the top position on the Black Dragon list for an extended period, a high-level meeting at the Extreme Martial Arts School decided to expedite your graduation. Thus, you became the president of the Extreme Martial Arts School at the Jiangnan Bay City. In September, due to your early acquisition of the Black God set, you were required to venture to the 9th Ancient Civilization ruins. Within the 9th Ancient Civilization ruins, you encountered danger and met with an untimely demise. Chapter 050, Testing Strength. Is the 9th Ancient Civilization ruins truly that perilous? Observing his demise within the ruins, Yang Wu felt perplexed. With his amplitude reaching 16, he should have been considerably formidable among God of War level experts. Yet he still perished within the 9th Ancient Civilization ruins. Familiar with the original text, Yang Wu understood that the ninth ancient civilization ruins serve as a trial base left on Earth by the immortal powerhouse, Huinbo. However, he never anticipated that with his strength in the simulator, he would fail the assessment. Clearly, if he were to venture to the ninth ancient civilization ruins in the future, he would need to exercise greater caution. Nevertheless, despite the brief duration of the simulation, the growth in strength was remarkable. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following rewards. 1. Martial arts cultivation at the age of 25. 2. Martial arts insights at the age of 25. 3. Life experiences from the simulation. Without any surprises, the increase in martial arts insights was relatively modest this time, leading Yang Wu to promptly select reward 1. As soon as he made his choice, he immediately felt a powerful and mysterious force manifest within him, seamlessly integrating into every part of his body. With the assistance of this enigmatic energy, every cell within Yang Wu began to transform rapidly, and his physical prowess surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wu had ascended to the status of an initial god of war-level warrior. Am I truly becoming a god of war? Yang Wu, feeling the incredible power coursing through his body, was filled with excitement. I should head to the martial arts school to test my current strength. Yang Wu promptly exited his villa and made his way swiftly to the nearby Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It was just around 7 in the morning, and many warriors in the community were engaged in their morning exercises. Yang Wu, you're up so early to go to the martial arts hall. Yang Wu, I heard you joined the Phantom team. That is truly impressive. I just returned from the wilderness area a few days ago. Let us grab a drink sometime. Many warriors greeted Yang Wu warmly. Initially, few were aware of Yang Wu's true strength. Many had previously attempted to recruit him into their teams. However, Yang Wu's joining the Phantom team over a month ago left them incredulous. The Phantom team consisted entirely of warriors, with the weakest among them being intermediate warriors. Even if Yang Wu's abilities were slightly inferior, he would still be considered an initial warrior, and there were only 3 warrior-level fighters in Minghui community. As a result, the respect shown to Yang Wu increased significantly. After all, in the world of warriors, strength is of paramount importance. Upon entering the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yang Wu directly took the elevator to the enormous training hall on the 6th floor. Let us see what level my current physical condition has reached. Yang Wu walked towards a large punching power testing machine in the corner of the training hall. He switched it on, and the display screen of the testing machine lit up. Boom! Yang Wu sprang into action, without employing any additional power techniques. He merely unleashed the full extent of his physical capabilities. His right fist struck the punching target with a force akin to a meteor plummeting at high speed, creating a series of sonic booms as it impacted. Bang! The punching target quaked violently, teetering as if it might collapse, producing a deep and muffled sound as though it were about to disintegrate. Yang Wu immediately glanced at the display screen above the punching power testing machine, where a single number had materialized: 113, 756 kilograms. 115, 000 kilograms? How could it be so high? Yang Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that he had only just broken through to the God of War level, and if he were fortunate, he might reach around 70, 000 to 80, 000 kilograms. Yet now, his raw physical strength had astonishingly reached 115, 000 kilograms. It is worth noting that 64, 000 kilograms already marked the baseline for initial God of War level, while 128, 000 kilograms represented the threshold for intermediate God of War level. With his current physical prowess at 115, 000 kilograms, rounding off, he could barely be classified as an intermediate God of War. Yang Wu had intended to test his power output as well, but upon seeing the precariously swaying punching target, he decided against it. Originally, there were only 3 warrior-level fighters in Minghui community, and not a single God of War level warrior existed. Thus, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall naturally lacked the highest grade punching power testing machines. The one currently available could just about measure Yang Wu's inherent strength. If Yang Wu unleashed the full extent of his triple power output, nearing 350, 000 kilograms of force, it might very well obliterate the punching target. Now, to test my neural response speed, Yang Wu strode directly into the neural response testing chamber, calibrating the device to its primary God of War level, which represented the pinnacle of its testing capabilities. After setting a 5-second delay to initiate the process, he pressed the crimson button and swiftly stepped into the testing circle. Standing within the confines of the circle, approximately 5 seconds later, the machine emitted a series of beeps. The cannon of the neural response tester began to rotate rapidly, accelerating until it reached an astonishing speed. Subsequently, Dozens of barrels erupted from the massive cannon, firing a barrage of rubber bullets that swiftly hurtled towards the red circle. Positioned at the center of the crimson boundary, Yang Wu moved with remarkable agility, his steps ethereal yet extraordinarily swift. A minute later, the cannon gradually decelerated and came to a halt. Yang Wu hurried to the screen, scrutinizing the results. 60 seconds, 0 hits. And no contact with the red light. An exceptional performance. Such impeccable mastery of movement was indeed frightening. Yang Wu felt no surprise at this achievement. The enhancement to his physical capabilities from various treasures was simply astounding. He mused inwardly. He recalled his previous simulation, during which he had also entered the elite training camp. However, nearly 5 years of rigorous training, coupled with the aid of dragon blood, had only recently allowed him to break through to the God of War level. In this simulation, with extensive access to the ancient civilization's gravity chamber and 2 doses of dragon blood, he had astonishingly ascended to the God of War level in less than a year. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he chosen the reward of martial comprehension earlier and subsequently joined the elite training camp, he might have immediately claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. This would have enabled him to refresh the dragon blood infinitely within the simulator. However, since he had opted to enhance his physical prowess, perhaps his future encounters would be even more extraordinary. At the very least, his personal safety had been significantly bolstered. Should he encounter that initial tier Lord class Fire Lin Trident Pig again, Yang Wu surmised he could defeat it in mere moments. Upon completing the test, Yang Wu descended the stairs, only to find a considerable gathering of people in the lobby on the first floor. It was not until he spotted his former instructor, Jiang Yin, accompanied by several other instructors from various districts entering the conference hall, that he realized it was once again time for the preliminary martial artist assessment. The first day of every month was designated for this evaluation. Among the crowd awaiting assessment, Yang Wu even recognized several familiar faces, including Tong Guan from the military. Yet, it seemed unlikely that he would interact with him again. After exchanging brief greetings and offering encouragement, Yang Wu departed from the hall. Watching Yang Wu's silhouette vanish at the entrance of the martial arts academy, Tong Guan's emotions were quite complex. They had both participated in the preliminary martial artist assessment together, where Yang Wu had succeeded while he had fallen short. To his astonishment, 3 months had passed, and the gap between them had only widened. While he had once been at the same level as Yang Wu, he was now a martial artist of some repute. I cannot afford to lag behind too much. I must pass the preliminary martial artist assessment today. Tong Guan clenched his fists, silently rallying himself. Chapter 051, Departure. On Friday, October 13th, 2056. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance Mall, the fully armed Phantom Squad had gathered in its entirety. As they were about to venture into the wilderness zone, the members refrained from drinking alcohol and instead ordered cups of strong tea to invigorate themselves. Old Zheng, Zhou Zheng called out to Zheng Tao, who was sipping his tea, a smile gracing his face. It's been days since we last met. You didn't come out for drinks. And now you look radiant. Your strength must have significantly improved. Certainly not to the extent of Brother Zhou, Zheng Tao replied, setting down his teacup with a smile. However, I owe it all to Lil Qing. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to acquire the Blue Demon Tear priced at 7 billion. My strength has now reached 48,000 kilograms, barely crossing into the ranks of high-level battle generals, so I won't be a burden to the squad. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lu Qing merely smiled, choosing not to speak. During this return to the base city, she had not only assisted Zheng Tao, but had also likely astonished the rest of her teammates with her acquisitions. Nearly 50,000 kilograms of strength, huh? Old Zheng, you truly are modest. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Your physical prowess is hardly inferior to mine. The strength of a high-level battle general typically ranges from 320,000 to 640,000 kilograms, and Zhou Zheng, as one of the elite, had already reached nearly 60,000 kilograms. However, Zhou Zheng had surpassed the phase of rapid strength enhancement. Without the aid of treasures, advancing to the God of War level would prove quite challenging. Brother Zhou, stop jesting. I could never compare to you. Zheng Tao replied with a wry smile. Setting aside physical prowess, your combat techniques would leave me far behind. Enough. Chu Tian interjected, a smile playing on his lips. You two needn't be so humble. With Zheng Ji's significant advancement, our squad's strength has greatly increased, which will hasten our earning potential. However, I've heard that Wang Ji also purchased a Blue Demon Tier to enhance his physical prowess. I wonder how much his strength has improved. What? Zheng Tao and Zhou Zheng both exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ji was still in the rapid enhancement phase. While using treasures was not wasteful per se, It represented a substantial expense that seemed unnecessary. After all, any treasure without side effects came at an exorbitant price. Wang Ji glanced at Lu Qing before responding, "Captain, my strength has only seen a modest increase. My punching power stands at 450,000 kilograms." Chu Tian nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "Zheng Tao, Wang Ji, since both of you have utilized the blue demon tier, although its effects have worn off, some residual benefits surely remain. During this period, make sure not to neglect your daily training in genetic original energy to maximize the treasure's efficacy." "Understood, Captain." Zheng Tao and the others nodded vigorously. "Captain," Zhou Zheng chimed in, "which city are we heading to this time?" "I considered this question beforehand." Chu Tian replied directly. "Last time in the wilderness zone, Yang Wu performed admirably. Moreover, with Zheng Tao and Wang Ji's substantial improvements, I believe we should return directly to City 003. What does everyone think?" The moment Chu Tian concluded his statement, all eyes turned toward Yang Wu. The Phantom Squad had originally forged their path in City 003, and among the six, only Yang Wu had yet to visit there. "Captain, I have no objections," Yang Wu quickly assured them. "It would be absurd to compare my progress with Zheng Tao and Wang Ji's improvements. This time, I plan to hunt 2 Lord-class monsters to validate my strength and gain entry into the God of War Palace. So naturally, I must venture to City 003, where monsters abound. Since there are no dissenting opinions, let's depart." With that, Chu Tian drained his cup of tea, rising to lead the group out of the private room. The 6 members of the Phantom Squad swiftly exited the HR Alliance Mall, taking a dedicated vehicle to the train station, where they boarded a train bound for the Southeast Military District Supply Base. The Southeast Base was established by the Chinese military specifically to counter marine monsters and is one of the most crucial military districts in the nation. Thanks to the existence of the Southeast Base, countless creatures from the ocean posed no threat to land safety. As one of China's largest bases, the Southeast Base housed a multitude of formidable individuals, far surpassing other military districts. Upon entering the base, the Phantom Squad received their keys and, under the guidance of an officer who allocated their accommodations, proceeded to their quarters. "Brother Zhou, the Phantom Squad is back. Where have you all been recently? It has come to my attention that the Phantom Squad recently welcomed a new member who has been refining their skills in another city. Now that they have returned, one cannot help but wonder whether this newcomer has successfully completed their probationary period or has been eliminated. Are you unable to count?" The Phantom Squad originally comprised 5 members. It is now evidently 6, indicating the addition of a new recruit. "Captain Chu, how long do you plan to stay here? Shall we collaborate on a task?" Although this base has attracted numerous elite warrior squads from various cities, the Phantom Squad's reputation remains formidable within this establishment. Along the way, many warrior squads greeted the members of the Phantom Squad, and even a war god-class expert paused to engage in conversation with Chu Tian. Zhou Zheng and the others responded warmly to the greetings. After a considerable journey of over half an hour, Yang Wu and his companions finally arrived at their designated rest point. As Yang Wu and his team took a moment to rest, a warrior known as the Viper, who had spotted them on the road, stealthily made his way to a standalone villa within the base. Such opulent structures are exceedingly rare in the warriors' resting area of the small military district. Even within the Southeast Military District, such villas are quite scarce. Given the capabilities of the Phantom Squad, they have not yet earned the privilege of residing in a standalone villa. Thus, the identity of this villa's temporary occupant was unmistakable, a war god-class expert. Upon receiving permission, the Viper respectfully entered. Inside the villa's grand hall sat a middle-aged man clad in black, lounging on a sofa. "Senior, the Phantom Squad has arrived. It seems they are headed for City 003. The Viper reported with deference. "I am aware," the black-clad man replied calmly, opening his eyes. "You may leave now, and remember, do not mention having seen me to anyone." "I understand, Senior," the Viper said respectfully before slowly exiting the villa. Chapter 052. Ambush. After having lunch and resting briefly, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As the heat of midday began to wane, the fully armed members of the Phantom Squad departed from the supply base. At the same time, a shadowy figure in black stealthily followed Yang Wu and his companions. As they advanced along the highway, any careless bee soldiers encountered were swiftly dispatched by Lu Qing's arrows. Hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened, the veil of night descending upon them. "Yang Wu, your strength has significantly improved," Zheng Tao remarked as he observed Yang Wu skillfully take down a low-level beast general. Yang Wu had intentionally suppressed much of his power to allow his teammates to gradually acclimate to his true strength, showcasing only his mid-level warrior general capabilities. Surprisingly, Zheng Tao, with his keen eyes, had still detected the change. Zhenggu, I merely had a stroke of luck. My experience pales in comparison to your vast reservoir. Yang Wu humbly replied. You two, stop chatting and stay vigilant. Zhou Zheng admonished. He then turned to Captain Chu and inquired, Captain, should we find a place to eat something? While Yang Wu and his comrades were physically capable of enduring a full day of travel, it was still essential to replenish their energy to maintain their condition. After some contemplation, Chu Tian responded, there should be an abandoned service area ahead. We can rest there? Good. On the highway, monster encounters were already quite rare, and as the team was nearing their resting point, this was indeed the most relaxed moment for the Phantom Squad. Suddenly, a black figure surged silently from the distance, swiftly closing the gap to a mere few hundred meters for the Phantom Squad, clad in dark combat attire, making detection nearly impossible against the night sky. Boom! As the shadowy figure drew near, wielding two curved blades, they propelled themselves off the ground, their speed erupting to 300 meters per second, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward the Phantom Squad's position. Not good. We are under attack. Captain Chu Tian was the first to perceive the threat. Given the near supersonic velocity of the assailant, it was challenging for the Phantom Squad to detect the presence of the black-clad figure through sound alone. It was Chu Tian's mental prowess. Throughout their journey, he had been extending his mental energy to perceive his surroundings, a method he employed to hone his psychic skills. As the black figure entered a 300-meter radius of the Phantom Squad, Chu Tian's mental energy immediately sensed a peculiar fluctuation. While alerting his teammates, Chu Tian pivoted sharply. However, upon witnessing the terrifying speed of the black figure, his expression shifted dramatically. Not good. It's a war god-class expert. Quickly, call for reinforcements. Chu Tian shouted. He then channeled his mental energy into his alloy combat boots, propelling himself into the air. Simultaneously, 8 flying knives glimmered with cold light in the night sky, breaking the sound barrier with a faint sonic boom as they hurtled toward the distant figure. Although the Phantom Squad possessed the strength to confront a war god-class expert directly, the adversary had come prepared, and the team dared not underestimate the threat. Consequently, the 6 members of the Phantom Squad sprang into action. After signaling for help, Lu Qing swiftly darted in the opposite direction. As the squad's firepower specialist, she could not afford to place herself in peril. Zhou Zheng, Zheng Tao, and Wang Ji formed a protective circle with Yang Wu, maintaining vigilance against potential enemies from other directions, and promptly sent out their distress signals. At that moment, the black figure was less than 100 meters from Yang Wu and the others, and Chu Tian's flying knives struck with precision at the figure's vital points. I've been expecting you, the shadowy figure declared, revealing that he had indeed been prepared. A flicker of black energy enveloped his face, rendering it entirely obscured. 4 of Chu Tian's flying knives collided with the figure's visage, while the remaining 4 aimed for the throat and heart. Yet, the black figure merely hesitated slightly before charging toward Yang Wu and his companions once more. It's the Black God suit. How is that possible? Chu Tian gasped in disbelief. The black-clad figure soared into the air again, racing toward Yang Wu's group at an alarming pace. Run! Chu Tian shouted, sending the 8 flying knives once more. This time, however, he aimed at the black figure's legs, recognizing that he could not withstand the onslaught and opting to delay the assailant's advance. Yet, a mere 100 meters was insufficient to impede a war god-class warrior. Whoosh! The black figure unleashed their full power, their speed surging dramatically, and in an instant, they stood before Yang Wu and the others. The figure snarled, swinging their curved blade menacingly at Wang Ji. Wang Ji raised a shield to protect himself, but having recently ascended to a high-level warrior general, he was ill-equipped to withstand an attack from a war god. Despair washed over Wang Ji, and Zhou Zheng and the others were equally filled with rage, recklessly striking their weapons against the shadowy figure. 200 billion Huaxia coins are at hand. The black-clad figure's smile widened as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow to Wang Ji, dismissing the others' desperate attempts to intervene, confident in the protection of his black god suit. However, at that moment, Yang Wu, who had been observing the unfolding chaos, finally took action. With a swift motion, he aimed his broken army gun, its barrel tracing an enigmatic arc, a testament to the weapon's formidable potential. How swift! The elated black figure was suddenly startled by Yang Wu's shot, abandoning his task and hastily raising his curved blades to defend himself. Faced with the ferocity of the strike, he had no confidence in catching it, relying solely on instinct to defend himself. A thunderous boom echoed as an unimaginable force, transmitted through the curved blade wielded by the cloaked figure, struck him. Despite his efforts to dissipate the impact, The terrifying power and rotational force contained in the tip of Yang Wu's spear, the breaker of armies, proved insurmountable, forcing him to involuntarily stagger backward. What? The cloaked figure momentarily froze, and for the first time, astonishment flickered across his dark, shrouded visage. As a seasoned primary god of war, he had survived a near-fatal ordeal to obtain the Black God armor from the ruins of the ninth ancient civilization, allowing him to contend with even intermediate gods of war. This mission was entrusted to him precisely because the higher echelons of the Legion deemed it necessary to send someone equipped with the Black God armor, given the presence of a high-level mentalist in the Phantom Team. Yet now, having seemingly subdued the most troublesome foe, Chu Tian, he found himself unexpectedly intercepted. Who is this person? Could this be a trap laid specifically for me? In that fleeting moment, the cloaked figure's mind raced. It was no wonder he was apprehensive. As a primary god of war possessing the Black God armor, he had incited the envy of countless others. Numerous formidable warriors had sought to either coerce or entice him into relinquishing his prized possession. Now, seeing a god of war suddenly materialize beside his target, how could he not be filled with unease? However, Yang Wu offered the cloaked figure no respite for contemplation. Noticing his opponent being pushed back, Yang Wu seized the advantage, thrusting forward with a second strike in an instant. This time, his intent was not merely to rescue Wang Ji. He unleashed the full force of his might. A glimmer of cold light blossomed amidst the night. Bang! Swift as lightning. The cloaked figure barely had time to defend himself before the tip of the breaker of armies pierced his throat. Thankfully, the protection of the Black God armor mitigated the damage, though he was still forced to retreat under the sheer power of Yang Wu's assault. The cloaked figure stared at Yang Wu in disbelief. Both he and the other members of the Phantom Team were left dumbfounded. Even Chu Tian, suspended in midair, momentarily forgot to attack. Under the night sky, all eyes turned incredulously towards Yang Wu. Realizing he could not finish off his opponent, Yang Wu temporarily ceased his assault. For a moment, the scene felt as if time itself had frozen, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 053, An Influx. As the members of the Phantom Team and the cloaked figure remained silent, martial artist teams within a 20-kilometer radius received the distress signal dispatched by Zhou Zheng and the others. On a dilapidated highway, a 5-man team advanced cautiously. "Captain, a red distress signal," a young man exclaimed, glancing at the signal emanating from his communication device. "It's our brothers from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy," replied a scarred-faced man leading the group. "It's not far. Let's head over and see if we can assist." With that, the 5-man team swiftly changed direction, increasing their speed towards Yang Wu and the others. Meanwhile, in a rundown service area, 2 imposing martial artists were replenishing their food and water. Upon receiving the distress signal, one asked, "Brother, it's a green signal, not from our Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Should we check it out? If a martial artist team is in distress in the wilderness, we should see if we can lend a hand." "All right, let's head off immediately." They hastily gathered their belongings and sped towards Yang Wu's location. Hundreds of miles away, at a military base, a middle-aged man's communication device suddenly vibrated. "Not good, it's Xiaoqing." His expression changed dramatically as he quickly confirmed Lu Qing's position through his communicator. So far away, though his heart was in turmoil, the middle-aged man remained composed, sending out a distress message while also dialing a number. "See, may I borrow your fighter jet?" Meanwhile, among Yang Wu and the others, someone finally broke the stalemate. "Who are you? Why are you targeting our Phantom Team?" Yang Wu asked directly at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure sneered, surveying his surroundings. "Why don't you take a guess? What do you think of that?" Yang Wu raised the breaker of armies, secretly relieved. After enhancing his strength, he had intended to upgrade his equipment, but lacking funds, he had to settle for exchanging his 6 Series spear for a 9 Series one. It was precisely for this reason that, upon clashing with the cloaked figure's SS-grade weapon, his spear only sustained minimal damage instead of being immediately destroyed. Noticing the cloaked figure's silence, Yang Wu resolved to strike. However, Chu Tian interjected. Among the primary god of war-level warriors, only 3 possessed the Black God armor, and among those who wield curved blades, only the demon drinking blade, Fang Qing, fits the bill. Fang Qing, I wonder why he would trouble our Phantom Team? At that moment, Chu Tian's greatest curiosity lay in understanding how Yang Wu had acquired the strength to defeat Fang Qing. But he recognized the importance of the situation and held back his thoughts, revealing the identity of the cloaked figure. "Ha ha ha!" The cloaked figure laughed heartily. "I am not Fang Qing." Yet, despite his nonchalant words, a subtle shift in his tone did not escape Yang Wu and the others' notice. Just then, nearby martial artist teams, having received the distress signal from the Phantom Team, arrived at the scene. Just ahead. "Captain, It seems to be the Phantom team. But there are no signs of monsters in sight. Are you foolish? The wilderness isn't only inhabited by monsters. The Phantom team, with their new addition, numbered 6. Yet there were now 7 individuals present, indicating that the cloaked figure was likely the enemy of the Phantom team. Captain, the Phantom team's strength surpasses ours. If they're calling for help, we must proceed with caution. Indeed, Captain. Let's observe before taking any action. The team that arrived first displayed considerable strength, but they were still inferior to the Phantom team. Now aware that the Phantom team's adversary was not a monster, they refrained from acting rashly. Seeing another martial artist team approach and Yang Wu poised to strike, Fang Qing realized that his mission had utterly failed. Damn the intelligence system. How could they fail to investigate the opponent's strength before issuing the task? Fang Qing cursed inwardly, yet he understood that time was not on his side. After all, there were those within the Phantom team capable of summoning God of War-level warriors. With a swift motion, Fang Qing exploded into action, dashing westward. Not far in that direction lay an abandoned village. If he could reach it under the cover of darkness, he could escape unscathed. Not good. It's a God of War-level warrior. Thankfully, we held back. The other martial artist teams were astonished by Fang Qing's instantaneous speed. However, it was to be expected. Who but a God of War would dare to confront the Phantom team alone? Yang Wu, standing resolutely nearby, was determined not to let Fang Qing escape. Boom! Yang Wu slammed his foot into the ground, unleashing triple the force, his speed shattering the sound barrier. Having undergone elite training in the simulator twice, he was well aware that speed could also be amplified. In less than 2 seconds, Yang Wu closed the distance to Fang Qing, delivering a swift counterattack aimed directly at his heart. Fang Qing had no choice but to swiftly parry with his curved blade. Clang! The clash of metal resonated as Fang Qing was forced to retreat under the impact of Yang Wu's strike. Umph! Yang Wu sneered, tauntingly declaring, "Planning to escape by leveraging your speed? Not a chance." Although Yang Wu was currently unable to vanquish Fang Qing, who was shielded by the protective Black God set, detaining him proved to be a manageable task. In terms of physical prowess, the two were nearly equal. However, Yang Wu's explosive force far surpassed that of his opponent, granting him superior speed and strength. Coupled with his flawless agility and marksmanship, Fang Qing found himself utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, one fleeing, the other pursuing. Yet neither could escape nor prevail. Nevertheless, the onlookers witnessing their fierce confrontation were utterly astounded. The members of the Phantom Squad had already witnessed Yang Wu's capabilities, so there was no need for further elaboration. Yet, other martial artist teams, observing from a distance, were in an uproar. Who was that individual? How could he suppress a battle god in combat? Could he possibly be a higher-tier battle god? I observed as someone uncertainly voiced their thoughts. Who does he resemble? It seemed to be a new recruit of the Phantom Squad. But wait, wasn't he had said that the Phantom Squad's members were all novice martial artists? Novice martial artist? Nonsense. Why don't you claim that this elder is your sworn brother? My sworn brother? I wish it were true, but alas, it is not. Ha! What? Do you not desire that? Well, I certainly do. As Yang Wu and Fang Qing clashed, more and more martial artists arrived at the scene. Among them were ordinary martial artist teams, as well as battle god-level powerhouses who had received a distress signal from the Battle God Palace. Yet, upon witnessing the duel, all of them tacitly refrained from intervening, until, suddenly, a streak of azure light surged swiftly from the distant horizon. Chapter 054, Ceasefire. An ethereal azure beam descended from the sky, swiftly arriving above the highway, where it gradually landed. With a resounding whoosh, before the aircraft could fully land, its cabin doors swung open, and a figure leapt from midair, none other than the middle-aged man who had recently received a distress signal from Lu Qing at the military base. Swish! The middle-aged man scanned the surroundings in midair, failing to locate Lu Qing, and thus landed beside Chu Tian. Chu Tian! He inquired anxiously, "Where is Xiao Qing?" "Dad!" Before Chu Tian could respond, a voice filled with surprise suddenly emanated from a nearby large tree. Moments later, a swift figure darted down from the tree, rapidly making its way toward Chu Tian and the others. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged man quickly turned to see that the figure was indeed Lu Qing. "Xiao Qing, are you all right?" he asked with concern, casting a sharp glance at Chu Tian. "I'm fine, Dad," Lu Qing hurriedly replied. As they conversed, the battle god-level powerhouses summoned by the middle-aged man also approached. Battle God Lu Gang. Old Lu. Several battle gods greeted him. Seeing the battle gods arrive, Lu Gang expressed his gratitude. "I'm immensely thankful that you all came to rescue my daughter." He then turned his gaze towards the two battle gods locked in combat. Realizing he did not recognize either of them, and urgently inquired of the other battle gods, "What is the current situation? Who are these two combatants?" In Liu Gang's view, the scenario unfolded as a battle god ambushing his daughter's Phantom Squad, only to be intercepted by another battle god. However, since he was unable to identify the two fighting, the members of the Phantom Squad were even less likely to recognize them, leading him to focus on the battle gods present. Yet, these battle gods had only just arrived and were unaware of the specifics, having witnessed Yang Wu and Fang Qing already engaged in battle upon their arrival. "We are equally in the dark regarding the particulars," remarked a battle god who shared a close bond with Liu Gang. "Why don't you ask Xiao Qing? I do not recognize the young man with the scarred face. But that man in black possesses equipment and techniques reminiscent of the Demon Slayer battle god." Fang Qing, another battle god, speculated uncertainly. "Uncle, Jutian Sudenli Intazet," interrupting the others. "The black-clad fighter in the fray is indeed the Demon Slayer battle god, Fang Qing, while the other is our new recruit for the Phantom Squad, Yang Wu. Just moments ago, we were on our way when we were ambushed by battle god Fang Qing." Wait, before Chu Tian could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. But he dared not show any displeasure, as the interrupter was the renowned battle god, Poison Demon Gun Dang Tong, from the Jiangnan Bay City. Dang Tong offered Chu Tian an apologetic smile before hastily asking, "Did you just say that the scarred young man is a new member of your team? He is a novice martial artist?" "Indeed. Chu Tian note that." Dang Tong then pressed further. "How old is he now?" The other battle gods also regarded Chu Tian with solemn expressions. "Yang Wu is currently 24 years old." Chu Tian instantly grasped the implications of their gaze. 24 years old? Dang Tong exclaimed in astonishment. As a battle god-level warrior of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, he was well aware of the rarity of a battle god at the age of 24. However, what was even more astonishing was the array of combat skills Yang Wu displayed during the skirmish. A 24-year-old battle god was indeed remarkable. Yet Dang Tong was not entirely taken aback. After all, there were others faster than Yang Wu. However, the fact that Yang Wu had attained mastery in both perfect agility and marksmanship at merely 24 years of age, with explosive power exceeding twice that of his peers, was utterly extraordinary. While there were indeed prodigies around the globe who exhibited rapid enhancements in physical prowess during the Great Nirvana period, the world's foremost warriors, Hong and the Thunder God, had ascended beyond battle god status in just a few short years. Furthermore, various treasures existed that could bolster physical abilities, such as jade, dragon blood, and even more precious botanical spirits. Thus, with sufficient financial resources, one could indeed expedite physical improvement. However, the enhancement of marksmanship, agility, and explosive techniques relied solely on innate understanding. Without the requisite comprehension, no amount of resources could bring about advancement. Yang Wu was evident, was a prodigious talent with extraordinary insight, a true anomaly. Even within the current elite training camp, Yang Wu would undoubtedly be regarded as unparalleled. Such a remarkable prodigy would likely emerge only once in several years across the globe. What made it even more remarkable was that Yang Wu's contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was merely a basic agreement. He held no official position within the academy and could join other factions by simply paying no more than 300 million Huaxia currency. "You mentioned that Fang Qing initiated the ambush against you?" Dang Tong inquired promptly. "Indeed," Chu Tian responded without hesitation. Although he had surmised that Fang Qing's target was Wang Ji, he refrained from voicing that thought. While the other martial artist teams dared not approach the battle god-level powerhouses too closely, they remained within earshot, having overheard Dang Tong and Chu Tian's conversation. Among them, some astute martial artists had already begun dialing their phones. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Chu Tian's affirmative response, Dang Tong sprang into action, and the other battle gods, including Liu Gang, exchanged glances before also mobilizing. They first relayed the information back to their respective factions, and then, in a blur of movement, several battle god-level powerhouses had already encircled the combatants, Yang Wu and Fang Qing. Battle god Fang Qing, cease this at once. Fang Qing. There exists a clear regulation within the Battle God Palace prohibiting battle gods from engaging in mutual slaughter. Fang Qing, immediately halt your actions. Battle God Yang Wu, please stand down. We have matters to discuss. These battle gods position themselves to mediate the conflict. Damn it! Fang Qing cursed under his breath, finally relinquishing his struggle. So many people recognized him, and primarily, these individuals would undoubtedly testify for this detestable man to befriend him. Therefore, even if he managed to escape, it would be utterly meaningless. Upon seeing Fang Qing cease his flight, Yang Wu also halted his assault. However, Yang Wu could not help but envy the formidable defensive capabilities of the Black God set. Despite my relentless attacks, he remained unscathed. Indeed, the Black God set is truly impressive. If given the chance, I must acquire one for myself. Chapter 055, Compensation. This time, I am truly in trouble. Fang Qing's head was spinning with anxiety. That damned Yang Wu possesses the strength of a mid-tier war god. Yet, the intelligence report indicated that he was merely a low-tier war general. The informant truly deserves condemnation. Before the operation commenced, Fang Qing had already acquired the complete profiles of the 6 members of the Phantom Squad through the intelligence network within his legion. He had anticipated that the most troublesome adversary would be Chu Tian, the high-tier war general and mentalist. Yet he never expected that a war god was concealed within the Phantom Squad. If the intelligence organization of the Flame Legion were to discover Fang Qing's sentiments, they would surely cry out in injustice. This blunder was not due to a lack of capability, but rather because Yang Wu had concealed his strength so adeptly. Fang Qing was likely the first to witness Yang Wu unleash his war god-level prowess. One could only say he was extraordinarily unfortunate. Fang Qing, you have taken it upon yourself to attack a human warrior, and now with irrefutable evidence, I wonder what you intend to do. The poisonous spear, Dang Tong, asked Fang Qing with a grave demeanor. Indeed, Fang Qing, war god, do you plan to resolve this privately or publicly? Fang Qing, as long as I am here, I shall not permit you to harm war god Yang Wu. Other war god-level powerhouses also voiced their reproaches towards Fang Qing. Meanwhile, Fang Qing's expression was quite the spectacle. He was utterly at a loss for words, filled with rage and incredulity. Fang Qing did indeed wish to harm Yang Wu, yet his strength simply did not permit it. He was outmatched in power, inferior in speed, and lacked in technique. Even though Fang Qing felt immense frustration, he could only utter an apology. I apologize. War God Yang Wu, this time I was in the wrong. I am willing to settle this privately, and I hope you can forgive me. In truth, warriors engaging in combat within the wilderness are generally unbound by any legal constraints. Had Fang Qing successfully killed Wang Ji and fled, even if other warrior squads witnessed it, as long as he departed before the arrival of other war gods, the Phantom Squad would possess no evidence to prove that Fang Qing had attacked them, rendering them powerless against him. Even now, Fang Qing could assert that Yang Wu had struck first without any repercussions. As long as one was not caught red-handed, one could easily wriggle out of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, should he refuse to admit his fault, the surrounding war gods would likely be more than willing to testify against him for Yang Wu. Thus, even with the support of 2 powerful council members behind him, Fang Qing would undoubtedly face significant repercussions. Hence, Fang Qing sincerely chose to settle matters with Yang Wu privately. Fang Qing, war god. Yang Wu, upon witnessing Fang Qing's submission, did not pursue him relentlessly, but instead inquired directly, "Might I ask why you attacked our Phantom Squad?" Fang Qing hesitated momentarily before responding. "I belong to the Flame Legion, and I engaged your Phantom Squad as part of a mission from the Legion. As for my target, I believe War God Yang Wu has already surmised. Wang Ye, Yang Wu asked unjetainli." During the skirmish, Fang Qing's primary target had been unmistakably Wang Ji. Of course, it was also possible that it was merely a ruse. Indeed, it is the Bloodblade Wang Ji, Fang Qing confirmed. Upon hearing this affirmation, Yang Wu hastily continued to question, "Fang Qing, war god, might I inquire who issued this mission?" "That I cannot ascertain," Fang Qing replied. Noticing Yang Wu's puzzled and dissatisfied gaze, he quickly added, "War god Yang Wu, I genuinely do not have this information. Within the Flame Legion, my sole responsibility is to complete my tasks. Only the 2 leaders would be privy to who issued the mission. You may verify with others if you wish." After saying this, Fang Qing glanced at the other war gods. War god Yang Wu, the rules within the Flame Legion are indeed as such. Several war gods chimed in. They were somewhat familiar with the renowned Flame Legion, and some among them had even collaborated with its members. However, Fang Qing recognized his precarious situation. So he addressed Yang Wu. "Ultimately, I have indeed offended you, war god Yang Wu. I'm willing to compensate you with 3 billion Huaxia coins, and I hope this matter can be concluded here." As soon as Fang Qing uttered these words, Dang Tong and several other war gods expressed their discontent. If Fang Qing were allowed to settle this matter so easily, how could their significance be demonstrated? Fang Qing, war god, had it not been for Yang Wu's formidable strength, you might have killed him. 3 billion Huaxia coins is simply insufficient. I propose at least 10 billion Huaxia coins. Indeed, you, the infamous poison blade Fang Qing, have garnered quite a reputation among war gods. How could a mere 3 billion Huaxia coins suffice? Fang Qing's face turned a myriad of colors in response to their remarks. It was somewhat laughable that had he actually killed Yang Wu, no one would have sought compensation from him, and these war gods would not have treated him so harshly. Yet, it was precisely because he could not defeat Yang Wu and was instead being overpowered that he was now beholden to pay compensation. Fang Qing understood that the final decision lay with Yang Wu, so he disregarded the other war gods and directly addressed Yang Wu. War god Yang Wu, I sincerely wish to apologize. However, 10 billion Huaxia coins is simply exorbitant. How about I offer 5 billion? Would that be acceptable? 5 billion? Yang Wu pondered, sleekly tempted. However, upon glancing at the other members of the Phantom Squad, a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. Fang Qing, war god. It is not just I who was affected. Our Phantom Squad encountered considerable danger as well. Therefore, let us agree on 8 billion Huaxia coins, and we can consider this matter settled. It was evident that the additional 3 billion was requested by Yang Wu on behalf of the other members of the Phantom Squad. If Chu Tian and the others were to split it evenly, each would receive merely 600 million, which was not particularly substantial, similar to their earnings from a single expedition into the wilderness. However, had it not been for Yang Wu, they would not have received any compensation at all, and they might have sustained significant injuries. 8 billion? Fang Qing frowned slightly. He had failed his mission and would receive no rewards, yet now he was expected to part with 8 billion Huaxia coins. However, not acquiescing seemed unfeasible. The other war gods were all watching him intently. All right, Fang Qing, war god, allow me to say this. Deng Tong, the poisonous spear, interjected. This was indeed your fault from the outset. War god Yang Wu has already made a concession, and you should also relent a little. Let be 8 billion Huaxia coins. Such a sum should not be insurmountable for you. Fang Qing, by paying this amount, we can consider this matter concluded. Otherwise, should this escalate to the war god palace, your troubles may multiply. If it were not for you lot, I would not fear, even if this reached the war god palace. Fang Qing silently mused. Yet, he did not wish to complicate matters further. After careful consideration, he agreed to Yang Wu's terms. Thus, Fang Qing promptly transferred the 8 billion Huaxia coins to Yang Wu's account via his communication device. Yang Wu quickly received notification from the bank. War god Yang Wu, I have transferred the funds. Fang Qing said, visibly disheartened. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. With that, Fang Qing transformed into a fleeting shadow, departing into the distance. Although he was keen to participate in the ensuing discussions among the war gods, he understood that given the current state of affairs with Yang Wu, it would be inadvisable to join in. Moreover, he needed to swiftly contact the higher-ups of his legion to see if he could mitigate some of the losses. After all, this failure was due to faulty intelligence. Chapter 056, Movements from All Sides. After Fang Qing's departure, the remaining war god-level powerhouses turned their gazes towards Yang Wu. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed seniors for their assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would never have been able to so effortlessly vanquish the formidable god of war, Fang Qing. Yang Wu exclaimed hastily. It was but a trifling matter. There is no need for the god of war, Yang Wu, to be overly concerned. The god of war, Yang Wu, is truly too courteous, even without our presence. Fang Qing would have been your subordinate's defeat. After a round of compliments, the poison demon spear, Deng Tong, stepped forward. Among the gods of war, his prowess was the most formidable. God of war Yang Wu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Deng Tong. Deng Tong, the god of war. Yang Wu responded with a hint of respect. In truth, he had encountered Deng Tong before during his time at the Southeast Military District's martial arts supply base, where Zhou Zheng had introduced this renowned god of war to him. Sensing Yang Wu's goodwill, Deng Tong beamed and promptly said, allow me to introduce you to god of war Liu Gang. You're likely already acquainted with him. This is god of war Zhuge Mountain. This individual is... Greetings, god of war Yang Wu. The esteemed Zhuge Tao once rendered me considerable assistance. There is no need for formality. With each introduction, Yang Wu greeted each god of war warmly. Furthermore, Yang Wu had committed to memory several brief introductions of various gods of war. Although he could not identify them immediately, he could accurately recount details upon hearing their names, thereby demonstrating his respect for them. Following the introductions, the rapport between Yang Wu and the others grew increasingly amicable. After introducing everyone, Deng Tong smiled slightly at Yang Wu and suddenly inquired, God of war Yang Wu, forgive my audacity, but with your prowess, hunting low-tier Lord-level monsters and passing the assessments of the God of War Palace should be utterly effortless. May I inquire why you have not yet joined the God of War Palace? The other gods of war turned their serious attention toward Yang Wu. The God of War Palace comprises the most powerful entities from the 5 major nations and their respective base cities, including those who transcend the God of War level. Being a member of the God of War Palace is a source of pride for all martial artists worldwide. Thus, they were astonished to learn that Yang Wu, possessing mid-tier God of War strength, had yet to join the palace. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Wu had ascended from a low-tier warrior to his current strength in one fell swoop, and thus had not yet had the opportunity to join the God of War Palace. I have come to the wilderness zone specifically to hunt Lord-level monsters. Yang Wu replied helplessly. However, our team was unexpectedly ambushed by the God of War Fong Qing during our journey. Ah, I see. The others enlightenedly responded. Since your team has been attacked, it would be wise to return to the base city and recuperate, Dang Tong suggested. Subsequently, Dang Tong retrieved some monster materials from his backpack and presented them to Yang Wu, saying, coincidentally, I hunted a low-tier Lord-level silver electric python in the wilderness zone. As a gesture of goodwill upon our first meeting, I present this to you for your assessment. It is but a small token, so please do not decline. How could I accept such a gift? Yang Wu hastily refused. A low-tier Lord-level monster, the HR Alliance offers a purchase price ranging from 500 million to 3 billion. The materials from the silver electric python Dang Tong produced were quite valuable, estimated around 1.5 billion. Although it was not overly extravagant for a mid-tier God of War to offer such a gift, Yang Wu was unwilling to accept. Does God of War Yang Wu deem my gift unworthy? Dang Tong retorted. With Yang Wu's astonishing talent, Dang Tong was troubled about how to cultivate a closer relationship and could not bear to let Yang Wu refuse. At a loss for words, Yang Wu finally said, God of War Yang Wu, Dang Tong's intentions are sincere. You should graciously accept. Zhuge Mountain chimed in from the side. Yang Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, replying, Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you for your kindness, God of War Dang Tong. Seeing Yang Wu accept Dang Tong's gift, Zhuge Mountain immediately retrieved some monster materials from his own backpack and smiled, God of War Yang Wu, to authenticate strength. We require materials from 2 Lord-level monsters. Dang Tong has provided one. I shall submit the other. This is a low-tier, Lord-level tiger cat that I hunted. While it may not compare to the silver electric python that God of War Dang Tong has gifted, it is sufficient for authentication. I kindly ask you not to decline. God of War Yang Wu. The materials from Zhuge Mountain's Lord-level tiger cat, while not as valuable as the silver electric python, could still fetch around 1.2 billion when sold to the HR Alliance. Since Yang Wu had already accepted Dang Tong's gift, he found it difficult to refuse Zhuge Mountain's good intentions. Reluctantly, Yang Wu accepted. I am most grateful for your kindness, God of War Zhuge. The other gods of war, witnessing this exchange, also offered their own tokens of goodwill, most of which were monster materials, and one even attempted to transfer funds to Yang Wu. Yet, Yang Wu was no longer willing to accept gifts. His previous reluctance was difficult to refuse, but now, I am deeply appreciative of the kindness shown by all esteemed seniors. However, I must insist that I cannot accept any further gifts. I kindly ask you not to put me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their insistence, envious of how swiftly Dang Tong and Zhuge Mountain had acted. Meanwhile, as Yang Wu conversed with the gods of war, news of his nearing high-tier God of War prowess continued to spread among the upper echelons of various factions. In the capital base city, within the expansive headquarters of the Huaxia military, in a spacious and serene room on the 6th floor of a large building, an officer was reporting to a stalwart middle-aged man named Deng Long, a planetary-level entity of Huaxia. Sir, we have received word from a Jiangnan Bay city that a 24-year-old prodigy martial artist has emerged, boasting strength close to that of a high-tier God of War. In the wilderness zone, he completely dominated Fong Qing, who wields the Black God set. Here is the video. As Deng Long received the video to view, the officer continued. This individual is named Yang Wu, hailing from Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Bay City. He became a quasi-martial artist in July of this year, and during the practical examination in August, he signed a special training contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School and currently resides in the Mingyue community of the school. What a pity, Deng Long remarked after watching the video, unable to contain his thoughts. Such a talent, and he is affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts School. Wait, you mean he joined the Extreme Martial Arts School this year and signed only a special training contract? Deng Long's expression brightened. It seems we still have a chance. After hearing the officer's report, Deng Long was elated. Whenever a talented martial artist emerges, they are fiercely contended for by nations and organizations worldwide. Now that Yang Wu had only signed a special training contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School, the penalty for breach of contract could not exceed 300 million. With sufficient sincerity, Huaxia still had a significant chance to recruit Yang Wu. Quickly print out the contract, adhering to the highest standards for recruiting god of war-level martial artists. I will personally meet this prodigy. Deng Long commanded with urgency. With Counselor Deng taking the lead, this endeavor is bound to succeed. The officer marveled. In the virtual space of the God of War Palace, within a large conference hall adorned with silver flooring and walls, a massive silver round table stood at its center, with 6 pure black chairs that seemed capable of consuming all light. 5 of these chairs were occupied by individuals clad in white robes. The ceiling of the hall resembled an infinite starry sky, stretching endlessly. Among the 5 white-robed individuals were 3 from Huaxia, 1 Caucasian, and 1 African-American. Everyone, here is the dossier of Yang Wu. This individual has recently passed the quasi-martial artist examination in July. During the practical assessment in August at Jiangnan Bay City, he exhibited strength equivalent to that of a low-tier warrior. Subsequently, due to his exceptional marksmanship, he was invited to join our extreme martial arts school by one of our supervisors, Zhuge Tao. Just recently, this individual displayed near high-tier god of war capabilities in the wilderness zone, completely overpowering Fang Qing, who possessed the Black God set. Such prowess, even amidst the current elite training camp, is unparalleled by any of its students. This is the video. The 5 individuals swiftly perused the materials. And one of the Huaxia representatives remarked, "Patrol Envoy Wang, I wholeheartedly support the inclusion of Yang Wu. However, regarding the treatment you have proposed." Patrol Envoy Liu, "I believe the treatment I offered is not overly generous." No, Patrol Envoy Wang, you misunderstand. I feel the treatment you have suggested is insufficient. Yang Wu has a rather ordinary contract with my Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and given his brief tenure, he lacks a substantial sense of belonging. I fear such conditions will not sway him. Lu He interjected. The 5 figures clad in white robes continued their deliberations. Attention, 5 patrol envoys. An electronic voice resonated. Silence ensued. The 5 figures simultaneously raised their gazes to the heavens, where 5 documents gracefully descended from the starry expanse, landing directly before them. The electronic voice continued. This is the decision of the Academy Master regarding the Yang Wu matter. Should you have any objections, please report to the Master. If not, kindly execute this directive. Any objections? The voice inquired. None. The 5 patrol envoys quickly responded after a brief review. Chapter 057, Joining. After declining the gifts from several war gods, Yang Wu bid farewell to the surrounding martial artist teams and intended to return to the base city with the Phantom team for some much-needed rest. The warlord-level martial artist teams did not dare to hinder Yang Wu, while the other war god-level experts, although eager to recruit him for their respective factions, were unaware of the conditions their factions could offer and thus had to relinquish their pursuits for the time being. Moreover, everyone had their own affairs to attend to and could not feasibly accompany Yang Wu back to the base city. War god Yang Wu, since your team plans to return to the base city, why not travel back with my warplane? Lu Gang invited. Having come here primarily to rescue his daughter, Lu Qing, and with the situation resolved, he had no intention of lingering in the wilderness. Furthermore, given that Yang Wu had just exhibited near high-level war god strength, it was likely the military hierarchy was already contemplating how to recruit him. As a member of the military, Lu Gang naturally sought to secure Yang Wu's allegiance. Then I must trouble you. War god Lu. Yang Wu expressed his gratitude. Although he had just fought with Fang Qing, he had overheard the conversation between Lu Gang and Lu Qing and was aware of Lu Gang's identity as her father. As a member of the Phantom team, Yang Wu felt no need to decline Lu Gang's kindness. However, this agreement surprised both Deng Tong and Zhuge Shan, who belonged to Extreme Martial Arts Academy and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy respectively, and were considered high-ranking members. They were acutely aware of the tactics employed by various factions to recruit prodigies. If Lu Gang were to take Yang Wu away alone today, it was highly likely that Yang Wu would soon become a part of the Huaxia military. Exchanging knowing glances, the two quickly reached a silent understanding. War god Lu, Deng Tong said with a smile, I was just planning to return to the base city as well. Might I hitch a ride with you? Old Lu, Zhuge Shan chimed in, I also intend to return to the base city, so please take us along for safety. The aircraft that Lu Gang had borrowed was merely a standard warplane, valued at around 10 billion, capable only of short-range flights around the base city, and would be easily destroyed if confronted by a lord-level beast. Thus, Zhuge Shan's suggestion was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Deng Tong and Zhuge Shan's remarks, Lu Gang immediately understood their intentions. However, he had some rapport with Deng Tong. Otherwise, the latter would not have come to his aid. Thus, it was indeed difficult to refuse. Then let us all return to the base city together. Lu Gong conceded. Subsequently, Yang Wu and the four war gods, along with the rest of the Phantom team, boarded the warplane piloted by Liu Gang, preparing to return to the base city. With more passengers aboard, the aircraft speed was slightly slower than had been on Liu Gang's arrival. Half an hour later, the warplane carrying Yang Wu and the others arrived near Jiangnan Bay City. At that moment, a dark spot suddenly appeared in the southern sky, and a purplish-red streak of light swiftly decelerated and halted before the warplane, revealing a triangular purplish-red aircraft. Zugishan sat beside Yang Wu, scrutinized it closely and remarked with a smile, "That is the headquarters warplane." He had just received a message from a patrol envoy within Extreme Martial Arts Academy inquiring about Yang Wu's status. In just a few minutes, the patrol envoy had appeared before them. With a whoosh, the cabin door opened automatically. A figure soared out, and the triangular warplane sealed its door behind him, leaving the figure suspended in midair. "Esteemed war gods, please step forward for a meeting." The figure approached Yang Wu and the others, revealing a middle-aged man with flowing hair. "It is Counselor Liu." The other war gods, aside from Yang Wu, immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. They quickly descended the aircraft and landed in the middle of an abandoned highway. Counselor Liu, Deng Tong, and the others hurriedly exited the warplane and greeted him respectfully. Yang Wu followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement. A counselor capable of flight must undoubtedly be a planetary-level existence. Could it be that this individual has come specifically for me? Yang Wu pondered, a sudden thought striking him. This was not mere self-importance. He genuinely could not fathom any other reason that would compel a planetary-level being to traverse the night for his sake. "You must be Yang Wu," Liu has said, recognizing the other three war gods and smiling directly at Yang Wu. "Haha, Yang Wu, I have come expressly for you." Without waiting for Yang Wu's response, Liu Ha continued, "I am aware that you have numerous inquiries. Come, let us discuss this aboard the warplane." Liu Ha understood the frenzied competition among major factions for talented individuals, and having gained the upper hand, he intended to secure Yang Wu first. As Liu Ha commanded his warplane to descend gently, he addressed the nearby Deng Tong and Zhuge Shan. "I shall be taking Yang Wu with me. You are free to act as you wish." "Understood," Zhuge Shan promptly replied. However, Liu Gang and Deng Tong were unwilling to concede. "Counselor Liu, Patrol Envoy Liu," the two called out simultaneously. Although they dared not directly counter Liu Ha, they felt emboldened to delay proceedings slightly. "What? Do you two have objections to what I said?" Liu Ha inquired with an unfriendly tone. Every second of hesitation could allow other powerful figures from rival factions to arrive, and Liu Ha was determined to act swiftly. As Deng Tong and Liu Gang endured the immense pressure from Liu Ha, they were on the verge of relinquishing their efforts. Yet at that moment, two streaks of light reappeared in the distance, revealing two entirely black, disc-shaped warplanes. In an instant, the dark disc-shaped warplanes hovered above Yang Wu and the others. "Counselor Liu, your speed is remarkable." Before the two aircraft had even settled, figures emerged from them. One a resolute middle-aged soldier, the planetary-level powerhouse of the Huaxia military, Deng Long. The other, a burly Caucasian man, the patrol envoy of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, Counselor Weiss. "You two are quite swift as well," Liu Ha remarked, casting an irritable glance at Deng Tong and Liu Gang. Had it not been for these two, Yang Wu would have already been aboard his warplane en route to Hongning Bay City. Did the Huaxia Nation and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy dare to challenge the Academy Master for him? "Haha, Counselor Liu, why bear ill will toward a few war gods?" Deng Long and Weiss chuckled. "Commander, Envoy." Liu Gang and Deng Tong hurriedly approached them. After a brief moment of deliberation among the three formidable council members, it was decided that the group would first return to the base city before addressing further matters. Under the watchful gaze of Zhuge Shan and his companions, Yang Wu ascended the flying war machine of Liu Ha, accompanied by the three planetary-level beings. The aircraft swiftly soared into the sky, transforming into a crimson-purple streak of light that vanished into the distant horizon, with two additional saucer-shaped crafts trailing behind. The expressions of the three war gods, including Deng Tong, were complex. Although they had anticipated Yang Wu's prodigious talent, they were nonetheless astonished that he could attract the attention of three beings surpassing the war god level. Such entities could engage in equal dialogue with nations, and there were scarcely over 50 such individuals worldwide. Yet, three had appeared at once. The triangular purple-blue war machine glided like a shooting star, soon hovering over the Jiangnan Bay City before gently descending. The cabin door opened automatically, and Yang Wu along with the others disembarked. The landing site was none other than the rooftop of the Jiangnan Bay City's Extreme Association headquarters. "Merely a trivial skill," Deng Long muttered under his breath. Luha paused momentarily before leading the three into a quiet conference room. Once seated, Yang Wu regarded the three planetary-level beings before him. After Luha and the others settled into their seats, despite their polite demeanor, a subtle competitive tension lingered in the air. Yang Wu. Danglong glanced at the other two before speaking first. Our Huaxiao nation is in dire need of talents like you. Would you be interested in joining the military? With that, he produced a contract and extended it to Yang Wu, confident that the military's terms would be compelling enough. Seeing this, Counselor Weiss hastily presented his own contract, stating, Yang Wu, this is the offer from our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. We hope you will consider joining us. Luha calmly observed Danglong and Weiss, waiting for them to finish before addressing Yang Wu. Your talent is remarkable. At such a young age, you possess strength nearing that of a high-level war god, and your output has reached threefold. I have reviewed your records of purchasing manuals, and the timeline is impressively short, indicating your high comprehension. Such talent, if squandered through arrogance or complacency, would be a great shame. The reason we three major organizations dispatch planetary-level experts is that we believe you have the potential to become one yourself. I surmise that both Huaxiao Nation and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy have enticing offers, with resources that could easily elevate you to a high-level war god. However, the contract I hold was personally drafted by the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Please take a look, and if you have no objections, do sign it. With that, Luha confidently produced a contract from his robes and handed it to Yang Wu. Danglong and Weiss grew noticeably tense upon hearing the mention of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's master. Yang Wu accepted all three contracts and began to review them. In terms of benefits, the military's offers significantly outshone those of the two martial arts academies. Even the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy's terms were considerably inferior to those of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yang Wu mused to himself. Yet the conditions from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were truly hard to resist. The contract specified that upon joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he would immediately receive an S-Class combat suit, a complete set of weaponry, 2 portions of dragon blood worth 80 billion, and the choice of 3 manuals, along with the Black God set from ancient civilization relics. Had the Extreme Martial Arts Academy offered only the combat suit, dragon blood, and manuals, Yang Wu might have been inclined to join the military or the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. Yet, the allure of the Black God set was simply irresistible. The Black God set could manifest protective armor according to the user's intent, capable of completely enveloping the body, including the mouth and nose. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The previously overwhelmed Fong Qing, wielding the Demon Slayer blade, was able to narrowly escape various dangers solely due to the protection of the Black God set. After a moment, Yang Wu finally made his choice. You choose the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Counselor Weiss exclaimed, his eyes wide with disappointment. What a pity, not joining our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. You Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy never had a chance. To begin with, Luha replied cheerfully, we at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy have never considered you our competitors. Why scoff look at you so pleased? Meanwhile, Yang Wu returned the contract from Danglong and Weiss, and upon receiving Luha's approval, handed over the Extreme Martial Arts Academy contract to him. After reviewing the document, Danglong and Weiss could not help but exclaim, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy truly is generous. They finally understood Yang Wu's decision to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The Black God set. Chapter 058, Aftermath. Once Yang Wu signed the contract, Danglong and Weiss offered him words of encouragement before departing with a sense of disappointment, leaving Yang Wu and Luha alone in the conference room. Luha took the signed contract from Yang Wu and remarked, Yang Wu, the master believes your strength can be rapidly enhanced, which is why no position has been assigned to you for the time being. Once your physical condition improves sufficiently, you will be summoned to Hongming Bay City to meet the master, who will then assign you a suitable role. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Yang Wu expressed his gratitude. Haha, since matters have concluded, I shall not linger. Luha laughed heartily, saying, Yang Wu, your talent is exceptional. Strive diligently to break through to the planetary level soon. Perhaps then we could venture into relics together. With that, Luha prepared to leave. I will do my utmost. Yang Wu stood to see him off, smiling as he spoke. Watching Luha board the crimson-purple triangular war machine, which transformed into a streak of light as it departed, Yang Wu reflected, possessing such an aircraft is truly advantageous, and Luha-S is an exclusive intelligent war machine of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I wonder when I will be able to acquire one of my own. If it were the type of aircraft that Counselor Danglong and Counselor Weiss had ridden, capable of prolonged flight in the wilderness, Its price would range from 50 to 100 billion huaxia coins, and Yang Wu could possibly afford it by hunting numerous beast lords. However, the aircraft Lu Ha piloted was a royal-grade intelligent war machine exclusive to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a price beyond measure. Moreover, it was likely that even wealth could not secure its purchase. After Lu Ha's departure, dawn broke, and Yang Wu intended to return home when he suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist. Glancing down at the display on his communicator, he saw it was a call from Brother Zhou. Surprised, he thought, could it be that the captain and the others have returned to the base city? He dialed back. Hello, Yang Wu. Zhou Zheng's voice came through, tinged with concern yet excitement. Brother Zhou, have you and the captain returned? Yang Wu inquired with a smile. Yes. We've just arrived at the main area of Jiangnan Base City. Zhou Zheng replied, the worry in his voice dissipating into joy. Yang Wu, where are you? Can we come find you? Brother Zhou, I'm currently at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the main area. Where are you? I've finished my matters and can come to you. Yang Wu responded. No need. No need. Zhou Zheng's voice echoed from the communicator when not far away. Just wait a moment. We'll be there shortly. Half an hour later, on the 6th floor of the Extreme building, in a quiet room. After returning to the base city, Deng Tong and Zhuge Shan had their respective affairs to attend to, and Lu Gang needed to return the flying war machine. So they parted ways with the Phantom team. Inside the room, the members of the Phantom team, having just returned from the wilderness, exchanged glances, occasionally looking at Yang Wu, who was deep in thought, pondering the reasons for his rapid enhancement in strength. Just over a month ago, Yang Wu had been hunting beasts in the wilderness alongside them, and thus, the members of the Phantom team were well aware of his abilities. Yet now, he had ascended to the level of a war god, with his strength having increased more than tenfold. In truth, were it not for a mere acquaintance, Yang Wu would not need to offer any explanations. However, despite the relatively short time spent with a few teammates, the bonds formed were not lacking in depth. In the face of the Lord-level Fire Lin Sanji Pig and its beastly horde, several teammates valiantly came to Yang Wu's aid. Upon their return to the base city, Captain Chu Tian generously lent Yang Wu monster materials worth a staggering 1 billion huaxia coins. Thus, Yang Wu felt compelled to devise a suitable rationale to explain his circumstances to the others. In the stifling silence of the lounge, Captain Chu Tian finally broke the stillness. Yang Wu, he called out. Yang Wu turned to face him. A hint of a smile graced Chu Tian's face as he continued. I never anticipated that our team would harbor a genius such as yourself. Not only have you reached the God of War level, but you have also managed to subdue Fang Qing, who wields the Dark God set. We were indeed mistaken in thinking we needed to look after you. How embarrassing. It was evident that Chu Tian instinctively believed Yang Wu had been concealing his strength until this very moment. Yang Wu, Wang Zi stole it up, a solemn expression adorning his face as he proclaimed, though I do not know why you chose to hide your prowess. You saved my life today, and I, Wang Ji, owe you a debt of gratitude. Wang Ji was acutely aware that Fang Qing's mission target was undoubtedly him, and although the specifics eluded him, he had begun to form some conjectures. I, Wang Ji, owe you a life debt that shall remain binding forever. Whenever you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon me. Yang Wu smiled gently and replied, Brother Wang, you needn't speak so formally. When you shielded me from the beast general in the wilderness, did I not also owe you a life debt? The other teammates wore smiles upon their faces. Yang Wu's words were a testament to his regard for them as friends. Captain, Brother Zhou, Yang Wu addressed the members of the Phantom team, who had also fallen silent and were now looking toward him. He explained, this was indeed my first venture into the wilderness area, and I did not conceal my strength. My recent ascension to the God of War level was merely a fortuitous happenstance that allowed me to acquire a rare herb known as the Spirit of Flora, thus facilitating my breakthrough. I refrained from disclosing this earlier to avoid impacting everyone else. The Spirit of Flora? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Spirit of Flora. The teammates exclaimed, their eyes wide with surprise. Chu Tian and Lu Qing were evidently aware of the herb's immense value and hastily clarified its wonders to the rest. Once Chu Tian concluded his explanation, everyone grasped the extraordinary nature of the Spirit of Flora. Yang Wu, you are indeed fortunate to have acquired such a miraculous item. Zheng Tao exclaimed, I have spent the greater part of my wealth merely to reach the advanced warrior level, and here you are, having ascended to God of War status so effortlessly. Yang Wu is a true prodigy, Zhou Zheng remarked. The talented warriors I have encountered in elite training camps pale in comparison to you. Only the top 10 students in the elite training camp could rival your prowess. Let's not dwell on that. Yang Wu interjected with a smile. Fang Qing has compensated us with 80 billion huaxia coins, Let us share this bounty together. Upon hearing this, the others promptly declined. Ultimately, after Yang Wu's persistent insistence, the 5 of them agreed to divide 30 billion among themselves. After agreeing on a time to reconvene, Yang Wu parted ways with his teammates and boarded the exclusive vehicle of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, swiftly returning to his home in the Minghui community of Yangzhou City. Wu, why are you back so soon? Lu Yuhua, engaged in conversation with other martial artist families in the community, was taken aback upon seeing Yang Wu. When he had left for the wilderness area, he mentioned he would be gone for about a month, yet he had returned in less than 2 days. Mom, Yang Wu replied with a smile. I had some matters to attend to, so I returned early. Have you eaten? Let me prepare something for you. Mom, I've already had a meal. As they spoke, Yang Wu and his mother made their way back to their villa. Upon arriving home, Yang Wu spent the entire morning rejecting various organizations' invitations. Some sent God of War level experts to his residence to extend their offers, while others, located at a distance, reached out via phone. The array of invitations was astonishing, with offers so lucrative they were almost staggering. Each organization boasted annual operational budgets in the hundreds of billions, an amount typically reserved for inviting high-ranking God of War individuals. However, upon learning that Yang Wu had joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, all parties were compelled to withdraw their offers. After all, in terms of both financial backing and strength, the Academy's master, Hong, was indisputably the world's foremost authority. Who could possibly contend with him? Chapter 059, Dragon Blood. That afternoon, the incessant beeping of Yang Wu's communication watch roused him from his meditation on genetic primal energy. Hello, Yang Wu answered the call. Emer Yang Wu, greetings. The items awarded to you by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will arrive at your residence in Minghui community within the hour. Please be prepared to receive them. A melodious female voice informed him. Within an hour, Yang Wu's face brightened with anticipation. 50 minutes later, Yang Wu arrived alone at the main entrance of the Minghui community. Yang Wu, what brings you here? An elderly man with graying hair emerged from a nearby building. Old Wang, Yang Wu exclaimed warmly. This elder was the head of the security forces at the Minghui community, and they had become acquainted long before Yang Wu had even begun his journey as a martial artist. Are you waiting for someone? Old Wang chuckled. It wouldn't happen to be a girlfriend, would it? No, just a little matter. Yang Wu replied with a smile. Noting Yang Wu's reluctance to elaborate, Old Wang chose not to pry further as they engaged in light conversation. Suddenly, a horn blared, and a large bus approached the entrance of the Minghui community. The soldiers on guard instantly straightened up. I didn't receive any notification today, Old Wang remarked in confusion. I'll go check what this is about. Buzz. Grant access. Before Old Wang could approach, an electronic voice resonated from the guard station, leaving the soldiers and staff in disbelief. Although the main entrance was controlled by an intelligence system, it was typically operated by human hands, making such automated access a rare occurrence, often months apart. The entrance swung open, and a large truck drove in, halting a short distance before Yang Wu. Please, Mr. Yang Wu, board the vehicle, came a voice as the back of the truck opened. Old Wang, I must be on my way. Let's share a drink sometime. Without further ado, Yang Wu leaped onto the truck, leaving Old Wang in stunned silence. The vehicle had entered the community without his approval, and he understood the implications of such an event. Yet, he found it hard to reconcile this with Yang Wu, who in his eyes was still a newcomer who had recently become a martial artist. It wasn't until he learned of Yang Wu's God of War level strength that everything fell into place. At this moment, Yang Wu, now aboard the truck, began to take in his surroundings. The interior of the vehicle was lavish, housing 3 individuals who were attentively gazing at him. As Yang Wu surveyed the opulent environment, 2 beams of blue light scanned both him and a large safe nearby. Identity confirmed. Reward items verified. An electronic voice announced, Mr. Yang Wu, please accept your reward. One of the burly men inside the truck rose and handed the safe to Yang Wu, who hurriedly accepted it. Thank you, gentlemen. Yang Wu bid farewell to the 3 individuals in the vehicle and swiftly disembarked, returning to his villa. In the underground chamber of Villa 201 in Minghui community, Yang Wu meticulously locked the door of the secret room before cautiously opening the safe. Inside, he discovered a combat suit, weaponry, and several exquisite wooden boxes. With great care, he opened the box labeled Dragon Blood. Inside the wooden box, 2 transparent test tubes were secured with foam, each sealed with a stopper, and filled with a golden liquid that occupied more than a third of the tube's volume. Dragon's Blood. Yang Wu gingerly extracted one of the test tubes, fearful of shattering it. Although he had utilized Dragon's Blood several times within the simulator, this was his first encounter with it in reality. Beneath the box containing the Dragon's Blood lay an instruction manual detailing its application. The instructions were straightforward. Simply apply the dragon's blood to the skin. There was no need to cover the entire body, just a specific area would suffice. The essence would naturally permeate, enveloping the entire body. The sole prohibition was that it must never be ingested directly. Yang Wu pondered silently, wondering how much this dragon's blood could enhance his strength. There had been threads on the Extreme House forum claiming that warriors at the battle general level could double their physical prowess after using dragon's blood. However, as one's strength increased, the efficacy of the dragon's blood would progressively diminish. Perhaps a battle general could indeed double their power with it. But a battle god would likely not be so fortunate. My current punching power has already reached 110,000 kilograms. I wonder how much it could increase after using the dragon's blood? In the underground chamber, Yang Wu removed his combat suit and lay flat on the ground, gently pulling the stopper from the test tube. Instantly, a peculiar aroma permeated the air. He slightly tilted the test tube, pouring the dragon's blood onto his chest. Although the amount appeared scant, it was exceedingly viscous, resembling mercury. Soon, the entirety of the dragon's blood flowed out. Yang Wu set the test tube aside and evenly spread the liquid across his upper body and arms. In no time, the areas coated with dragon's blood began to radiate heat. A torrent of warmth surged through his skin, swiftly penetrating his body and rapidly spreading to every part. The intensity of the heat increased. The temperature rose incessantly. Yang Wu's entire being trembled faintly, as if millions of ants were gnawing at him from every direction. The agony rendered his face pale. The sensations of tingling and pain coexisted, making the experience far more unbearable than pain alone. Most individuals would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness at this juncture. Yet, despite the furrowed brow, Yang Wu's consciousness remained acutely aware. After all, his mental state had attained an extraordinary level with an iron will. Amidst the waves of suffering, the dragon's blood coating his body diminished, continuously seeping into him. The muscles on the surface of his body writhed and convulsed like worms, as if his skin were being scorched, with veins bulging grotesquely, a truly alarming sight. Every cell within Yang Wu was voraciously consuming this extraordinary energy, initiating a series of transformations at a pace exponentially swifter than during his usual training with genetic primal energy. The genetic material within the cells underwent rapid metamorphosis under the influence of the dragon's blood energy, discarding useless genes while enhancing and perfecting the beneficial ones. Some discarded cells and impurities were expelled from Yang Wu's body, surfacing like filth. In this profound cellular transformation, his tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, and internal organs were undergoing astonishing changes. The hardness of his bones increased, while the toughness of the membranes and fascia experienced remarkable transformations, all supported by the energy of the dragon's blood. Everything transpired with breathtaking speed. The energy of the dragon's blood was depleting, yet Yang Wu's physical capabilities were continually ascending. It felt as though a significant duration had passed before all transformations finally ceased. In the tranquil underground chamber, Yang Wu lay peacefully on the ground. At this moment, he was entirely enshrouded in a layer of grime, his entire body coated in blackness, even his face obscured. Moments latte. In the bathroom on the second floor of the villa, warm water cascaded over Yang Wu, washing away the thick layer of filth. It was then he noticed that the ghastly scar that had marred his face had completely vanished, and his skin now radiated a metallic sheen reminiscent of bronze. After his shower, Yang Wu hurried to the sixth-floor martial arts hall of the Extreme Pavilion. By now, it was evening, and after finishing his instruction with the students, Wu Tong quickly approached Yang Wu upon seeing him. The news of Yang Wu's battle god-level prowess had spread throughout the day, garnering much attention. Wu Tong, a trusted aide to Zhuge Tao and a close acquaintance of Yang Wu, was naturally aware of this revelation. Yang Wu, the battle god, Wu Tong called out, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Wu uncle, are you stuttering? Yang Wu teased with a smile. You're the one stuttering, Wu Tong retorted, regaining his composure now that Yang Wu was still willing to engage with him. What brings you here at such a late hour? Yang Wu turned on the lights and approached the power testing machine in the corner. I'm here to test my strength. Yang Wu declared, suddenly throwing a punch without employing any special techniques, merely unleashing his raw physical power. His right fist struck the punching target like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound as it impacted. Bang! The target quaked violently, emitting a low, muffled sound, as if on the verge of breaking. Wu uncle, Yang Wu chuckled. I think it's time to replace this equipment. Otherwise, it will soon be ruined. You're not short on money. Why not buy a high-end one to keep at home? Wu Tong playfully quipped, then turned his gaze to the display screen of the power testing machine. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. The machine clearly displayed a figure, 142, 291 kilograms. Intermediate battle god. Wu Tong gazed incredulously at Yang Wu. He had previously believed that Yang Wu had only just entered the battle god tier, but now. However, Yang Wu was somewhat dissatisfied with the effects of the dragon's blood. My physical prowess was already at 110,000 kilograms. To think that after using a vial of dragon's blood, it only increased by less than 30,000 kilograms? Though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing the result still left him slightly disappointed. No wonder many battle god warriors saw their physical improvements come so slowly, if it weren't for critical moments. Who could afford to use dragon's blood? Yang Wu mused internally. A single vial of dragon's blood that could enhance strength by nearly 30,000 kilograms is indeed terrifying for battle generals or even soldier-level warriors. Yet for battle gods, the effect is significantly diminished. The baseline for an initial battle god is a punching power of 640,000 kilograms, while the pinnacle of a high-level battle god demands 120,000 kilograms. Given such a vast disparity, if one were to rely solely on dragon's blood for enhancement, even if its effects remain constant, 15 vials would be necessary. A battle god might manage to scrape together the funds for one vial, but for 15, even at the best price in the battle god palace, it would likely cost nearly 10 trillion Huaxia dollars. Even entities surpassing the battle god level would struggle to produce such a sum in cash. Chapter 060, Battle God Palace. The following morning, after breakfast with his family, Yang Wu set off with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Inside were materials from the initial level Lord-class monsters gifted by battle gods Deng Tong and Zhuge Shan. Yang Wu intended to seek certification as an initial level battle god at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, thereby obtaining an invitation to the Battle God Palace. Boarding the special vehicle designated for warriors by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yang Wu quickly arrived at the Extreme headquarters in Jiangnan Bay City. In an office on the third floor of the Extreme headquarters, Battle God Yang Wu, Supervisor Zhuge Tao had already received word from his elder brother Zhuge Shan, and thus addressed Yang Wu with utmost respect. Supervisor Zhuge, we are old acquaintances. You assisted me greatly during my practical assessment as a prospective warrior. There is no need for such formality. Just call me by my name. Yang Wu replied casually. Yang Wu's casual demeanor surprisingly diminished the sense of distance in Zhuge Tao's heart. It appeared that this young man, despite attaining the status of a war god at such a tender age, exhibited little arrogance, which relieved Zhuge Tao. However, Zhuge Tao remained cautious. After all, his elder brother Zhuge Shan had recently informed him that Yang Wu had decisively defeated a war god adorned in the Black God set and had drawn the attention of 3 individuals surpassing the war god level for recruitment. Yang Wu, the 2 initial lord-level monsters you have slain. The silver lightning python is valued at 1 billion Huaxia coins, yielding a contribution of 500,000 points. While the tiger cat is priced at 800 million Huaxia coins, contributing 400,000 points, Zhuge Tao stated with a smile. In total, you shall receive 8 billion Huaxia coins and 900,000 contribution points. That sounds splendid. Yang Wu nodded, smiling as he replied, please reassess my achievements and revalidate my title. Very well. Zhuge Tao responded respectfully, fully aware of Yang Wu's intentions. The Lord-level tiger cat had been a gift from his elder brother. Zhuge Tao navigated through the computer screen and continued, Yang Wu, your accomplishments have been reassessed, and you are now recognized as a war god, initial level. Typically, upon attaining the status of a war god, one would receive an invitation from the War God Palace. After an assessment of your strength by their representatives, you would be granted a consciousness sensor free of charge. However, Zhuge Tao added with a smile, given your prowess, it is highly probable you will not need such an assessment, and you might soon receive the consciousness sensor without delay. Before Zhuge Tao could finish his sentence, a sharp sound echoed, and a new notification appeared on the computer screen. War God Palace assessment passed. Indeed, Zhuge Tao marveled inwardly. Truly, this is a genius warrior capable of attracting the attention of 3 individuals beyond the war god level. Although it was rare for someone to pass the assessment directly, Yang Wu's strength had clearly garnered the approval of the council, thus exempting him from the evaluation. Yang Wu, Zhuge Tao personally prepared a cup of tea and handed it to him, smiling as he said, please take a seat. Someone will be here shortly to deliver your items. Yang Wu nodded with a smile. A moment later, the door to the reception room automatically opened, and 3 men in uniforms entered, led by one who held a metallic box. He respectfully addressed Yang Wu. War God Yang Wu, welcome to the War God Palace. You will receive a consciousness sensor helmet at no cost. With this helmet, you can access the virtual space anywhere on Earth. That was quick. Yang Wu exclaimed in astonishment, then thought to himself, it seems that every Bay City has a stock of consciousness sensor helmets. Becoming a member of the War God Palace comes with numerous special privileges. Those such privileges also entail unique responsibilities. The lead man handed the metallic box to Yang Wu, saying, once you use the consciousness sensor to enter the virtual space, you will discover the many special features of the War God Palace. Thank you. Yang Wu replied with a smile as he accepted the metallic box. His fingers traced the latch, and with a click, the box opened to reveal a stunning blue helmet within. Zhuge's supervisor, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't linger. Let's have a drink together another time. Farewell, everyone. With that, Yang Wu placed the metallic box in his backpack and walked out of the reception room, marking the addition of another war god to the War God Palace. In the conference room, Zhuge Tao sighed, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to become a war god himself. Zhuge. It was evident that the three men who had delivered the helmet were well acquainted with Zhuge Tao. One of them remarked with a smile, having served as a supervisor for so long, you must have accumulated quite a sum. You could easily purchase a piece of Blue Demon Ester or Jade Essence to attempt a breakthrough. Jade Essence worth 30 billion? I cannot afford that. Zhuge Tao shook his head. However, acquiring a piece of Blue Demon Ester is feasible. If my brother helps, I could probably secure it for around 7 billion. Should I get a try? At that moment, Zhuge Tao felt a flicker of temptation. Initially, he had resigned himself to the thought of never breaking through to the status of a war god. Yet Yang Wu's rapid ascent from a novice to a war god in mere months had undeniably spurred him on. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yang Wu immediately retreated to his room and retrieved the consciousness sensor helmet. Having heard about the wonders of the War God Palace from Deng Tong and others, he could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of experiencing it for himself. With a swift motion, Yang Wu secured the doors and windows, donned the helmet, and sat cross-legged on his bed, resembling a statue. Enter virtual space. In an instant, Yang Wu, clad in a simple white robe, materialized in a serene, expansive room. The room extended over 50 meters in length and approximately 20 meters in width, featuring a bed, a swimming pool, a desk with chairs, a lavish dining table, a recliner, and a designated area for yoga mats. This spacious room, exceeding 1,000 square meters, was meticulously divided into various zones. Welcome, War God Yang Wu. An electronic voice resonated abruptly. This is your private chamber within the War God Palace. No one may enter without your permission. On your desk, you will find a copy of the War God Palace regulations. Please read it at your leisure. Enjoy your time in the War God Palace. The electronic voice ceased. Yang Wu promptly approached the desk, opened the black-covered War God Palace regulations, and discovered it contained only a single sheet of paper. Welcome to the War God Palace. The War God Palace is the premier organization for human warriors, co-founded by the first speaker, Hong, and the second speaker, Thor. All war gods and beings beyond the war god level on Earth are members of the War God Palace. The governing body of the War God Palace is the Council, which consists solely of members who have surpassed the war god level. The Council comprises 5 speakers, the 5 most formidable beings on Earth. Within the War God Palace, there are numerous amenities such as a marketplace, an auction hall, an arena, and a training tower, all awaiting your discovery. Such a concise document. After reading it, Yang Wu pushed open the door and exited the room. Navigating the corridor, he arrived in the grand hall on the first floor. As Yang Wu stepped onto the polished tiles of the hall, the lights dimmed abruptly, transitioning from a gentle glow to a shadowy ambience. The soothing music vanished in an instant. With a swish, hundreds of war gods, previously engaged in conversation, turned in unison to face the staircase. With a crisp sound, jubilant music filled the hall, and the assembled war gods rose to their feet, some even applauding. A beam of soft light illuminated Yang Wu below. The War God Palace welcomes a new war god, whose name is Yang Wu. A voice resonated like that of a celestial being. As the sound echoed, a three-dimensional virtual projection appeared above the hall, displaying large letters. Name, Yang Wu. Nationality, Huaxiao level, War God, initial level. These simple lines of text floated in the air, each letter vividly three-dimensional. The total number of war gods in human society had now increased to 3,507. The voice reminiscent of thunder reverberated throughout the hall, and the number on the massive display screen on the wall shifted from 3,506 to 3,507. War God Yang Wu. A figure approached from a distance. War God Zhuge. Yang Wu recognized the identity of the newcomer. It was Zhuge Shan, the war god who had previously gifted him the materials for the Lord-level Tiger Cat. Upon receiving news from his younger brother Zhuge Tao, Zhuge Shan had hastily come to the War God Palace to await Yang Wu's arrival. He had already regarded Yang Wu with great esteem, evidenced by his generous gift of monster materials valued at over 1 billion. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yang Wu would garner the attention of 3 planetary-level beings? It is truly astonishing. Fortunately, I had previously forged a benevolent bond with the other party, thus establishing a form of camaraderie. Yang Wu, come, let me introduce you to the other war gods. Zugie Shen Watamli Bachkoned Yang Wu. Chapter 061, The Trial Tower. As one of the formidable war gods of the world's foremost power, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhuge Shan enjoyed a commendable reputation within the War God Palace. In no time, he acquainted Yang Wu with numerous war god-level experts. Furthermore, the news of Yang Wu's triumph over Fong Qing had already spread among several war gods who had gone to assist the Phantom Team, resulting in widespread recognition of Yang Wu's prowess, and thus, a warm reception awaited him. Eventually, Zhuge Shan led Yang Wu to a corner of the hall where a group of war gods from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had gathered. Yang Wu, what do you fancy to eat? Since it's your first visit today, I shall treat you, Zhuge Shan offered, extending his hand to retrieve the menu from a nearby waiter and presenting it to Yang Wu. With a smile, Yang Wu accepted the menu and replied, "How could I trouble you to treat me? It should be my honor to host." Having received materials for a lord-level beast from Zhuge Shan previously, he felt uncomfortable allowing the latter to bear the cost now. Upon glancing at the prices on the menu, Yang Wu was taken aback. A mere ordinary dish exceeded 100,000 Huaxia coins, while the more extravagant selections soared into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. A few war gods casually ordering drinks and snacks could easily rack up over 1,000,000 Huaxia coins, if one desired a more lavish feast. The bill could well reach tens of millions. Of course, those who could enter the War God Palace belonged to the wealthiest echelon. Thus, such expenditures were entirely manageable. Even the weakest entry-level war god possessed the ability to hunt lord-level beasts, each yielding billions in Huaxia coins. Surely, they could indulge occasionally? After savoring the culinary delights, Zhuge Shan commenced a tour of the various facilities within the War God Palace. Yang Wu, this is the War God Palace Mall, Zhuge Shan announced, gesturing towards a vast 3-story building. If you wish to purchase anything, we can certainly browse. The prices here are considerably lower than outside. Yang Wu shook his head. Having just received reward from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he was well equipped with gear and manuals, though he desired to procure more dragon blood for continued use. His funds were insufficient at present. Noticing Yang Wu's lack of interest, Zhuge Shan led him onward. Soon, they arrived at a grand 7-story pagoda. Yang Wu, this tower is one of the most vital facilities within the War God Palace, the Martial Artist Trial Tower. It holds immense significance for honing our techniques. Zhuge Shan expressed with admiration. Yang Wu gazed upwards at the towering structure, intricately adorned with a myriad of carvings and bizarre sculptures that adorned its entirety. The trial tower? Instantly, Yang Wu recalled the numerous posts on the Extreme Home Forum discussing the elite training camp, particularly the trial tower, which was a popular topic of discourse. Igniting a spark of eagerness within him, Zhuge Shan quickly discerned Yang Wu's enthusiasm and chuckled. "I almost forgot. Yang Wu, you've never been part of the global training camp, so you must be quite unfamiliar with this trial tower. Shall we venture in now?" Yang Wu nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the main entrance of the trial tower. "Look at that stone pillar." Zhuge Shan pointed towards a black stone column at the entrance of the trial tower. Upon it, inscriptions began to materialize. Name, Yang Wu. Gender, male. Identity, entry-level war god. Trial tower level 10. Yang Wu turned to the stone pillar beside Zhuge Shan, which revealed similar inscriptions. Name, Zhuge Shan. Gender, male. Identity, intermediate war god. Trial tower level 29. Yang Wu, are you curious about the levels of the trial tower? Zhuge Shan inquired with a smile. Yang Wu nodded. Although he had traversed the trial tower in the simulator multiple times, this marked his first encounter in the real world. The trial tower required all participants to utilize the same baseline physical capabilities of an entry-level war general. Upon conquering the first level, one could advance to the second, at which point the trial tower level would display as 20. Should one conquer the third level, the level would then indicate 30, and so forth. Thus, if you were to conquer a particular level, such as the fourth, your trial tower level could be 40, 41, or 49. Any of these were plausible. So, don't you wish to embark on the challenge immediately? Zhuge Shan himself was also curious about how far Yang Wu could advance. All right, Yang Wu declared, stepping forward towards the entrance of the trial tower. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. Yang Wu, please select your combat attire and weapon. Before Yang Wu, a variety of combat suit styles and weapons materialized. He promptly chose a set of 6 series combat attire and the breaking army spear. Given his current physical capabilities were only at the entry-level war general standard, selecting superior gear would hinder his performance due to weight constraints. Once donned in his equipment, Yang Wu entered the darkened entrance ahead. In an instant, it felt as if he had transitioned into a vast, boundless grassland. Yang Wu, the electronic voice echoed across the expansive grassland. You have 10 minutes to slay the 50 entry-level beast generals attacking you. Should you perish midway, you fail. If the kill count is insufficient after 10 minutes, you fail. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Standing at the center of the grassland, Yang Wu observed the approaching beast generals and transformed into a streak of light as he charged forward. Before the trial tower, numerous war gods had just concluded their training within the trial tower. Exiting, they noticed Yang Wu entering the trial tower. Those familiar with Yang Wu quickly identified him. The newly arrived war god Yang Wu is attempting the trial tower. Instantly, this tidbit of news was relayed among the war gods gathered before the tower. Due to the nature of the war god palace, information circulated swiftly among the upper echelons of Earth. Many war gods were already aware of Yang Wu's prior encounter with the demon blade Feng Qing, and thus, their curiosity regarding Yang Wu's trial tower level was piqued. Consequently, an increasing number of war gods congregated at the entrance of the trial tower. Meanwhile, in the base city, the demon blade Feng Qing was mulling over his sorrows while drinking alone. Having failed his mission, he received only a consolation prize of 3 billion Huaxia coins, suffering a direct loss of 5 billion. The remaining bounty had been entirely confiscated by the regiment. Upon receiving a bounty, the Flame Legion typically only acted once, regardless of success or failure, with no refunds on the bounty. Generally speaking, the Flame Legion seldom experienced failures. This time, it could only be attributed to the poor fortune of the individual who issued the task. As for the Flame Legion, they would not incur losses regardless. Suddenly, Feng Qing's watch vibrated gently. Initially disinclined to respond due to his foul mood, he found the incessant vibrations impossible to ignore. Reluctantly, he lifted the communication watch and tapped it lightly, revealing a series of messages on the screen. He's actually entering the trial tower. A flicker of indignation crossed Feng Qing's face as he swiftly sought a quiet environment, retrieving his consciousness sensor to enter the war god palace. He was determined to ascertain just how far this Yang Wu could progress. Chapter 062, The Tremor. Zhuge Shan, Deng Tong, and Yang Hui were joined by over 100 war god-level experts at the entrance of the trial tower. Haha, so many have come. Zhuge Shan greeted the gathering with a smile. Others reciprocated, yet their attention remained fixated on the stone pillar displaying Yang Wu's trial tower level. Everyone, how high do you think Yang Wu's trial tower level will reach? A black war god inquired with a grin. At least 35, I would say. In the realm where the demon blade and Feng Qing reside, both possess a trial tower level of 32. I observed that Yang Wu, the god of war, might very well ascend to the 4th level. After all, he once dominated Feng Qing in combat. I too believe he can reach the 4th level. Is that even possible? Those who can conquer the 4th level of the trial tower across the globe likely do not exceed 100. Here comes Feng Qing. Feng Qing, do share your thoughts. At this moment, Feng Qing has appeared before the trial tower, and those who harbor animosity towards him seize the opportunity to mock. Feng Qing scoffs, stating, even if the trial tower levels are elevated, its ability to preserve life is lacking. One can still perish in the wilderness. Clearly, Feng Qing remains unaware of the news regarding Yang Wu acquiring the Black God set. Yang Wu, the god of war's trial tower level has changed. A vigilant warrior interjected. All present ceased their chatter, turning their gazes toward the black stone pillar that displayed Yang Wu's trial tower level. They observed that Yang Wu's level had escalated from 10 to 20. Has it only been a short while? Someone incredulously remarked. Perhaps just over half an hour. The speed is astonishing. It must be noted that each layer of the trial tower consists of 3 stages, with durations of 10, 30, and 50 minutes respectively. Yet, in just over half an hour, Yang Wu has completely surpassed the first layer. The warriors gathered at the entrance of the trial tower were left in a state of shock. However, within the tower, Yang Wu remained oblivious to the commotion outside, diligently pressing onward. In the second layer, the beast transitioned from the larger, hulking bovine-like creatures to the diminutive armored scorpions. Despite the initial ranks being classified as elementary warrior level, the armored scorpions, even at their largest, did not exceed 50 centimeters. Consequently, when they attacked, they often swarmed in numbers exceeding 20, proving to be quite a nuisance. Nevertheless, given their smaller size and weaker strength, if one's agility was sufficient, Passing through this layer could be accomplished relatively swiftly. After half an hour, Yang Wu successfully cleared the second layer, elevating his trial tower level once more to 30. In the third layer, the beasts morphed from armored scorpions to the more formidable flying creature, the golden vulture, which is considerably more daunting than terrestrial beasts. For once a flying beast ensnares a person with its talons, it can lift them into the air, leaving the human body with no leverage to counteract, ensuring a fatal outcome against a swarm of golden vultures. One must avoid being captured by their claws at all costs. A chilling, piercing cry erupted. The golden vultures dove from the skies in droves, resembling a golden cloud enveloping Yang Wu. With his spear, the breaking army, Yang Wu swung repeatedly, the shrill cries resonating throughout the heavens, as one golden vulture after another plummeted to the ground. After 80 minutes, he successfully cleared the third layer, propelling his trial tower level to 40. At the entrance of the trial tower, the gathered warriors fell silent, each fixated on the black stone pillar, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although they had previously jested that Yang Wu might reach the fourth layer, it was merely in jest. The majority of those present had faltered at the second or third layers, fully aware of the terror posed by the flying beasts in the third layer. A single misstep could lead to being torn apart by the golden vultures. This was the reason countless seasoned warrior-level experts had been halted at the third layer. Yet here was Yang Wu tackling the trial tower for the very first time, and he had already reached the fourth layer. This news was utterly unexpected. At this juncture, Yang Wu found himself within the realm of the fourth layer of the trial tower. The strength of the beasts had undergone a radical transformation. From the first to the third layers, the initial beasts were all of the elementary warrior level, but in the fourth layer, Yang Wu faced 50 high-level beasts of the bovine variety. Even seasoned warriors often faltered at this stage. After 15 minutes, Yang Wu reached a standstill at the fourth layer, achieving a trial tower level of 43. My heavens! How can this be? How can his techniques be so extraordinary? Not to mention, he is merely in his 20s. Even if he trained for another decade, he could not attain such heights. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Feng Qing, the god of war, your defeat is well-deserved. The warrior-level experts stood in a state of shock. Feng Qing's expression darkened. The level Yang Wu had attained in the trial tower rendered him unreachable, and given Yang Wu's age, it seemed unlikely he would ever recover the 8 billion Huaxia coins. It must be noted that a trial tower level of 43 would not be surpassed by more than 80 martial artists worldwide. Aside from those transcending the god of war level, only a handful of unparalleled warriors and elite high-level warriors could achieve such a trial tower level. In essence, as long as Yang Wu's physical capabilities reached the pinnacle of high-level warriors, the world would gain yet another unparalleled warrior. While there are hundreds of high-level warriors globally, only a select few can be entitled as unparalleled warriors, each possessing formidable skills. Some wield techniques that are astonishingly fearsome, while others excel in agility or mental prowess. In terms of singular domains, Yang Wu may still be somewhat distant from these individuals. However, his abilities are impressively comprehensive. His marksmanship and agility have approached the pinnacle of perfection. While his power output may lag slightly, it has nonetheless reached 3 times the norm. Any single aspect of his skill would place him among the elite in the realm of warrior-level fighters, coupled with over a decade of combat experience gleaned from the simulator. Attaining such results is hardly surprising. As Yang Wu emerged before the entrance of the trial tower, numerous warriors vanished into thin air, evidently returning to their respective organizations to relay the news. They understood that, given Yang Wu's current age and trial tower level, he was likely to break through to planetary rank within the next few years. What did you say? In the Kyoto-based city, Deng Long suddenly received a report from one of his subordinates and immediately rose, incredulity etched on his face. Is this truly the case? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The warrior under Deng Long respectfully reported. Sighing, Deng Long remarked, what a tremendous loss. Had I known this earlier, I would never have parted with a single piece of the Black God set. After all, when the number 9 ancient civilization ruins open, Yang Wu will undoubtedly enter. With his unparalleled strength, he would have an over 80 chance of passing the trials. The results of Yang Wu's trial tower journey spread like wildfire among the warriors, as such astonishing news travels with remarkable speed. Thus, within mere hours, the word of Yang Wu achieving a trial tower level of 43 had circulated like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Yang Wu found himself encircled by numerous warriors, each eager to forge connections with him. Reluctantly, after exchanging pleasantries, Yang Wu exited the virtual space of the God of War Palace and returned home. In the following days, Yang Wu utilized the last remnants of dragon blood to enhance his strength, elevating his brute force to an astounding 170,000 kilograms. Chapter 063, Profit. In the days that followed, aside from utilizing the residual energy of dragon blood to cultivate gene origin energy, Yang Wu continued to challenge the Trial Tower within the God of War Palace. Regrettably, he had reached a limit in his Trial Tower level over several days. Aside from gaining a modicum of combat experience, he made little substantial progress. Nonetheless, he did manage to forge several commendable friendships with warrior-level individuals from both Huaxia and other major powers. Given Yang Wu's impressive strength and amiable nature, many were eager to befriend him. It is worth mentioning that on the day following Yang Wu's ascension to level 43 of the Trial Tower, Fang Qing, wielding the Demon Blade, entrusted Zhuge Shan to deliver 5 billion Huaxia coins to Yang Wu, hoping that he would no longer dwell on past grievances. Fang Qing's action was undoubtedly sagacious, although Yang Wu currently could not confront him, given Fang Qing's possession of the Black God set. Once Yang Wu ascended to the status of counselor, dealing with Fang Qing would become a trivial matter. In truth, Yang Wu had long since moved past the earlier incident. Firstly, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. When Fang Qing made his move, it was solely directed at Wang Ji, while Yang Wu intervened purely out of personal conviction. Secondly, during their previous encounter in the wilderness zone, a reconciliation had already been reached between Fang Qing and Yang Wu, so it was only natural that Yang Wu would not seek further conflict. Thus, Yang Wu accepted 1 billion Huaxia coins to reassure Fang Qing, returning the remaining 9 billion through Zhuge Shan. Once this incident circulated, it significantly elevated Yang Wu's standing among other formidable warriors, with even counselor-level powerhouses lauding his actions. Time passed swiftly, and when Yang Wu found that he could no longer elevate his level in the Trial Tower, he resolved to enhance his physical abilities instead. While awaiting the next simulation was a viable option, Yang Wu understood that personal effort was paramount. Therefore, on October 22nd, Yang Wu once again ventured into the wilderness zone with the Phantom Team. With his current prowess, Yang Wu was capable of hunting mid-level lore monsters, though the risk of failure loomed large. Consequently, he set his sights on the more numerous and weaker primary-level lord monsters. The members of the Phantom Team, with the exception of Lu Qing, who served as their firepower specialist, had all achieved the rank of high-level warriors, and their leader, Chu Tian, was an esteemed high-level mentalist, fully capable of coordinating with Yang Wu to slaughter the beast generals within the monster hordes. Of course, Yang Wu's intention to accommodate his teammates also played a significant role in this decision. Initially, the Phantom Team members were reluctant to take advantage of Yang Wu's strength, but after his earnest persuasion, they ultimately joined him in the wilderness zone. Thus, a carnage feast commenced. Yang Wu and his companions skillfully avoided the areas marked for high and mid-level lords, embarking on a spree of monster hunting in City 003. Within a mere day, under Yang Wu's leadership, the Phantom Team had annihilated a gathering of 2 primary-level lord monsters, yielding 2 primary-level lord monsters, 11 high-level beast generals, 31 mid-level beast generals, and 67 primary-level beast generals. They operated like a relentless killing machine, swiftly transitioning from one area to another as the monsters dwindled. Over the course of 2 days, their backpacks became half full, forcing them to abandon the materials from the primary-level beast generals. Nevertheless, their packs soon reached capacity. On the evening of October 30th, in City 003, the members of the Phantom Team gathered in a lounge of a high-rise residential building. Yang Wu, you are truly remarkable, Zheng Tao exclaimed. I believe our backpacks are insufficient. Within just 10 days, they are brimming with monster materials. Having more backpack straps would hinder our movement in case of danger. Zhou Zheng interjected seriously. What is there to fear? Yang Wu is a battle god-level powerhouse. What danger could we possibly encounter? Zheng Tao casually remarked, polishing his weapon. Yang Wu is indeed untroubled. Zhou Zheng replied gravely. However, if danger does arise, aside from Yang Wu and the captain, who among us could possibly escape? At this realization, Zheng Tao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In the days that followed, he had broken through to become a high-level warrior and, under Yang Wu's leadership, had engaged in extensive hunting of high-level monsters, which filled him with exhilaration. Their only encounter with trouble had occurred when Fang Qing ambushed them in the wilderness zone. Yet Fang Qing's target had been Wang Ji, not Zheng Tao, and he had even received 6 billion Huaxia coins in the aftermath. Thus, despite his lingering concern for Wang Ji, Zheng Tao had not worried for himself. Now, not only had Zheng Tao experienced significant growth in strength, but the Phantom Team, under Yang Wu's guidance, was amassing wealth at a pace rivaling that of a mint. In a state of complacent satisfaction, Zheng Tao's vigilance had diminished considerably. However, prompted by Zhou Zheng's reminder, he quickly acknowledged his lapse, saying, "You are right, Zhou. I've been too lax these past few days." "Captain," Yang Wu suddenly interjected. "Now that our backpacks are full, further hunting would be futile. We should return to the supply base for resupply." Chu Tian nodded. "Time is of the essence. Let's depart at once." Thus, Yang Wu and his companions promptly set off, embarking on the highway back to the supply base. On November 1st, at the Southeast Military District Supply Base, the early morning sun had just begun to rise. Numerous returning teams were seen at the base's entrance, many warriors sporting injuries, with some severely wounded and requiring assistance from their comrades. There were also many warriors with bulging backpacks and cheerful expressions, indicating a bountiful harvest from their expedition into the wilderness zone. Witnessing such warriors, the leaders of various factions who had long awaited at the entrance of the base surged forward to greet them, exchanging pleasantries and business cards, transforming the previously quiet supply base into a bustling hub. "Old Liu, it seems your team had a fruitful venture in the wilderness zone." "Ha, not too shabby." Familiar warriors conversed about their respective gains, laughter intermittently rising from the crowd. "Look, the Phantom team has returned." "The Phantom team? I heard that the battle god Yang Wu is among their ranks." "Indeed, I personally witnessed the battle god Yang Wu enter the wilderness zone with the Phantom team. Seeing their backpacks filled to capacity, it was clear they must have acquired materials from Lord-level monsters. However, unlike their last appearance, which had attracted many material merchants, this time, although many onlookers gathered around the Phantom team, the presence of Yang Wu deterred numerous buyers from approaching. The Phantom team had only been out for less than 10 days, rendering a return to the base for rest unnecessary. Thus, within the supply base's resting area, Yang Wu and his companions took a brief respite before seeking out Wang Tianxing, who had previously purchased their materials, intending to sell the monster materials to him. Generally, the prices for monster materials at the supply base were lower than those in the base city, as the convenience of procurement here was greater. However, upon seeing the Phantom team approach, Wang Tianxing was overjoyed and promptly assured them that he would offer the highest prices akin to those in the base city. Even so, this transaction would still yield considerable profit for Wang Tianxing. The Phantom team had amassed a significant quantity of monster materials, and Wang Tianxing called upon several individuals to assist, enabling them to process all the materials within a short span. In the end, the Phantom team's account swelled by an impressive 23 billion Huaxia coins. As the primary force in hunting monsters, Yang Wu claimed 50 billion for himself, while the remaining sum of 115 billion was distributed among Chu Tian and the other 4 members based on their contributions. Once the money was divided, the group began to enjoy the lunch provided by the supply base. "Captain Yang Wu," Zhou Zheng inquired, "what should the Phantom team do next? Shall we continue this frenzied monster hunting?" Today's harvest had profoundly impacted Zhou Zheng. In just 10 days, they had hunted over 2 billion worth of monster materials. If this continued, how much wealth could they amass in a year? Surely, the strength of a battle god-level powerhouse could not be that terrifying. What Zhou Zheng did not realize was that the Phantom team's astonishing income stemmed from 2 primary factors. Firstly, Yang Wu's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary battle god, enabling him to swiftly eliminate Lord-level monsters. Secondly, the coordination among the other members of the Phantom team allowed them to effectively sweep away the beast generals accompanying the Lord-level monsters. A primary Lord-level beast typically commands a retinue of several high-ranking beast generals, over a dozen mid-ranking beast generals, and numerous low-ranking beast generals. In terms of value, the cumulative worth of these beast generals far exceeds that of the Lord-level beast. However, during confrontations between divine warriors and Lord-level beasts, should the latter be slain, a multitude of beast generals often disperse in a panic. Even the mightiest of divine warriors would struggle to retain more than a few. Yet, with the support of Chu Tian and others, Yang Wu is capable of capturing all the beast generals, resulting in such remarkable gains. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's inquiry, Yang Wu jestingly replied, "What is the matter, Brother Zhou? Do you feel that making money is too swift? Would you like me to spend some on your behalf?" Yang Wu, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of high-ranking divine warriors, feared that without the aid of a simulator, he would require dozens of dragon blood samples. Thus, the funds at his disposal were insufficient. Hence, he resolved to continue hunting beasts. "That won't do. I still intend to save up for a piece of jade essence." Zhou Zheng chuckled in response. Observing Yang Wu's determination to persist in hunting beasts, Zhou Zheng felt a flicker of ambition within him. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for him to become a divine warrior. After their meal, everyone chose a room to rest. Yang Wu, however, summoned the simulator panel. On November 1st, The number of simulations on the panel refreshed once more. Chapter 064, Domain. Current simulation attempts. 1. Shall we commence the simulation of life immediately? Yes. Yang Wu commanded in his heart. Instantly, a line of text appeared on the simulator panel. The characters within the simulated life are creations of the simulator itself. Their memories differ from those of the host, so the host is advised to proceed with caution. Please select the personality of the simulated character. 1. Brave. 2. Greedy. 3. Selfish. Without hesitation, Yang Wu opted for the brave personality. Subsequently, a plethora of text began to materialize on the simulator panel. Age 24. Your physical prowess has reached the level of a mid-ranking divine warrior. Your marksmanship and agility have attained perfection, and you have mastered the second tier of the ultimate gun technique, World Annihilation, with your physical output reaching 3 times your own capacity. In December, you ventured to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, where you were appointed as the inspector of the Jiangnan Bay City by the Academy's Grandmaster Hong. At 25, you continuously hunted beasts in the wilderness, achieving a realm of enlightenment in your marksmanship and experiencing a significant enhancement in agility. In March, due to your relentless purchases of dragon blood to enhance your physical attributes, your prowess ascended to that of a high-ranking divine warrior. In September, having acquired the Black God set early, you were required to venture to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. During the trial assessments in the ancient civilization ruins, you faced a life-or-death crisis, during which World Annihilation advanced to its 3rd tier, and your physical output reached 4 times. Subsequently, you passed the trials of the 9 ancient civilization ruins and successfully obtained the Black God set. You submitted the Black God set to the Academy, earning 2 Millennium Willow Heart treasures in return. After consuming 1, your physical attributes reached the pinnacle of a high-ranking divine warrior. At 26, you dedicated yourself to training, and with the assistance of the spirit of Flora, you successfully advanced to the 1st tier of planetary level, becoming the 6th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Your marksmanship and agility continued to improve, while World Annihilation was cultivated to its 4th tier and your physical output reached 5 times. While training at home, you unexpectedly received a distress call from your friend Luo Feng's younger brother, Luo Hua. A high-ranking divine warrior, the Vulture Liao, was targeting Luo Feng's family. As Luo Feng is a high-ranking member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and your friend, with Minghua community serving as your stronghold, you promptly submitted evidence to the 5 council leaders, leading to the execution of Vulture Liao by the Divine Warrior Council. Consequently, you incurred the wrath of the powerful council member Yan Hai, who had previously interceded on Liao's behalf. In December, a terrifying royal-level beast suddenly emerged on a foggy island in the Australian continent, where the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had previously acquired a wealth of spirit of flora. Thus, global warriors flocked there, and you accompanied the world's strongest warrior, Hong. To the astonishment of all, Luo Feng, who had entered the 9 ancient civilization ruins with you, emerged alive and possessed the strength of a council member, leaving everyone greatly impacted. After learning about his family's situation, Luo Feng expressed profound gratitude towards you. At 27, the newly appeared royal-level beast on Fog Island was slain by Hong, and a miraculous treasure named Wood Bud Crystal was discovered beneath the waters, inciting a frenzied competition among various factions. During your battles against other beings surpassing divine warrior level, you comprehended the 5th tier of World Annihilation, and your physical output reached 6 times. Ultimately, you acquired 3 Wood Bud Crystals. You sacrificed 1 Wood Bud Crystal to seek guidance from the world's strongest warrior Hong in mastering the 6th tier of World Annihilation. Despite your decent talent, Hong generously shared his insights, mentoring you for a month. Unfortunately, you struggled to fully grasp the teachings, akin to viewing flowers through mist. Following Hong's advice, you began extensively studying ancient Chinese texts, hoping to uncover a breakthrough opportunity. Upon returning home, you astonishingly discovered 10 Wood Bud Crystals in your tightly sealed room. Upon inquiring with your family, they were unaware of this occurrence. You recalled Luo Feng's displayed strength during the contest for the Wood Bud Crystals and felt a glimmer of understanding within. Numerous powerful factions sought to exchange their Wood Bud Crystals with you, yet you had no desires for such transactions. Consequently, you utilized over a dozen Wood Bud Crystals to cultivate genetic primal energy and to redeem opportunities for mentorship from the Academy's master. Over the course of a year, with the aid of the Wood Bud Crystals, you successfully ascended to the 3rd tier of planetary level, and your personal cultivation soared under Hong's meticulous guidance. At 28, a terrifying beast of stellar level suddenly appeared on Earth, and humanity's various attempts to vanquish it were in vain. Hong and the god of thunder resolved to burn their domains and fight to the death. They ultimately failed, yet during their battle, your comprehension of the sixth tier of world annihilation deepened significantly. The beast continued its rampage across the globe, with no human capable of resistance. In the end, your friend Luo Feng stepped forward, but he required the voluntary sacrifice of 5 powerful souls to channel the strength of the masses to confront the beast. In this dire moment, global warriors eagerly volunteered, and your strength positioned you among the top 5 remaining warriors, thus making you one of the 5 to sacrifice their souls. After bidding farewell to your family, you joined the other 5 to form the 6 points of the formation. As the formation activated, your soul began to burn, and during this process, you fully comprehended the domain realm described in the 6th tier of world annihilation. However, within the formation, once the soul begins to burn, it cannot be halted. Even if it could, you would not choose to do so. You, too, began to ignite your domain, empowering Luo Feng at the center of the formation. Your essence grew increasingly faint, ultimately departing this world with a flicker of hope and anticipation. The simulation concluded, and Yang Wu remained in a state of contemplation for an extended period. Within the words of the simulator, he could sense an overwhelming spirit. Even in simulation, to be among the few who could face death with composure was a privilege indeed. Yang Wu pondered how he would react in reality when confronted with such scenario. Could he truly embrace death with equanimity? Yet, the version of himself within the simulator had achieved this. For so long, Yang Wu considered the figure within the simulator merely a tool, but this time he admired the courage of that self to face death with such serenity. Rest assured, with my presence, such a situation shall not arise again. Yang Wu silently forward. With the simulator's assistance, he would ensure that the scenarios depicted within the simulation would never manifest in reality again. Simulation concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. 1. The martial arts cultivation at the age of 28. 2. The martial arts insights at the age of 28. 3. The life experiences simulated. I choose the second. With a physique at the planetary tier 3, and in a domain that even cosmic-level warriors may struggle to comprehend. Yang Wu inherently knew how to make his choice. At the very moment he made this decision, countless insights surged into his mind. In that instant, the annihilation spear technique converged entirely, and a peculiar energy began to form within Yang Wu, gradually enhancing his physical attributes. The realm of flames. As he sensed the strange fluctuations within his body, Yang Wu immediately grasped the attributes of his domain. However, he realized that he still lacked the ability to project his force, a feat only achievable at the planetary level, and thus could not fully appreciate the marvels of his domain. Therefore, the next step was to diligently enhance his physical prowess. A rare sense of urgency arose within Yang Wu. Although humanity had triumphed in the survival battle against the golden-horned beast, it had come at a significant cost. This time, Yang Wu was resolute in his desire to prevent a tragic recurrence. Chapter 065, Urgent Rescue. With his newfound understanding of the domain, Yang Wu's strength surged, making the hunting of initial-tier, Lord-level monsters a mere trifle. Even the slaying of higher-tier lords posed little challenge. Nevertheless, to assist a few comrades, Yang Wu resolved to focus solely on initial-tier Lord-level beasts. Had he pursued intermediate or even higher-tier lords, the rest of his team would have undoubtedly lagged behind. Save for their captain, Chu Tian. Given the goodwill he felt towards his companions, Yang Wu chose to lend them a hand. After all, in Yang Wu's plans, he was certain to break through to the planetary level in the next simulation, at which point he would naturally part ways with his teammates. Thus, after resting for a day at the supply base on November 2nd, the Phantom team once again embarked on the highway towards City 003. Yang Wu continued to lead his comrades in a relentless hunt for initial-tier Lord-level monster packs. By November 19th, after successfully eliminating an initial-tier Lord-level beast herd and gathering their materials, the team was about to return to their resting point when suddenly, Yang Wu's watch vibrated, while the others remained silent. Glancing down, he saw a satellite positioning map on his watch, marked by a dazzling red dot. It was an emergency rescue signal from the War God Palace. Familiar with the implications of this signal, Yang Wu understood that a War God-level powerhouse was in peril. Casting a quick glance at his teammates, he urgently declared, "Captain, a War God is in danger. I must go assist. Let us move." Chu Tian, maintaining his composure, replied, "While we may not be able to offer much aid, we can certainly handle some lower-tier monsters. Hurry." The team swiftly donned their gear and raced towards the source of the distress signal. The abundance of buildings in City 003 temporarily hindered Yang Wu from unleashing his full speed, allowing Chu Tian and the others to keep pace. Within half a minute, they arrived near a deserted large shopping plaza. Tiangu, the combatants are just ahead in the plaza, came Lu Qing's voice through the communicator. By the time the group approached the rescue location, Lu Qing had already occupied a vantage point under the protection of Zhou Zheng and the others. Cautiously, Yang Wu and Chu Tian advanced. Before them, a towering high-tier Lord-level diamond ape was relentlessly pursuing two human war gods, one of whom was on the verge of collapse, while the other provided intermittent support. It was poisoned demon spear Dang Tong and frenzied blade Sun Feng. Why had these two drawn the ire of a high-tier Lord-level diamond ape? Observing the scene, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel perplexed. The diamond ape ranks second among ape-type monsters. These creatures can be categorized into two types, those with fur and those with scale armor. The fur-covered apes are presided over by the great strength demon ape, while the scale variety is commanded by the diamond ape. Although the great strength demon ape possesses greater strength at the same level, the diamond ape boasts formidable defenses, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt. Consequently, human warriors rarely target diamond apes, given the low probability of success. However, unbeknownst to Chu Tian, this particular diamond ape had initially been a mid-tier Lord-level beast. And with the combined strength of Dang Tong and Sun Feng, it could have been defeated had it not unexpectedly ascended to high-tier Lord status. This turn of events left the two men entirely overwhelmed. Yang Wu, that diamond ape should be high-tier Lord level and extraordinarily powerful. Chu Tian suggested. Perhaps we should wait for the others to arrive before engaging? There's no time. Yang Wu insisted. Captain, just cover me. With that, Yang Wu transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing directly towards the high-tier Lord-level diamond ape. At that moment, Dang Tong and Sun Feng could barely hold on, especially Sun Feng, who had sustained significant injuries. The intelligence of Lord-level monsters rivals that of ordinary humans, and the diamond ape recognized Sun Feng's weaker strength, thus exchanging injuries with him due to its overwhelming defenses. Had it not been for Dang Tong's support, Sun Feng would likely have perished. As Yang Wu surged forward, Chu Tian could only remain vigilant, for with his battle general-level attack power, he could not inflict meaningful damage on the high-tier Lord-level diamond ape. Simultaneously, the diamond ape detected Yang Wu's approach, its eyes glinting with cold menace. Another human seeking death. It had just been resting when two insufferable humans invaded its lair and slaughtered numerous beast generals under its command. Having recently ascended to high-tier Lord status, it was determined to punish those two wretched humans. All humans deserve to die. However, upon seeing Yang Wu charge forth with his spear, the diamond ape sensed a formidable threat. This human seemed stronger than the others. Abandoning its pursuit of Dang Tong and Sun Feng, the diamond ape swung a massive fist, covered in golden scales, directly at Yang Wu. The air trembled violently, generating visible shockwaves. In an instant, the lightning-fast punch reached Yang Wu. With a resounding crash, Yang Wu thrust his spear forward. The spear tip of the breaking army spear accelerated abruptly in midair, imbued with unparalleled force as it lunged towards the left eye of the high-tier Lord-level diamond ape. Roaring in rage, the diamond ape's eyes widened as it attempted to evade Yang Wu's lethal strike. Its fist transformed into a massive palm, crashing down onto the spear shaft, while simultaneously, the ape lowered its head slightly to evade the attack. With a thunderous impact, the diamond ape ultimately could not escape Yang Wu's lethal blow. Although it dodged the left eye, the spear tip struck forcefully against its skull. The diamond ape's most resilient area was the central section of its chest, where its scales were most valuable, followed closely by its skull. Yet that incredibly hard skull shattered completely under Yang Wu's strike. The high-tier Lord-level diamond ape met its demise. At this moment, barely 5 seconds had passed since Yang Wu made his move. Everyone stood in stunned silence. They were awestruck by the display of power Yang Wu had just exhibited. Even the invincible war god would likely struggle to swiftly vanquish a high-ranking Lord-level diamond ape. Yet, Yang Wu had already begun gathering materials from the slain beast. It was only after Yang Wu had completed his collection that the others regained their composure. Sun Feng hurried to express his gratitude to Yang Wu, exclaiming, "You must be the renowned Yang Wu, the war god. I cannot thank you enough for your timely assistance today. Without you, I, Sun Feng, would surely have met my doom." In the face of a high-ranking Lord-level diamond ape, perhaps Dang Tong might have managed to escape, but Sun Feng knew he would have barely lasted without assistance. Yang Wu approached with a smile, saying, "War god Sun Feng, you flatter me. In the wilderness, everyone encounters peril at times, and I trust that any warrior witnessing such a plight would not stand idly by." Sun Feng nodded. Though he understood that without sufficient strength, Even the desire to aid would be futile. This was precisely why he had sought help through the War God Palace. Lower-tier warriors, even if they could see the distress signal, would be of little assistance upon arrival and might even lose their lives. As they conversed, Deng Tong also approached. War God Yongwu, it has only been a month, yet your power has evidently increased. Deng Tong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I am truly indebted to you today. There is no need for such formality, War God Deng Tong. Yongwu replied with a smile. May I inquire how you both came to provoke this Diamond Ape Lord? With a sigh, Deng Tong recounted, Alas, we were simply unfortunate. This Diamond Ape was initially a mid-tier Lord-level beast, and Sun Feng and I intended to hunt it. However, upon engaging, we discovered it had ascended to high-ranking Lord level. Generally, one can gauge a Diamond Ape's level by the color of its scales. Yet, since this beast had only recently transcended, its scales had not fully changed color, leading us into this predicament. Ah, I see. Yongwu then handed the materials extracted from the Diamond Ape to Deng Tong, smiling as he said, Since you two originally set out to hunt this Diamond Ape, allow me to graciously offer you these materials. Typically, warriors do not seek compensation when rescuing others in the wilderness. However, the materials harvested from slain beasts during a rescue are generally considered the property of the rescuers. Thus, by rights, these materials belong to Yongwu. Yet, he chose to present them, much to Sun Feng's excitement. The materials from this Diamond Ape, if sold to the HR Alliance, could easily fetch over 10 billion Huaxia coins. Sun Feng longed to accept on Deng Tong's behalf, yet he understood that Yongwu's goodwill was the most precious gift of all. After all, Deng Tong had previously gifted materials to Yongwu precisely to cultivate a bond of favor. Caught in a moment of indecision, Deng Tong hesitated to accept. What? Are you dissatisfied? Yongwu feigned annoyance. I accepted your gift, War God Deng Tong, and now you wish to refuse mine? After Yongwu's insistence, Deng Tong ultimately acquiesced to his generosity. Initially, Deng Tong had only offered materials from a low-tier Lord-level beast, and now, just a month later, he found himself receiving materials from a high-ranking Lord-level beast, a remarkable surprise indeed. Once the materials were processed, the members of the Phantom Squad all converged. With the majority of beasts hunted during their expedition, they returned to the base city together. Chapter 66. Harvest. The Phantom Squad had spent nearly a month in the wilderness. Upon returning to the base city, the group agreed on a time to reconvene the following day and then each returned home for rest. Early the next morning, Yongwu met up with several teammates in the main district of the Jiangnan Bay City. Inside the HR Alliance's mall, in the bar on the first floor, a number of warriors were engaged in conversation. At one table, a few were gathered, all members of the Phantom Squad. As Yongwu entered, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Brother Yang, War God Yongwu. The warriors in the bar stood in respect, saluting him. Yongwu smiled and acknowledged their greetings before making his way to the table occupied by his teammates. As soon as he sat down, the noise in the bar diminished somewhat, though chatter resumed among the patrons. The Phantom Squad is truly fortunate to have a war god among its ranks. One warrior remarked, Let me share a secret. I heard that when War God Yongwu first joined the Phantom Squad, he faced quite a bit of trouble. If it had been me, I would have left the Phantom Squad and gone solo. The warriors began to discuss Yongwu's early days. It's somewhat amusing to think that just a few months ago, when Yongwu first joined the Phantom Squad, many had questioned why a newcomer was allowed to join, fearing he would become a liability. Yongwu, Zhou Zheng, sitting nearby, inquired with a smile, We acquired quite a bounty of monster materials from our hunts in the wilderness this time, far exceeding our previous haul. How do you think we should handle it? We should sell them for profit. Yongwu replied, sipping his tea with a smile. He was keen on selling at the highest price to fund his acquisition of dragon blood to enhance his physical prowess. The gathering spot at the HR Alliance was indeed chosen with the intent of directly selling the materials. Shortly thereafter, Yongwu and his companions ascended to the upper floor, where they sought a manager from the HR Alliance. Mr. Yang, Captain Chu, Old Joe, an elderly man with a bald head and round face, awaited them outside the office, respectfully ushering Yongwu and his companions inside. Old Fong, we are quite familiar with each other. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Zheng chuckled. You are about to strike it rich. We hunted a considerable number of monsters in the wilderness, and that is why we are here. The manager nearly leapt with joy at the mention of monster materials. He was well informed about Yongwu's prowess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such deference. Although he had his suspicions, the moment he heard the confirmation, he couldn't contain his excitement. After all, god-level warriors typically dealt with regional supervisors regarding material sales, not with a mere manager like himself. It was only due to the Phantom Squad's connections that he was able to receive the materials directly from Yang Wu. Mr. Fong, if you could kindly handle this for us, Yang Wu said, as his teammates began to open their backpacks, retrieving an impressive quantity of monster materials. Good heavens! Just how many beasts did you hunt? The manager was shocked, yet his hands worked swiftly. Lord-level strength demon ape. Lord-level black line snake. As he assessed the materials, he was astonished. Materials from Lord-level beasts, which he might not encounter in a month, were now appearing as if they were commonplace. 8 billion huaxia coins. After more than half an hour, the manager gritted his teeth and presented his offer. Yang Wu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Before arriving, they had estimated the value of their materials online to be around 76 billion, even based on the price provided by Wang Tianxing at the supply base. The acquisition price should not exceed 78 billion. The manager's offer of 80 billion seemed improbable. It was likely he would incur a loss. Zhou Zheng harbored some apprehension. He had a long-standing rapport with Manager Fong, which was precisely why he sought him out. Thus, he promptly and tactfully remarked, "Old Fong, isn't this price a tad excessive?" Yang Wu and the others turned their gazes toward him. "Not at all." Manager Fong gritted his teeth and respectfully replied, "As long as Mr. Yang continues to sell monster materials here, I shall maintain this price." Upon hearing Fong Ping's declaration, everyone instantly grasped his intentions. Nevertheless, Fong Ping demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. The price he quoted was something even the regional supervisors of the HR Alliance might struggle to propose. After all, not only did Fong Ping not earn a profit this time, but he also incurred some losses. However, in his pursuit of the supervisory position, he was determined to take the plunge. Today, the Phantom Squad transaction surpassed his annual sales volume. By attaching himself to Yang Wu, he was confident that he could ascend to the position of supervisor in the HR Alliance. Even if he faced some losses now, he could devise ways to recover them later. Not a problem. Yang Wu, upon seeing the exorbitant offer of 80 billion, understood that Fong Ping was indeed in need of his assistance. Ever since revealing his capabilities, Yang Wu had encountered numerous such situations. Nonetheless, since this was merely a matter of selling materials, and given the high price offered, Yang Wu naturally acquiesced. And Meryang, hearing Yang Wu's agreement, Manager Fong quickly smiled and stated, 80 billion huaxia coins have already been transferred to your warrior squad's account. Yang Wu and the others immediately received notifications of the balance change, confirming the addition of 80 billion huaxia coins to their squad account. In a lavish private room, after the 6 members of the Phantom Squad had indulged in a sumptuous feast, they commenced the division of their spoils. The total sale of monster materials amounted to 80 billion. During the hunt, Yang Wu contributed the most, claiming 50, equating to 40 billion. The captain also played a significant role, securing 14, or 11, 2 billion, while the other members, Zhou Zheng, Zheng Tao, Wang Ji, and Xiao Qing, each received 9, amounting to 7, 2 billion. Everyone in agreement? Zhou Zheng, the vice captain of the Phantom Squad, inquired. Zheng Tao and the others chuckled, reflecting on how previously they might not have earned such an amount in an entire year. Now, within just over half a month, they had accumulated such wealth. What objections could they possibly raise? Of course, while Chu Tian had been the mainstay of the team before, the income increase this time still far exceeded his earnings from several previous months. Then let us proceed with the division, Zhou Zheng said with a smile. The others nodded, and Zhou Zheng swiftly executed the transfers. Beep. The transfer was successful. A series of notification sounds emanated from several individuals' communication devices, and Yang Wu glanced down to see his balance had increased by 40 billion. After receiving their share, every member of the Phantom Squad was exceedingly pleased. However, it wasn't long before the smiles faded, and all eyes turned to Yang Wu. Chapter 067. Farewell. Yang Wu. Captain Chu Tian gazed at Yang Wu, his expression turning increasingly solemn. We have something to discuss with you. What is it, Captain? Yang Wu inquired. Chu Tian's demeanor grew complex as he replied, Yang Wu, our squad has faced numerous perils in the wilderness. A few months ago, when you first joined us, your strength was not particularly formidable, even trailing behind Xiao Qing to some extent. Yet, astonishingly, in just 2 months, your power has surpassed mine. While your prowess has indeed escalated significantly, each of us in the squad has also improved somewhat, allowing us to assist you in tackling some beast general-level monsters. Furthermore, I plan to consume dragon blood, soon to break through to the initial stage of a battle god, enabling us to venture together for an extended duration. However, now you can effortlessly slay high-level lord monsters. That King Kong Ape Lord, despite having just broken through, boasts defenses that rank among the highest of its kind. Yet you dispatched it with a single strike. Yang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Your strength has surpassed us by such a margin. It is no longer fitting for us to traverse the wilderness together, Chu Tian lamented. Continuing this way is detrimental for both you and us. In truth, although Yang Wu had previously been capable of dispatching initial-level lore monsters, Chu Tian and the others were still eager to hunt monsters alongside him. Yang Wu would eliminate the lord monsters while they tackled the ordinary beast general-level creatures, maximizing their profits, which were significantly greater than merely hunting initial-level lords. While Yang Wu was looking out for them, he too reaped benefits in return. However, now that Yang Wu's strength had evidently grown beyond that, he could easily slay high-level lord monsters, which fetched prices in excess of 10 billion. He had no need to concern himself with the ordinary beast general-level monsters any longer. Yet if they accompanied Yang Wu in facing high-level lords, it would be exceedingly perilous. Hence, the group was naturally reluctant to continue holding him back. Yang Wu, Zhou Zheng interjected, we all share this sentiment. If you are hunting initial-level lords for our sake, it weighs heavily on our hearts. But taking on high-level lords is simply too dangerous for us. Yang Wu slowly nodded, comprehending the situation. Was he truly to part ways with the Phantom Squad? Yang Wu, Lu Qing, rarely speaking up, added, in truth, our recent frenzied hunting of monsters has been too rapid. I'm struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, you appear entirely unfazed. It is indeed impractical for us to remain in the same squad. Too rapid? Yang Wu furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, in a typical warrior squad, even the former Phantom Squad would venture into the wilderness only 7 or 8 times a year. Yet under his leadership, the Phantom Squad had entered the wilderness 3 times in a single month, engaging in relentless monster hunting nearly every day. Humans are not machines. Such intense battles daily constituted a significant burden even for Zhou Zheng and the others. Yang Wu finally realized that, from any perspective, he was ill-suited to continue alongside the Phantom Squad. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat somber, with everyone falling silent and gazing at Yang Wu. After a prolonged silence, Yang Wu finally spoke. Perhaps this is for the best. You all have my contact number. Feel free to reach out anytime without hesitation. Remember, we were once comrades who faced life and death together. Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhou Zheng vividly recalled the scene of Yang Wu's joining the squad, and his emotions were quite complex. He feigned laughter and asked, Yang Wu, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue this frenzied hunting of monsters? Everyone turned their attention to Yang Wu. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded, smiling as he responded, my current physical condition only qualifies me as a mid-level battle god. I still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of a high-level battle god. Therefore, I plan to earn money to buy dragon blood and utilize it to enhance my capabilities. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, Zhou Zheng could not help but exclaim, you truly are relentless. Dragon blood, being the most expensive resource for enhancing physical prowess in the world, is something many warriors may never afford in their lifetime. Even those who can afford it typically reserve it for breakthroughs. Unlike you, Yang Wu, who regards dragon blood as a regular training resource to be utilized frequently. Such training conditions are likely only accessible to the world's strongest, Hong, and the second strongest, Thor. However, it was understandable, given Yang Wu's current earning speed. He could certainly afford to purchase a portion of dragon blood each month. As his strength increased, so too would his earning capacity. Such a virtuous cycle would likely see Yang Wu reach the pinnacle of a high-level battle god within a year. Enough about me. Yang Wu waved his hand, cheerfully inquiring, what plans do you all have? Captain, when do you and Sister Qing plan to tie the knot? Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Before the new year, we have no plans to venture into the wilderness again. Chu Tian smiled and remarked, moreover, thanks to Yang Wu, I have managed to accumulate a considerable sum of money this time. Coupled with my previous savings, I can just about afford a portion of dragon blood. Once I utilize the dragon blood to break through and become a god of war level warrior, I will marry Shao Qing. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations to the captain. Yang Wu replied with a grin. By that time, I will surely prepare a grand red envelope for you. Given Chu Tian's current prowess, once his physical capabilities ascend to the god of war level, he would undoubtedly be eligible to join the Hall of War. Captain Zheng Tao, who had been rather reticent today, finally spoke up. I plan to accompany Wang Ji to the Kyoto Bay City to investigate the bounty placed on him some time ago. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. This was a plan they had discussed the previous night. I'll join you. Zhou Zheng interjected hastily. Although the matter of Wang Ji's bounty had not been openly discussed, there was an unspoken understanding among the Phantom Squad, forged over years of camaraderie. But they could not stand idly by while Wang Ji and Zheng Tao ventured forth alone. Brother Zhou, Wang Ji said, Your daughter Xiao Qi is preparing for her college entrance examination next year. You should stay home and accompany her. My trip to Kyoto Bay City with Brother Zheng is merely for investigation purposes. Having more people along would not be beneficial. If we require assistance, I will certainly call upon you. Indeed, Brother Zhou, Zheng Tao echoed. This matter necessitates a discreet investigation. Having too many people would be counterproductive. You should remain at home with your family. It appeared that everyone had their own plans, so I refrained from further commentary. Yang Wu forced a smile, raising his glass. Come, let us toast to everyone's aspirations coming to fruition. The members of the Phantom Squad lifted their glasses and drained them, after which Yang Wu continued, in that case, let us evenly distribute the spoils from our mission. With that, Yang Wu took out his phone and transferred some money to each member. Do not refuse. Yang Wu interjected as he noticed their intentions to protest. For me, these funds are truly insignificant. Captain, Sister Qing, since you plan to marry, you should save up a bit more. Brother Zhou, Brother Zheng, Brother Wang, you all have your own affairs to attend to, and there will be plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future. Very well. We shall graciously accept your kindness, Yang Wu. Zhou Zheng replied, taking a deep breath before solemnly adding, Yang Wu, do take care of yourself. While your strength makes slaying Lord-level beasts seem effortless, attracting the attention of King-level monsters is no trivial matter. Understand. Yang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 068, The Rodent Tide. Yang Wu bid farewell to his teammates. From this day forth, he would no longer be a member of the Phantom Squad. Although a twinge of sadness lingered in his heart, he had long been prepared for this moment. It simply arrived a bit earlier than anticipated. Moving forward, Yang Wu was resolute in his pursuit of dragon blood to enhance his physical capabilities. Over the subsequent 10 days, Yang Wu consumed and absorbed the 2 portions of dragon blood he had acquired from the Hall of War, and his brute strength approached an impressive 250,000 kilograms. This was the threshold for a high-level god of war. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was November 29th. On this day, as chronicled in the original narrative, Lu Qing's father, the god of war Lu Gang, would fall in a 3rd-level rodent tide near County City 0231. As Yang Wu was endowed with foresight, he would not allow Lu Gang to tread the path laid out in the original story, facing an onslaught from the rodent horde and ultimately perishing. Initially, Yang Wu intended to lure Lu Gang away to safety. However, even if Lu Gang were absent from County City 0231, the rodent tide would inevitably still erupt. Moreover, without Lu Gang to restrain the multitude of rodents, the casualties among the warriors nearby would likely exceed those in the original account. Each warrior represented a precious asset to humanity, the primary force in their battle against monsters, and thus they must not be easily forsaken. Therefore, Yang Wu resolved to take matters into his own hands. From his memory, the beast tide was expected to erupt in the afternoon, yet Yang Wu arrived at the abandoned County City 0231 in the morning. If he encountered any warrior squads along the way, he would advise them to leave, citing his impending confrontation with Lord-level monsters as the reason. Upon reaching County City 0231, he selected a 20-story residential building and quietly awaited on the 20th floor balcony. Around 4 in the afternoon, ominous clouds gathered and fierce winds howled. The ground of County City 0231 began to tremble slightly, and, suddenly, numerous rodent monsters erupted from various locations across the city. In an instant, the streets of County City 0231 were teeming with rodent creatures, surging forth like a tide, casting a dark shadow that instilled dread and panic among all. The rodent tide, the warrior squads within County City 0231, who had been hunting monsters, were struck with fear and immediately began a frantic retreat, desperate to escape the encroaching tide. At that moment, several loud explosions echoed from the center of the city. Yang Wu quickly turned to observe. There he saw a warrior clad in a gray combat uniform, fiercely hacking at the surrounding monsters and buildings with a battle blade, shouting, "Monsters, come at me!" It was the god of war Lu Gang. Yang Wu instantly recognized the warrior's identity. However, although Lu Gang was at the heart of the city, the number of rodent monsters surrounding him was surprisingly sparse. As Lu Gang's commotion grew louder, more and more rodents were drawn to him. The horde abandoned their pursuit of the fleeing warriors and, under their leader's command, returned to besiege Lu Gang. At that moment, Yang Wu understood the reason behind Lu Gang's demise and why only warriors of soldier-level strength, like Wan Dong, had managed to escape in the original narrative. It was Lu Gang who single-handedly held back the Lord-level and Beast Commander-level monsters within the rodent tide, thus granting the lower-tier warriors the time they needed to flee. No wonder this mighty god of war could fall to a 3rd-level rodent tide. At this juncture, countless warriors were in a frenzied retreat, lamenting their lack of speed. Yet, amidst such peril, there would always be those who stood up. This time, that individual was Lu Gang. The rodents moved with remarkable swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to surround the god of war Lu Gang. It was at this critical moment that Yang Wu began to take action. Grasping the breakthrough spear, Yang Wu leapt from the 20th floor rooftop. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion. Yang Wu landed with great force, obliterating numerous rodent monsters into shattered remains. The rodent horde's leader immediately detected the disturbance, swiftly dispatching a significant number of its kin to surround Yang Wu, which alleviated some of the pressure on Lu Gang, who was drawing the horde's attention. At that moment, not far from Yang Wu, a warrior squad was frantically fleeing, realizing that they were on the verge of being overtaken by the beasts. Startled by the massive commotion Yang Wu had caused, they turned back. It's a god of war-level powerhouse. We are saved. Quickly, even a god of war might not withstand the rodent tide. We must leave and seek military assistance. You all go ahead. I intend to fight alongside these two gods of war. Some were relieved, others panicked, while many chose to step forward. The myriad facets of life were laid bare in this moment. The rodent horde's leader possessed considerable intelligence. It recognized that eliminating a human powerhouse would yield greater benefits than slaying numerous lower-tier warriors. Thus, it began orchestrating the assault on Yang Wu and Lu Gang. However, it grossly underestimated Yang Wu's capabilities. Adorned in the Black God set, Yang Wu was utterly undeterred by the rodent horde's onslaught. Even the Lord-level rodent monsters posed no threat to him. To subdue the enemy, one must first capture the king. The majority of the third-level rodent tide consisted of beast soldiers, with only a handful of beast commanders and even fewer Lord-level monsters. As long as the monster leader was vanquished, the rodent tide would swiftly dissipate. In the distance, Yang Wuzhao spotted a gigantic rat, approximately 3 meters in length, among the swarming rodents. Its fur, a dark brown hue, was over 10 centimeters long, and its mouth was lined with jagged teeth, sending a chill down one's spine. With cunning eyes darting about, this largest creature was undoubtedly the leader of the current beast tide. Yang Wuzhao fixed his gaze on the target, and with a swift draw of his weapon, he surged toward the commanding beast at breakneck speed. Boom! Yang Wuzhao's velocity instantly shattered the sound barrier, sending countless rodents flying. Upon witnessing Yang Wuzhao's explosive speed, the leader of the rat swarm immediately recognized the peril it faced and commanded its horde to charge en masse, while it retreated to a more distant cluster of rodents. Eager to disperse the tide of rats, Yang Wuzhao would not permit the leader to escape. With a sudden burst of six-fold strength, he accelerated once more, barreling through the remnants of countless rat carcasses and closing in on his foe in an instant. As an ordinary mid-level lord beast, how could the rat leader withstand Yang Wuzhao's relentless attack in close quarters? Yang Wuzhao Bulawet. His weapon, the breaking army gun, gleaming with a hint of cold light as it plunged mercilessly into the leader's gaping maw. It was as if a needle pierced through tofu. The grotesque head of the mid-level lord rat was effortlessly skewered by Yang Wuzhao, its massive body propelled forward by inertia, crushing dozens of rat beasts beneath it before falling still. With the demise of the rat leader, the onslaught of the rat tide faltered, losing its previous momentum. General Lu Gang, swiftly eliminate the lord-level beasts among the rodents. Yang Wuzhao showed that. Good. And Lu Gang responded, wielding his battle knife as the foul blood of the rat beasts flowed profusely. He had initially thought himself trapped in a dire situation, yet unexpectedly, light emerged from the darkness. As Yang Wuzhao and Lu Gang continued to slay the lord-level rat beasts, military aircraft finally arrived on the scene. Boom! Waves of searing flames erupted from the cannons beneath the aircraft, engulfing the rat tide below. Under the intense heat of thousands of degrees, numerous rat-like monsters were incinerated in an instant. Deprived of their leader's command and subjected to the flame's scorching wrath, the rat tide quickly disintegrated, accompanied by their shrill cries of terror as countless rodents scattered and vanished into the earth. Yang Wuzhao approached Lu Gang and handed him a bottle of water from his backpack. Having had his own supplies ravaged by the rat tide, Lu Gang gratefully accepted the water and drank it down eagerly, exclaiming, "General Yang Wuzhao, I owe you my life today. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished." General Lu Gang. Yang Wuzhao replied earnestly, "I noticed you were not surrounded by the rat tide. With your strength, even at the epicenter of the beast surge, you could have escaped with caution. Why then did you continuously draw the attention of the rodents?" With a hearty laugh, Lu Gang responded, "Only by drawing the beast's focus can I provide the other warriors nearby with a chance to survive. As a soldier, I cannot retreat in the face of danger. Yang Wuzhao regarded him with a complex expression, ultimately expressing, "It is my honor to have rescued you today, General Liu Gang." Yang Wuzhao's willingness to assist Liu Gang stemmed from his understanding that, with his current capabilities, the rat tide posed no threat to him. If he had found himself in Liu Gang's predicament, would he have been selfless enough to save others? Perhaps, likely not. After all, the contributions of lower-tier warriors could not compare to that of a general. Yang Wuzhao might avenge fallen warriors after the tide subsided or provide compensation to the families of the deceased, but he would not sacrifice himself to save others amid the beast's surge. Thus, he held a deep admiration for Liu Gang's earlier actions. It was the existence of such individuals that offered hope to this world. Upon arriving in this realm, Yang Wuzhao had initially sought eternal life, which drove him to pursue proximity to Luo Feng after realizing his own lackluster aptitude. However, after acquiring his unique advantage, his ambitions shifted towards powerful figures like Hong and Thunder God. As for the crises on Earth, the most recent disaster he recalled was the calamity wrought by the golden horned giant beast. Yet, how many beast tides had occurred prior to that? How many soldiers and warriors had lost their lives? Dark clouds loomed overhead, wind howled across the land, and at times, thunder rumbled as a storm approached. In that moment, Yang Wuzhao's resolve only strengthened. Chapter 069, Elite Assessment. Thanks to the efforts of Yang Wuzhao and Liu Gang, the level 3 rat tide that erupted on the afternoon of November 29th dissipated rapidly, causing minimal harm to humanity. That evening, the military hosted a small celebration for the two heroes at the northern military district of Jiangnan City. The festivities lasted long into the night, drawing many available god-level warriors from within Jiangnan. The following day, Yang Wuzhao engaged in sparring with various god-level warriors, discussing matters pertaining to the world's major relics. Though their prowess paled in comparison to his, their wealth of experience broadened Yang Wuzhao's horizons significantly. It wasn't until dusk that he finally boarded a train back to Yangzhou City. It seemed he would need to seek out the curator to purchase an intelligent fighter jet. As he sat on the train home, Yang Wuzhao pondered. Just moments before parting ways with the other god-level warriors, several had departed via flying combat aircraft. As an invincible warrior, it seemed somewhat absurd for him to still be traveling by train. However, he was reluctant to invest in a conventional fighter jet priced in the hundreds of billions, which was slow, poorly armored, and required a pilot, making it quite inconvenient. Once my strength increases, I shall visit the headquarters to procure an intelligent fighter jet, enabling me to venture to the Australian continent in search of Mist Island to gather the essence of flora. Yang Wuzhao had already devised his plans. Lacking the aptitude for psychic mastery, he had never considered inheriting the legacy of the Ink Star, yet collecting some essence of flora posed no issue. Even if he had no use for it himself, he could offer it to his family or exchange it for other treasures with Hong. However, the journey to Mist Island would only be feasible once he reached planetary rank, else, not to mention the terrifying cloud-devouring vine. Even the royal beasts of the Australian continent would pose a significant challenge for Yang Wuzhao. Soon, Yang Wuzhao returned to the Minghui community. By this time, night had fallen, and upon entering his home, he found his family already resting. By the time Yang Wuzhao completed his gene energy training, it was precisely midnight. At that moment, the simulation counter on the time simulator refreshed. Current simulation attempts. 1. Would you like to begin a simulated life immediately? Yes. Yang Wuzhao commanded internally. The characters in the simulated life are created by the simulator itself, and their memories differ from those of the host. Please operate with caution. Please select the character's personality for simulation. 1. Selfish. 2. Greedy. 3. Brave. Yang Wuzhao directly chose the brave personality. Subsequently, a wealth of text began to materialize on the simulator's display. At 24 years old, your physical attributes have reached the baseline of a high-level god warrior, and you have mastered the 6th level of the ultimate gun technique annihilation, achieving 6-fold body power and comprehending the domain of fire. At 25 years old, you continuously venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters, exchanging dragon blood to enhance your physical attributes. In September, due to your early acquisition of the Black God set, you must proceed to the number 9 Ancient Civilization Relic. Upon entering the number 9 Ancient Civilization Relic, you trigger an unprecedented elite assessment task within the relic, where the relic's overseer traps you in a crystal chamber and initiates your death assessment task. The Ruins Master has graciously provided you with 3 years' worth of sustenance and has tasked you with breaking out of the assessment chamber by mastering the secret techniques inscribed upon its walls. Should you fail to escape within this time frame, death shall be your inevitable fate. At the age of 26, you diligently immersed yourself in the study of the ancient texts, achieving a power output tenfold your natural capacity. However, the chamber remained impervious. By the age of 27, you found yourself still ensnared within the confines of the know. 9 ancient civilization ruins, yet through relentless training, your power surged to 13 times your original strength. Upon reaching 28, your physical prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of a high-tier warrior, with your power now at 15 times its original measure. The assessment chamber trembled under your might. But alas, the allotted time expired, resulting in your failure and subsequent obliteration by the ruins master. Upon reviewing your experiences within the simulator, Yang Wu found himself momentarily stunned. He was not a psychic energy master. Why then had he triggered the elite assessment task of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins? Could it be attributed to the nature of his abilities? Yang Wu pondered fully. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration regarding his own comprehension. In the original narrative, Luo Feng had completed the same 3-year assessment in merely over a year. In stark contrast, Yang Wu discovered that he had yet to fully achieve the task after 3 arduous years, a stark reminder of the adage that comparisons often breed despair. The simulation concluded, and you were presented with a choice among the following rewards. 1. The martial prowess of your 28-year-old self. 2. The martial insights of your 28-year-old self. 3. The life experiences from the simulation. Without hesitation, Yang Wu opted for the second reward, believing that this insight would enable him to succeed in the elite assessment task during his next simulation attempt. At the very moment he made his choice, a torrent of understanding concerning power techniques flooded his mind. In an instant, his power output reached a staggering 15 times its original strength. It was noteworthy that even the mightiest of warriors on Earth, the Thunder God, had achieved merely 7 times. Yang Wu now eclipsed him by more than double. The source of this knowledge was revealed to be the martial artist's secret transmission 289 styles. After assimilating the information regarding the inscribed techniques, Yang Wu realized he had memorized each perfected form, yet the unmastered segments eluded his memory, no matter how he strained to recall them. However, he was acutely aware that within the simulator, he had thoroughly memorized the techniques. Sitting upon his bed, Yang Wu murmured to himself, "Could it be that my inability to master them in reality precludes me from accessing the knowledge retained within the simulator?" A sudden clarity washed over him. Yet, if this were indeed the case, his plans to acquire new techniques through the simulator would be thwarted. Regretfully, he reflected on his previous purchase of the annihilation gun technique within the simulator, which he would have to procure anew in reality to avoid being hunted. Yet, in the vast universe, such conventions held no weight. Possessing the knowledge was sufficient, regardless of its origin. He had assumed that within the universe, he could endlessly refresh and acquire new techniques through the simulator, freeing himself from the burdens of knowledge acquisition. Yet to his dismay, the insights gleaned from the simulator pertained only to techniques he had already mastered, compelling him to seek out new knowledge earnestly. Thus, it became clear to Yang Wu that a personal expedition to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins was imperative. He resolved firmly to pursue the martial artist's secret transmission 289 styles. The knowledge he had already amassed far surpassed techniques, such as annihilation and ninefold thunderblade, and he was determined to acquire the remaining content, even at a cost. Chapter 070, Headquarters. Awakening from slumber, having just shared breakfast with his family, Yang Wu's communication watch chimed with urgency. Glancing down, he quickly answered the call. "Inspector Liu." "Yang Wu." The voice of Inspector Liu He resonated from the device. "Are you currently in the base city?" "Yes, I am at home." "Is there something you need, Inspector Liu?" Yang Wu inquired. "Stay put. I will be there shortly. We will discuss matters in person." With that, Liu He ended the call, leaving Yang Wu somewhat puzzled as he contemplated the reason for Liu He's visit. Before long, a crimson-hued streak sliced through the sky, descending gracefully near the Mingyue community, a triangular aircraft of striking design. "Everyone look, what is that in the sky?" exclaimed the residents of the community, witnessing the aircraft's arrival with astonishment. The violet-red craft landed gently on a lawn deep within the community, creating a commotion that had already drawn the attention of the community's overseer, Master Wu Tong. As the aircraft touched down, Wu Tong positioned himself nearby, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed guest. "Surely, this is a visit for Yang Wu. I wonder which notable figure has come today?" Wu Tong mused, fixing his gaze upon the aircraft. Ever since Yang Wu's formidable rise in power, the number of powerful individuals frequenting the Mingyue community had increased significantly. With a resounding hiss, the hatch opened, revealing a middle-aged man with flowing hair, the Inspector Liu He of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion. Wu Tong was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him, but quickly composed himself and approached with reverence. Inspector Liu, he greeted respectfully. Liu Ha nodded lightly. Inspector Liu, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Should I notify the president and other officials? Wu Tong asked, knowing Liu He's esteemed standing within the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion. If the president and officials of the Jiangnan Bay City were notified of his presence, they would undoubtedly rush to greet him personally. No need, Liu Ha replied, shaking his head. I am here specifically to see Yang Wu, and I shall leave promptly without alarming anyone else. As anticipated, though Wu Tong had sensed this outcome, the inspector's personal visit still caught him by surprise. Yang Wu, alerted by the commotion, quickly made his way to the scene. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Wu and Liu Ha were escorted by Wu Tong to a quiet chamber on the third floor of the martial arts building. Inspector Liu, may I ask what brings you to seek me out? Yang Wu inquired with a smile, his newfound strength allowing him to speak with confidence. Yang Wu. Liu Ha chuckled. You seem remarkably composed. Did I not instruct you to meet with the pavilion master at headquarters when I last departed? Yang Wu paused, then replied, Inspector, I still do not possess sufficient strength. Insufficient strength? Liu Ha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. You now possess the might of an invincible warrior, and yet you feel it inadequate? Are you aspiring to surpass even the warrior level? I shall strive earnestly, Yang Wu affirmed with determination. Planetary level? With the aid of the simulator. He thought it possible he could achieve this feat by next month. Liu Ha, observing Yang Wu's demeanor, chuckled and teased, I shall eagerly await that day. Achieving planetary status is the pinnacle of human strength, a distinction held by only a little over 50 individuals throughout history. Even with your invincible warrior prowess, transcending to planetary level will not come easily. Inspector, you may not yet realize that I have already attained planetary level strength. If I unleash my full potential, I could indeed defeat you, Yang Wu mused internally. At the 9th tier of apprenticeship, with an amplitude of 16 times, it is equivalent to the 1st tier of planetary level warriors, boasting an amplitude of 4 times. Typically, ordinary planetary level martial artists on Earth can achieve an explosive force of 3 to 4 times. Currently, Yang Wu's output is at 15 times. And with the assistance of his domain, even if he cannot unleash it, defeating a 1st-tier planetary level warrior would not pose a challenge. However, let's move on. Suddenly, Liu Ha's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. Yang Wu, the master summons you. We must hasten to the headquarters. What? Yang Wu was taken aback. The master wishes to see him? Liu Ha continued with a smile. The master has witnessed your battle against the beast tide the day before yesterday. He remarked that you possess the strength of an invincible war god and desires to meet you, coincidentally arranging a new position for you. I happen to have the time, so I accepted the master's task to come and fetch you. The position of inspector is typically reserved for a select few and seldom interacts with ordinary war gods. However, Liu Ha was keen to befriend someone of Yang Wu's caliber. Thus, he chose to personally escort Yang Wu, rather than simply making a call for him to go to the headquarters. If you have no further matters to attend to, we shall depart at once. Absolutely. Yang Wu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the duo boarded Liu Ha's intelligent warplane. Whoosh! The triangular aircraft ascended swiftly into the sky under the watchful eyes of the martial artists in the vicinity, before promptly breaking through the atmosphere. Within the aircraft, this was Yang Wu's second experience aboard such a flying machine, although he understood that this type of craft was rather inconsequential in the vastness of space. He could not suppress his delight. Observing Yang Wu's expression, Liu Ha couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, exclaiming, Yang Wu, this warplane of mine is a Chinquan-type intelligent craft. Not even a king-level monster could hope to damage it. Of course, there are no more than 10 such models in existence worldwide. When I exchanged my wealth for this aircraft with the master, it nearly depleted my savings accumulated over the years. Afterward, Liu Ha consoled, Yang Wu, if you intend to purchase a warplane, you might as well consider a king-level intelligent model. With your prowess, you could save up enough in a year and a half. Faced with Liu Ha's enthusiasm, Yang Wu could only smile and nod. 45 minutes later, Liu Ha's warplane landed in an open area near the Hongning Bay City, not far from the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. As the hatch opened, both Yang Wu and Liu Ha disembarked from the flying machine. Liu Ha pointed towards a massive ship-like structure in the distance, saying, Yang Wu, this is the headquarters of our Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Stunning, isn't it? Even though Yang Wu had been somewhat prepared, he could not help but gasp in awe upon seeing the structure before him. It was an enormous building resembling a colossal spaceship, stretching over 10,000 meters in length and soaring above 100 meters in height. The main entrance featured a vast hatch several meters wide, allowing entry. Outside the building, numerous armed soldiers stood guard, exuding a formidable presence. This is truly the headquarters of our Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Yang Wu marveled at the gigantic structure. It was his first visit to the headquarters. A beam of blue light shot from the spaceship, enveloping Yang Wu. Beep. Identity confirmed. War God Yang Wu, please enter. An electronic voice resonated. Next to Yang Wu. Luha smiled and said, Yang Wu, this spaceship permits entry only to a select few high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Institute. Anyone without authorization attempting to breach the headquarters will be immediately neutralized by the defense system. Let's hurry inside. Yang Wu nodded, and together they swiftly traversed the hatchway into the interior of the spaceship. Inside the corridor, two middle-aged men clad in blue robes greeted Yang Wu with smiles. Inspector Liu, War God Yang Wu, please follow us. Within the headquarters, most personnel wore blue robes, with only a few donning red robes. This is the lounge. Please rest here while you await the Master's summons, the blue-robed man said, guiding them to the lounge before departing. At that moment, the lounge was empty, and Yang Wu and Lu Ha chose a spot to sit. 10 minutes later, a voice called out, Yang Wu, the master requests your presence. Yang Wu turned to see a red-robed man of African descent standing at the door. Upon hearing the call, Yang Wu rose and followed the red-robed man down the corridor, soon arriving at the entrance of a secluded chamber. The red-robed man bowed, slightly before departing. Yang Wu, please come in, a deep voice beckoned. Understood. Yang Wu replied, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The meeting room was sparsely furnished, dimly lit, with only 2 mats on the floor. One of the mats was occupied by a middle-aged man with black hair. It was hard to fathom that the world's foremost individual, Hong, would choose to hold a meeting in such a simplistic setting. Master, Yang Wu greeted respectfully. The black-haired man, Hong, sat cross-legged on the mat and gestured towards the mat before him. Sit. Certainly. Yang Wu approached and took a seat on the mat. Before Hong, Yang Wu felt an overwhelming pressure. Though his strength had reached the planetary level, he could remain composed in the presence of Lu Ha. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the world's strongest. Yang Wu thought to himself, aware that he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach Hong's level. Chapitre 071, Onges astonishment. In the quiet room, Hong and Yang Wu faced each other. Hong regarded Yang Wu with a gentle gaze, calmly stating, Yang Wu, your performance during the recent Tier 3 rat tide near Jiangnan Bay City was commendable. You saved many lives. Master, it was merely my duty. Yang Wu humbly replied. Do not be modest. I have witnessed all that you have accomplished. Hong smiled. Yang Wu, your current prowess can be deemed that of an invincible war god. Even within our Extreme Martial Arts Institute, individuals of such strength are a rarity. Hong continued earnestly. The purpose of summoning you to the headquarters is to discuss your position. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? I shall defer entirely to your judgment, Master. Yang Wu responded respectfully. A position? Whether as an inspector or an overseer. Yang Wu held little regard for such titles. His aspirations lay with the golden-horned behemoths and the extraordinary talents of the cosmos. I present you with 2 paths. Hong stated calmly. Since Yang Wu had signed a contract with Inspector Lu Ha, it signified his membership in the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Thus, he would naturally abide by Hong's decisions regarding his role. Firstly, you may remain at Hongning Bay City and join the Special Operations Group, or later apply to become a training camp instructor, among other possibilities. Here, I could offer you guidance, which may assist your breakthrough to planetary level. Secondly, you could be dispatched to other Bay cities to serve as an overseer. Hong observed Yang Wu quietly. Choose. Special Operations Group? Overseer? Without hesitation, Yang Wu made his choice. Master, I wish to return to Jiangnan Bay City to serve as an overseer, he declared respectfully. While remaining at the headquarters offered better benefits and the potential for Hong's guidance, Yang Wu felt he no longer required such assistance. He had already comprehended his domain. With his output reaching 15 times his own capacity, Hong's guidance would be merely supplementary. Moreover, remaining at the headquarters would impose significant constraints on Yang Wu. With more frequent tasks, far less freedom compared to being dispatched as an overseer in a base city. Upon hearing Yang Wu's choice to be dispatched, Hong was slightly taken aback. He seldom offered such serious choices, but he appreciated Yang Wu and believed in his potential to break through to planetary level, thus indicating he would provide occasional guidance. However, he had not anticipated Yang Wu would ultimately opt for a dispatch. Nevertheless, Hong did not express any opposition. Everyone is entitled to their own choices. Hong nodded and said, currently, the inspector of the Jiangnan Bay City is not a local resident. According to the rules of the martial arts school, Priority will be given to those from their hometown. Your strength is merely that of an initial battle god. Once you complete the certification for a high battle god in the martial arts school, you will automatically be appointed as the inspector of Jiangnan Bay City. Understood. Yang Wu replied. Facing two high lord-level beasts, he felt it was a trivial task. Yang Wu, although you ultimately chose to venture out, considering your potential to break through to planetary level, I have decided to offer you some guidance, Hong remarked. I have heard that you are practicing the annihilation spear technique that I created. Indeed, master. Yang Wu answered respectfully. The annihilation spear technique had greatly benefited him. Although its application differed significantly from the secret transmission of Warriors 289, the sixth realm of its domain was something many cosmic-level powerhouses had yet to comprehend. To what extent have you mastered it? Do you have any doubts? Yang Wu fell silent, unsure if he should reveal the truth. What? Do you have no uncertainties? Hong frowned slightly. After careful consideration, Yang Wu finally responded, Master, I have indeed reached the sixth realm of the annihilation technique, and I have no doubts. Upon hearing this, Hong's frown deepened. He chose not to speak further, but his assessment of Yang Wu diminished slightly. Throughout his life, he detested two types of individuals, those who bully the weak and those who boast without merit. Yang Wu's current demeanor was simply a waste of his time. In present-day Earth, aside from Hong himself, no other martial artist had comprehended the true essence of the sixth realm of the annihilation technique. Even the second strongest, Thunder God, was merely on the verge of it. Yet here was Yang Wu, a youth in his 20s, claiming to have grasped the sixth realm, entirely oblivious to what he had missed. Still too young, Hong mused. Perhaps in a few years, he will mature. With that thought, Hong suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Since you claim to have comprehended the sixth realm, allow me to demonstrate its power. After Yang Wu answered Hong's question without receiving a response, he was puzzled when he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure bearing down upon him. What? Yang Wu quickly glanced at Hong, perceiving that the space around him had been engulfed by darkness, leaving only the figure of the man in black as a beacon of light. At that moment, the flame domain within Yang Wu finally sensed the external pressure and began to resist. A strange wave of energy coursed through Yang Wu's body, after which he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and the pressure he felt dissipated significantly. This, for the first time, astonishment flickered across Hong's face as he too sensed the peculiar wave emanating from Yang Wu. Is this the flame domain? Hong gazed at Yang Wu in disbelief. Master? Yang Wu softly called out, confused as to why Hong had suddenly unleashed his domain. Hong, regaining his composure, felt a sense of astonishment. In his experience, there were few occurrences on Earth that could genuinely surprise him. Yet this one did. Hong withdrew his domain and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a cerulean helmet from a corner. Handing the helmet to Yang Wu, Hong said with a hint of excitement, Yang Wu, put on the helmet and follow me. Once Yang Wu donned the helmet, Hong instructed his auxiliary intelligence to transport their consciousness to the front of the virtual space's trial tower. Yang Wu and Hong appeared on a boundless silver terrain, surrounded by only one structure, the trial tower of the God of War, which Yang Wu had traversed several times before. Yang Wu, let's go, Hong declared, leading Yang Wu to the entrance of the tower. As they approached, the stone pillar before Yang Wu displayed his information: name, Yang Wu gender, male identity, initial battle god, trial tower level, 43 similarly. The stone pillar before Hong revealed his details: name, Hong gender, male identity, first speaker the God of War Palace, trial tower level, 65. Seeing Hong's trial tower level, Yang Wu couldn't help but marvel. With a level of 65, it is no wonder he is the strongest in the world. Hong's level was unparalleled, as he was the only one to reach the 6th floor of the tower. I wonder how far I can go now. Yang Wu wondered, thinking, I should not fare worse than the master. After all, in terms of realm, I am not far behind him, and my physical prowess exceeds his considerably. Yang Wu. Hong looked at him, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Why not give a trial tower another attempt? See how far you can progress. Yes, master. Yang Wu replied respectfully, stepping forward. A mechanical voice echoed. Yang Wu, please select your combat suit and weapon. Before Yang Wu, various styles of combat suits and weapons materialized. After choosing a suitable weapon, he stepped into the trial space. Chapter 072, Transcendence. Shortly after Yang Wu entered the trial tower, a bald monk clad in a white robe appeared before the tower. He was none other than the second strongest in the world, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Thunder God. Oh, did you just say someone has comprehended a domain? Thunder God exclaimed upon his arrival. Is that true? Who is it? It is a battle god under my Extreme Martial Arts School, Hong replied calmly. An apprentice level? Thunder God's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. Both Hong and Thunder God had received numerous inheritances from the cosmos, so Thunder God understood the significance of a domain. If someone at the planetary level comprehended a domain like Hong did, they could be deemed invincible at that level. Such individuals would undoubtedly be considered geniuses even in the vast universe. An apprentice level attaining a domain? What a jest! Hong chuckled and slowly said, "Do you recall the one who defeated the demon blade in the wilderness a few months ago, Yangwu?" "I have a vague memory." Thunder God nodded. "I even sent a planetary level warrior to assist, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it, Hong." "Wait a moment," Thunder God suddenly realized, gazing at Hong with shock. "Why are you bringing up this battle god? You can't possibly mean he is the one who comprehended the domain?" "Indeed, it is Yangwu," Hong confirmed with a nod. "That's impossible." Thunder God's voice rose sharply. "How could an apprentice level comprehend a domain? Furthermore, when he entered the trial tower, I was watching closely, he only reached the 4th level. While that's commendable, it is still far from the realm of domains. I too find it hard to believe. That's why I brought him to challenge the trial tower. Let us see how far he can progress." Although Hong sensed the domain within Yangwu, it could not be outwardly expressed, so he dared not make any definitive claims, hence bringing Yangwu to the trial tower. Meanwhile, Yangwu had begun his challenge within the trial tower. With an initial tower level of 43, he found himself at the 4th level upon his arrival. In the vast expanse of the prairie, an electronic voice echoed, "You have completed the A phase of the 4th level trial. The next step is the B phase trial. Your objective is to defeat 100 high-level beast general bulls that are attacking you within 30 minutes. Moments later, a formidable herd of 100 bulls appeared on the prairie. In essence, the 4th level's trial was akin to that of the 1st level, with the only difference being that the beast strength had been elevated from initial beast generals to high-level beast generals. Previously, Yangwu had met his demise under the relentless trampling of 100 high-ranking beast general-level rampaging bulls. However, now his realm and strength had exponentially increased, allowing him to effortlessly complete the 4th level of the trial tower. At the 5th level, the monstrous foes transformed into iron-armored scorpions, much like those encountered in the 2nd level. Although these creatures presented a significant challenge, they were still no match for Yangwu. After 45 minutes, he successfully emerged at the 6th level of the trial tower, with his trial tower rank displayed as 60 on the stone pillar outside. He had indeed reached the 6th level. The Thunder God exclaimed in disbelief. It is worth noting that prior to Yangwu, only Hong had been able to breach the 6th level globally. The Thunder God, formidable in his own right, found himself powerless against the 200 iron-armored scorpions of the C stage at the 5th level. While he could easily slay individual scorpions, the onslaught of the swarm proved too overwhelming for his current realm. It appears that Yangwu has truly grasped the concept of domains, Hong remarked with admiration. The Thunder God was on the brink of understanding domains himself, yet remained stuck at the 5th level. Had Yangwu not comprehended domains, it would have been impossible for him to advance to the 6th level. Hong Ye, the Thunder God, having swiftly accepted the notion of Yangwu's mastery over domains, could not help but jest. "I see Yangwu surpassed you through the 5th level faster than you did. Are you not worried his rank might exceed yours? What is there to fear? The more powerful individuals there are on Earth, the less pressure there is on both you and me. Yangwu, at just over 20, has managed to comprehend domains. His talent likely surpasses both of ours. We must find a way to assist him." The Thunder God nodded earnestly in agreement. Their exchange, however, did not disrupt Yangwu's relentless ascent within the trial tower. At the 6th level, he faced the perilous high-ranking beast general-level flying monsters known as golden vultures, far more daunting than the terrestrial beasts. 8 minutes later, Yangwu triumphed over the 6th level's A stage, elevating his trial tower rank to 63. After another 22 minutes, he conquered the 6th level's B stage, raising his rank to 66. Outside the trial tower, the Thunder God remarked with a grin, "Honga, this kid has truly caught up to you. Do you think he can clear the C stage?" "I cannot say for certain," Hong replied evenly. "In the C stage, there will be 10 low-level Lord-class golden vultures. If they manage to seize him in midair, he will have no means of leverage and will undoubtedly perish against the swarm of beasts." Within the trial space, countless golden vultures charged toward Yangwu, led by 10 Lord-class leaders. With each swing of his Koa Jinchang, Pajuan spear, a piercing shriek echoed through the sky as vulture after vulture plummeted. A shrill cry pierced the air as a Lord-class golden vulture seized the opportunity to strike at Yangwu from behind. With a thunderous roar, Yangwu seemed to sense the attack, swiftly swinging the Poa Jinchang backward and piercing the vulture's skull. After 43 minutes, he completely cleared the 6th level, raising his trial tower rank to 70. Before the entrance of the trial tower, the Thunder God had fallen silent, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the black stone pillar, as though he wished to consume it. Although he had previously jested with Hong about Yang Wu surpassing him, he had never truly anticipated it would come to pass. In the Thunder God's eyes, Hong's record had already represented the pinnacle of planetary achievement. Yet, he was taken aback to see such a record shattered by a mere apprentice-level warrior. Hong Yi, the Thunder God inquired after regaining his composure. How did you fail when you were in the trial tower? Hearing this, Hong began to reminisce about his encounters within the trial space. The Lord-class golden vultures of the sea stage possessed greater power than my explosive force, and being airborne made it exceedingly difficult for me to strike at their vital points. Even with my high realm, landing a hit on their more general body parts proved futile, as my strength was insufficient to inflict meaningful harm. Eventually, the longer I held out, the more likely I was to be caught off guard by the golden vultures, leading to my downfall. In truth, the optimal strategy when besieged by a horde of beasts would be to unleash one's domain. In reality, if Hong could manifest his domain, ordinary Lord-class monsters would not even be able to struggle. Unfortunately, within the trial space, each individual was limited to the physical capabilities of a low-level warrior, making it impossible to project their domains. Given his relatively lower explosive power, it was only natural for Hong to remain trapped at the 6th level. Yang Wu, however, was different. His explosive force had reached an astonishing 15 times, allowing him to unleash a power equivalent to that of a mid-level war god, enabling him to dispatch low-level Lord-class golden vultures with ease. Hong Yi, the Thunder God, analyzed. Given Yang Wu's successful passage through the 6th level, it is likely that his physical explosive power is quite high, perhaps even exceeding 10 times. Hong nodded in agreement. With their discerning perspectives, the two were able to surmise the reasons behind Yang Wu's success in clearing the 6th level. Yang Wu possesses remarkable talent. We must lend him our support to accelerate his growth. Hong stated firmly, his voice steady. Indeed, the Thunder God echoed. Who knows when cosmic forces may discover our Earth? Ultimately, Yang Wu reached a standstill at the 7th level C stage, achieving a trial tower rank of 76. Chapter 073. Instruction. As soon as he exited the trial space, Yang Wu was approached by a bald monk. Yang Wu, you little rascal, you've truly outdone yourself. Your trial tower rank has surpassed Hong Ge. The Thunder God beamed, his demeanor warm and friendly. Upon seeing the monk's bald head, Yang Wu instantly recognized his identity. The second strongest individual in the world, the Thunder God. Second speaker. It was merely a stroke of luck. Yang Wu humbly replied. Second speaker? I take offense to that. If you respect me, just call me Thunder Brother. The Thunder God retorted, slightly displeased. Thunder Brother. Yang Wu acquiesced readily. Yang Wu. Hong approached with a smile, saying, your physical prowess has yet to reach the pinnacle of a high-level war god. Has it? Initially, Hong had believed Yang Wu's physical conditioning had achieved the war god pinnacle, which was why he possessed an invincible combat strength, leaving him in quiet astonishment. After witnessing Yang Wu's trial tower rank, Hong began to reconsider. Indeed, Master, Yang Wu affirmed. I still have a ways to go before reaching the war god pinnacle. At that moment, Hong gestured, and the three found themselves in a small conference room within the war god palace. Enhancing physical prowess is not particularly challenging. After they settled into their seats, the Thunder God remarked, while some precious treasures have become quite rare, there are still a few renewable resources like dragon blood and jade marrow. However, that is not the most critical matter. The Thunder God then shifted the conversation, asking, Yang Wu, how did you manage to clear the 6th level of the trial tower? Please elaborate. With a warm smile and a gentle tone, the Thunder God continued, Hong Ge and I speculated for a long time, and we both believe you must have achieved an explosive power of over 10 times. Yang Wu silently marveled at their accurate deduction. However, he struggled to find the words to respond. The reason for his explosive power reaching 15 times was due to his training in the martial artist's secret transmission 289 style, a legacy from a fallen star within the ruins of the 9th ancient civilization. If he were to share this secret with Hong and the Thunder God, it could potentially lead to complications when they entered the 9th ruins. Nevertheless, as he considered this, Yang Wu realized he had no reason to fear. After all, he had never actually entered the 9th ruins. The simulations he had participated in were unlikely to be discovered by anyone. He could easily claim that he had acquired this manual from another source. And surely the intelligent overseer of the 9th ancient civilization would not be able to uncover the truth. Noticing Yang Wu's extended silence, Hong and the Thunder God exchanged glances. Are you facing difficulties? Hong inquired, observing Yang Wu closely. Master, I am contemplating how best to explain this, Yang Wu replied. Yang Wu took a deep breath and spoke. Master Guan, Brother Lei, I trust you are aware that there exists a mysterious inheritance from the cosmos on Earth. Both Hong and the Thunder God nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are quite aware of that. Thunder God remarked with a smile. It appears you have made some discoveries as well, Yang Wu. We intended to share certain insights with you, but it seems you are already informed. When discussing relics, powerful individuals on Earth typically refer to ancient civilization remnants. Yet Yang Wu directly mentioned the enigmatic inheritances from the universe, clearly indicating he was privy to the truth. I possess far more knowledge than you might imagine. Yang Wu thought to himself with a wry smile. According to the original text, Hong and Thunder God were only aware of beings of cosmic caliber, but beyond that realm lay countless levels of existence, and even beyond the primal universe, there existed the cosmic sea. However, this was not the time to delve into such matters. Yang Wu continued, by mere chance, I have acquired a mysterious inheritance. Among its contents is a manual for enhancing one's power, called the 289 Techniques of the Martial Artist. Through studying this manual, I have increased my power more than tenfold. What kind of inheritance is this? What are its requirements? Where did you acquire it? Thunder God also pressed for details. Once I obtained the inheritance, it vanished. Yang Wu said helplessly. The truth was, he had fabricated the entire story of the inheritance. Where could he possibly find a genuine one to share with Hong and Thunder God? Upon hearing this, both expressed disappointment. They had each encountered some cosmic inheritances in the past, but those were merely rudimentary, low-tier legacies. After their fusion and refinement, they had barely managed to create techniques like annihilation of worlds and ninefold Thunderblade. However, even the most powerful of these, ninefold Thunderblade, only achieved a sevenfold increase, despite the inheritance's disappearance. Yang Wu smiled and said, I can certainly impart the manual to you, Master Wan. Really? Both Hong and Thunder God were visibly excited. They both possessed high comprehension, but had long struggled without proper guidance, leading them down many winding paths. Yet, even so, they were undeniably prodigious talents. If they could obtain Yang Wu's training manual, their powers would likely see significant enhancement. Of course, Yang Wu affirmed. Give me paper and a pen, and I will transcribe it for you right now. Although the 289 techniques of the martial artist was relatively impressive on Earth, it might only be the most basic knowledge in the cosmos. Yang Wu was not one to hoard such trivialities. Furthermore, given that Hong and Thunder God were willing to risk their lives for Earth, Yang Wu was more than willing to share the manual with them. At that moment, the three were in a virtual space. With a wave of his hand, Hong conjured a table before Yang Wu, upon which lay paper and a pen. Yang Wu picked up the pen and diligently wrote down the entirety of the manual he had mastered. Hong and Thunder God watched in rapt attention as Yang Wu inscribed the techniques, seemingly entranced. Heavens, is this truly how one can enhance their power? Thunder God exclaimed in awe. Compared to this, my ninefold Thunderblade seems like mere child's play. Hong, too, was wide-eyed with fascination as he absorbed the contents of the manual. Before long, their astonished murmurs ceased. They had both finished reading the manual. Hong and Thunder God hurriedly turned to Yang Wu, asking, Yang Wu, what about the rest? Surely there is more to it? With their discerning eyes, they could tell that the manual was incomplete. For now, this is all I know. Yang Wu shook his head. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across the faces of Hong and Thunder God. For now, Thunder God seemed to latch onto a key phrase, quickly inquiring, does that mean you have the potential to obtain further sections of the manual? Yang Wu nodded, adding, though it was merely a possibility, that is still quite promising. Thunder God remarked. Naturally, both were eager to learn how Yang Wu had acquired the manual, but they understood that everyone harbors their own secrets. Moreover, without Yang Wu, they would not even possess the current knowledge they had. Thus, they tacitly agreed not to press the issue further. Yang Wu, Hong waved his hand, and a virtual projection appeared on the wall of the meeting room, densely annotated with various treasures. You have generously shared such a precious manual with me. I will not be stingy in return. You may select a few items from my extensive collection. I will do the same. Thunder God chimed in. Though he was not the master of the virtual space and could only retrieve a book from his pocket that cataloged various treasures, Yang Wu intended to exchange some treasures with Hong, yet had lacked suitable items for barter. Now presented with such an opportunity, he could not allow it to slip away. With dozens of relics scattered across Earth, apart from the three major forbidden zones, most have been thoroughly explored by the various factions on the planet. Given that Hong and Thunder God were far more powerful than others on Earth, their gains were naturally the most substantial. Yang Wu meticulously perused the treasure lists provided by the two, while Hong and Thunder God patiently observed. After some time, Yang Wu finally made his selections. From Hong's trove, he chose a spatial ring and a Qianquan-grade intelligent warship from Thunder God's offerings. He selected an ancient civilization gravity chamber and a plant spirit capable of enhancing physical attributes. Once Yang Wu finalized his choices, both Hong and Thunder God felt a pang of regret. The intelligent warship and plant spirit were one thing, but the spatial ring and ancient gravity chamber were truly rare treasures. Of course, while they felt a twinge of sorrow, their predominant emotion was joy. After all, regardless of the treasures, they were merely external aids, whereas the manual Yang Wu provided could significantly elevate their powers. Yang Wu, Hong remarked with a smile. Your discernment is truly commendable. Yang Wu chuklet, remaining silent. Being familiar with the original text, he understood precisely what held greater value. Yang Wu, Hong's expression suddenly turned serious. Having obtained a mysterious inheritance from the cosmos, I presume you possess some understanding of the universe, do you not? Thunder God also looked at Yang Wu with a serious demeanor. Yang Wu nodded. He was aware of far too much. The more one knows, the more it underscores the insignificance of humanity. Thunder God's voice grew heavy. If one day, Earth is discovered by extraterrestrial forces, then humanity will undoubtedly face a fate of oppression. Only by becoming stronger can we secure a brighter future for mankind. Yang Wu, your talent is remarkable, and you hold great potential to become a new pillar of humanity. Strive diligently in your cultivation and aim to reach planetary level as soon as possible. Yang Wu nodded solemnly. All right. Hong waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Yang Wu, your strength has now reached the counselor level, and it is only fitting that I appoint you as the inspector of my extreme martial arts pavilion. You may choose a date of your liking, and I shall publicly appoint you as the 6th inspector of the extreme martial arts pavilion. Master, Yang Wu raised his hand to decline. There is no need for such grandiosity. I do not relish being the center of attention, surpassing the battle god level, just planetary level. Such strength might be commendable on Earth, but in the vast cosmos, it seemed trivial. A simple notification to the higher-ups of the various factions will suffice. Hong suggested. Very well, Yang Wu acquiesced this time. Chapter 074, Undercurrents. That afternoon, Yang Wu departed from Hongning Bay City aboard the Qianquan-grade intelligent warship, carrying the spatial ring he had received from Hong. As for the ancient civilization gravity chamber and the plant spirit promised by Thunder God, they will be delivered to Yang Wu's home in Jiangnan Bay City by designated personnel. After departing from the Hongning Bay City, Yang Wu opted not to return directly home. Instead, he took an intelligent fighter jet to the Australian continent. His intention was to seek out Mist Island and gather some spiritual essences from the flora for his family to consume. Upon arriving in Australia, Yang Wu meticulously followed the descriptions of Mist Island from the original text, maneuvering the intelligent jet for quite some time until he finally discovered several islands that bore a resemblance to those described. On the second island, he stumbled upon towering millennium willow trees, alongside even grander eternal willow tree kings. However, to avoid drawing the attention of the island's Mo-Yun vines, Yang Wu casually collected a few spiritual essences from the plants before departing. Although he did not encounter any significant fortuitous events, Yang Wu felt no profound disappointment. After all, his greatest opportunity lay within the time simulator in his mind. The spiritual essences from Mist Island were merely an embellishment to his journey. Moreover, the items he wished to exchange had already been acquired through ancient texts. As for the spiritual essences for his family, the few he had gathered were more than sufficient. Zifeng, return home. Yang Wu commanded the intelligent jet as he reclined in the comfort of its interior. Zifeng was the name he had bestowed upon the intelligent system of the aircraft. Before heading to headquarters, Yang Wu had merely intended to purchase a royal-grade intelligent fighter jet. He never anticipated that he would ultimately acquire a Qianquan-type intelligent jet, identical to Luha's. When he next encounters Luha, he might very well be taken aback. Yang Wu glanced at the specifications of the intelligent jet in his hand, chuckling to himself. Qianquan-grade intelligent fighter jet. An intelligent system controls the aircraft, which can withstand the assaults of royal-grade monsters, with a maximum speed of 14 Mach. The return journey home aboard the jet drew little attention, as many formidable warriors had purchased jets, especially someone of Yang Wu's unmatched prowess. Nonetheless, a few discerning individuals who comprehended the jet's worth were left astounded. The following day after returning home, Yang Wu received a delivery from Thor's envoy, which included the spiritual essences and an ancient civilization gravity chamber. Lacking high-efficiency energy specifically designed for the gravity chamber, and without an intelligent life-form assistant like Babada, Yang Wu had to rely on the personnel sent by Thor to assist in installation, utilizing electrical power to operate the chamber, which resulted in a gravity range of only 0 to 1,000 times that of Earth's gravity. However, this was adequate for Yang Wu's current needs. For a period thereafter, owing to the acquisition of the spiritual essences, Yang Wu refrained from venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters for dragon blood and instead remained at home, diligently cultivating. Life in the real world was tranquil and serene. Conversely, within the virtual realm of the God of War Palace, a tumultuous uproar had erupted. A warrior of God of War caliber had been appointed as an inspector for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This news rapidly spread throughout the God of War Palace, igniting a significant uproar. Although many recognized this was the arrangement of the world's foremost warrior, Hong, numerous council members harbored considerable discontent, including several inspectors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The inspectors represented an identity and status that transcended the God of War level. How could they accept a warrior being their equal? Even invincible God of War should not possess such eligibility. Thus, Yang Wu's appointment as an inspector stirred a considerable commotion within the God of War Palace. Among the council members, aside from a handful of supporters, the rest were quite dissatisfied. Nevertheless, this was ultimately an internal matter of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and was personally instructed by Hong, rendering the discontent of the masses inconsequential. Frustrated, many sought to challenge Yang Wu in the arena. Within the God of War Palace, both sides utilized identical physical attributes during their sparring, competing solely on the levels of force and technique. With Yang Wu's training tower ranking as world number 1, he had no reason to fear the challenges posed by others. However, the incessant challenges became quite bothersome for him. Consequently, Yang Wu directly challenged the third-ranked inspector of the training tower, the third counselor, the Ice and Snow Emperor, Mo Henderson, and effortlessly defeated him. This victory led many council members to finally recognize Yang Wu's astonishing prowess. Subsequently, the assembly recalled a specific reward condition from the Global Elite Martial Artist Training Camp. Achieving a training tower level of 5 would qualify one for the position of inspector at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yang Wu's ascension to the rank of inspector, with his God of War level physical capabilities, likely indicated that he had met this condition. Meanwhile, the third counselor Mo Henderson had a training tower level of 56, ranking third in the world. And Yang Wu's ability to defeat him suggested that his strength had at least reached the same level. This realization sent shockwaves through the assembly, and no one dared to challenge Yang Wu again, fully aware that with Yang Wu's training tower level, should he break through to the planetary level, he would ascend to the ranks of the 5 counselors. In North America, at the luxurious villa located in the capital city of Washington, a remarkably slender middle-aged man sat quietly in the hall. He was none other than the 5th counselor of the God of War Palace, Atkin. Sporting a small patch of beard on his chin, his eyes appeared listless, yet occasionally sparked with an unsettling brilliance. Upon learning of Yang Wu's training tower level, Atkin was filled with astonishment and fury. As the lowest ranked among the 5 counselors, he was acutely aware that if Yang Wu were to break through to the planetary level, he could potentially be ousted from his position, which fueled his ire. The core of the God of War Palace consisted of a council comprising over 50 individuals who transcended the God of War level, with the 5 counselors at its helm. Although Atkin occupied the last position among the 5, his influence remained formidable. Regardless of whether one was a warrior or a council member, all would respectfully address him as the 5th counselor upon encountering him. Yet, should Yang Wu's strength surpass his own, Atkin's standing would significantly diminish. No, Atkin's eyes narrowed. I cannot allow this situation to unfold. What shall I do? He hastily contemplated solutions within his mind to avert such an outcome. The most effective course of action was to dramatically enhance his own strength, surpassing both East and even Mo Henderson. Atkin silently mused. However, if Atkin had the capability to surpass the 2, he would have done so long ago. While East was a tier below him, he was a mentalist, and without the protection of the Black God suit, he might even find himself at risk of being killed by the latter. Mo Henderson, although at the same planetary level as Atkin, could dominate East, and given that Atkin could not even best East, how could he hope to surpass Mo Henderson? There's no way out. Atkin thought bitterly. Am I truly destined to lose my position as the 5th counselor? No. Atkin's expression grew increasingly furious. I cannot afford to lose this position. Since I am unable to surpass East and Mo Henderson, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. Then you shall perish. Yet, he realized he could not personally take action. Atkin began plotting in his mind. Chapter 075, Planetary Level as Time Passed. Ever since his victory against the 3rd counselor in the God of War Palace, Yang Wu's troubles had lessened considerably. Besides attending the wedding of Phantom Squad Captain Chu Tian and Lu Qing, he had dedicated himself to cultivating at home. It remained uncertain whether the original story had depicted their marriage after Lu Gang's demise, but in this world, with Yang Wu's arrival, Lu Gang had not perished. And Chu Tian, due to Yang Wu's influence, had hastened his breakthrough to the God of War level. Thus, everything had taken a turn for the better. However, after Yang Wu utilized the spiritual essences to elevate his physical prowess to the pinnacle of the God of War level, his cultivation began to stagnate. In terms of physical prowess, Yang Wu is indeed on the verge of transcending to planetary level, primarily because his state of mind has reached the first realm. His mental fortitude and willpower far exceed those of ordinary planetary level warriors, allowing him to break through at nearly any moment. However, in order to access the 9 ancient civilization ruins, Yang Wu has opted to bide his time for a while longer. As for skills, the extinction marksmanship has been honed by Yang Wu to its utmost limit, while other manuals on Earth are exceedingly mundane. The only advanced technique he can continue to cultivate is the martial artist's secret 289 forms. Yet, Yang Wu lacks the subsequent methods of cultivation. Thus, he can only commence a gradual exploration of his own domain, continuously familiarizing himself with it. Time swiftly progressed to February 2057. In January, Yang Wu had undergone a simulation, but unforeseen circumstances led to his complete lack of gains. On February 1st, early in the morning after having breakfast, Yang Wu entered the ancient civilization gravity chamber and activated his life simulator once more. The characters within the simulated life are crafted by the simulator itself, with memories differing from the host's. Thus, the host is advised to proceed with caution. He was prompted to choose the personality of the simulated character. 1. Cautious. 2. Brave. 3. Cold-blooded. Without hesitation, Yang Wu opted for the brave personality. Subsequently, lines of text began to materialize on the simulator panel before him. At 25 years old, through relentless training, your physical fitness has reached the pinnacle of a high-tier warrior, and you have comprehended the realm of fire. In March, you ventured into the wilderness to hunt monsters for self-improvement, but were besieged by several king-tier beasts. In a life-or-death crisis, you successfully broke through to planetary level and managed to slay 2 king-tier monsters. By September, having attained planetary level, you disregarded the objections of Curator Hong and resolved to enter the 9 ancient civilization ruins, becoming the first planetary level warrior to do so. Within the 9 ancient civilization ruins, you triggered an elite assessment task, becoming trapped in a crystal chamber by the ruins overseer, thus commencing your death assessment task. The overseer of the ruins provided you with 3 years' worth of food and water, demanding that you break free from the assessment chamber within that time. Failure would result in death. At 26, you devoted yourself to studying the secret techniques inscribed on the chamber walls, enhancing your power to 20 times your usual output. With the aid of your realm, you successfully broke free from the assessment chamber. You triumphed in the elite assessment task of the 9 ancient civilization ruins, acquiring substantial rewards. At 27, a new ruin emerged on the Australian continent, within which a treasure known as the Muya crystal appeared, inciting frenzied competition among global powerhouses. Your strength far surpassed that of other contenders, granting you a significant advantage in the pursuit of the Muya crystal. Ultimately, you procured 4 Muya crystals. Many influential factions sought to exchange for your Muya crystals, yet you, now aware of their extraordinary properties, declined all offers. Subsequently, you utilized the Muya crystals in the gravity chamber to cultivate genetic primordial energy, successfully breaking through to the 3rd tier of planetary level within a year. At 28, a terrifying beast of stellar level suddenly appeared on Earth. Humanity deployed devastating nuclear weapons and mysterious firearms derived from the ancient civilization ruins. Yet these measures only succeeded in wounding it. After being injured, Hong and the Thunder God, who had just grasped the realm, resolved to burn their realms and engage the beast in a desperate battle. Having comprehended the realm, you two stepped forth. During the process of burning your realm, your understanding deepened significantly, allowing you to successfully break through to the 2nd tier of the realm. However, the beast's power was still overwhelmingly formidable. In its full eruption of strength, both Hong and the Thunder God were severely injured and fell unconscious, while you, being comparatively weaker, met your demise. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, Yang Wu furrowed his brow. His downfall at the hands of the Golden Horn Behemoth did not surprise him in the least. After all, the Golden Horn Behemoth is one of the most exalted bloodlines in the universe, capable of reaching the Realm Lord level upon maturity, and is indeed terrifyingly powerful. With a tenfold genetic enhancement, coupled with various innate secret methods, it stands unrivaled among its peers. Even a recently born stellar-level Golden Horn behemoth is not something a few planetary-level warriors who have merely grasped their realms could hope to defeat. Though Yang Wu and his companions could be considered invincible among planetary-level warriors, even capable of battling above their tier, the stellar-level Golden Horn behemoth likewise remains unmatched within its tier, making Yang Wu and his allies no match for it, even in the original work. If the life-burning Ro Feng had not been assisted by the cosmic-level spiritual force left by Huyen Bo, he would likely have been unable to breach the Golden Horn behemoth's soul defenses. What truly astonished Yang Wu was encountering the siege of king-tier monsters once again within the simulator. This led him to recall his experiences during the simulation in January. At 25, through relentless effort in training, your physical fitness approached the pinnacle of a warrior, and you comprehended the realm of fire. In January, you ventured into the wilderness to hunt monsters for self-improvement, only to be suddenly besieged by several king-tier monsters. Despite your utmost efforts to resist, you were ultimately slain by them before help could arrive. It was precisely due to such simulated experiences that Yang Wu had not stepped outside the base city even once throughout January. Yet, in this second simulation, he found himself once more beset by king-tier monsters. Once in January, and again in March. How could such coincidences occur? It must be a deliberate conspiracy. Yang Wu was resolute in his conviction. Upon concluding the simulation, he was presented with the option to select one of the following rewards. 1. Martial arts cultivation from age 28. 2. Martial arts insights from age 28. 3. Life experiences from the simulation. I choose the second. The insights into the martial arts at the second tier must not be forsaken. As for the conspiracy, Yang Wu was already formulating a plan in his mind. At the very moment Yang Wu made his choice, a multitude of insights flooded his mind, some concerning the realm, others regarding techniques for exertion. Innumerable insights manifested within Yang Wu's consciousness and began to merge, allowing him to achieve complete comprehension. Since planetary-level warriors can also access the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, the next step is to break through to planetary level. Once the insights concluded, Yang Wu settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and began practicing the guiding technique recorded in the Extinction Manual. In truth, with Yang Wu's consciousness, spirit, and physical attributes being sufficiently robust, he could break through to the first tier of planetary level at any moment. It was merely the misconception that he would be unable to enter the number 9 ancient civilization ruins post-breakthrough that had deterred him from attempting to do so. Before long, Yang Wu felt a warmth enveloping his entire being, as if every cell within him were boiling. The genetic primordial energy within began to converge, transforming from droplets into streams, then into rivulets and rivers. Waves of warmth manifested throughout his body, continuously gathering until they coalesced at the dantian in his abdomen. Boom! Within Yang Wu's dantian, it was as if Pangu had split the heavens. It suddenly burst open with a resounding force, and the swirling genetic primordial energy began to accumulate, expanding and contracting within the dantian, each cycle rendering it smaller. Finally, Yang Wu felt a tremor in his very soul, as a fiery red miniature planet, formed from the congealed genetic primordial energy, emerged within his dantian. This miniature planet spun incessantly, emitting waves of peculiar fluctuations. Subsequently, threads of fiery red genetic primordial energy began to separate from the miniature planet, continuously merging into Yang Wu's body. As the genetic primordial energy flowed into him, an astonishing transformation unfolded within Yang Wu, surpassing even the remarkable metamorphosis he had experienced while utilizing dragon blood and the spirit of flora. Simultaneously, strands of flame began to manifest on the surface of Yang Wu's body, gradually accumulating until he was entirely enveloped in flames. As warriors transition from apprentice level to planetary level, they awaken their unique special abilities. For Yang Wu, it is evident that his special ability belongs to the fire attribute among the 8 fundamental attributes. With the activation of this unique ability, the transformation of Yang Wu's body continues, making him increasingly compatible with flames. At this moment, Yang Wu's fiery domain can finally be projected outward. An intangible and ethereal crimson domain envelopes Yang Wu, subtly exerting control over the surrounding space. No wonder the curator possesses invincible strength at the planetary level. Feeling the formidable power of the domain, Yang Wu can't help but exclaim, "This domain is indeed excessively powerful." Thus, the next step is to uncover who orchestrated this behind-the-scenes plot. In the simulator, Yang Wu faced assaults from royal-level monsters on 2 occasions, and regardless of the perpetrator's identity, he would not let them escape unscathed. Chapter 76, Betrayal. Having resolved to uncover the mastermind, Yang Wu naturally does not waver. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to his family, he boarded an intelligent warplane en route to city number 003. However, Yang Wu's mood was far from pleasant. Just yesterday, after fully breaking through to the planetary level, he received a message from the time simulator in his mind. A planetary level warrior must wait 6 months before the simulation count can refresh. In other words, what was once a monthly simulation had now become a biannual one after Yang Wu's breakthrough. Although he had anticipated this, the reality of it unfolding left Yang Wu deeply frustrated. Moreover, this breakthrough was entirely due to human intervention. Initially, he had planned to break through only after September to enter the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. Had it not been for someone's treachery, he would not have advanced to planetary level so swiftly. The thought that his simulation count had plummeted from 5 or 6 times to merely 1 filled Yang Wu with rage. Thus, the royal level monsters in City No. 003 were in for a grim fate. With nowhere to vent his anger, Yang Wu clearly regarded them as punching bags, turning every royal level monster he encountered into materials for his spatial ring. Of course, to avoid drawing the attention of those in the shadows, Yang Wu refrained from revealing abilities only accessible to planetary level warriors, such as flight and flames. At the same time, in a luxurious villa within the capital city of America, a certain base, Akin finally emerged. Observing the location of Yang Wu within the War God Palace shift from Jiangnan Bay City to the desolate area of city number 003, he felt a surge of delight. Next, it would be time to send you to meet your maker. Akin formed a cross with his hands before his chest, a cold smile gracing his lips. War God Yang Wu, do not blame me. Blame your own genius. Subsequently, Akin removed all tracking devices from his person, retaining only a specially customized communication watch from the HR Alliance. This watch not only possessed all the functionalities of other communication devices, but also prevented any tracking by other systems. 2 hours later, Akin piloted his intelligent warplane deep into the Taiyang Mountains within the borders of Huaxia. Here resided the most terrifying royal-level monster, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf belonged to the royal class among wolf-type monsters, infamous for its cunning, treachery, and ferocity, with an exceptionally high level of intelligence. Even the typical royal wolf king possesses wits comparable to those of an ordinary human. Thus, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King, having attained the terrifying 3rd tier of planetary level, was a formidable foe. During the Great Nirvana period, when negotiations took place between the royal monsters on land, the leader among the monsters in Huaxia was none other than this very Silver Moon Savage Wolf King. With a thunderous roar, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King did not immediately attack upon spotting Akin's flying warplane. Instead, it let out a howl. Human, you have finally arrived. With a whoosh, the cabin door opened, and Akin, clad in the Black God suit and combat attire, soared out of the warplane. More than a month prior, Akin had clandestinely contacted the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King, seeking to enlist its strength to eliminate the threat posed by Yang Wu. However, Akin's strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King, especially since this was the latter's territory. Had it not been for the protective benefits of the Black God suit and the necessity for this matter to remain undisclosed, Akin would never have ventured here personally. Thus, before his arrival, he donned the SS-level combat suit that he had not worn for quite some time. Wolf King. Akin conveyed his intent through the Force. The target has left the Bay City and is currently in the abandoned city number 003. Roar. Human. I hope you are not deceiving me. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf King responded with a roar, transmitting its own thoughts. Of course not. Akin quickly reassured. Wolf King. I have absolutely no reason to deceive you. Moreover, I will await your good news near city number 003. How could I dare to mislead you? Roar. Hypocritical human. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf King's tone dripped with disdain. Over a month ago, this detestable human had suddenly approached it, claiming that a prodigious talent had emerged among humans, rivaling the likes of the Flood and Thunder gods, and sought its assistance in eliminating this individual, promising to provide information about the target. Upon learning that this genius was merely at the War God level, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King ultimately agreed to collaborate with this loathsome human. After all, the Flood and Thunder gods among humans were already terrifying. The emergence of another was intolerable. Before long, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King summoned 2 royal-level monsters under its command, the Black Crown Golden Eagle King and a 9 Lives Cat Demon. Roar. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf King bellowed, issuing its command. Black Crown, you are the fastest. You will scout the exact position of that talented human and the surrounding environment. Although it did not believe Akin would dare deceive it, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King remained vigilant. Furthermore, it had already contacted the two beast emperors of the ocean. Should the flood and thunder gods intervene, they would jointly unleash a cataclysmic wave of beasts across the globe. 9 lives. Quickly establish contact with the East Sea Azure Dragon King and the Tiger Mastiff King in City Number 003 and enlist their aid in attacking the human genius. We must strike swiftly. City Number 003 was not far from the human Jiangnan Bay City. If they did not achieve a swift resolution, there was a high likelihood of human powerhouses arriving to assist the target. Therefore, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King, once it decided to act, would strike with the force of thunder, leaving no room for its enemies to escape. Even among the transcendent war god-level beings, few could withstand an assault from 5 royal-level monsters, let alone a human genius at merely the war god level. Half an hour later, Atkin and the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King arrived near City Number 003 in their flying warplanes. Naturally, to avoid detection by Huaxia's satellites, they did not follow the same route. In a grove on the ground, Atkin and the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King convened once more. Wolf King, that talented war god has not left City Number 003. It is time for you to act. Atkin advised. Roar. Rest assured, human, we will take action. Observing the diminutive figure of Atkin before him, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf King couldn't help but sneer internally. Foolish human, daring to attempt to manipulate me. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf King already had a plan in mind. Once it eliminated the human genius, it and its subordinates would retreat to the East Sea and then inform the two formidable figures among humans, the Flood and Thunder gods, about this human's betrayal. At that point, without lifting a finger, it could eliminate yet another significant threat. Unbeknownst to Atkin and the Royal-level Monsters conspiracy, Yang Wu continued his relentless hunt of Royal-level monsters. With each one he vanquished, the safety of human warriors increased. Certainly, although he had adeptly navigated the onslaught of the king-level beasts in the simulator, Yang Wu remained ever vigilant. He had long since stationed his Qinkuan-class intelligent fighter not far from himself, ready to escape at a moment's notice should circumstances turn dire. Chapter 077, Siege. As Yang Wu continued to hunt the Lord-level monsters, he made his way toward the heart of City 003. The presence of human warrior teams in his vicinity was gradually dissipating. This was due to the fact that a terrifying king-level beast, the Tiger Mastiff King, was entrenched at the city center, causing human warriors to steer clear. During his previous simulation, Yang Wu had chosen to embody the memories of a life within the simulation. At that time, among the 5 king-level beasts besieging him was none other than this Tiger Mastiff King. Now that he had ascended to the planetary level, Yang Wu felt emboldened and thus approached the city center with determination. If he could lure the Tiger Mastiff King into pursuit, he might eliminate this formidable beast ahead of time. However, despite drawing closer, he still failed to capture the attention of the Tiger Mastiff King. Was it possible that the beast was not present? Yang Wu pondered this with growing confusion. Generally speaking, if a warrior were to engage in the mass slaughter of lord-level monsters within a certain vicinity, there was a high probability that a king-level beast would take notice. At this point, Yang Wu had slain dozens of lord-level beasts, including several high-tier ones. If the Tiger Mastiff King were nearby, it would undoubtedly intervene. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the distant sky. Finally, Yang Wu looked up and immediately spotted 5 dark figures approaching rapidly. Leading the charge was the king-level beast, the black-crowned golden eagle. When a planetary-level warrior runs at full speed on the ground, they can exceed 1,500 meters per second, and the black-crowned golden eagle, even in its lord-level form, could rival the speed of a planetary-level warrior. Now, as a king-level beast, its velocity approached 8 times the speed of sound. Covering dozens of miles, the black-crowned golden eagle could reach him in less than 10 seconds. Fortunately, this time frame allowed Yang Wu to either summon his Qinkuan-class fighter to flee or signal for help via his communication watch. However, both Atkin and the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King were wary of this possibility, which was why they had chosen to engage with 5 king-level monsters simultaneously. Yet, Yang Wu neither called for assistance nor attempted to escape. His purpose in the wilderness was to confront these troublesome foes. In the blink of an eye, the king-level black-crowned golden eagle arrived, but Yang Wu felt no fear. Scream, human, perish! The black-crowned golden eagle, feeling slighted by Yang Wu's apparent disregard, let out a long shriek, and its enormous talons swooped toward Yang Wu's head. In the face of the eagle's colossal claws, Yang Wu's robust frame appeared diminutive. Nevertheless, within that seemingly small body lay an astonishing reservoir of power. Just as the black-crowned golden eagle's claws were about to seize him, Yang Wu finally made his move. Without warning, the spear in his hand, the breaking army spear, shot forth from his chest channeling all his strength into the weapon. The razor-sharp tip collided violently with the eagle's talons. Of course, had Yang Wu unleashed his full power, he could have dispatched the black-crowned golden eagle in a single strike. However, doing so would likely allow the other king-level beasts to escape, and being only a first-tier planetary warrior, he could not match their aerial speed. Especially concerning were the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King and the Nine Lives Cat Demon. If Yang Wu failed to draw them into his domain, he would lose the chance to defeat them. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Yang Wu's spear met the claws of the black-crowned golden eagle. Yang Wu feigned defeat, being knocked back over 10 meters by the force of the impact. Scream! The black-crowned golden eagle let out a shrill cry, and in pain, it began to attack Yang Wu with renewed ferocity. Damn human, die quickly! It screeched, pressing the attack while simultaneously blocking Yang Wu's escape route. Whoosh! 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 As Yang Wu battled the black-crowned golden eagle, the other king-level beasts finally arrived. Their united, overwhelming presence forced the surrounding monsters to prostrate themselves in fear. Fortunately, this area was close to the Tiger Mastiff King's territory, and no other human warriors were present. Finally, they all arrived. Yang Wu gazed at the king-level beasts charging toward him, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King, the Tiger Mastiff King, the Nine Lives Cat Demon, the East Sea Azure Dragon, and the Black-Crowned Golden Eagle, all were fearsome creatures, reigning as kings in their own right. In the previous simulation, Yang Wu had suffered grievous injuries from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King's claws and was ultimately overwhelmed by the pack. The black-crowned golden eagle regarded Yang Wu with derision, fully aware that this human was merely flailing in desperation. Even without the assistance of the other king-level beasts, it could dispatch him with ease. Suddenly, whoosh! The black-crowned golden eagle perceived a flicker of cold light before losing all sensation, leaving behind a massive corpse that twitched sporadically. This was because the other beasts had now entered Yang Wu's domain, and he no longer needed to hold back. With a full-force thrust, Yang Wu pierced the black-crowned golden eagle's skull with his spear. Roar! Roar! The remaining 4 king-level beasts erupted in furious howls upon witnessing the demise of the black-crowned golden eagle. Damn human! Perish! The Tiger Mastiff King roared in anger. As the Lord-level monsters Yang Wu had previously slain were all its subordinates and prey. Human genius, die! Bellowed the East Sea Azure Dragon King. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King exchanged a furtive glance with the Nine Lives Cat Demon, subtly reducing its speed. Surrounded by 4 terrifying king-level beasts, Yang Wu felt no trepidation. In the simulator, I only left 2 king-level beasts alive. I wonder if I can eliminate them all this time. Compared to his simulation self, Yang Wu was evidently better prepared this time, not only having come equipped, but also enhancing his domain from the first to the second tier. Just then, boom! As the 4 king-level beasts encroached upon Yang Wu's domain, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a 20-fold surge of power that transformed him into a streak of light, hurtling directly toward the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King, the most formidable among them. Yang Wu's explosive speed was astonishing. Even the third-tier Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King struggled to react in time. At the same moment, Yang Wu activated his flame domain. The crimson field rapidly enveloped a radius of over 1,000 meters, ensnaring all 4 king-level beasts within its grasp. Chapter 078, Exposure. Within the 1,000-meter radius, Yang Wu's domain reigned supreme. The Tiger Mastiff King and the East Sea Azure Dragon King, whose strengths were somewhat comparable, found themselves mired in the depths of a quagmire, unable to move. Conversely, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King, being slightly stronger, and the diminutive Nine Lives Cat Demon could still manage to struggle. Having anticipated this moment after the demise of the black-crowned golden eagle, keeping their distance from Yang Wu, they sought to flee with fervor. Roar! Roar! The 4 king-level beasts roared in a frenzy, desperately trying to break free. Kill! Yang Wu's first target was the Nine Lives Cat Demon. The East Sea Azure Dragon and Tiger Mastiff King, being larger and weaker, found it exceedingly difficult to escape Yang Wu's second-tier domain, while the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King, being the most powerful, would prove challenging to eliminate in a single strike. Thus, Yang Wu set his sights on the diminutive yet formidable Nine Lives Cat Demon. Whoosh! A streak of black light traversed the crimson domain, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Wu found himself before the Nine Lives Cat Demon, unimpeded by any constraints. Roar! Aware of its impending doom, the Nine Lives Cat Demon unleashed its full potential, with its 9 tails launching a frenzied assault upon Yang Wu. In an instant, Yang Wu felt a blur before him, as the elongated tails ensnared him completely. Break for me, Yang Wu commanded, as a spear, the Po Jincheng Pejuan spear, began to spin with astonishing velocity, its tip striking fiercely against the white tail before him. The thunderous force, imbued with domain energy, shattered the 9 tails effortlessly. At the moment the tails disintegrated, the 9 lives cat demon, enduring excruciating pain, simultaneously lunged at Yang Wu with its razor-sharp claws, which glimmered with a faint golden light. However, Yang Wu's spear moved with such swiftness that even the interference from the demon's tails could not hinder his strike. With a terrifying rotational speed, the spear's tip became an embodiment of unstoppable power, piercing through the heart of the 9 lives cat demon before its claws could even reach him. After vanquishing the 9 lives cat demon, Yang Wu cast a glance at the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was attempting to flee. With a mere thought, 2 throwing knives materialized in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. With a 20-fold surge of energy, Yang Wu hurled the knives, which shot towards the Tiger Hound King and the Eastern Sea Azure Dragon King. Both royal beasts found themselves ensnared within Yang Wu's fiery domain, unable to escape, and thus could not evade the knives he had launched. Bang! Bang! The heads of the 2 royal beasts exploded in succession, brain matter splattering. Only you remain. Yang Wu coldly regarded the Silver Moon Wolf King, gradually advancing towards it. Although Yang Wu's pace appeared slow, the Silver Moon Wolf King's speed was hindered by Yang Wu's domain, making it an easy target for Yang Wu's pursuit. With 5 royal beasts eliminated, only the Silver Moon Wolf King remained, and Yang Wu recognized it as the most powerful among them. To discern how it had detected his location, he was unwilling to slay it hastily. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King bellowed angrily, transmitting its thoughts through primal force. Human, you cannot kill me. I serve the 2 beast embers. Should you slay me, they will unleash a beast tide, besieging humanity's major cities. The Silver Moon Wolf King was filled with deep reluctance. It had merely sought to extinguish a human genius, yet now found itself facing annihilation. However, had the human not harnessed this terrifying power enveloping it, the wolf could have easily escaped, even if it could not defeat its opponent. Wolf King, Yang Wu refrained from further assault, instead transmitting his own thoughts. I wish to know how you discern my location. The Silver Moon Wolf King, a royal beast from the Taiyang Mountains, would hardly have appeared in City 003 were it not for Yang Wu. If I divulge this information, will you let me go? The Silver Moon Wolf King lamented softly. Boom! Upon hearing the wolf's request, Yang Wu immediately fired a shot into its left foreleg, creating a gory wound. Wolf King, you are in no position to negotiate with me. Yang Wu replied calmly. It dawned on the Silver Moon Wolf King that it could not escape this time. Though it yearned to continue fighting, the suppression of the domain rendered its strength nearly impotent. At that moment, the wolf could not help but envy humanity. While humans as a collective lacked the raw power of beasts, their capacity for swift rescue was remarkable. In this predicament, had it been human, aid would have arrived promptly. Alas, it belonged to the beast faction. If I perish, humanity shall not fare well either. The Silver Moon Wolf King mused darkly, resolved to let humanity fend for itself. Initially, it had intended to reveal information about Atkin after slaying Yang Wu, but now, even without Yang Wu's demise, it would not conceal the truth regarding Atkin. How? The Silver Moon Wolf King roared. Cursed human, the information you seek was indeed divulged to me by your kin. Who? Yang Wu Preset Furter, a powerful human. The Silver Moon Wolf King growled. He awaits my message not far from here, not far away. Yang Wu's heart stirred with surprise. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolf King began its final struggle, intent on draining a portion of this detestable human's power before its demise. Seeking death, Yang Wu swiftly maneuvered before the Silver Moon Wolf King, thrusting his spear. The Po Jincheng, Pajuan spear, was as swift as lightning before the wolf could react. The spear's tip had thrust through its mouth. The Silver Moon Wolf King's life was extinguished in an instant, yet its fur remained remarkably intact. Quickly, Yang Wu stored the corpses of the royal beasts within his spatial ring and summoned his intelligent combat aircraft, setting off towards the location provided by the Silver Moon Wolf King. In a dense forest, the 5th speaker of the War God Palace, Atkin, was monitoring the rescue signals from the palace. It has been quite some time. The Wolf King and his companions should have engaged by now. Why have we received no distress signals from the War God Palace? Has Yang Wu been slain in one blow? Or has something unforeseen occurred? Atkin muttered to himself, anxiety coursing through him. Suddenly, a purplish-red, triangular aircraft appeared in the distance. Is it the Extreme Martial Arts Institute's aircraft? Are they here to support Yang Wu? Atkin's heart raced at the sight of the aircraft. Buzz. Finally, the aircraft hovered directly above the forest where Atkin was stationed. Subsequently, clad in black, Yang Wu leaped from the flying machine. Concealed among the trees, he was nearly undetectable. Thus, Yang Wu charged downwards with his spear toward his stationary aircraft on the ground. It was him, and he had broken through. Akin was astonished to see Yang Wu soaring through the air. However, as Yang Wu seemed poised to destroy his intelligent aircraft, Akin could no longer remain concealed. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired between Yang Wu and the royal beasts, he could not allow Yang Wu to damage his flying machine. Inspector Yang. Akin also ascended into the air, approaching Yang Wu with a faint smile. "Ah, it's you." Yang Wu recognized Akin, having joined the War God Palace some time ago. Chapter 079, Decapitation. Upon seeing Akin, Yang Wu immediately turned to face him. "Fifth speaker, may I inquire as to your presence here?" Yang Wu feigned ignorance. In the original narrative, Akin, after the calamity of the golden-horned giant beast, sought to gather resources at the expense of the families of fallen heroes. Now, he was scheming against Yang Wu from the shadows, and Yang Wu had no intention of letting him escape. However, Akin was a planetary-level, third-tier warrior. Though his physical prowess was slightly inferior to that of the Silver Moon Wolf King, whom Yang Wu had just slain, he was protected by the Black God suit. If Yang Wu could not achieve a decisive strike, the situation could become troublesome. Henje, Yang Wu deliberately feigned Achan's encounter. Akin, evidently unaware of the events that had transpired between Yang Wu and the royal beasts, assumed they had merely missed each other. No one could have anticipated that Yang Wu could dispatch 5 royal beasts, including the planetary-level third-tier Silver Moon Wolf King, within such a short span, an accomplishment typically reserved for formidable figures like Hong and the Thunder God. Thus, Akin planned to stall Yang Wu temporarily until the 5 royal beasts arrived. "Inspector Yang, you have indeed broken through," Akin exclaimed with genuine surprise. "Congratulations." His astonishment was undeniable, but his congratulations were far from sincere. Akin was genuinely taken aback by Yang Wu's breakthrough. In the past, he had invested considerable time transitioning from a higher war god to a planetary level. Clad in a dark gray combat suit, Akin was also adorned with a complete set of the Black God armor, which enveloped his entire body, leaving only his face exposed. How cautious Akin truly is. Yang Wu mused silently to himself. One party harbored ulterior motives while the other came prepared. The distance between them steadily diminished. 50 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. Yang Wu tightened his grip around the barrel of the broken army gun, maintaining a calm demeanor, even managing to display a slight smile. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yang Wu unleashed his attack. The broken army gun shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Akin's left eye. This shot encapsulated all of Yang Wu's explosive power, representing the mightiest strike he could muster. Even the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King would likely have been obliterated by such a blow had it stood before him. However, Akin, having attained the position of the 5th speaker of the War God Palace, was not one to be underestimated. In an instant, a dark aura flickered across his face, transforming everything into shadows just before the gun's tip could pierce his eye. Boom! Akin was propelled several meters away by Yang Wu's force, but fortunately, the protection of the Black God armor mitigated his injuries. How could this be possible? Akin was astounded, realizing that Yang Wu's explosive strength exceeded his own. Yet, he was a third-tier planetary being. The surprise attack having failed, Yang Wu transitioned to a full-on assault, planting his feet firmly on the ground before dashing toward Akin like a streak of light. "Yang Wu, what are you doing?" Akin bellowed in fury, beginning his counterattack. "Akin," Yang Wu replied coldly, "you dare to collude with monsters to ambush me. You deserve to die. You speak nonsense." "I would never," Akin retorted loudly. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wu often recorded encounters, and thus he would never admit to such treachery. Simultaneously, Akin began broadcasting a distress signal within the War God Palace. "I'm under attack. Coordinates near City 003 within the borders of Huaxia, requesting assistance." Requesting assistance. Akin refrained from disclosing the identity of his assailant, fearing that other powerful beings might hesitate to rush to his aid upon learning the truth. The 5th speaker Akin's distress signal immediately stirred a commotion within the War God Palace. After all, he was one of the 5 greatest masters globally. Who would dare to respond to his plea? Nevertheless, a number of individuals chose to intervene, for humanity remained united in times of crisis. Swift resolution. Yang Wu, too, received Akin's distress signal through his communication watch. He understood well that if reinforcements arrived, given Akin's strength, they might unite to safeguard him for the greater good. Thus, the only reliable course of action was to eliminate him before others could intervene. While fending off Yang Wu's relentless assaults, Akin pondered over how he would explain the situation to his allies upon their arrival. If his actions were uncovered, even if he survived, he would likely suffer severe repercussions. Suddenly, his communication watch began to vibrate. Looking down, he was astonished to see a call from Jia Yi, the foremost powerhouse of Huaxia. Beep. Atkin quickly answered the call. Fifth speaker, 3 of our Huaxia Nation's representatives are en route to City 003 at full speed. The War God Palace cannot pinpoint your exact location. Please inform us of your position and the identity of your assailant. Jia Yi's voice emanated from a watch, causing Atkin to momentarily lose his composure. During the War God Palace meetings, he often created trouble for Jia Yi due to his friend Yanhai. He never expected Jia Yi would rush to his aid in a time of peril. To his knowledge, there were only 4 powerful representatives in Huaxia. And now, 3 had mobilized. They were truly exerting their utmost effort. I am located 20 kilometers west of City 003, above a wooded area. As for the enemy, Atkin fell silent, realizing he had no idea how to articulate his predicament. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming force manifesting, initially startling him, but then filling him with elation. The first speaker had arrived. No, wait, whose power is this? Atkin was immediately struck with astonishment as he recognized the energy fluctuations resembling those of the world's strongest, Hongji. However, while Hong's power was imbued with endless darkness and light, this energy was unbearably scorching, as if he were engulfed in a sea of flames. What has transpired? Fifth speaker. Jia Yi inquired urgently upon hearing Atkin's exclamation. Atkin, one of humanity's 5 great powers, was significant even beyond Huaxia. Jia Yi did not wish for his demise. Yet Atkin found himself unable to speak. He finally discerned the source of the terrifying force. Within the fiery realm, at its very core, was Yang Wu, relentlessly assaulting him. Upon witnessing Yang Wu unleash his fiery domain, Atkin felt as though he beheld a deity and lost all will to resist. Yang Wu was undeterred, and with a powerful strike, he aimed directly at Atkin's chest. Atkin was instantly grievously injured, propelled backward over 10 meters. What? Yang Wu was equally astonished. Although he had released a domain, his power had not significantly increased. How could he have dealt such a devastating blow to Atkin? Unbeknownst to him, the Black God armor was merely an ordinary first-tier energy combat suit in the cosmos, suitable only for battles among planetary-level warriors. In contrast, the domain was an understanding not yet grasped by many cosmic-level masters. Cosmic-level warriors wielded third-tier energy combat suits, rendering first-tier suits incapable of withstanding a domain's effects. Thus, once Yang Wu unleashed his domain, his attacks bypassed Atkin's defenses, making it impossible for him to withstand them. Regardless of this knowledge, Yang Wu's actions remained unaffected. Seizing the advantage, he pressed his attack relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wu fired 3 shots, all striking Atkin's heart. No. Under Yang Wu's domain, Atkin had no time to defend against the onslaught. It's over. Atkin realized this truth instantly. I am doomed. Given another chance, he would never provoke a genius like Yang Wu so lightly. However, before his demise, Atkin resolved to create one final obstacle for Yang Wu. Mass email. Utilizing his communication watch, Atkin dispatched his final message before death. Everyone beware. War God Yang Wu has broken through, yet he has betrayed humanity, colluding with numerous king-level monsters to ambush me in City 003. I am dead, and you shall not fare well either. With a final roar in his heart, Atkin met his end. Chapter 080, The Truth. At the moment of Atkin's demise, a flying saucer-shaped intelligent war machine appeared near Yang Wu's location. The occupant of the aircraft was none other than the transcendent war god-level being, Iceblade Lan Ran, who had been living in seclusion within the Jiangnan Bay City. This representative warrior led a hermit-like existence, only intervening in truly significant matters. Upon receiving Atkin's distress call, although he lacked the strength to match Atkin, he decided to assess the situation, willing to assist if an opportunity arose. Yet now, upon arrival, he found no leader-level monsters below, but he hesitated to exit the war machine. Yang Wu, having noticed Lan Ran's intelligent war machine, observed that no one emerged from it, understanding the occupant's concerns. Thus, Yang Wu also sent out a mass email from the War God Palace. EIM Yang Wu. I was engaged in the pursuit of monsters in City 003 when I was abruptly besieged by 5 king-level beasts led by the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King. In a desperate struggle, I vanquished all 5 of these formidable foes, only to learn from their dying breaths that this entire scheme was orchestrated by the 5th speaker, Atkin. Atkin was waiting nearby for news from the beasts. Consumed by rage and sorrow, I hurried to his location and, in a fit of fury, executed him. The dispatch of my email ignited a significant uproar within the War God Palace. Apart from Hong and the Thunder God, who had witnessed some of my prowess. The majority found my claims implausible. After all, to fend off 5 king-level monsters and then single-handedly slay the 5th strongest individual in the world. Atkin, protected by the Black God set, sounded like the stuff of legend. In contrast, many were more inclined to believe Atkin's email, despite its numerous inconsistencies, as it held slightly greater credibility than my own. Immediately following the mass email, I received a communication request from the world's strongest individual, Hong. Master. I answered the call with a respectful greeting. Yang Wu, have you broken through to the planetary level? Hong's voice resonated through the communicator. Yes, I replied calmly. Wait there. The Thunder God and I will be there shortly. Hong stated solemnly. Understood. I acknowledged. After ending the call, Hong promptly dialed the number of the nearby Ice Blade. Lan Ran. First speaker. Lan Ran answered immediately. Member Lan Ran, I discovered through the War God Palace that you have arrived near Yangwu. What is the current situation? Hong directly inquired. First speaker. My flying warplane is stationed not far above Yangwu's inspection area, and he has shown no signs of movement, Lan Ran replied, his voice tinged with excitement. However, I have not observed any large-scale signs of battle or any corpses of king-level monsters. Member Lan Ran, please monitor the area closely and ensure Yangwu does not leave. I will arrive shortly. On commanded. Yes. Lan Ran complied without hesitation. Hong began ordering the ship's intelligence to accelerate its flight. It was within his expectations that Yangwu had broken through to the planetary level, and the death of the 5th speaker, Atkin, was not a matter of great concern for him. What truly preoccupied Hong was the veracity of Yangwu's claims regarding a collaboration with the monsters. If true, it would spell trouble. After all, Hong saw immense potential in Yangwu as a new pillar for humanity, and he sincerely hoped there was no connection between him and the beasts. One by one, various members and powerful individuals arrived aboard their flying warplanes, yet like Member Lan Ran, they refrained from disembarking, opting instead to hover silently in the skies, observing the situation. Then, a massive flying saucer, seemingly stained with blood, made its entrance. Such large saucer-type aircraft are exorbitantly costly beyond the means of smaller base cities, and only the 5 great powers and a few other factions, like the HR Alliance, could deploy such grand vessels. With a clang, the passenger ship's door opened, and 2 figures clad in combat suits emerged, soaring down towards Yangwu, one of whom was the esteemed member Deng Long, who had previously sought to recruit Yangwu. Inspector Yang. Deng Long landed before me, greeting with a smile. Allow me to introduce you to our nation's foremost powerhouse, Member Jia E. Member Deng, Member Jia. I smiled in return. By this time, there were likely over 10 members present, yet only these 2 dared to approach me. Inspector Yang. I personally am inclined to believe your account, Jia, he said, having had considerable dealings with Atkin and well aware of his character. What I said is indeed true. When a master arrives, the truth will be revealed. I responded with a grin. As I conversed with Jia, Deng Long suddenly glanced skyward. The first speaker has arrived. Everyone turned to see a blood-red triangular warplane hurtling towards us at an astonishing speed. Indeed, it is the master's aircraft. The blood-red triangular vessel was Hong's signature. Unique in the world. The first speaker has arrived. Our anchor has finally come. In the air, over a dozen various flying warplanes opened their hatches, and numerous members surged forth to greet Hong's arrival. The swift, primal-grade intelligent warplane halted before us in a mere breath. With a clang, the hatch opened, and the already gloomy sky turned even darker, as if only a solitary figure in black remained in existence. Descending from the craft was none other than Hong, the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the world's strongest individual. Following closely behind him was the second strongest, a bald monk clad in white robes. The Thunder God, Master, Brother Lei. I greeted them respectfully. Yangwu, what has transpired here? The Thunder God also regarded me with earnest anticipation. They both sought my explanation. As I observed the growing assembly of powerful members around us, I allowed a faint smile to grace my lips, and then 5 colossal monster corpses materialized out of thin air. The appearance of the monster corpses elicited slight astonishment from a few members, but the majority remained unfazed. Those present were the pinnacle of Earth's might, many having explored ancient civilization ruins, and thus familiar with spatial rings, which some of the major factions might possess. However, when the crowd comprehended the true identities of the 5 monster corpses, East Sea Azure Dragon, 9 Lives Cat Demon, Tiger Mastiff King, Black Crowned Golden Eagle King, and the most terrifying of all, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King, everyone, except for Hong and the Thunder God, was left speechless. The sudden manifestation of these 5 king-level monster corpses profoundly shocked the assembly, and this served as my assurance against their skepticism. Atkin was utterly incapable of slaying the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf King. The presence of these 5 monster corpses would unequivocally dismantle Atkin's slander. Those who had survived the brutal combat with the monsters and ascended to the planetary level were undoubtedly astute individuals. Upon witnessing the 5 king-level monster corpses, the doubts regarding my account evaporated, and the assembly began to denounce the deceased Atkin. "Well done," the Thunder God chuckled, patting me on the shoulder. "I knew I had not misjudged you." "Master, perhaps we should depart from here," I suggested. Hung nodded slightly. Indeed, the wilderness was not an ideal venue for discourse. Thus, at my invitation, the assembly decided to head to the Jiangnan Bay City for a brief respite, while other members who had yet to arrive received notifications from friends and began making their way there. With a wave of my hand, I once again stored the 5 king-level monster corpses within my spatial ring. As for Atkin's remains, after retrieving the Black God set from his corpse, I incinerated him to ashes. After tidying up, I boarded the warplane and led the assembly past the site of my recent battle with the king-level monsters, before setting our course towards Jiangnan Bay City.